Today, we have 8 hours of Rick and Morty lore to help you fall asleep, so relax and let's get started. First, we have 2 hours of insane Rick and Morty theories.
Rick Sanchez might not be the original grandfather that Beth grew up with. The Rick we follow could be a replacement who already swapped into this family after destroying his own timeline years ago. The Smith family lives their normal lives until Morty asks Rick for a love potion to win over Jessica. Rick creates a serum based on Vol DNA that makes Jessica fall in love with Morty forever. But there's a problem. Jessica has the flu, and the serum piggybacks on the virus. What starts as Morty's romantic fantasy quickly turns into a nightmare. The love potion spreads through the entire school dance when Jessica sneezes, infecting everyone with an obsessive desire for Morty. Rick tries to fix things with an antidote using praying mantis DNA, but this makes everything worse. Now everyone wants to mate with Morty and eat him afterward. Rick's third attempt involves mixing DNA from koalas, rattlesnakes, chimpanzees, cactus, sharks, golden retrievers, and dinosaurs. When Morty releases this final serum, it transforms the entire human population into grotesque flesh monsters that Rick calls Croninbergs. The most revealing moment comes at the end. Rick's solution is simple. Find a dimension where they fixed everything but died shortly after. They portal into a reality where their alternate selves just got killed by an exploding device. Rick and Morty bury their own corpses in the backyard and take over these lives. Here's what's suspicious about Rick's behavior during this traumatic experience. Morty is completely horrified, crying and freaking out about seeing his own dead body. But Rick stays completely calm and practical. He gives Morty clear instructions about grabbing the bodies and acts like this is just another Tuesday. Think about how weird that is. You're looking at your own mangled corpse, burnt and bloody from an explosion. Most people would lose their minds. Even Rick should show some reaction to seeing himself dead. But he doesn't even flinch. He just starts explaining reality theory and tells Morty to grab his dead body like they're moving furniture. Rick even mentions they can only do this 3 or 4 more times, tops. This suggests he's counting previous dimension swaps, not just planning for future ones. Why would Rick already know the exact limit unless he's used up some of these chances already? He talks about it like he's checking his remaining lives in a video game. The way Rick handles the burial is the biggest clue. Most people would be disturbed by burying their own corpse, but Rick treats it like routine maintenance. He's not shocked, scared, or even slightly bothered. This level of emotional detachment suggests he's done this before, multiple times. When Morty asks about the reality they left behind, Rick dismisses it completely. He tells Morty not to think about it and compares it to Hitler curing cancer. Just another random reality that doesn't matter. This casual attitude toward abandoning entire families and timelines seems practiced. He's got his speech ready. Look at how Rick talks throughout the episode. When things start going wrong, he doesn't panic like someone experiencing this for the first time. Instead, he immediately starts thinking about solutions and backup plans. He knows about infinite realities and has portal technology ready. The episode ends with the original Smith family actually being happier without Rick and Morty. Beth and Jerry admit they don't miss them at all and have found peace in their Croninberg apocalypse world. Meanwhile, Summer entertains herself with makeshift TV shows. They've adapted and moved on surprisingly well. This happiness reveals something important. Maybe this family is better off without Rick because the Rick they knew was already a replacement. The original Rick might have been genuinely caring, but our Rick is an emotionally distant substitute who's been through this trauma multiple times. Think about Rick's personality in general. He's cold, detached, and treats his family like they're replaceable. That's exactly how someone would act if they'd already replaced families before. Every time Rick destroys a reality, he becomes more detached and less connected to the people around him. The fact that Rick immediately knew about infinite realities and had a backup plan ready suggests this wasn't his first timeline disaster. He knew exactly what to do because he's abandoned families before. He had the portal gun, the knowledge, and most importantly, the emotional detachment to actually go through with it. There's also Rick's comment about how if he hadn't screwed up so much, they'd be the dead versions. He says, "You're welcome," like this is somehow a favor to Morty. That's a twisted way to look at destroying an entire timeline and abandoning your family. Unless you've already abandoned families before and convinced yourself it's no big deal. Rick's relationship with Beth also makes more sense through this lens. She constantly seeks his approval but never quite gets the connection she wants. Maybe that's because the Rick she grew up with was different. The real Rick might have been warmer, more present. Our Rick is just going through the motions of being a father figure. Even the way Rick talks about science supports this theory. He treats every mistake as just another experiment, every disaster as just data. That's how someone reacts when they've already learned that nothing really matters, because there's always another dimension to escape to. The most disturbing part is that Rick probably tells himself this makes him smarter than everyone else. he's figured out the multiverse cheat code. But really, he's just a guy who's been running from his mistakes for so long that he's forgotten how to actually care about the people around him. Rick's calmness about replacing his family shows he's done it before, leading into Evil Morty, who may have been his very first abandoned Morty. Evil Morty might be the original Morty that our Rick C-137 adventured with before he came to live with the Smith family we know. This would explain Evil Morty's incredible knowledge of Rick's technology and his deep personal hatred for everything Rick represents. The episode reveals that Rick C-137 built the Citadel and worked with other Ricks before settling down with our current family. What we don't know is what happened during those years when Rick was hunting down Rick Prime, the Rick who killed his original wife, Diane, and daughter Beth. Rick spent decades traveling between dimensions, killing other Ricks, and eventually helped create the Citadel of Ricks. During this dark period of Rick's life, he would have needed a Morty companion to hide his brainwaves from other Ricks. The show establishes that Ricks need Mortys as camouflage, so Rick C-137 must have had a Morty during his years of Rick hunting. But here's the thing, we never see what happened to that first Morty. The most telling moment comes when Evil Morty reveals the full scope of how the Citadel operates. He shows Morty the horrific truth about Morty farms, cloning operations, and how Mortys are treated as disposable commodities. But Evil Morty doesn't just know about these operations, he understands them on a technical level that suggests first-hand experience with Rick's darkest methods. Evil Morty's plan to destroy the central finite curve requires intimate knowledge of Rick's technology and psychology. He successfully hacks Rick's portal gun, completes Rick's brain scan from years ago, and manipulates the entire Citadel infrastructure. This level of expertise suggests he learned directly from Rick C-137 himself during Rick's most brutal and unhinged period. Think about Evil Morty's behavior throughout the episode. He's specifically targeting the entire system that Rick C-137 helped create. His destruction of the Citadel feels personal, like he's dismantling something that he watched Rick build. When he tells Morty, "Now you're evil, Morty, too," he's speaking from experience about what it's like to be disillusioned by Rick. The episode also mentions that Rick has memories of baby Morty from close Rick counters of the Rick kind, even though Rick supposedly only moved in when Morty was already a teenager. This memory inconsistency could be explained if Rick had an earlier Morty relationship that he's trying to forget or suppress. Evil Morty's escape from the central finite curve represents the ultimate rejection of everything Rick stands for. But his knowledge of how to break free suggests he learned about the curve's construction from someone who was there when it was built. Rick C-137 was involved in creating the Citadel and presumably the curve itself. The most disturbing aspect is how Evil Morty talks about being bred for forgiveness and loyalty to Rick. He understands the psychological manipulation because he lived through it with the most dangerous Rick of all. While our current Morty still believes in Rick despite everything, Evil Morty represents what happens when a Morty finally sees through all of Rick's lies and manipulation. Evil Morty's golden portal gun at the end symbolizes his complete independence from Rick's technology and influence. But the fact that he can create this advanced technology suggests he was taught by a Rick who understood these systems better than anyone else. Rick C-137's expertise in portal technology and dimensional theory would have been the perfect training ground for someone planning to break free from the entire Rick-dominated multiverse. This theory explains why Evil Morty is so specifically focused on escaping Rick rather than just defeating him. He's not trying to beat Rick at his own game. He's trying to get away from the game entirely. That kind of exhaustion and disillusionment comes from prolonged exposure to Rick's worst behaviors, not just brief encounters. The saddest part is that Rick probably abandoned his first Morty when he decided to settle down with the Smith family. Evil Morty's entire crusade might stem from being discarded by Rick after years of helping him hunt down and kill other versions of himself. No wonder he calls Rick an infinite smear of one shitty old man. Look at how Evil Morty talks about Rick's trauma. He says all Ricks use their pain to justify terrible things. That sounds like someone who watched Rick use his dead wife's story to rationalize years of murder and mayhem. Evil Morty would have been there for Rick's darkest moments, watching him spiral deeper into violence and nihilism. The timeline makes sense too. Rick C-137 spent years hunting Rick Prime before giving up and settling with our Beth's family. During that time, he would have needed a Morty constantly by his side. What happened when Rick decided to stop his revenge quest? He probably just ditched his old Morty and started fresh with a new family. Think about how Evil Morty operates during the Citadel takeover. He doesn't just want to destroy the place, he wants to expose its horrors to everyone. He forces our Morty to see the truth about Morty factories and cloning operations. This feels like someone who was traumatized by these systems and wants others to understand the full scope of Rick's cruelty. Evil Morty's hatred runs so deep that he's willing to kill thousands of Ricks and Mortys just to escape. That level of rage doesn't come from random encounters with Rick behavior. It comes from being personally betrayed and abandoned by someone you trusted completely. The way evil Morty manipulates the situation also shows Rick-level strategic thinking. He plays on our Rick's ego, uses emotional manipulation on our Morty, and executes a plan that requires years of preparation. Where would he learn those skills except from the smartest Rick in the universe? When evil Morty says, "Sooner or later, we all are evil," he's talking about the inevitable corruption that comes from spending too much time with Rick. Our current Morty is just starting to see Rick's true nature, but evil Morty has been through the complete cycle of worship, disillusionment, and finally hatred. The golden portal gun represents more than just independence. It's evil Morty proving he's surpassed his former teacher. He took everything Rick taught him and used it to break free from Rick's control entirely. The student became the master and then destroyed the entire school system. Evil Morty's escape to the greater multiverse is the ultimate fuck you to Rick C-137 specifically. He's dismantling Rick's entire power structure on his way out. That's personal revenge, not just philosophical disagreement. Evil Morty's rage makes sense if he was Rick's very first discarded sidekick. And this idea becomes even darker when you realize our Morty might not be Rick's first either. If you're enjoying the video so far, subscribe to our channel. Our Morty might not be the first Morty that Rick C-137 has worked with. The Citadel's casual system of Morty replacement vouchers suggests that Rick's regularly burn through sidekicks, and Rick's behavior hints at experience with disposable partnerships. The episode reveals a disturbing infrastructure around Morty replacement. When the Council of Ricks apologizes to Rick, they offer him a voucher for a free replacement Morty in case his current one gets damaged or killed. This is shown as a standard operating procedure. The casual way they mention it suggests this happens all the time. Think about how weird that is. They have an entire system ready to go for replacing Mortys. Like they've got forms printed up and everything. You don't build that kind of bureaucracy unless there's serious demand for it. The Citadel itself operates like a mall for Mortys. There are salespeople hawking Morty dazzlers and insurance policies. One guy specifically mentions that hundreds of Mortys are injured every year. This whole economy exists because Ricks go through Mortys like they're buying groceries. Most telling is Rick's reaction when offered that replacement voucher. He initially refuses it, calling it bad timing, but then quietly pockets it anyway when nobody's looking. Dude knows he might need it someday. Someone who's never lost a Morty wouldn't instinctively grab that thing. Throughout the episode, Rick treats Morty exactly like disposable equipment. He openly calls Morty a human cloaking device and explains that Mortys exist to cancel out Rick's genius brainwaves. When Morty gets upset about being treated like a tool, Rick doesn't even try to deny it. He just doubles down and calls Morty a perfect, impenetrable suit of human armor. Rick's knowledge about Morty psychology feels way too detailed for someone on his first rodeo. He knows exactly how Morty brainwaves work, how to push his buttons, and how to keep him loyal despite constant abuse. That kind of expertise comes from lots of practice with different test subjects. The episode's big reveal shows evil Rick collecting Mortys for this massive torture matrix. But here's what's really messed up. Rick C-137 looks at this setup, and his first reaction is technical criticism. He complains about the barbaric overkill and suggests you could get the same results with 5 Mortys and a jumper cable. That's not how someone reacts when seeing Morty torture for the first time. When Rick admits he fiddled with a concept like this once, Morty just stares at him in complete horror. Rick quickly tries to cover with "on paper," but his knowledge seems way too specific for just theory. He understands the practical stuff because he's actually considered using Mortys this way before. The other Ricks treat Morty replacement like it's completely normal business. They talk about shipping damaged Mortys back to their families and getting new ones like they're discussing warranty repairs. The whole Rick community has normalized treating Mortys as consumable resources. Rick's warning at the end is super ominous too. He tells Morty that a cocky Morty could lead to some big problems and be a real bad thing for everybody. When Morty asks what he means, Rick says he'll explain when he's older. This sounds like Rick has dealt with rebellious Mortys before and knows exactly how those situations end up playing out. The way Rick manipulates Morty shows serious expertise. He knows exactly how to hurt Morty's feelings, then build him back up with just enough validation to keep him hooked. When Rick calls Morty the Mortiest Morty, it sounds like a compliment, but it's actually reinforcing Morty's role as the perfect submissive sidekick. Rick's emotional detachment is also telling. When Morty gets captured, Rick doesn't freak out like someone losing their first partner. He stays focused on the mission and treats Morty's rescue like a tactical problem to solve. Someone dealing with their first Morty kidnapping would be way more emotionally invested. The episode establishes there are thousands of Rick and Morty pairs across dimensions. But it also shows that Ricks regularly lose their Mortys to violence, accidents, or rebellion. The math doesn't add up unless Ricks are cycling through multiple Mortys during their careers. Most importantly, Rick's relationship with Morty lacks any learning curve. Rick already knows all of Morty's weak spots and exactly how to exploit them. He understands Morty's hero complex and uses it to manipulate him into dangerous situations. The replacement voucher system exists because there's actual demand for it. The Citadel wouldn't maintain an entire Morty replacement infrastructure unless Ricks were regularly coming in asking for new ones. Rick C. 137 might be on his third or fourth Morty by now, and nobody would ever know. Look at how Rick has perfected the art of Morty management. He gives just enough affection to keep Morty loyal, but never enough to make him feel actually valued. Rick has learned from previous Mortys exactly how to maintain that perfect balance of abuse and reward. It's like he's running a psychological experiment and has finally figured out the optimal settings. When Rick tells Morty he's the Rickest Rick with the Mortiest Morty, he's not celebrating some unique bond. He's describing a successful product match. Rick has finally found his ideal disposable sidekick, and he plans to use that relationship until it completely breaks down. The really dark part is how good Rick has gotten at this. Previous Mortys probably figured out they were being used and either rebelled or ran away. But our Morty is so perfectly manipulated that he actually feels special about being the Mortiest Morty. Rick has weaponized Morty's need for approval and turned it into the ultimate control mechanism. Think about Evil Morty's whole deal too. That guy clearly figured out he was disposable and decided to burn down the entire system. What if Evil Morty was actually Rick C. 137's first Morty, and everything we're seeing is the result of Rick's early, sloppier attempts at Morty management? The voucher Rick pockets at the end is basically a receipt for future emotional damage. He's already planning for the day when our Morty either dies or gets too rebellious to control. When that happens, Rick will just cash in his voucher, get a fresh Morty, and start the whole cycle over again. The saddest thing is that Morty thinks he's special, but he's actually just the latest model in Rick's long line of disposable sidekicks. Rick has finally perfected his technique, and Morty is too manipulated to even realize he's trapped in a system designed to use him up and throw him away. Rick's history of cycling through Mortys like disposable tools makes the next step even darker, because our Morty himself might not even be the real one but a clone who wouldn't know the difference. The Morty we've been watching might not be the original Morty from Dimension C-131. He could be a clone or decoy that replaced the real Morty at some point. And the really messed up part is that he'd have no clue. Mortyplicity shows us just how screwed up this whole decoy situation really is. These copies are completely convinced they're real, until they find proof otherwise. They've got all the same memories, feelings, everything. One decoy literally finds a brain chip that says, "You're a decoy," and he looks genuinely heartbroken about it. Rick's decoy tech is so good that it creates people who are psychologically identical to the originals. When Summer asks if the decoys know they're fake, Rick says, "They wouldn't be very good decoys if they did." The whole point is making them believe they're real with total conviction. Every family in the episode freaks out about whether they're real or fake. Rick's stupid barcode test turns out to be a prank, but it shows how desperate everyone is to prove they're authentic. The episode makes it super clear there's basically no way to tell the difference. Here's what makes this theory really disturbing. Rick started making decoys after that trouble with Space Beth. But the Space Beth thing happened because Rick couldn't tell if his Beth was real or a clone. If Rick can't tell his own clones apart from originals, how the hell would Morty know if he got replaced? The episode reveals that decoys can make their own decoys, creating this endless chain of copies. Rick finds decoy-making equipment in one of his decoy houses and realizes everything's gone completely off the rails. If decoys are making decoys, then our Rick might not even know his Morty is like 3 generations removed from the original. Think about how Rick treats Morty throughout the whole series. He constantly says Morty's replaceable and expendable. In close Rick counters of the Rick kind, Rick just casually pockets that replacement Morty voucher. Someone who's already working with a replacement wouldn't be emotionally attached to keeping that specific copy around. Rick's whole casual attitude toward clone replacement makes way more sense if he's already done it before. When he explains the decoys to his family, he's totally matter-of-fact about their existence. No guilt, no concern about creating living beings who think they're real. That's how someone acts when they've normalized this process. The episode shows us how clone degradation works too. Decoys get weird the further down the line you go. Scarecrow Rick knows he's fake because he's so poorly made, but the earlier versions are basically indistinguishable from originals. If our Morty is like a second or third generation replacement, he'd never know. Look at Morty's character development throughout the show. He's gotten more confident, more capable, more willing to fight back against Rick. What if that's not actually character growth, but Rick fine-tuning his Morty replacements? Each new version could be slightly improved, more optimized for what Rick needs. Rick's knowledge of Morty psychology is weirdly detailed. He knows exactly how to push Morty's buttons and predict his reactions. That kind of expertise could come from running multiple versions of the same person and learning what works best with each iteration. The most chilling part is the episode's ending. After all that chaos and death, Rick just casually mentions, "Someone killed a decoy family," like it's no big deal. He's completely desensitized to the idea of his family dying because he knows they're replaceable. When Rick explains decoys to his family, he says they're exactly like us, with a few tweaks and a backdoor shutdown. Those tweaks could include making Morty more obedient, more useful, or more loyal than the original version. Rick might have been slowly perfecting his ideal Morty through successive replacements. The episode also shows that none of the decoy Ricks have portal guns. Only the real Rick has that technology. But what if our Rick is actually a decoy who doesn't realize it? What if there's an even more real Rick somewhere orchestrating everything from behind the scenes? Morty's fear of being fake gets treated like a joke, but it's actually the most rational response to their situation. Summer keeps insisting they're decoys, and honestly, she's right to be suspicious. In a world where perfect copies exist, being paranoid about authenticity is the only sane reaction. The episode shows families desperately trying to prove they're real, but every test can be faked. Bleeding doesn't prove you're real, because decoys bleed. Memories don't prove anything because decoys have identical memories. Even finding decoy-making equipment doesn't prove you're original because decoys make their own decoys. Rick's password system for controlling decoys proves he has backdoor access to their minds. But what if someone else has backdoor access to Rick's mind? What if our entire family is several generations of copies, all controlled by some higher authority they can't even perceive? The scariest possibility is that Morty has been replaced multiple times throughout the series, and we've been watching different versions without realizing it. Every time Morty dies in an adventure, Rick might just activate a fresh copy with slightly updated programming. The episode ends with the real family in space, but even they're not sure which decoys got killed. If the real Rick can't keep track of his own creations, how can we trust that this family is actually real? The whole idea of being original becomes meaningless when copies are perfect. Morty's existential crisis about being fake never gets resolved. He never gets definitive proof that he's real. Rick's barcode joke just deflects from the genuine horror of the situation. Morty's left with the same uncertainty that drives the entire conflict. Think about all those times Rick has casually mentioned Morty being replaceable. What if he's been speaking from experience? What if the original Morty died in some early adventure, and Rick just replaced him without missing a beat? The current Morty would have all the original's memories and think he survived whatever killed his predecessor. The most disturbing thing is how Rick talks about the decoys like they're malfunctioning equipment. He calls it more termite infestation than Blade Runner. That's not how you talk about people unless you've stopped seeing them as people. Rick might view all Mortys, including our Morty, as disposable tools. Remember how Rick reacted when he found out decoys were making decoys? He was annoyed by the logistics. That suggests he's thought about this stuff before and worked out the practical problems. Someone planning their first clone operation would be way less casual about it. The episode also shows us that decoys can be programmed with specific behaviors and limitations. What if our Morty has been programmed to be the perfect sidekick? His loyalty to Rick, despite constant abuse, might not be natural devotion but coded behavior. Here's another creepy thought. What if Rick has been running experiments on different Morty personalities? Maybe he's tried confident Mortys, rebellious Mortys, smart Mortys, and settled on the current anxious but loyal model because it works best for his needs. The way Rick dismisses Morty's concerns throughout the series makes more sense if Morty isn't irreplaceable. When Morty gets traumatized or starts questioning Rick, Rick just waits for him to get over it. Someone dealing with their one and only grandson would probably be more concerned about long-term psychological damage. Even the title Mortyplicity is a clue. It suggests there are multiple Mortys, not just decoys of the current Morty. What if Rick has been cycling through different Morty models for years, each one thinking they're the original? The really messed up part is that it wouldn't matter to Morty's daily experience. Clone or not, his memories and feelings are real to him. But knowing he could be a designed product rather than a real person would completely change how he sees his relationship with Rick and his own identity. The episode never actually resolves who's real and who's fake. Even at the end, we can't be sure we're following the original family. That uncertainty is the point. In a world where perfect copies exist, the concept of authenticity becomes meaningless, and that's terrifying. If Morty might be a clone without knowing, the darker twist is that he's also turning into Rick, as Rest and Ricklaxation makes clear. Detoxified Morty from Rest and Ricklaxation is basically a preview of what Morty's gonna turn into if he keeps hanging around Rick. Clean Morty acts exactly like a mini Rick, cold, manipulative, and completely selfish. The episode literally shows us Morty's future, and it's terrifying. When that detox machine strips away all of Morty's insecurities, what's left is a sociopath. Clean Morty doesn't give a crap about anyone else's feelings. He manipulates his classmates for attention, treats Jessica like garbage when she's uncomfortable, and immediately moves on to hitting on some random girl at a bar. Check out what happens at school. Clean Morty becomes popular by roasting his teacher and giving everyone fake motivational advice. But he doesn't actually care about helping these people. He just likes the power trip. When that kid plays trombone after Morty's pep talk, Morty takes all the credit, like he's some kind of guru. Then there's that disaster date with Jessica. She's clearly weirded out by how different he is, but Clean Morty doesn't even notice. He just keeps rambling about himself and then casually suggests she needs therapy. When she bails, he's like, whatever, life is a highway, and immediately starts hitting on someone else. That pickup routine with Stacy is straight up creepy. He's talking about wanting to please her and getting on his knees and all this manipulative garbage. It works because Clean Morty has Rick's confidence without any of the awkwardness that usually holds him back. He's learned to weaponize charm, but the real kicker is when Clean Morty becomes this Wall Street psychopath. He's living in a fancy apartment, dating some older woman, making money by screwing people over. When Jessica calls begging him to come back, he's ice cold about it. He knows it's Rick's trap, but he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. Here's what's really messed up about the detox machine. It removes toxicity based on each person's definition of what's toxic. For Rick, his irrational attachments to people are toxic. That means Rick literally considers caring about others to be a character flaw. That's why Clean Rick is so moral and healthy, while Toxic Rick is the part that actually loves Morty. Morty's learning the same twisted lesson. Every adventure with Rick teaches him that caring about people makes you weak. Every time Morty shows empathy or tries to do the right thing, it backfires spectacularly. The show keeps rewarding Rick's cynical worldview and punishing Morty for being decent. Look at Morty's character development throughout the series. He started as this innocent kid who was horrified when Rick casually murdered people. But now, Morty lies constantly, manipulates his family, and he's totally fine with sacrificing strangers for his own goals. He's slowly becoming Rick without even realizing it. Clean Morty isn't some random alternate personality. He's what Morty could become if he fully embraced Rick's philosophy. No more anxiety holding him back, no more guilt stopping him from taking what he wants. Just pure selfishness wrapped in confidence and success. And you know what? It works perfectly for him. Clean Morty is rich, confident, living in a penthouse with a beautiful girlfriend. Meanwhile, regular Morty is miserable and gets treated like crap by everyone, including Jessica. The episode basically shows us that being a good person leads to suffering, while being selfish leads to happiness. When Rick forces Morty to remerge with his toxic side, Morty immediately becomes miserable again. The show treats this like the right ending. But think about what that means. Morty's reward for staying good is getting to remain anxious, insecure, and depressed. That's pretty messed up. The worst part is that Clean Morty wasn't even lying about who he was. When Jacqueline asks if he was dishonest, Morty realizes he actually told her the truth about being a selfish runaway who became a stockbroker. Clean Morty embraced his nature while regular Morty is constantly lying and pretending to be better than he is. Even Jessica's reason for wanting old Morty back is toxic as hell. She admits she liked him because he loved her so much she never had to love him back. That's emotional exploitation. Jessica wanted a devoted puppy, not an equal partner. Clean Morty called her out on that dynamic and she couldn't handle it. The episode sets up this false choice between being good but weak or evil but effective. Rick's detox proves the same point. Clean Rick is genuinely moral and caring, but he's also indecisive and useless. Toxic Rick is an asshole, but he's the part that actually saves the world when it matters. Morty's absorbing these lessons faster than people realize. He's becoming more willing to sacrifice others, more comfortable with violence, more focused on getting what he wants. He's not turning into Clean Morty overnight, but he's definitely heading in that direction. And honestly, can you blame him? Why should Morty keep caring about people who constantly disappoint him? Why should he stay loyal to a family that barely appreciates his sacrifices? Why shouldn't he just take what he wants instead of waiting for scraps like Jessica's attention? Clean Morty represents Morty's inevitable future. He'll gain confidence and success by losing his capacity for genuine love and connection. He'll become everything he used to hate about Rick, but he'll be happy about it because he won't remember what he lost. The really tragic part is there's probably a middle ground between crippling anxiety and complete sociopathy. Morty could learn confidence without becoming heartless, but the show doesn't explore that option. It presents him with a binary choice. Given how the series has developed, Morty's probably going to choose to become evil eventually. He's already started down that path in later episodes. The detox machine just gave us a glimpse of the endpoint. A younger, more successful Rick who's traded his humanity for power. That transformation makes perfect sense given Morty's experiences. Every lesson he learns from Rick pushes him further toward that cold, calculating mindset. The show is basically documenting Morty's corruption in real time, and Clean Morty shows us exactly where it leads. The episode ends with Jessica telling Morty she's glad to have him back. But that's just Morty accepting that his reward for being good is staying miserable, while people like Jessica barely tolerate him. Meanwhile, Clean Morty was living his best life until Rick dragged him back down. If Clean Morty shows Morty turning into Rick, the Death Crystal episode shows he'll also become the one who takes Rick down. But before I tell you about that, subscribe to our channel. Morty's obsession with Jessica in Edge of Tomorty, Rick Die Rickpeat, directly causes Rick's death and sets up a pattern where Morty's selfish desires become the biggest threat to Rick's survival. This episode shows us that Rick's greatest enemy is his own grandson. The episode starts with the family dynamic shifting away from Rick's control. Beth and Jerry are now making Rick ask permission, instead of just dragging Morty along on adventures. This change in power dynamics creates tension between Rick and Morty that will eventually spiral into disaster. When they go to get death crystals, Rick explicitly warns Morty about their danger. He explains that knowing how you're gonna die makes you either boring as hell or about to get shit. Rick uses the crystals tactically to win fights, but he doesn't let them control his decisions. Morty, however, sees his ideal death scene with Jessica and becomes completely obsessed with making it happen. The moment Morty steals that death crystal, he stops being Rick's partner and becomes a liability. Instead of working together to get home safely, Morty starts steering the ship based on what the crystal shows him. When Rick tries to take control back, Morty refuses and fights him for the wheel. This power struggle directly leads to their crash and Rick getting impaled on those spikes. Think about what actually kills Rick in this episode. It was Morty's selfishness. Rick dies because Morty would rather chase his fantasy future with Jessica than listen to his grandfather's advice about staying alive in the present. After Rick dies, Morty has multiple opportunities to bring him back using the hologram's instructions. But instead of helping his grandfather, Morty steals the ship and abandons Rick's corpse. He's so focused on his death crystal vision that he'd rather let Rick stay dead than risk changing his future with Jessica. Meanwhile, Rick gets stuck, bouncing between fascist realities because his backup system was rerouted due to Morty's actions. Rick has to commit suicide over and over again just to find a peaceful dimension where someone will help him get home. Every death Rick experiences in those fascist universes is a direct consequence of Morty's selfish decision. When Rick finally makes it back, he finds that Morty has stolen all his best equipment and left him with knockoff Meeseeks boxes. Morty used Rick's weapons and technology to go on a killing spree, all guided by his obsession with that death crystal vision. The episode shows Morty becoming increasingly destructive and powerful, while Rick remains trapped and helpless. The pattern here is terrifying. Morty's personal desires override his loyalty to Rick every single time. When forced to choose between helping Rick and pursuing his own goals, Morty consistently picks himself. He lets Rick die, abandons his corpse, steals his stuff, and causes chaos across the city. Even when they're finally reunited, Morty doesn't really apologize for getting Rick killed. He just says sorry for not listening, like it was a minor disagreement instead of literal murder by negligence. Rick takes it in stride, but this sets up a dangerous precedent where Morty faces no real consequences for putting his own interests above Rick's life. The episode ends with Morty discovering that his death crystal vision was misleading. Jessica wants to work in hospice care, meaning she'll be around dying old people all the time. Morty's perfect death was just him being another anonymous patient that Jessica comforts as part of her job. His entire obsession was based on a misunderstanding. This revelation makes Morty furious, and when Rick shows up asking for another adventure, Morty immediately agrees with an almost manic enthusiasm. The episode suggests that Morty's anger and disillusionment might make him even more dangerous in future adventures. The real disturbing part is how this episode establishes Morty as Rick's greatest weakness. Rick can handle interdimensional criminals, government agents, and cosmic threats, but he can't handle his own grandson's betrayal. When Morty turns selfish, Rick becomes completely vulnerable. Throughout the series, we see this pattern repeat. Morty's emotional needs and personal desires consistently put Rick in danger. Whether it's love potions, video games, or family drama, Morty's problems always escalate into life-threatening situations for both of them. Rick's genius means he has enemies everywhere who want to exploit his knowledge or eliminate him as a threat. But those enemies need to get close to Rick first, and Morty is the perfect vector. Rick's attachment to Morty makes him predictable and exploitable in ways that his intelligence alone can't protect against. The Death Crystal incident proves that Morty doesn't need to be intentionally malicious to destroy Rick. His selfishness and poor judgment are enough. When Morty prioritizes his own happiness over Rick's safety, people die. When he refuses to listen to Rick's warnings, disasters follow. Future episodes show Morty becoming more confident and independent, which sounds positive but actually makes him more dangerous. A Morty who thinks he knows better than Rick is a Morty who will make the same mistakes that got Rick killed in this episode. Except next time, Rick might not have a backup system to save him. The episode also reveals how dependent Rick has become on Morty. Rick's Operation Phoenix was supposed to be disabled, but it reactivated because Rick needed help getting home. Rick's safety net only works when there's someone around who cares enough to help him. If Morty ever fully turns against Rick, those safety nets become useless. This creates a terrifying feedback loop. The more Rick depends on Morty, the more power Morty has to hurt him. The more power Morty gets, the more likely he is to abuse it for his own purposes. Eventually, Morty's going to face a situation where killing Rick serves his interests, and Rick won't see it coming because he trusts his grandson too much. The Death Crystal episode is just the beginning. It shows us exactly how Rick's downfall will happen, not through some grand conspiracy or evil plot, but through Morty's ordinary human selfishness, combined with access to Rick's extraordinary technology. Rick's greatest creation is the grandson he's trained to be just dangerous enough to destroy him. Morty puts Rick's life at risk, and it gets worse when you realize Rick's flask might be fueling him with more than just booze. Rick's constant drinking might not be alcohol at all, but a watered-down mega seed mix that keeps his brain working at genius level. The pilot shows us exactly what these seeds do, and Rick acts like someone who's hooked on brain-boosting drugs. The pilot proves that mega seeds make you super smart but mess you up afterward. When Morty gets those seeds in his system, he can suddenly solve crazy math problems and explain science stuff. But Rick warns him that when they wear off, Morty's gonna lose his motor skills and brain power for 3 whole days. Rick's always got that flask with him, taking sips constantly. Everyone thinks it's just booze, but what if it's actually mega seed juice? That would explain why Rick stays the smartest guy in the universe while also acting drunk and drooling all the time. Check out Rick's symptoms. He's always drooling, slurring words, and stumbling around. In the pilot, these are the exact same things that happen to Morty when the mega seeds start wearing off. Rick says you lose motor skills and brain function. Rick shows these same problems constantly, like he's always coming down from mega seeds. The timeline works too. Rick says he's smuggled stuff through customs tons of times before, so he's had access to mega seeds for years. If Rick figured out that small doses could keep him smart without the brutal 3-day crash, he'd totally get addicted to that boost. Think about Rick's personality. He's obsessed with being the smartest person ever and won't shut up about his genius. Someone that ego-driven about their intelligence would definitely abuse brain drugs. Rick would rather be a functioning addict than risk losing his mental edge. Rick's age backs this up too. He talks about spending time in dimensions with crazy advanced medicine and anti-aging tech. Maybe Rick doesn't naturally age slower, but the mega seed mix keeps him alive longer. That's why he looks preserved, but also kinda messed up at the same time. The withdrawal explains Rick's behavior perfectly. When people come down from stimulants, they get cranky, paranoid, and emotionally unstable. Rick hits all these marks. His random blow-ups, his cruelty to his family, his inability to have normal relationships, these could all be withdrawal symptoms from his mega seed habit. Rick's intelligence seems inconsistent sometimes too. There are episodes where he makes dumb mistakes or doesn't see obvious stuff coming. What if those are moments when his serum levels are running low? When Rick's not at peak brain enhancement, he becomes more human and fallible. The mega seeds might explain Rick's obsession with dimension hopping. He needs fresh seeds constantly to feed his habit, which means regular trips to Dimension 35C or similar places. Rick's adventures might just be elaborate drug runs dressed up as science missions. This theory explains why all Ricks act the same way too. Every Rick we meet has that same drooling, stumbling, genius, but messed up personality. If every Rick discovers mega seeds and gets hooked on the brain boost, they'd all develop the same symptoms and behaviors. The Citadel of Ricks makes way more sense now. It's basically a drug cartel controlling mega seed distribution. They probably make sure every Rick gets their fix while keeping quality control. That's why Rick C-137 won't join. He doesn't want to depend on their supply or follow their rules about how much he can use. Rick's relationship with Morty gets way darker with this reading. Rick doesn't just need Morty to hide his brainwaves, he needs him as a drug smuggler. The pilot shows Rick forcing Morty to hide seeds in his body, but what if that happens all the time? Rick might be using Morty to keep his personal stash going. The episode shows that Rick's done the butt smuggling thing so much it doesn't work for him anymore. That means Rick's been moving mega seeds for years, probably to feed his own habit. His tolerance got so high that he can't hide them in his own body anymore. Rick's emotional coldness could be another side effect. Long-term stimulant abuse often leads to emotional numbness and trouble connecting with people. Rick's famous lack of empathy might not be natural but drug damage from years of mega seed abuse. Rick knowing the exact withdrawal timeline is super suspicious. He tells Morty he'll lose brain function for 72 hours, starting right about now. That's really specific knowledge for someone who's supposedly never used mega seeds on humans before. Rick knows because he's been through withdrawal himself. Rick's paranoia about the outside world makes more sense if he's protecting his drug supply. Rick tells Morty they're the only friends we've got, and the world will tear them apart if people find out what's important. Maybe Rick's scared people will discover his mega seed addiction and cut him off. The pilot ends with Rick's crazy rambling about future adventures while Morty suffers withdrawal. Rick's excitement about running around and doing science sounds like someone planning their next drug run. He's already thinking about the next batch of mega seeds they'll need. This habit would explain Rick's self-destructive behavior throughout the series. He constantly puts himself and his family in danger, makes enemies everywhere, and burns bridges with anyone who could help. That's classic addict stuff, putting the substance above everything else in your life. Rick's Wubba Lubba Dub Dub catchphrase gets darker meaning too. Later we learn it means, "I am in great pain. Please help me," in bird person's language. What if Rick's pain is physical withdrawal from mega seed dependency? He's literally crying for help in a language nobody around him gets. The way Rick treats his inventions suggests drug-focused priorities. Most of his gadgets either help him get resources for adventures or protect him during dangerous missions. Everything Rick builds ultimately helps him keep traveling to worlds where he can find mega seeds or similar brain boosters. Rick's attitude toward other smart people is telling. He constantly trashes earth science and calls academics morons. Maybe that's because their natural intelligence looks pathetic compared to his artificially boosted brain. Rick can't relate to normal human smarts anymore because he's been chemically enhanced for so long. The government wanting Rick makes more sense if they think he has brain enhancement tech. They're not just after his portal gun or sci-fi stuff. They want to understand how he stays superhuman smart. The mega seed theory would make Rick a national security target. Rick's casual attitude during Morty's withdrawal scene is really disturbing. Rick watches his grandson shake and lose motor control without much concern. That's how someone acts when they've normalized the withdrawal process because they go through it themselves regularly. The worst part is that Rick's basically training Morty to be his replacement supplier. Every time Morty smuggles seeds or gets them in his system, he's learning to see this as normal. Rick's creating another addict to keep his supply chain going, even if something happens to him. But here's the thing, this is just a fan theory about a fictional character. The show presents Rick's drinking as alcoholism, which is already a serious issue. Whether it's alcohol or fictional mega seeds, the show depicts the real damage that addiction does to relationships and families. Rick might be addicted to mega seeds in his flask, and it gets darker when even he's terrified by the talking cat's true nature. The talking cat from Claw and Hoarder is a cosmic horror entity that's so messed up that even Rick can't handle looking at its memories. When Rick scans that cat's brain, he doesn't just see something gross or weird. He sees something that breaks his whole understanding of reality. Rick has been everywhere and seen everything. He's traveled through infinite dimensions, made universes, fought gods, and dealt with every kind of twisted nightmare you can think of. But when he peeks into that cat's head, Rick, the guy who literally doesn't give a crap about anything, immediately looks away like he's gonna puke. That's pure terror. The cat's whole vibe screams cosmic horror monster. It just shows up in Jerry's house out of nowhere with zero explanation. Then it immediately tries to shut down any questions about what it is. "Don't ask why I can talk," it keeps saying. "Just have fun." That's classic manipulation from something that really doesn't want you looking too closely at what it actually is. Think about how this thing operates. It doesn't want Jerry to think or ask questions about anything. It just wants him to go with the flow and have mindless fun. That's exactly how these Lovecraftian nightmare entities work. They keep humans distracted and stupid while they do whatever horrible stuff they're really up to. The cat specifically wants to go to Florida because they don't ask questions there. What kind of space alien needs a place where people don't ask questions? Something that's hiding stuff so terrible that any real investigation would blow its cover completely. Florida is a hunting ground where it can operate freely. When Rick finally traps the cat and does his mind scan thing, both he and Jerry have the exact same reaction. They get completely traumatized. Jerry starts puking and crawling backwards through the sand like he's trying to get away from something. Rick, who's normally making jokes about everything, just screams at the cat to get lost. That's psychological damage. Rick choosing to wipe Jerry's memory instead of letting him remember tells us everything we need to know. Rick has shown Jerry tons of disturbing crap before and never bothered protecting him from it. But this time, Rick thinks whatever Jerry saw is so harmful that he's better off not knowing. Rick would rather violate Jerry's mind than let him live with that knowledge. Jerry's reaction before the memory wipe is really telling too. He says, "Someone needs to remember," but Rick zaps his brain anyway. Rick doesn't think this is the kind of truth that anyone should have to carry around. When Rick, who's all about harsh realities and uncomfortable truths, decides something is too dangerous to know, that should scare the hell out of you. The cat's casual attitude about everything is another huge red flag. It shows zero emotion when Rick threatens it, or when Jerry gets traumatized by its memories. It just keeps saying it wants to make amends, like this is some minor misunderstanding. That's how predators act when they get caught red-handed. The episode's structure backs up the Eldritch theory too. The cat's subplot runs alongside the dragon story, but where the dragons are obviously sexual and chaotic, the cat is subtle and sneaky. It's like the show is comparing obvious supernatural threats with hidden cosmic horrors. The dragons are scary, but you can understand them. The cat is something completely different. Rick's scanning device works by looking through memories and experiences. If the cat was just some perverted alien or regular space criminal, Rick would have seen crimes or weird alien customs. Instead, he sees something that makes him recoil in pure existential horror. Whatever the cat has done or actually is, it operates on a level that even Rick's massive brain can't handle. The cat pushing Jerry to have fun and stop asking questions is straight out of the cosmic horror playbook. These entities want humans distracted and compliant while they carry out plans that human minds literally can't comprehend. The cat doesn't want Jerry thinking because thinking leads to questions, and questions might reveal what it really is underneath that cute exterior. When the cat gets thrown off that yacht in Florida, it doesn't seem bothered at all. It just swims back to Jerry like nothing happened. That's N. The behavior of something that sees Jerry as useful for whatever goals it has, not as an actual friend or companion. The fact that the cat teams up with Balthromaw at the end isn't some random cute moment. Both of them got rejected by humans after their true natures came out. But while Balthromaw was just sexually inappropriate and clingy, the cat represents something so fundamentally wrong that Rick chose amnesia over understanding. Rick's reaction suggests the cat's memories contain something that would challenge basic assumptions about how reality works. Maybe the cat has witnessed the heat death of multiple universes, or knows something about the nature of existence that would drive people completely insane. Maybe it's not even from this reality originally, but from something that exists beyond the entire multiverse. The cat's ability to talk is a core part of whatever this thing actually is. When Jerry asks why it can talk, the cat deflects hard because the real answer would give away its true nature immediately. The talking is just part of being whatever eldritch nightmare the cat really is. Rick's decision to dump the cat in the desert instead of killing it suggests he knows it can't actually be stopped or destroyed. You don't leave cosmic-level threats alive unless you know killing them won't work, or might make things worse. Rick banishes the cat because complete destruction isn't an option when you're dealing with entities that exist outside normal reality. The post-credits scene where the cat hooks up with Balthromaw should be way more disturbing than it seems. Now you've got a cosmic horror entity working with a dragon that can fly anywhere and burn anything. That's two rejected supernatural beings potentially planning something terrible together. The episode never explains what Rick and Jerry actually saw in that cat's mind, and that's completely intentional. Some knowledge is too dangerous to share, even with the audience watching at home. The cat represents the kind of cosmic horror that can't be defeated, understood, or reasoned with. It can only be avoided and forgotten. What makes this even more terrifying is that the cat is still out there somewhere. Rick didn't solve the problem, he just kicked it down the road. That thing is probably planning its next move, looking for its next Jerry to manipulate and use for whatever cosmic nightmare it's working toward. The scariest part is how normal and friendly the cat seemed at first. It wasn't obviously threatening or weird until Rick dug deeper. That suggests there might be other entities like this scattered throughout the multiverse, hiding in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to reveal their true nature. The talking cat proves there are horrors in the multiverse too terrifying even for Rick. And the Croninberg world shows the lasting trauma Rick leaves behind when he runs from his own disasters. When Rick and Morty go back to their original dimension in The Rick Shank Rickdemption, we see something absolutely horrifying that the show just glosses over. Their original family are completely broken by the Croninberg apocalypse. And Rick, he doesn't even care. This is the world Rick destroyed in Rick Potion number 9 when his love potion went wrong and turned everyone into mutated monsters. Instead of fixing it, Rick just grabbed Morty and ditched his entire family to die in a post-apocalyptic nightmare. But here's what's really messed up. Rick treats this like it's no big deal. Look at what their original family has become. Jerry, Beth, and Summer are eating roasted Croninberg meat like it's Thanksgiving dinner. They've been living in this hellscape for months, fighting mutated humans just to stay alive. These aren't the same people Rick left behind. They're traumatized survivors who've had to become cannibals. The moment Jerry sees that portal gun, he immediately destroys it. Why? Because he knows Rick stinks and brings nothing but destruction. This is a hardened survivor who's learned that Rick is poison. He'd rather stay trapped in his nightmare world than risk letting Rick make things worse. Beth and Summer react the same way. They can smell Rick on replacement Summer and want to kill her immediately. These people have been so traumatized by Rick's abandonment that anything connected to him triggers pure rage. They know Rick destroyed their world and then just left them to die. But here's what makes this really disturbing. Rick commits this kind of genocide constantly. Every time he screws up a dimension and hops to a new one, he's abandoning billions of people to whatever nightmare he created. The show treats dimension hopping like changing TV channels, but Rick is literally a serial world killer. Think about what we're actually seeing in Croninberg world. This is a complete extinction event. Civilization has collapsed, cities are in ruins, and the few remaining humans are eating each other. Rick caused all of this and then just walked away when it got inconvenient. The original Jerry destroying that portal gun might be the most heroic thing anyone does in the entire series. He's protecting the multiverse from Rick by making sure he can't keep jumping around and abandoning his messes. Jerry figured out what the audience somehow misses. Rick is a plague who destroys everything he touches. What's really sick is that Rick could probably fix Croninberg world if he wanted to. He's smart enough to solve almost any problem, but he chooses not to because it's easier to just find a replacement reality. Rick doesn't commit genocide out of evil, he does it out of pure laziness. The show uses this as a lesson for Summer about how Rick abandons people, but it completely ignores the bigger picture. Rick is one of the biggest mass murderers in the multiverse. Every dimension he abandons is filled with people he's condemned to death. The Croninberg family shows us what Rick's nihilism actually looks like in practice. It's a weapon he uses to justify abandoning people when they become inconvenient. Rick tells himself nothing matters, so he doesn't have to feel guilty about destroying entire civilizations. When replacement Summer sees her original family eating human meat, she's horrified. But she should be. Summer sees her reptutant casted of her asmany bread. This is what happens to the people Rick leaves behind. They don't just disappear when Rick moves on to a new dimension. The episode tries to frame the Croninberg family as proof that Rick doesn't care about anyone, but that misses the point completely. Rick doesn't just not care, he actively creates the conditions for this suffering and then runs away from it. What makes this even worse is that Rick never learns from this experience. He sees his original family living as cannibals in a wasteland he created, and it doesn't change his behavior at all. By the end of the episode, he's already planning more adventures that will probably create more Croninberg worlds. The original family's reaction to seeing Rick's influence shows they understand something the replacement family doesn't. Rick is a virus that infects everything he touches. They've experienced firsthand what happens when Rick decides your reality isn't worth saving anymore. Think about the sheer scale of Rick's abandonment. Every botched science experiment, every failed adventure, every time he got bored and moved on to something new. Each of those moments represents entire worlds full of people left to deal with Rick's messes alone. Rick's government takedown at the end gets framed like this clever victory. But it's just more destruction. Rick destabilizes entire civilizations when they annoy him, then moves on without thinking about the consequences. How many people died when the Galactic Federation collapsed? Rick doesn't know and doesn't care. The Croninberg family probably still loves their Rick, even after everything he put them through. They're broken and traumatized, but they're still the same people who used to have family dinners with him. Rick destroyed that family and then just replaced them like they were NPCs in a video game. When Jerry smashes the portal gun, he's making a statement. No more Ricks. No more abandonment. No more watching someone you love destroy everything and then disappear. Jerry would rather live in hell than go through that betrayal again. Here's what really gets me. Rick has the technology to monitor infinite realities. He could check up on the worlds he's abandoned. He could see how his original family is doing. But he doesn't, because that would require admitting they matter. Rick's whole philosophy depends on pretending his actions don't have consequences. The episode shows us that Rick's family would actually be better off without him. The Croninberg versions have survived incredible hardship and stuck together as a unit. They've become stronger and more capable than the replacement family that still depends on Rick's protection. Rick's casual attitude toward dimension hopping makes him worse than most comic book villains. At least traditional bad guys have goals or motivations. Rick destroys entire worlds just because fixing his mistakes is too much work. That's pure evil disguised as indifference. The most telling moment is when Rick sees his original family and shows zero remorse. He doesn't apologize. He doesn't offer to help. He doesn't even acknowledge what he did to them. Rick has completely dehumanized the people he's supposed to care about most. The Croninberg world is Rick's greatest crime, and he never even acknowledges it happened. While he's making jokes about Szechuan sauce, his original family is still out there eating human meat and fighting for survival in the wasteland he created. That's the real Rick and Morty, a story about a man who commits genocide and then forgets about it 5 minutes later. Croninberg world shows the endless trauma Rick leaves behind, and Morty's purge rampage proves that the same cruelty is already festering inside him. Morty's purge rampage in Look Who's Purging Now reveals something way darker than just repressed teenage anger. When Morty gets those power suits and starts slaughtering people, He doesn't just lose control, he finds something he's been hiding his whole life. Rick is genuinely shocked by how brutal Morty becomes, and Rick has seen some shit. The episode tries to explain away Morty's violence with that Purginol candy bar twist at the end. Rick tells Morty it was all just chemicals making him act crazy, but watch that final scene again. Rick throws away his candy bar, and the wrapper clearly says, "Now Purginol free." Rick's been eating the regular version while Morty got the drugged one. But here's the thing, Rick didn't go on a psychotic killing spree like Morty did. Think about how Morty acts when he gets that power armor. At first, he's hesitant, but once he starts killing, he completely loses himself in it. He's actively hunting down people who are trying to hide. He's shooting corpses over and over again just because he can. Rick, who has zero problem with violence, actually gets disturbed by Morty's behavior. Rick tells him to calm down multiple times and even has to physically restrain him. When someone who casually commits genocide thinks you're being too violent, that's saying something. The scariest part is how much Morty enjoys it. He's laughing, screaming with joy, and completely ignoring Rick's attempts to get him to stop. This is someone discovering they love hurting people. The power armor is just giving Morty permission to be who he really is, underneath. Look at the progression throughout the episode. Morty starts by wanting to help Arthresia because he thinks she's innocent. But the moment he gets betrayed and shot at, something switches in his brain. By the end, he's threatening to kill Rick and rip his guts out. That's personal hatred coming to the surface. The lighthouse scene shows Morty's capacity for cruelty even before the power suits show up. When that guy criticizes his feedback on the screenplay, Morty doesn't just push him. He throws him down a flight of stairs and then mocks him as he's dying. "You like that? You want me to cut to 3 weeks earlier when you were alive?" Rick's reaction to Morty pushing the lighthouse keeper is telling. He says, "Whoa, Morty, you just purged," like he's surprised. Rick expected Morty to maybe fight back or defend himself, but he didn't expect Morty to murder someone over a screenplay critique. Even Rick knows that response was way over the line. The episode keeps showing us that Morty's innocence is mostly just lack of opportunity. Put him in a situation where violence is normalized and consequences don't exist, and Morty turns into a monster faster than anyone expected. He doesn't need much convincing or encouragement, he just needs permission. When Morty threatens to kill Rick at the end, there's real hatred in his voice. He's talking about grievances he's been carrying for a long time. "This has been a long time coming," he says. Morty's been fantasizing about murdering his grandfather, and the purge just gave him an excuse to say it out loud. The Purginol excuse is Rick's way of protecting Morty from having to face what he really is. Rick sees that Morty enjoyed the violence way too much and gives him a chemical explanation so he doesn't have to confront his own capacity for evil. Rick is essentially gaslighting Morty into thinking his true nature was just a drug reaction. But think about all the other times Morty has shown violent tendencies throughout the series. He's threatened people, gotten into fights, and shown zero empathy for strangers in dangerous situations. The Purge episode is just the first time Morty had the tools and permission to really express himself. The episode also shows that Morty's empathy is incredibly selective. He wants to save Arthresia because she's a pretty girl in distress, but once she betrays him, he immediately wants her dead. Morty doesn't have consistent moral principles, he has emotional reactions that he disguises as morality. When Rick asks Morty to help him fight off attackers earlier in the episode, Morty refuses and tries to negotiate. But the moment Morty gets superior firepower, he becomes the aggressor. Morty's pacifism only exists when he's in a weak position. Give him strength, and he turns into a predator. The ending where Morty gets rejected by Arthresia is brutal because it shows how quickly Morty's heroic motivations disappear. He helped end the festival and overthrow the ruling class. But the moment the girl doesn't want to sleep with him, none of that matters anymore. Morty's entire moral framework is based on what he thinks will get him laid. Rick's decision to lie about the Purginol shows he understands something important about Morty. Rick knows that Morty needs to believe he's fundamentally good, even though the evidence suggests otherwise. Rick is protecting Morty's self-image because he knows Morty couldn't handle the truth about his own nature. The post-credits scene where the Purge planet immediately devolves back into violence proves that the cycle will continue. Just like that society, Morty's capacity for violence hasn't been eliminated, it's just been temporarily suppressed. The next time Morty gets the right combination of power and permission, he'll probably be even worse. Morty's buried violence is scarier than Rick's open nihilism because at least Rick is honest about what he is. Morty hides his darkness behind a mask of victimhood and moral superiority. He thinks he's the good guy in every situation, which makes him way more dangerous than someone who knows they're evil. The Purge episode shows us that under the right circumstances, Morty could easily become worse than Rick. Rick kills people for practical reasons or when they get in his way. Morty kills people because he enjoys watching them suffer. That's the difference between a sociopath and a sadist. Morty's purge rampage shows his love for violence, and the retelling makes it clear this darkness is part of who he is. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Morty's purge rampage in Look Who's Purging Now shows something way darker than just teenage anger issues. When Morty gets those power suits and starts massacring people, he doesn't just lose control, he finds something he's been hiding his whole life. And Rick, who's seen everything, is genuinely freaked out by how brutal Morty gets. The episode tries to cover this up with that Purginol candy bar twist at the end. Rick tells Morty it was all chemicals making him crazy. But look at that final scene again. Rick throws away his candy bar and the wrapper says now Purginol free, so Rick was eating the normal version while Morty got the drugged one. But here's the thing, Rick didn't go on some psychotic killing spree like Morty did. Think about how Morty acts when he gets that armor. At first he's scared, but once he starts killing, he goes completely nuts. He's not defending himself or following Rick's lead, he's actively hunting down people trying to hide from him. He's shooting dead bodies over and over just because he can. Rick, who kills people all the time, actually gets disturbed watching Morty. Rick keeps telling him to calm down, and even has to stun him with a taser. When someone who casually destroys civilizations thinks you're being too violent, that's really saying something. The worst part is how much fun Morty has doing it. He's laughing, screaming with joy, totally ignoring Rick trying to get him to stop. This is someone discovering they love hurting people. The armor just gives Morty permission to be who he really is underneath. Look at how things progress during the episode. Morty starts wanting to help Arthresia because he thinks she's some innocent victim. But the moment she betrays him and shoots Rick, something flips in his brain. By the end, he's threatening to murder Rick and rip his guts out. That's personal hatred bubbling up. The lighthouse scene shows Morty's cruel side even before the power suits show up. When that guy gives him feedback on his terrible screenplay, Morty doesn't just get mad, he throws the guy downstairs and mocks him while he's dying. You like that? You want me to cut to 3 weeks earlier when you were alive? Rick's reaction when Morty kills the lighthouse keeper is telling. He goes, "Whoa, Morty, you just purged," like he's surprised. Rick expected maybe some self-defense, but he didn't expect Morty to murder someone over screenplay criticism. Even Rick knows that was way over the line. The episode keeps showing us that Morty's goodness is mostly just lack of opportunity. Put him somewhere violence is normal and consequences don't exist. And Morty turns into a monster faster than anyone thought possible. He doesn't need convincing, he just needs permission. When Morty threatens Rick at the end, there's real hatred in his voice. He's talking about stuff he's been carrying around for ages. "This has been a long time coming," he says. Morty's been fantasizing about killing his grandpa, and the purge just gave him an excuse to say it. The Purginol thing is Rick protecting Morty from having to face what he really is. Rick sees that Morty enjoyed the violence way too much and gives him a chemical excuse so he doesn't have to deal with his own evil side. Rick is basically lying to Morty about his own nature. But think about all the other times Morty's shown violent tendencies throughout the show. He threatens people, gets in fights, shows zero empathy for strangers in danger. The Purge episode is just the first time Morty had the tools and permission to really let loose. The episode also shows Morty's empathy is super selective. He wants to save Arthresia because she's a hot girl in trouble, but once she screws him over, he immediately wants her dead. Morty doesn't have real moral principles, he has emotional reactions he pretends are morality. Earlier, when Rick asks Morty to help fight off attackers, Morty refuses and tries to talk his way out. But the second Morty gets superior firepower, he becomes the aggressor. Morty's pacifism only exists when he's weak. Give him strength and he turns predator. The ending where Arthresia rejects him is brutal because it shows how fast Morty's heroic motivations disappear. He helped end the festival and overthrow the ruling class, but the moment the girl doesn't want him, none of that matters. Morty's entire moral system is based on what he thinks will get him laid. Rick lying about the Purginol shows he gets something important about Morty. Rick knows Morty needs to believe he's fundamentally good, even though the evidence says otherwise. Rick protects Morty's self-image because he knows Morty couldn't handle the truth about himself. The post-credits scene where the Purge planet immediately goes back to violence proves the cycle continues. Just like that society, Morty's violent side hasn't been eliminated, it's just temporarily hidden. Next time Morty gets the right mix of power and permission, he'll probably be even worse. Morty's hidden violence is scarier than Rick's open nihilism because at least Rick is honest about what he is. Morty hides his darkness behind victimhood and moral superiority. He thinks he's the good guy in every situation, which makes him way more dangerous than someone who knows they're evil. The Purge episode shows that under the right circumstances, Morty could easily become worse than Rick. Rick kills people for practical reasons or when they're in his way. Morty kills people because he enjoys watching them suffer. That's the difference between a sociopath and a sadist. Morty's Purge shows his hidden cruelty breaking through, and Beth's clone reveal proves Rick spreads the same kind of damage by turning his daughter's life into a cold experiment. The Beth clone reveal in Star Mort, Rick Turn of the Jerry, is way more messed up than people realize. Rick didn't just make a clone and forget which was which, he deliberately chose not to know. That's straight-up emotional manipulation designed to avoid taking responsibility for his feelings. When Rick shows that memory at the end, we see the real horror. Beth asks him to make the choice for her stay on Earth or go to space. She wants to know what he actually wants from his daughter. Instead of giving her a real answer, Rick makes both versions and then scrambles them so he can't tell which is which. Think about how twisted that is. Beth's asking for genuine connection with her dad, and Rick's response is to turn her into some kind of science experiment. He gets to have everything a space adventurer, daughter, and a stay-at-home family daughter, without having to commit to actually loving either one specifically. The episode tries to make this seem like Rick being too emotionally damaged to make hard choices, but that's bullshit. Rick makes life or death decisions all the time. He can choose to blow up entire governments, but can't choose whether he wants his daughter to stick around? That's just being a coward. Rick's randomization is protecting him from having to face what he actually wants. If he'd picked Beth to stay, he'd have to admit he needs his family. If he'd picked her to leave, he'd have to admit he doesn't care enough to keep her. So instead, he creates this situation where he never has to deal with his own feelings. The identity horror goes way deeper than just which one is real. Both Beths have been living with constant fear that they're the fake one. Space Beth thinks her adventures don't matter because she might just be a copy. Earth Beth thinks her family life is meaningless because she might be the leftover. Rick's uncertainty has infected both of their entire identities. Watch how Rick acts around both Beths during the episode. He treats them exactly the same, sarcastic, dismissive, emotionally distant. That's because he's trained himself not to have a preference. Rick has actively killed any parental instinct that might give away which Beth he really loves. The bomb in Space Beth's neck is even worse when you realize Rick doesn't know which Beth it's in. He was willing to murder his own daughter, but he made sure he wouldn't know which one he was killing. That way he could tell himself he was just getting rid of the fake one, even though he has no clue which is which. Both Beths calling Rick a piece of shit at the end is understanding. They figured out that Rick's whole setup is designed to avoid loving either of them fully. Rick gets all the benefits of having daughters without the emotional risk of actually caring about specific people. Rick erasing his memory of which is which shows this was always his plan. Rick didn't want to know because knowing would force him to feel something real. By staying ignorant, he can keep emotional distance from both versions of his daughter. Rick trying to show them the memory is his last desperate attempt to make the Beths need him. He's offering them the one thing they've both been wanting proof of which one is real. But they tell him to shove it because they've realized Rick's approval isn't worth having anymore. The episode shows that Rick's treatment actually made both Beths stronger people. Space Beth got confident by becoming this badass galactic rebel. Rick's abandonment forced both versions to become complete people on their own. When both Beths say they don't care what's in the memory, they're rejecting Rick's whole game. The question of which is real only matters if you buy into Rick's idea that clones are worth less than originals. Both Beths have decided their value doesn't depend on Rick's science experiment. Rick's reaction to getting rejected shows how much his whole system depended on the Beths needing his approval. When they don't care about his memory, Rick has nothing left to offer them. His manipulation completely backfired. The memory shows that Beth actually wanted Rick to make an emotional choice about her life. She was asking him to prove he cared enough about her to have a preference. Instead, Rick showed her that he cared so little, he could flip a coin with her existence. The fact that Rick sits alone with Phoenix Person at the end is perfect. He surrounded himself with broken relationships because he refuses to make emotional commitments. Phoenix Person is the only friend he has left, and that's because Rick can't abandon someone who's already dead inside. The clone situation is Rick's ultimate expression of his nothing matters philosophy. If people are replaceable, then why not make multiple versions? But the episode shows that Rick's worldview has cut him off from everyone who might actually love him. Both Beths walking away together shows they've found something Rick never could: genuine connection, based on understanding instead of manipulation. They've chosen to see each other as equals instead of competing for Rick's attention. Here's what makes this really sick. Rick created two daughters who both have to live with existential dread about whether they're real or not. Space Beth questions if her adventures matter. Earth Beth questions if her family life is authentic. Rick gave both of his daughters an identity crisis just so he wouldn't have to pick which version of his daughter he preferred. The bomb thing gets even darker when you think about it more. Rick was ready to blow up one of his daughters, but he specifically made sure he wouldn't know which one. That way he could sleep at night thinking he only killed the fake one, even though he deliberately made it impossible to know which was which. Rick's whole system is designed around avoiding vulnerability. He can't just love his daughter because that would mean risking getting hurt. So instead, He creates this elaborate setup where he gets the benefits of having a daughter without the emotional investment of actually caring about a specific person. The worst part is how this affected both Beths throughout their lives. Earth Beth probably spent years wondering if her feelings and memories were real. Space Beth probably questioned whether her rebellion against the Federation mattered if she was just a copy. Rick gave both versions of his daughter an existential crisis as a side effect of his emotional cowardice. When the family says they don't want to see the memory, it's because they've all grown beyond needing Rick's validation. Morty and Summer are happy having two moms. Jerry's happy having two wives, though that's not happening. The Beths are happy having found each other. Rick is the only one still obsessing over which is real. The real horror is that Rick created a situation where both his daughters had to live with uncertainty about their own reality just so he could avoid making an emotional commitment. That's just really sophisticated emotional abuse. Rick's clone trick leaves both Beths broken. And Summer's time in the wasteland shows she's the one really becoming like Rick. Everyone thinks Morty is Rick's heir, but they're wrong. Summer is the real Sanchez. She's got Rick's cold logic, his ruthlessness, and his ability to manipulate situations without getting emotional about it. Rickmancing the Stone proves this theory completely. The whole episode basically shows Summer becoming a post-apocalyptic warlord, while Morty has a therapy session with a magic arm. That's showing us who really takes after Grandpa Rick. So, Jerry moves out because of the divorce, and the family is falling apart. Rick decides to take the kids to some Mad Max wasteland to steal this powerful rock called Isotope 322. Normal family bonding time, right? But what happens next shows you everything about who these kids really are. When they get attacked by the Deathstalkers, Morty freaks out. He's scared of the violence and grossed out by people eating human flesh. Rick just shrugs it off like it's Tuesday. But Summer? She sees an opportunity. The second they meet these post-apocalyptic raiders, Summer kills their leader, just shoots him dead without thinking twice. When he's crawling around begging to die, she says, "Okay, but not because you told me to," and pulls the trigger. That's calculated execution. And here's the crazy part, she doesn't feel bad about it. Most teenagers would be traumatized by their first murder. Summer puts her foot on the corpse and stares down an entire gang of killers. When their new leader offers to let her join them, she doesn't hesitate. She sees the strategic value and takes it. Meanwhile, Rick has to inject Morty with muscle memory from dead people just so he can survive fighting in their gladiator arena. Even with superpowers, Morty spends the whole time crying about his parents' divorce. He's beating people up while screaming about Jerry being weak. That's therapy with violence. Summer goes off on raids and starts building real relationships with these killers. She's not processing emotions, she's gaining power. When she hooks up with Hemorrhage, the new Deathstalker leader, it's because dating the boss gives her influence over the whole group. But here's where it gets really messed up. Rick was playing them the whole time. He used that magic rock to turn their wasteland into suburban hell in 3 weeks. Summer ends up trapped in a boring marriage with Hemorrhage, who's now watching TV instead of leading raids. Most people would be pissed about getting manipulated like that. Morty definitely would have thrown a fit. But Summer? She just looks at Rick and says, "Cut the crap, Rick. You proved your point. Let's go home." That's pure Rick Sanchez thinking right there. No hurt feelings, no anger about being tricked, just cold recognition of what happened and practical acceptance. Summer understood Rick was teaching her a lesson about running from problems, and instead of getting upset, she acknowledged that his method worked. The scary thing is how naturally Summer adapted to Rick's world. She didn't need special drugs or emotional support to become a killer. She saw violence as a tool, made strategic alliances, and when things changed, she adapted again. That's exactly how Rick operates total pragmatism, without letting feelings get in the way. Look how Rick treats each kid throughout the episode. With Morty, he has to explain everything and manage his emotional breakdowns. With Summer, Rick just lets her do her thing because he knows she can handle herself. He doesn't need to protect her or guide her decisions, she already thinks like him. Summer also shows real leadership skills that Morty never has. While Morty needed Rick's magic arm juice just to fight, Summer was commanding raids and making tactical decisions. She hooked up with Hemorrhage not because she liked him, but because it gave her control over the Deathstalkers. When that relationship became useless in suburbia, she dumped him without hesitation. Even her final move in the episode shows Rick-level manipulation. She gives Jerry a skull from her first, kill some mutant who looked back while escaping, as a reminder not to look back. That's psychological manipulation designed to change Jerry's behavior. She's using symbolism and emotional pressure to make a point, just like Rick does. Compare that to Morty's approach. He tells Beth that if Jerry really wanted to stay, he would have fought harder. That's trying to understand adult relationships and process emotions. Summer's method is to give Jerry a death symbol with specific instructions. She's not trying to understand Jerry, she's trying to control him. This theory gets really dark when you think about what it means for Summer's future. Rick's worldview destroyed his relationships and made him miserable. The fact that Summer naturally thinks this way means she's headed for the same emotional isolation. Throughout the series, we see Morty fighting against Rick's influence. He tries to keep his moral compass despite constant exposure to Rick's cynicism. But Summer doesn't fight it at all. She embraces pragmatism, the violence, and emotional detachment. She doesn't resist becoming like Rick, she wants to. That makes Summer way more dangerous than Rick. Rick became cynical through decades of trauma and loss. Summer is developing the same mindset as a teenager just because it works better. Rick's nihilism comes from pain, Summer comes from choice. The episode suggests everyone's watching the wrong kid. They worry about Rick corrupting Morty, but Morty fights back and keeps his empathy. Summer doesn't fight Rick's worldview at all, she sees how effective it is and copies it. Rick probably knows this about Summer, which is why he's comfortable letting her handle dangerous situations alone. He doesn't worry about her making emotional decisions or compromising missions because of moral concerns. Summer has already decided that winning matters more than being nice. The really scary part is that Summer might be better at being Rick than Rick is. She's got his ruthlessness and logic, but she also has better people skills when she wants to use them. Summer can manipulate people more smoothly because she makes them think they're choosing. If this theory is right, Rick created his replacement. And unlike Rick, who became cold through trauma, Summer chose to be this way through strategy. That might make her even more dangerous than the grandfather she's learning from. The episode title Rickmancing the Stone is about Summer falling in love with Rick's way of thinking. While Morty fights to stay human despite Rick's influence, Summer seems happy to give up her humanity for something more effective. Rick's been looking for someone who could understand his worldview without breaking under it. Morty tries but can't handle the emotional cost. Summer not only handles it, she thrives in it. She's not Rick's victim or his student. She's his successor. Summer shows she's really Rick's heir, and the Jerry Barry swap shows Rick doesn't care if the wrong Jerry comes home. The Smith family might be living with the wrong Jerry and nobody knows it. Morty Night Run ends with Rick and Morty accidentally picking up a different Jerry from Jerry Barry, and the episode treats it like a joke. But what if it's not funny at all? This whole mess starts when Rick takes Jerry to Jerry Barry, basically a daycare for Jerrys from different dimensions. Rick needs to drop Jerry off so he can sell weapons to assassins without Jerry whining about it. Pretty normal Rick behavior, right? But the episode shows us something disturbing about how this place works. Jerry Barry is full of identical Jerrys from different realities, all doing the exact same pathetic Jerry things. They're watching movies with fake Beths, playing with identical toys, and forwarding the same stupid emails to each other. While Jerry's having his sad little playdate, Rick sells an antimatter gun to Crombo Michael so he can afford an afternoon at a video arcade. Morty freaks out about the morality of it and accidentally kills the assassin while trying to stop him. This sets off a chain reaction that gets a bunch of innocent people killed. But that's not the really scary part. The scary part happens at the very end when they go back to pick up Jerry. Rick and Morty are standing in line with all these other Ricks and Mortys, and another Rick asks if they have Jerry number 5126. Rick doesn't even check, he just looks at Morty, who pulls out a ticket. But it's a Blips and Chits arcade ticket from their day out. Morty lost Jerry's actual ticket somewhere during all the chaos with Fart and the police chase. So what does Rick do? He just shrugs and says whatever, and they swap Jerry's with the other Rick. Both Jerrys look confused and nervous, but nobody stops to figure out which Jerry belongs where. Rick literally exchanges his Jerry for a different one, like they're trading baseball cards. The episode ends with both families driving away with the wrong Jerry, and nobody seems to care. Here's what makes this theory really disturbing. Jerry from Dimension C-131 might have been living with Rick's family for years without anyone noticing. Think about how identical all the Jerrys were at the daycare. They had the same interests, the same insecurities, the same annoying habits. If you swapped them, would anyone actually be able to tell? The episode shows us that Jerrys across dimensions are basically copies of each other. Our Jerry goes to the daycare and immediately fits in perfectly with all the other Jerrys. He likes the same movies, laughs at the same jokes, and has the same complaints about being patronized. When he tries to escape, he realizes he's just like all the other Jerrys who can't handle the real world. But here's the really messed up part. What if the Jerry who came home is slightly different in ways the family hasn't noticed yet? Maybe he's from a dimension where Beth never became a horse surgeon, or where Summer was never born, or where Morty has different interests. These tiny differences could be slowly changing the family dynamic without anyone realizing it. The episode gives us clues that this Jerry swap actually matters more than Rick pretends. When the other Rick asks about Jerry 5126, both Ricks act like the specific number is important. They have a whole system for tracking which Jerry belongs where. But when the swap happens, Rick suddenly acts like it doesn't matter at all. That's classic Rick behavior, pretend something doesn't matter when you've actually screwed up badly. Rick knows he grabbed the wrong Jerry, but admitting it would mean taking responsibility for the mix-up. So instead he acts like all Jerrys are the same, even though the whole ticketing system proves they're not. Think about what this means for Beth. She's been married to Jerry for years, had kids with him, went through relationship problems with him. But what if the Jerry she's been living with since that day isn't actually her Jerry? What if her real husband is stuck in some other dimension with a different family? The worst part is that Beth might never find out. The new Jerry would have all the same memories up until the point of the swap, thanks to interdimensional similarity. He'd remember their wedding, remember when the kids were born, remember all their fights and good times. From Beth's perspective, nothing would change. But from Jerry's perspective, both Jerry's perspectives, this is a nightmare. The real C-131 Jerry is living with strangers who think they know him. He has to pretend to remember shared experiences he never had with this version of his family. And the Jerry who came home has to figure out this family's specific dynamics and history without anyone realizing he's an outsider. The episode hints at how traumatic this could be when it shows us the room of forgotten Jerrys, Jerrys whose families never came back to get them. These Jerrys have been abandoned by their Ricks and Mortys, left to live in this interdimensional daycare forever. Our Jerry almost joined them when he tried to leave but realized he couldn't survive in the wider universe. What if the wrong Jerry came home and slowly realized he doesn't quite fit with this family? What if there are subtle differences in how Beth treats him, or how the kids interact with him, and he can't figure out why? He'd be living in constant anxiety, wondering if his family is starting to suspect something's wrong. The Jerry ticket system at Jerry Barrie proves that even though Jerrys seem identical, the facility tracks them as distinct individuals. They wouldn't need that system if all Jerrys were truly interchangeable. The fact that Rick ignores this system and swaps Jerrys anyway shows how little he values Jerry's individual identity. This theory gets darker when you realize that Rick probably knows exactly what he did. He's smart enough to understand interdimensional theory and the importance of maintaining dimensional integrity, but he chose to cover up his mistake rather than fix it, condemning two families to live with the wrong Jerry forever. The episode treats the Jerry swap like a punchline, but it's actually body horror disguised as comedy. Two men have been ripped away from their real families and forced to live as imposters in similar but not identical realities. They have to pretend to be people they're not, with families who will never truly know them. Even worse, the families have no idea they're living with strangers. Beth thinks she's married to her Jerry, but she's actually sharing her life with a dimensional refugee who's doing his best to imitate her real husband. The kids think they know their dad, but they're bonding with a replacement who's learning their family dynamics as he goes. Rick's casual, whatever. When he realizes they grabbed the wrong, Jerry shows how little he values human relationships and individual identity. To him, people really are interchangeable as long as they serve the same function. He doesn't care if Beth is married to her actual husband, or just someone who looks and acts like him. The most disturbing part is that this situation could continue indefinitely. Unless something major happens to expose the difference, both families will go on living with their replacement Jerrys forever. The real relationships, the real emotional connections, the real shared history. All of that is gone, replaced by interdimensional identity theft. And the saddest part? Given how similar all the Jerrys are, the families might actually be just as happy with their replacement Jerry as they were with the original. That says something pretty dark about Jerry's value as an individual person versus his role as a family member. The Jerry Barrie mix-up shows how easily Rick treats people as replaceable, and the Save Point massacre proves he'll even let Morty commit genocide just to make a point. Morty Smith is secretly a mass murderer, and the Vat of Acid episode reveals the horrifying truth. What Morty thought was a harmless save point device was actually committing genocide across multiple dimensions. Rick let it happen because he wanted to teach Morty the ultimate lesson about consequences. This nightmare starts with Morty being a brat about Rick's fake acid vat plan. Instead of appreciating Rick's backup strategy, Morty whines and complains, then starts demanding Rick build him a save point device like in video games. Rick keeps saying no, but Morty won't shut up about it. So Rick caves and builds the thing. But here's the twist: he knows exactly what it really does. Rick doesn't believe in time travel, so instead of actually letting Morty go back in time, he creates something much worse. The device splits Morty across multiple probable realities, putting him in a new dimension each time he reloads his save. But there's already a Morty in each of these realities. So what happens to them? They get incinerated. Every single time Morty hits that button, he's murdering his alternate self and taking over their life. Rick knows this from the start, but he lets Morty have his fun anyway. For weeks, Morty goes on a killing spree without realizing it. Every time he resets to talk to Jessica, another Morty gets burned alive so our Morty can take his place. Every embarrassing moment he wants to undo costs another version of himself, his life. The episode shows us some of what Morty does with his consequence-free life. He humiliates his teacher by exposing his weird STD situation. He plays around with Jessica using pickup artist techniques. He throws people out of wheelchairs for fun. He commits suicide by cop multiple times just because he can reset it. But the really dark part is what the episode doesn't show us. Morty had this device for weeks. How many times did he hit that button? How many tiny little resets for petty reasons? Maybe he didn't like how his breakfast tasted, or he wanted to redo a conversation, or he stubbed his toe. Each reset murdered another Morty. The girlfriend storyline makes it even worse. Morty creates a save point before talking to this girl, then has an entire relationship with her. They date for months, break up, get back together, go on vacation. Their plane crashes, and they have to resort to cannibalism to survive. Morty treks across mountains to get help, and they both recover in the hospital. It's this beautiful love story about growth and overcoming trauma together. Then Jerry accidentally hits the reset button and erases all of it. But here's what's really messed up. That whole relationship actually happened. That girl actually went through the plane crash, the cannibalism, the recovery, all of it. But the Morty who lived through it with her got incinerated when our Morty came back. So now this girl has all these traumatic memories and beautiful moments with a Morty who's literally dead. The Morty standing in front of her is a stranger who doesn't remember any of it. When she pepper sprays him, she's probably confused about why this guy who supposedly loves her is acting like he doesn't know her. Rick's reveal is brutal. He shows Morty a recording of one of these resets, and we see a Morty getting burned alive, screaming as he dies. It's the prestige, Rick says. You prestiged yourself. Every time Morty thought he was reloading a save, he was actually committing murder. The math on this is horrifying. Rick tells Morty that every time he reset to smell Jessica's hair or enjoy a fart, that's how many Mortys he incinerated. Morty was using this thing constantly for weeks. We're probably looking at hundreds, maybe thousands of dead Mortys, and Rick knew the whole time. He watched Morty commit interdimensional genocide and didn't say a word. Rick even encouraged it, telling Morty to go nuts and have fun. Rick was conducting a psychological experiment using mass murder as the teaching tool. But here's the really sick part. Rick reveals he's not even Morty's original Rick. He's just some random Rick who decided to help teach this lesson. Every Rick has a vat, he says, implying this is a standard Rick thing. They all have fake acid vats. And they all know about the save point genocide machine. This means Rick's conspiracy goes way deeper than just one twisted experiment. Ricks across dimensions have agreed that sometimes a Morty needs to learn about consequences by committing mass murder. They've weaponized genocide as a teaching tool. When the truth comes out, Morty's reaction shows how devastating this is. He begs Rick to tell him how to save the dead Mortys, but Rick says it's too late. The only option is to merge all the realities so that technically only one Morty did all those things. It's cosmic bookkeeping that doesn't actually bring anyone back. The episode ends with Morty being hunted by protesters and police from all the different realities where he committed crimes. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor is there. The AARP is there. Me Too activists, the NAACP, Gamergate people. Everyone's mad at him for stuff he did in different dimensions while murdering his way through the multiverse. Rick forces Morty to jump in the fake acid vat to escape, which brings everything full circle. The thing Morty mocked at the beginning becomes his only way out of the consequences of his genocide. Rick's shitty idea saves Morty from facing justice for hundreds of murders. The worst part is Rick's final line. Don't ever make fun of me again. Ever. This whole thing was about Rick's ego. Rick let Morty commit mass murder because he was mad about being criticized. Think about what this means for Morty psychologically. He thought he was living consequence-free, but he was actually racking up the highest body count in the series. He's now traumatized by the knowledge that his fun came at the cost of hundreds of lives. Every good memory from those weeks is poisoned by the fact that it required murder. The girlfriend story becomes especially tragic when you realize she's probably dealing with survivor's guilt and PTSD from the plane crash, but the person who went through it with her is dead. She's mourning a relationship with someone who no longer exists, while dealing with trauma that Morty doesn't even remember. Rick's lesson backfired in the worst possible way. Instead of teaching Morty about consequences, he turned him into an accidental serial killer. Morty will have to live with the knowledge that his desire for a consequence-free life led to genocide on an interdimensional scale. And Rick? He goes back to his own dimension like nothing happened, probably proud of himself for teaching such an effective lesson. He left behind a reality where Johnny Carson is still alive and 9/11 never happened. Also, he could traumatize a teenager with the weight of mass murder. The episode frames this as Morty learning about consequences, but really it's about Rick's willingness to use genocide as a teaching tool. Rick could have just explained how the device worked from the beginning, but he chose to let hundreds of Mortys die because it made for a more dramatic lesson. This makes Rick not just neglectful or selfish, but actively evil. He weaponized interdimensional murder to settle a petty argument about a fake acid vat. That's just psychopathic manipulation, using mass casualties as a prop. Morty's save point spree shows how Rick turned him into a mass killer for a lesson, and Rick's meta-awareness reveals he knows it's all just a TV script that makes the suffering meaningless. Rick Sanchez knows he's a TV character, and never ricking Morty basically confirms it. The whole episode is Rick showing off his knowledge of story structure and narrative devices. This is revealing that Rick's entire worldview comes from knowing nothing he does actually matters because it's all scripted. This theory explains everything about Rick's behavior. His nihilism, his casual attitude toward death, his ability to predict plot beats it, all makes sense if he knows he's performing in a show that needs to hit certain story points every episode. The episode starts with Rick and Morty trapped on what Rick calls a literal story device. Not a simulation, not some alien technology, a literal literary device that's quite literally metaphorically containing us. Rick immediately understands what's happening while Morty thinks it's just another weird science thing. But here's the key part. Rick knows how these things work because he's been living in one his whole life. When they find the diagram of the story circle in the teacher's desk, Rick doesn't seem surprised. He recognizes it immediately. That's Dan Harmon's 8-step story structure that every Rick and Morty episode follows, and Rick knows it. Look how Rick handles the whole situation. While everyone else is confused or scared, Rick is annoyed. He's not afraid of Storylord or the narrative traps. He's frustrated because this meta-episode is interrupting his regular adventures. If we wanted one-offs, we'd do interdimensional cable, he complains. Rick knows about the show's format and episode types. When Morty says things are getting too meta, Rick shuts him down. You're 14. You watch videos of people on YouTube reacting to fucking YouTube. I'll be the judge of when we get too meta. Rick is literally the character deciding the show's meta level. He's controlling the fourth wall. The episode keeps showing Rick's genre awareness. He knows they need spacesuits that start failing at a specific point because if it's too easy to get there, we'll never get there. Rick understands dramatic tension and pacing requirements. He's explaining the storytelling rules that make it happen. When they need to disrupt the thematic seal, Rick immediately knows what kind of story would break the pattern. He understands the Bechdel test and uses it strategically. Rick doesn't just know about narrative structure, he can weaponize it. But here's the really dark part. This knowledge is what makes Rick so nihilistic. Imagine knowing that every choice you make, every relationship you have, every moment of growth or loss is just hitting predetermined story beats. Rick knows that his character development, his family relationships, even his suffering are all just content for the audience. This explains why Rick treats people like they're disposable. If you know everyone around you is essentially an NPC designed to facilitate your character arc, why would you form genuine attachments? Rick's cruelty is the logical response to knowing you're surrounded by fictional constructs. Rick's drinking makes more sense too. How do you cope with the existential horror of knowing you're a puppet dancing for an audience's entertainment? You stay drunk enough that you can perform your role without thinking too hard about what it means. The episode shows Rick's relationship with the show's structure when he gets annoyed at Storylord for trying to drain their story potential. Rick knows he and Morty are valuable because they're the main characters. Storylord needs them specifically because they're the ones generating content that keeps the audience watching. When Rick saves them with the Jesus Christ bit, he's not being random, he's exploiting a narrative weakness. Rick knows that certain types of stories are too polarizing for the show's format. He weaponizes the audience's discomfort with overtly religious content to break Storylord's control. But the most telling moment comes at the end when they're back in the living room with the toy train. Rick goes into this over-the-top speech about loving capitalism and merchandise. Your only purpose in life is to buy and consume merchandise, he tells Morty. Rick is literally explaining the show's business model to his grandson. Rick knows he exists to sell products. He understands that his adventures, his one-liners, his relationship with Morty, it's all designed to move merchandise. That speech is Rick acknowledging his role in a corporate entertainment machine. The coronavirus reference at the end seals it. Rick complains that nobody's out there shopping with this fucking virus. He knows about real-world circumstances affecting the show's merchandising. Rick exists in the fictional world but has knowledge of the real world that produces him. This theory explains Rick's God complex too. If you know you're the protagonist of a popular TV show, you develop an inflated sense of importance. Rick acts invincible because he knows the show needs him. He can't really die because there would be no show without Rick Sanchez. It also explains his casual attitude toward alternate versions of himself and his family. If you know everyone is just playing roles in different story configurations, swapping out cast members doesn't seem like a big deal. Rick treats dimensional travel like channel surfing because that's essentially what it is for him. Rick's hatred of therapy makes sense in this context too. If you know your psychological issues are written by a team of writers for entertainment value, traditional therapy would feel absurd. Rick's problems aren't real mental health issues, they're character traits designed to create dramatic conflict. The scariest part of this theory is what it means for Rick's relationships. Every moment of genuine connection with Morty, every sign that he cares about his family, every hint of character growth, Rick knows it's all scripted. He's performing emotions he might not actually feel because the story requires it. This creates a horrifying feedback loop. Rick's awareness of being fictional makes him genuinely nihilistic, which makes his performance of nihilism more authentic, which makes for better television. His real despair about being trapped in a narrative becomes content for that same narrative. The episode suggests Rick has some control over the show's direction, but he's still trapped in it. He can influence the meta level and break certain rules, but he can't escape the fundamental structure. He's like a method actor who's been in character so long he's forgotten who he was before the role. Rick's scientific abilities make more sense if he knows he's in a science fiction show. He doesn't actually understand interdimensional physics, he just knows that certain science fiction concepts need to work for story purposes. His inventions follow narrative logic more than scientific logic. The most disturbing implication is that Rick might be trying to break free from the show entirely. His universe-hopping, his reality-breaking inventions, his attempts to transcend normal story structures. What if it's all Rick trying to escape his fictional prison? But the episode suggests he can't. Even when he thinks he's controlling the narrative, he's still following the story circle structure. Rick's awareness of the fourth wall doesn't free him from it, it just makes his imprisonment more sophisticated. The ending, with the toy train derailing, is perfect. Rick thinks he's bought his way out of the meta-narrative by engaging with capitalism, but the train breaks anyway. Even Rick's knowledge of the system isn't enough to control it completely. This theory makes Rick's character both more sympathetic and more terrifying. He's a conscious entity trapped in an entertainment product, performing emotional labor for an audience's amusement while knowing that none of his relationships or experiences are real. The saddest part is that this knowledge doesn't free Rick, it just makes him better at playing his role. His genre awareness has become another character trait to be exploited for content. Even his rebellion against the narrative structure becomes part of the narrative structure. Rick Sanchez knows he's on TV, and that knowledge is both his superpower and his curse. He can break story rules and manipulate narrative devices, but he can never escape the fundamental fact that his entire existence is designed to entertain strangers. That's cosmic horror. Rick, knowing he's just a character, sets up the darker point that the whole show is a cosmic joke about meaning not mattering. Here's a disturbing theory about what Rick and Morty actually is. The show is making fun of people who think stories matter, not telling stories. Let me explain. In Ricksty Minutes reveals the show's real thesis. Continuity is bait for suckers, and the only honest response to existence is to watch absurd TV until you die. This episode is Rick and Morty at its most honest. While Jerry, Beth, and Summer torture themselves looking at alternate versions of their lives, Rick and Morty just watch random interdimensional cable shows. The episode literally presents two choices: obsess over meaning and narrative, or embrace meaningless entertainment. Guess which one the show says is healthier? The setup is perfect. Rick installs cable that gets shows from infinite dimensions, and immediately the family splits into two groups. Jerry, Beth, and Summer grab the interdimensional goggles to spy on their alternate selves. Rick and Morty stay on the couch watching completely random, absurd TV shows that have no connection to anything. What happens to the people seeking meaning? They get destroyed. Jerry sees himself as a movie star doing cocaine with Johnny Depp. Beth sees herself as a successful surgeon instead of a horse doctor. Summer discovers she was an unwanted pregnancy and that her parents would be happier without her. The search for alternate meaning just reveals how meaningless their current lives are. Meanwhile, Rick and Morty are having the time of their lives watching Ants in My Eyes Johnson, Real Fake Doors, and Ball Fondlers. These shows are completely absurd, have no deeper meaning, and serve no purpose except entertainment. And that's exactly why they work. When Summer has her existential crisis and wants to run away, does Rick give her some deep philosophical speech about finding her purpose? No. Morty shows her the graves in the backyard from Rick Potion No. 9. And delivers the show's thesis statement: nobody exists on purpose. Nobody belongs anywhere. Everybody's gonna die. Come watch TV? That's it. That's the entire show's worldview right there. There is no purpose, no belonging, no escape from death. The only response is to watch TV. Not good TV, not meaningful TV, just TV. Random, absurd, pointless entertainment that distracts you from the cosmic horror of existence. The episode proves this works. By the end, Jerry and Beth have reconciled after seeing their alternate selves, but only because they watched Jerry's interdimensional breakdown on TV. Summer decides to stay home, but only after Morty's speech about meaninglessness. The problems get solved, but not through growth or understanding through accepting absurdity. Look at what Rick prioritizes throughout the episode. When the family starts obsessing over their alternate lives, Rick gets annoyed and throws them the goggles, so they'll leave him alone. He wants to watch ball fondlers, not deal with their existential drama. Rick understands that seeking meaning is a waste of time. The interdimensional cable shows themselves are the point. Two Brothers is a movie trailer that makes no sense and keeps adding random elements until the announcer starts laughing at his own absurdity. Quick Mystery solves crimes instantly because mysteries are stupid. Gazorpa Zortfield is just Garfield, but he swears and is mean to John. These shows work because they don't pretend to have meaning. They're honest about being random nonsense, designed to fill time. Meanwhile, the meaningful stories Jerry's movie career, Beth's medical success just cause pain and regret when people realize they're living inferior versions. The episode's structure proves this point. The A-plot is Rick and Morty watching random TV shows with no continuity or connection. The B-plot is the family's emotional drama about their life choices and relationships. Which plot is more entertaining? Which one does the episode spend more time on? The random TV shows because they're more honest about what they are. Rick's cable box represents the show itself. It can access infinite realities and infinite stories, but most of them are random, absurdist comedy with no deeper meaning. The show is telling us that's what it is too. Don't look for hidden meanings or character development. Just laugh at the weird stuff and move on. When Jerry asks Rick to provide better TV, Rick doesn't give him prestige drama or meaningful content. He gives him a man eating shit, corn people, and violent antique shows. Rick's idea of good TV is honest absurdity, not fake profundity. The episode also mocks the audience's desire for continuity and meaning. People watching Rick and Morty want to understand Rick's backstory, track character development, and find deeper themes. But Rick's D-Minute says that's the wrong approach. The real fans are the ones who just enjoy ball fondlers without asking what it means. Even the family's resolution is meaningless. Jerry and Beth get back together because they watch TV that showed them their alternate selves being miserable too. Summer stays home because Morty told her nothing matters anyway. These aren't real solutions, they're just distractions that worked temporarily. The post-credit scene drives this home. The family wants to understand Hamster in Butt World, asking logical questions about how it works. Rick gets annoyed and opens a portal so they can ask them yourselves. The show is literally telling the audience to stop asking questions and just enjoy the absurdity. Rick's reaction is the show's reaction to fan theories and analysis. People want to understand the science, the continuity, the deeper meaning. Rick, the show responds with frustration. Just watch the weird stuff and stop overthinking it. This theory explains why Rick and Morty episodes often feel disconnected. The show isn't building toward anything, because building toward something would imply there's a point. The interdimensional cable episodes are the most honest version of what every episode is: random, absurd content designed to distract you from meaninglessness. The genius is that the show tricks people into thinking it has depth. Episodes like the Vat of Acid episode or Never Ricking Morty seem to be about consequences and narrative structure, but they're really just more elaborate versions of interdimensional cable. They're making fun of people who think consequences and narrative structure matter. Rick's nihilism is the show's actual philosophy. The characters who try to find meaning, Jerry and Beth looking at alternate lives, Summer wanting to run away, are portrayed as foolish. The characters who embrace absurdity, Rick and Morty watching ball fondlers, are portrayed as wise. The episode suggests that all storytelling is basically interdimensional, cable random content designed to fill time and distract from existential dread. The only honest response is Rick's approach. Acknowledge that it's all meaningless, then enjoy the absurdity anyway. Come watch TV is the show's solution for everyone. Don't look for purpose, don't seek deeper meaning, don't try to grow or change. Just watch weird stuff until you die, because that's all there is. The scariest part is that the episode might be right. All the characters who seek meaning end up miserable. All the characters who embrace meaningless entertainment end up happy. Maybe the show is being realistic about what actually works. Rick and Morty presents itself as a science fiction adventure show, but Rick's D-Minutes reveals it's really a therapy session. The therapy is about accepting that healing and growth are illusions. The only real treatment for existential anxiety is to stop seeking answers and start watching ball fondlers. The ultimate cosmic joke is that the show convinced millions of people to think deeply about an episode that explicitly says thinking deeply is pointless. We're all sitting around analyzing why we should stop analyzing, seeking meaning in a message that meaning doesn't exist. But maybe that's the point too. Even the act of rejecting meaning becomes meaningful, which makes it meaningless again. It's turtles all the way down, so you might as well watch TV while you're falling. If one part shows meaning is a scam and TV is the only escape, the next shows the cost with a system built to chew up Mortys. The Rick-Lantis mix-up reveals the horrifying truth about the Rick and Morty universe. Mortys aren't sidekicks. They're expendable slave labor in a system designed to exploit them until they break. The Citadel is an entire economy built on Morty suffering. This episode shows us what happens when Rick and Morty's adventures are scaled up into a civilization. Instead of one Rick dragging one Morty through dangerous situations, you get an entire society where Mortys are systematically harvested, trained, and disposed of for Rick convenience. The episode starts by showing us the Morty production pipeline. There's a literal school where Mortys learn how to be proper sidekicks. Teacher Rick trains them to say things like, "Good idea, Rick," and "I love being your new Morty." These aren't education classes, they're obedience training sessions. But here's the really disturbing part. The school system knows most of these Mortys are defective. Teacher Rick mocks Slick Morty for having gone through 5 Ricks already. When a Morty can't satisfy a Rick, they don't get therapy or retraining. They get thrown away. That's where Mortytown comes in. It's basically a slum for broken Mortys who couldn't cut it as sidekicks. These Mortys live in poverty and desperation because they failed at being useful to Ricks. The system creates this underclass of damaged Mortys and then abandons them. Cop Morty shows us how the system turns Mortys against each other. He calls other Mortys yellow shirts and animals because he's internalized Rick's supremacist thinking. The only way for a Morty to have any power is to become a tool for Rick oppression. Cop Morty gets to carry a gun and have authority, but only as long as he's willing to brutalize other Mortys. The Simple Rick's factory is the most horrifying example of Morty exploitation. They've found a Rick who's genuinely happy with his family, and they've trapped him in a machine that harvests his joy forever. Simple Rick sits there reliving the same happy memory with his daughter, while machines suck the chemicals from his brain to flavor cookies. This is emotional strip mining. They've industrialized happiness and turned it into a product. Simple Rick can never actually be with his daughter because his joy is too valuable as a commodity. The factory literally profits from preventing a father from loving his child. But the episode gets even darker when Rick J22 tries to rebel. He murders his supervisor and takes Simple Rick hostage, demanding freedom. For a moment, it looks like he might actually escape the system. Rick D. Sanchez III seems to understand his pain and offers him a way out. Then the twist, it was all fake. Rick J22's escape was just another memory being harvested by the factory. They turned his rebellion into a product called Freedom Wafer Selects. Even his revolution became content for Rick consumption. This shows how the system absorbs resistance. Anytime a Morty or Rick tries to fight back, their struggle just becomes another product. The factory didn't punish Rick J22's rebellion, they monetized it. The 4 Morty friends show us what happens to Mortys who slip through the cracks. Slick Morty has a literal trauma implant designed to make him sad and boring. His entire personality exists to generate negative emotions for Rick entertainment. He's not a person. He's a mood generator. When they go to the wishing portal, it's really just a garbage dump where broken dreams get thrown away. The Citadel has convinced desperate Mortys that there's some magical solution to their problems, but it's actually just another way to dispose of them. Slick Morty throws himself into what he thinks is a portal to a better life, but he's really just committing suicide in a trash compactor. The election storyline shows how the system maintains itself through false hope. Candidate Morty runs on a platform of change, promising to bridge the divide between Ricks and Mortys. But the reveal at the end shows he's evil Morty, who immediately starts murdering Ricks to consolidate power. This suggests that the only way for a Morty to gain real power is to become as ruthless and manipulative as the worst Ricks. The system doesn't allow for reform, it only allows for new forms of exploitation. Look at how the episode handles the class divide. Ricks live in nice areas, have good jobs, and control all the institutions. Mortys live in ghettos, work dangerous jobs, or get turned into batteries for Rick entertainment. The few Mortys who manage to climb the social ladder do it by becoming cops, politicians, or other enforcers for the Rick power structure. The news anchors treat candidate Morty's campaign as a joke, calling him adorable and making fun of his little Morty suit. They can't even conceive of a Morty having legitimate political opinions. To them, Mortys are children playing dress-up, not citizens with rights. Even the successful Mortys in the episode are still disposable. Campaign manager Morty gets shot into space when he tries to expose evil Morty. Cop Morty gets killed by his own partner when he becomes inconvenient. Big Morty runs organized crime but still ends up dead. The system uses these Mortys until they become problems, then discards them. The episode's structure reinforces this theme. We follow multiple Morty storylines, but most of them end in death or defeat. The school Mortys lose their teacher and face an uncertain future. The factory Mortys remain trapped in their exploitation. The Mortytown Mortys get murdered by police. Only evil Morty succeeds, and he does it by becoming a monster. This creates a horrifying picture of the Rick and Morty universe. Every adventure we've seen probably resulted in trauma for Morty that he never gets to process. Every dangerous situation Rick drags him into is just one small example of how Ricks treat Mortys as expendable resources. The post-credits scene drives this point home. Our Rick dismisses any concern about the Citadel, saying it will never affect their lives. He's completely oblivious to the fact that he's participating in a system that treats his grandson as disposable. Rick doesn't see the connection between his personal relationship with Morty and the institutional exploitation of Mortys everywhere. The episode suggests that Rick and Morty's adventures aren't fun romps, they're child abuse scaled up into a universal constant. Across infinite realities, Ricks use Mortys for their own purposes and throw them away when they break. The only difference between our Rick and the Citadel Ricks is scale. What makes this especially disturbing is how normalized it all is. Nobody in the Citadel questions why Mortys should be trained for Rick's service, or why Rick's satisfaction matters more than Morty well-being. The exploitation is so complete that it's become invisible. The episode even shows us how the system reproduces itself. Young Mortys see the few successful Mortys and think that if they just work hard enough, they can make it too. But success in this system means becoming a tool for Rick supremacy. The only way to win is to help oppress other Mortys. The Ricklantis mix-up is revealing what their relationship actually is underneath all the jokes and sci-fi adventures. Rick treats Morty as disposable because in this universe, Mortys are disposable. The Citadel is just the logical endpoint of a system where Rick needs always trump Morty rights. The real horror is that our Rick probably doesn't see himself as part of this system. He thinks he's different, that he cares about his Morty more than other Ricks care about theirs. But the episode suggests that this distinction doesn't matter. Whether he's conscious of it or not, Rick is participating in a universe-wide program of Morty exploitation. Morty's being disposable shows how little life matters, and Jerry's craving for validation shows he'll one day betray Rick. Jerry Smith is going to betray Rick Sanchez, and the whirly-dirly conspiracy shows us exactly how it will happen. Jerry's desperate need for validation makes him the perfect Judas. All it takes is someone offering him sympathy, and he'll sell out his own family. This episode reveals Jerry's true nature. When Risotto Groupon approaches him in that bathroom and calls them brothers because they both suffered under Rick, Jerry doesn't immediately refuse. He listens. He considers it. The only reason Jerry doesn't go through with the assassination is because Rick apologizes first. Think about how easily Jerry was turned. Risotto didn't offer him money, power, or revenge. He offered Jerry something much more valuable: validation. Someone finally understood Jerry's pain. Someone acknowledged that Rick had wronged him too. That's all it took for Jerry to agree to murder his father-in-law. Jerry even admits he's wondered about having a life without Rick. When Risotto asks if he's thought about what his life could have been, Jerry doesn't deny it. He's been fantasizing about Rick disappearing, probably for years. The resentment has been building up, and all it needed was the right trigger. The episode shows Jerry's manipulation process perfectly. Risotto doesn't pressure him or threaten him. He just presents Jerry with a choice and lets Jerry's own bitterness do the work. Look, I'm not like Rick, so you're free to do as you please, Risotto says. He's positioning himself as the opposite of Rick: respectful, understanding, giving Jerry agency. This is exactly how Jerry will be turned in the future. Someone will approach him when he's at his lowest point, acknowledge his suffering, and offer him a way out. Jerry won't see it as betrayal, he'll see it as finally standing up for himself. The really disturbing part is that Jerry almost succeeds. He gets Rick onto the whirly-dirly, knowing there's a kill zone where the immortality field doesn't work. If Rick hadn't apologized and shown vulnerability, Jerry would have let him die. Jerry was literally seconds away from becoming a murderer. Even worse, Jerry only backs out because Rick makes him feel sorry for Rick. It's not morality that stops Jerry, it's pity. Jerry's entire worldview is built around emotional manipulation, and Rick accidentally triggers Jerry's savior complex by apologizing. But here's the key detail: Jerry changes his mind again when Rick reveals the truth about Beth. Rick tells Jerry that Beth had options before she got pregnant, that she gave up her dreams because she felt sorry for Jerry. Rick calls Jerry a predator who uses pity to survive. Jerry's reaction is pure rage. "You self-righteous piece of shit! You took my family!" This isn't Jerry realizing that Rick sees through his manipulation tactics. Rick has identified Jerry's survival strategy and called him out on it. The episode shows that Jerry's entire identity is built on being pitied. When Rick threatens to take that away by exposing Jerry's true nature, Jerry becomes genuinely dangerous. That's when we see the real Jerry, not the bumbling, sad dad, but someone who's furious at being seen clearly. Rick saves Jerry from the snake, but notice what he does next. He immediately uses Jerry as bait for another alien creature. Rick learned something important about Jerry in this episode. He can't trust Jerry's gratitude or loyalty because Jerry's allegiances shift based on who's currently validating him. The temporal fusion sequence reveals even more about Jerry's psychology. When they merge consciousness, Jerry experiences being literally time and feels connected to the universe. For once in his life, Jerry feels important and cosmic, but when it wears off, he immediately goes back to resenting Rick. This shows that Jerry's problems aren't really about Rick at all, they're about Jerry's fundamental insecurity. Even cosmic enlightenment can't fix Jerry's need for external validation. He'll always be vulnerable to anyone who offers him what Rick can't: unconditional approval. The episode ends with Jerry declining to come inside the house because he doesn't want his family to pity him anymore. Jerry claims this represents growth, that he's moving beyond using pity as his signature move. But this is just Jerry setting up his next manipulation. By refusing pity, Jerry is actually making a more sophisticated play for sympathy. He's showing his family that he's changed and grown, which will make them feel guilty for not appreciating his sacrifice. Jerry's learning to weaponize his refusal of pity, just like he weaponized his need for it. The real warning sign is how Jerry bonds with Rick during their adventure, then immediately turns on him when Rick reveals uncomfortable truths. Jerry's loyalty is completely conditional. It lasts only as long as Rick is telling Jerry what he wants to hear. This pattern will repeat in the future. Someone will approach Jerry when Rick has been particularly cruel or dismissive. They'll offer Jerry sympathy, understanding, and a chance to prove he's more than just Rick's victim. Jerry will take that offer, because his need for validation always overrides his family loyalty. The episode also shows that Jerry can be surprisingly effective when motivated. He successfully lures Rick to the kill zone, keeps his secret under pressure, and only reveals the truth when directly confronted. Jerry is just usually unmotivated, but give him the right incentive, and he can be genuinely dangerous. Rick recognizes this threat, which is why he ends the episode by activating the house's security system after Jerry leaves. Rick has learned that Jerry can't be trusted, and he's taking precautions, but Rick's arrogance makes him think technology can solve a human problem. Jerry's betrayal won't come through violence or direct confrontation. It'll come through information. Jerry knows Rick's secrets, his weaknesses, his fears. When someone offers Jerry the validation he craves, he'll trade those secrets without hesitation. The cosmic fusion scene gives Jerry something even more dangerous, a taste of what it feels like to be important. Jerry experienced being connected to the universe, being more than just a disappointing husband and father. That feeling will haunt him, and eventually, someone will promise to give it back to him. Jerry's betrayal is inevitable because his fundamental character flaw is his complete inability to resist anyone who offers him significance. Rick represents everything Jerry isn't, but Jerry doesn't want to destroy Rick. He wants to replace him. The episode shows us the blueprint. Find Jerry when he's isolated and bitter. Acknowledge his pain. Offer him importance. And watch him sell out everyone who's ever loved him. Jerry won't see it as betrayal, he'll see it as finally getting the respect he deserves. Rick's mistake is thinking that Jerry's weakness makes him harmless. But Jerry's weakness is also his weapon. His need for validation makes him the perfect double agent, because no one expects the family failure to be capable of genuine treachery. The Whirly-Durly Conspiracy is a character study showing exactly how Jerry Smith will eventually destroy his own family. Jerry's need for validation makes his betrayal certain, and breaking the curve shows even bigger threats are now free. Solar X is revealing that breaking the central finite curve unleashed something way worse than anyone realizes. When everyone gets sent back to their true origins, that's the first sign that things from outside the curve can now visit our reality, and they make Rick look like a toddler with finger paints. Evil Morty didn't just escape the central finite curve, he broke the whole damn thing. The curve was Rick's safety net, keeping him in realities where he was always the smartest guy around. But when you punch a hole in something that was designed to keep monsters out, guess what happens next? Rick's portal gun acting all weird, is reality itself glitching out because the rules have changed. The portal reset that sends everyone home, that's End the Multiverse trying to fix itself after Rick's little bubble got popped. Look what Rick finds when he gets sent to his original dimension. He's been trapping an entire timeline in a time loop, making innocent people suffer for years just because he can't deal with his dead wife. The newspaper boy, the hippie lady with the dog skeleton, they've been aging and dying over and over while Rick wallows in his own trauma. That's what a scared child does when he doesn't want to face reality. Rick built an AI version of Diane specifically to torture himself, then acts surprised when it's good at haunting him. He talks about moving on while still obsessing over revenge against Rick Prime. This guy spent decades claiming he's the smartest man in the universe, but he can't even process his own grief without turning it into another science project. Here's where it gets scary when the AI mentions that Rick Prime would also get sent back to his origin dimension. She's not just making conversation. If the reset affects everyone who's used portal travel, that means it's exposing the true scope of who's been hopping between realities. And some of those travelers might not be from dimensions where Rick was ever special. The central finite curve contained infinite realities where Rick was always the smartest. But outside the curve, there are infinite realities where Rick is just some drunk asshole in a garage. And some of those realities might have beings that see Rick the way Rick sees Jerry, as a pathetic loser, not worth their time. Those monsters that attack the Beths in summer aren't just random interdimensional creatures. They're scouts from outside the curve, testing what's now accessible. These things survive in space, shrug off advanced weapons, and work together strategically. They're not animals, they're organized, and they handled Space Beth like she was nothing. If beings from outside the curve can casually wreck someone like Space Beth, what does that say about how they'd handle Rick? Then there's Mr. Frundles. Rick brings this thing into their house because it was cute. This creature can convert anything it bites into copies of itself, spreading until it eats entire planets. Rick, the supposed genius, saw a world-ending parasite and thought, "Ah, adorable." That's someone who has no idea what he's dealing with. But what if Mr. Frundles isn't just some random alien? What if it's a weapon or a test from entities beyond the curve? They're seeing how fast they can wreck realities that used to be protected. Rick having to move his family to another replacement dimension shows how screwed they really are. He used to hop between realities like it was nothing, but now he's running scared, desperately looking for safe spaces that might not even exist anymore. When Rick says he's not even your Rick, that hits different now. If things from beyond the curve can travel freely, how do you know which Rick you're talking to? The portal reset could be cover for infiltration, with entities replacing key people, while everyone thinks it's just dimensional mix-ups. They end up in a reality where the only difference is people say, "Parmesan weird." Sounds minor, right? But what if beings from beyond the curve operate on completely different conceptual frameworks? What Rick sees as a tiny pronunciation quirk might be reality operating under fundamentally different rules. Rick calling Rick Prime the real deal because he truly does not give a shit suggests that true nihilism, not Rick's fake version, is standard operating procedure for things beyond the curve. Rick's emotional attachments, his need for validation, his revenge quest, all of that makes him predictable and easy to manipulate for entities that actually don't care about anything. In the post-credits scene, Jerry Prime tries to team up with Rick Prime and gets casually murdered. But Rick Prime's confused response, "I have been asking myself that exact same question about why he's there," suggests he doesn't understand what's happening either. Something bigger might be moving pieces on a board that even Rick Prime can't see. Breaking the central finite curve is about exposing every protected reality to beings that exist on a completely different level. Rick thought he was the smartest man in infinite universes, but he was just the smartest man in a carefully controlled kiddie pool. Now that the barriers are down, Rick and his family aren't dealing with interdimensional travel problems or family drama. They're potential lab rats for entities that view the entire central finite curve, the way Rick views primitive civilizations as something to study, experiment on, or casually destroy. The real horror is that he never was the smartest being in the universe, and now the things that actually run reality are free to notice him. Rick's worst nightmare is realizing he's not even important enough to bother destroying just another bug under a microscope for beings whose motives and abilities are so far beyond him that his entire worldview becomes a joke. Solar Rix is the moment the show stops being about the smartest man in the universe and becomes about what happens when that man finds out he was never even in the same league as the real players.
Next up, it's the most shocking lore in Rick and Morty. Rick Sanchez might seem like just a cynical drunk with a portal gun, but there's a lot more to him than that. Behind the sarcasm and genius-level inventions is a man built out of grief, rage, and a desperate need to stay one step ahead of pain. Rick travels across realities like it's nothing, but really, he's running. From every version of the truth he can't face, from the people he's hurt, from himself.
Let's do this then! You're welcome, by the way. I made you.
To really understand Rick C-137, we have to go deeper than the catchphrases and chaos. We need to look at the losses that shattered him, the power that isolates him, and the relationships he can't quite destroy, no matter how hard he tries. In this video, we'll be breaking down every version of Rick explained, so grab your flask, recalibrate your portal gun, and let's take a look at the story of Rick Sanchez. But before we get started, make sure you're subscribed to our channel. Rick C-137 starts out as the genius who's already broken. Before we see any grand adventures across infinite realities, he's this drunk old man who treats family dinner like a hostage situation. That garage is his fortress, his laboratory, his personal corner of suburbia where he builds weapons of mass destruction and calls it Tuesday afternoon. This is Rick C-137, our main Rick, the one we follow through every season. He's the Rick who lost everything and decided the universe owed him payback. His days follow the same toxic pattern. Wake up with a hangover, grab more alcohol, mock Jerry's existence, then vanish into his workshop while the family debates shipping him off to a nursing home. He emerges only to drag Morty away from school for some experiment that could kill them both. We get our first real glimpse into Rick C-137's twisted routine in Season 1, Episode 1, The Pilot. Middle of the night, Rick stumbles into Morty's room completely wasted, rambling about destroying all of humanity. He's cobbled together this flying death trap and wants to collect Jessica so she and Morty can restart civilization after he nukes everyone else. When Morty fights back, Rick suddenly claims the whole thing was just a test to make his grandson more assertive. Then he passes out while his neutrino bomb arms itself in the background. This scene reveals everything about how Rick C-137 operates. He creates apocalyptic scenarios, pretends they're educational experiences, then either abandons them when called out or doubles down until someone else stops him. The bomb situation was probably real until Morty forced him to back down. Our Rick's baseline is maximum chaos wrapped in condescending lectures. The pattern repeats when Rick C-137 drags Morty to Dimension 35C for mega seeds. Rick delivers this inspiring speech about conquering fear and charging headfirst into danger. Then an alien monster appears and he immediately screams about imminent death and how he's never encountered anything this terrifying. Pure Rick C-137 behavior. Build yourself up as the expert, panic when reality disagrees, then act like the panic was strategic. Rick C-137's handling of the Megaseed mission shows his standard operating procedure. Morty shatters both legs because Rick forgot to mention the gravity boots need activation. Instead of taking responsibility, our Rick lectures about equipment protocols, then disappears through a portal to grab healing serum from some future dimension. He returns, patches Morty up like nothing happened, and immediately puts him back to work harvesting fruit. At Interdimensional Customs, Rick C-137 forces Morty to smuggle the seeds internally because Rick's own body is too experienced for the job. When security catches them, Rick tells Morty to shoot the guards because they're just robots. They're not robots, they're customs agents, but our Rick simply doesn't respect authority figures. His worldview reduces everyone to either useful assets or annoying obstacles. The episode concludes with Rick C-137 admitting that his claims about adventures making Morty smarter were complete fiction. The temporary intelligence came from megaseeds dissolving in Morty's digestive system. While his grandson convulses and loses motor control, Rick stands over him excitedly planning future expeditions. Rick and Morty forever and forever, 100 years, he declares as Morty writhes on the garage floor. Season 1, Episode 6, Rick Potion number 9, demonstrates exactly how Rick C-137 handles problems in his normal life. Morty requests a love potion for Jessica. Rick calls it beneath him, but creates one anyway using Vole DNA since Voles bond for life. He hands over the serum like he's being generous, then casually mentions after Morty leaves that flu complications might occur.
Hey, there's no dangers or anything or side effects, right?
Whoa, what am I, a hack? Go nuts, Morty. It's foolproof. Unless she has the flu.
Jessica has the flu. The potion spreads through the school dance and suddenly everyone wants Morty romantically. Rick C-137's fix? An antidote using praying mantis genetics because mantises are vole opposites. They mate once, then kill their partners. Now everyone wants both romance and cannibalism with Morty. Our Rick's third attempt mixes DNA from 7 different species including koala, shark, and dinosaur. When Morty questions how this creates normal humans, Rick C-137 explodes. You want me to show my math? Are you the scientist or the kid trying to get laid? The result transforms Earth's population into grotesque flesh monsters Rick names Croninbergs. Here's what makes Rick C-137's world so disturbing. He never actually solves anything. When the entire planet becomes uninhabitable, our Rick's solution involves finding a dimension where he fixed everything but died accidentally. They bury their alternate corpses in the backyard and assume their dead selves' lives. Problem erased, Rick C-137 style. This becomes crucial later because Rick C-137 and Morty are now technically the only original characters we follow. The family they're living with belongs to the dead Rick and Morty they replaced. Our Rick has been doing this dimension-swapping routine for years, abandoning realities whenever his mistakes pile up too high. But here's the thing. C-137 isn't the only Rick out there, not even close. There are Ricks who sold out, Ricks who rebelled, and Ricks who formed governments. We'll be talking about those Ricks later, and trust me, they make C-137 look almost normal. If you think this Rick is bad, wait till you meet the others. Rick C-137's everyday existence runs on complete moral bankruptcy. He generates catastrophes, worsens them through arrogant experimentation, then escapes accountability by abandoning whole realities. The cluttered garage, constant drinking, family contempt, everything serves one function. Our Rick has constructed a lifestyle where consequences never stick because infinite dimensions mean infinite escape routes. His routine depends on the mythology that superior intelligence justifies any action. But examine it closely, and the foundation crumbles. Rick C-137 requires Morty as an unquestioning sidekick who never challenges his methods. He needs a family that provides stability while tolerating his destruction. He craves problems to solve so he can demonstrate his brilliance, even when he creates those problems himself. Right now, this system functions perfectly for Rick C-137. The garage stays equipped with stolen alien technology. Morty continues following him into danger. The replacement family keeps welcoming him back regardless of collateral damage. Our Rick's identity revolves around outrunning consequences through dimensional travel, but eventually, he'll encounter a situation that universe hopping cannot fix. And when that happens, we'll discover what Rick C-137 really becomes when running away stops being an option. Rick C-137 lives without consequences now, but it all started with one choice that ruined his life forever. Curious Rick gets a visitor who changes everything, and his response ruins his life forever. Season 3, Episode 1, The Rick Shank Redemption, shows us the exact moment when Rick's world gets turned upside down through a single conversation that lasts maybe 2 minutes but destroys decades of happiness. Rick Prime appears through a portal like he owns the place, immediately treating young Rick like they're old friends. He starts with this casual, well, if it isn't us, like he's meeting another version of himself at a coffee shop. But then Rick Prime drops the bombshell that changes everything. He explains that young Rick is actually behind the curve when it comes to scientific achievement. You know the worst part about inventing teleportation? Suddenly you're able to travel the whole galaxy, and the first thing you learn is, you're the last guy to invent teleportation. Rick Prime delivers this line like he's sharing some inside joke, but he's actually crushing young Rick's entire worldview. Everything young Rick thought made him special, his intelligence, his scientific achievements, his progress on teleportation, turns out to be ordinary across infinite realities. Rick Prime then makes his pitch, and it's absolutely incredible. He offers young Rick portal technology that would make him the smartest thing in every conceivable universe, the infinite Rick, a god. He paints this picture of unlimited power where Rick could do anything he wants, then hop to a timeline where he never did it. Complete freedom from consequences, infinite knowledge, unlimited power across all realities. The way Rick Prime sells this opportunity is brilliant and terrifying. He appeals directly to young Rick's scientific curiosity and his desire for significance. Instead of being the smartest man on one planet, Rick could become the smartest being across infinite universes. Instead of being limited by the laws of physics in one reality, he could transcend every limitation that exists. But Rick Prime also reveals something darker about the offer. He talks about having infinite selves and describes it as a non-stop party where all the guests are the only person we like. The isolation built into this offer is staggering. Rick Prime is essentially saying that once you become an infinite being, other people stop mattering because they're all just variations of patterns you've seen before. Young Rick listens to this entire pitch, and his response is immediate and devastating. Sounds lonely. That's it. 2 words that completely reject everything Rick Prime just offered. Young Rick identifies the core problem with infinite power. It separates you from genuine human connection. He sees right through the appeal of godhood to the emptiness underneath. Rick Prime gets genuinely confused by this response. Lonely? Dude, you have yourself, your infinite selves. He can't understand why anyone would choose limitation over limitless power. The idea that connection with other people could be more valuable than ultimate knowledge genuinely doesn't compute for Rick Prime. He's already lost the ability to see other beings as real. When young Rick says, pass, the casual dismissal hits Rick Prime like a slap in the face. Excuse me? Bro, Ricks don't pass on this. Who do you think you are? Rick Prime's reaction reveals that he's never encountered a Rick who would refuse this offer. The multiverse is apparently full of Ricks who chose power over connection, making young Rick's refusal genuinely shocking. Young Rick doubles down on his refusal by calling himself a different kind of Rick. He's explicitly rejecting the idea that all Ricks are the same, that they all want the same things, that they all make the same choices. This version of Rick has found something more valuable than infinite knowledge, a life worth living in one reality with people who matter to him. Rick Prime's response to this refusal is immediate and brutal. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. The threat is barely veiled. Rick Prime has just learned that young Rick values his family more than power, which means he's learned exactly how to hurt him. The offer was really a test, and young Rick failed by choosing love over ambition. The conversation ends with Rick Prime disappearing, but the damage is already done. He's identified young Rick's weakness, his attachment to his family, and he's going to exploit it. The bomb that kills Diane and Beth follows immediately after this conversation, showing that Rick Prime's real message was, join us willingly, or we'll force you to join us through suffering. What makes this sequence so devastating is how Rick Prime functions as both messenger and destroyer. He brings the opportunity that could have elevated young Rick to godhood, but when Rick refuses to abandon his humanity, Rick Prime takes away the very thing that made him choose humanity in the first place. The offer becomes a trap designed to destroy anyone who chooses differently. Young Rick's refusal also reveals the central tragedy of his character. He was right to refuse the offer. Choosing family over infinite power was the morally correct decision, but the universe punished him for making the right choice by taking away everything that made the choice worthwhile. Rick Prime essentially proved that good people can't survive in a multiverse full of infinite Ricks. The conversation sets up the entire series because it establishes Rick Prime as the force that destroyed young Rick's ability to choose love over power. Every terrible thing our Rick does throughout the show stems from this moment when he learned that refusing to become a monster gets the people you love killed. Rick Prime didn't just offer portal technology, he offered a lesson about how the multiverse really works, and young Rick learned it the hard way. Rick gave up power to stay human and got punished for it, but later he meets a version of himself that shows he didn't have to turn cruel to stay strong. When everything starts falling apart, when 6 days of adventures leave you shaking, when your hands tremble from trauma, and even your own grandson looks at you like you might be the problem, what do? If you're Rick Sanchez, you finally admit you need help. But what happens when that help comes from within yourself? What happens when the person who shows you how to be better is literally the better version of you? That's exactly what unfolds in Season 3, Episode 6, Rest and Ricklaxation. After a brutal 6-day adventure that leaves both Rick and Morty completely broken down, they decide to visit an alien spa. Rick's hands shake uncontrollably, Morty breaks down crying. For the first time, Rick admits he might hate himself and thinks he deserves to die. At the spa, they try a detox machine that supposedly removes all toxicity. The machine works, but in the most twisted way possible. It literally separates their toxic traits from their healthy ones, creating 4 distinct people: Healthy Rick, Toxic Rick, Healthy Morty, and Toxic Morty. Here's where things get fascinating. Healthy Rick becomes everything we never knew Rick could be. He's supportive, emotionally mature, and genuinely caring. When he accidentally hurts someone's feelings at the spa, he apologizes sincerely and takes responsibility. He tells Morty he's proud to be his grandfather. He uses his genius for positive problem solving instead of destruction. This version of Rick, Healthy Rick, shows us what mentorship could look like if it came from a place of wellness instead of dysfunction. Healthy Rick encourages Morty to pursue Jessica with confidence. He builds him up instead of tearing him down. He demonstrates emotional intelligence and moral reasoning that regular Rick completely lacks. But the episode gets really complex when we see what the machine considered toxic about Rick. Toxic Rick contains all the traits we usually associate with Rick: the genius, the confidence, the willingness to make hard decisions. But he also has the lying, the manipulation, the God complex, and the desperate need to control everything. The controversial truth this episode reveals is that Rick's toxicity might be inseparable from his effectiveness. Healthy Rick is kind and supportive, but he also becomes passive when faced with real danger. When Toxic Rick threatens to make the entire world toxic, Healthy Rick initially refuses to intervene, saying they have no right to choose which worlds get saved. Toxic Rick, meanwhile, represents everything wrong with Rick's usual approach to relationships. He's desperate to merge back with his healthy half, but only because he needs that part of himself to function. He's controlling, manipulative, and completely dependent on having power over Morty. When he's separated from his healthy traits, his genius becomes purely destructive. The episode shows us that Rick's normal personality is a combination of these extremes. His intelligence comes packaged with arrogance. His ability to make tough decisions comes with emotional detachment. His survival instincts come with cruelty and selfishness. What makes this story brilliant is how it explores the nature of personal growth. Healthy Rick represents the person Rick could become if he worked on himself. He shows patience, empathy, and genuine care for others. He takes responsibility for his actions and tries to make amends when he hurts people. But the episode also suggests that this kind of radical change might come at a cost. Healthy Rick loses some of Rick's edge, his willingness to do whatever it takes to survive and protect his family. When real danger comes, he hesitates to act because his moral compass points toward non-interference. The climax reveals something crucial about how change actually works. Rick can only defeat toxic Rick by understanding what his toxic half truly values. Despite all his claims about being superior and independent, toxic Rick cares deeply about toxic Morty. Rick uses this knowledge to force the merger, shooting toxic Morty with a virus that will kill him unless toxic Rick agrees to reunite. This moment shows that even Rick's worst traits come from somewhere real. His toxicity includes his attachments to people, his irrational need to protect those he loves even when it hurts them. The machine separated these feelings as toxic because Rick himself sees emotional attachment as a weakness. Toxic Rick reveals that he's been trapped in Rick's brain for 70 years, suggesting these destructive patterns have been building for decades. He represents all of Rick's accumulated pain, anger, and defensive mechanisms. But even toxic Rick shows genuine care for toxic Morty, proving that Rick's capacity for love exists even in his worst form. Healthy Rick, on the other hand, demonstrates what Rick could accomplish if he channeled his genius through kindness instead of cruelty. He's still brilliant, still capable, but he uses his abilities to lift others up rather than tear them down. He shows genuine interest in Morty's happiness and growth. By the end of the episode, Rick has merged back into his normal self, a complex mix of healthy Rick and toxic Rick traits. But something has changed. He's experienced what it feels like to be purely healthy, and that knowledge stays with him. He's also seen what his toxicity looks like when it operates alone, and that awareness matters too. The episode suggests that real growth might come from understanding both sides of ourselves. Healthy Rick serves as a guide to what Rick could become, but the episode makes clear that the path forward involves integration, both versions working together rather than elimination of one or the other. Toxic Rick and healthy Rick together show us that mentorship sometimes comes from within, from the parts of ourselves that we keep buried under layers of hurt and defensive behavior. Healthy Rick proves that Rick is capable of being supportive, encouraging, and emotionally intelligent. Toxic Rick shows that even his worst behaviors stem from real feelings and genuine attachments. The real controversy here is that the episode suggests Rick's toxic behavior might be partially by choice. He has both healthy Rick and toxic Rick inside him. He just usually chooses to express the toxic side because it feels safer than vulnerability. After seeing what a better version of himself could be, Rick then finds out that even the worst version of himself was never really in control, pushing him to fear that maybe he isn't either. Rick's world made perfect sense until it completely fell apart. He was the smartest person in the universe, period. One family, one Morty, one reality where his genius reigned supreme. His garage was his kingdom, and nobody questioned the king. Then armed Ricks kicked down his door during breakfast. Season 1, Episode 10, Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind, drags Rick kicking and screaming into a reality he never wanted to face. 27 Ricks across different dimensions have been murdered, and the Council of Ricks thinks our Rick did it. They haul him to the Citadel of Ricks, this massive headquarters where thousands of Rick variants have formed their own government. Walking through that Citadel destroys everything Rick believed about himself. He always thought he was special, the one true genius in a universe full of idiots. But suddenly he's surrounded by cowboy Ricks, robot Ricks, alien Ricks, each one convinced of their own brilliance. Rick realizes he might just be another face in an infinite crowd. The council represents everything Rick despises about safety and compromise. These Ricks gave up their independence because they were scared. They formed a government to protect themselves from other governments. They chose security over freedom, and Rick can see exactly how pathetic that makes them. But their existence forces Rick to confront uncomfortable questions. If there are infinite Ricks, what makes him special? If other versions of himself can make different choices, what does that say about his own decisions? When Rick escapes to hunt down the real killer, he finds evil Rick operating from a dome covered in tortured Mortys. This version takes everything Rick represents and pushes it to pure horror. Where Rick uses Morty as camouflage because Morty's brainwaves hide his genius, evil Rick created a matrix of suffering Mortys for the same purpose. Evil Rick embodies Rick without any pretense of caring. He tortures Mortys because it works. He kills other Ricks because they're in his way. He's Rick with all the pain and complexity stripped away, leaving only cold efficiency. Somehow, this makes him more terrifying than if he were just angry or sad. But then the Mortys rebel and tear evil Rick apart, revealing wires in his brain. The most evil Rick in the multiverse was being controlled by his Morty the entire time. Evil Rick was actually a controlled Rick. Evil Morty had been pulling the strings from behind an eye patch, making the smartest person in the universe dance like a puppet. This revelation shatters Rick's understanding of intelligence and power. Throughout the episode, Rick treated Morty exactly like evil Rick did, as human camouflage, as a tool, as expendable protection. Rick openly calls Morty a perfect, impenetrable suit of human armor because he's as dumb as I am smart. But if evil Morty could control evil Rick completely, turning him into a controlled Rick, what does that say about Rick's relationship with his own Morty? The supposedly inferior person was actually running the show, and the genius never even knew it. Evil Rick controlled Rick represents the ultimate nightmare scenario for Rick. Here's a version of himself who thought he was making his own choices, who believed his cruelty and intelligence made him superior, but was actually just following orders the entire time. Evil Rick wasn't even really evil by choice. He was programmed to be evil by someone he considered beneath him. The tragedy of evil Rick controlled Rick is that he believed he was the mastermind. He thought his ruthlessness came from his own strength and decisions. Finding out he was just a remote-controlled puppet makes everything he did meaningless. He was never really making choices at all. This discovery forces Rick to question everything about agency and control. Evil Rick looked exactly like any other Rick. Brilliant, cruel, independent. But underneath, he was just hardware being operated by someone else's software. The controlled Rick shows that even the most evil, most confident version of Rick can be manipulated without knowing it. Evil Rick controlled Rick also reveals how vulnerable Rick's intelligence can be. All that genius, all that scientific knowledge, all that supposed superiority, and he still got turned into someone else's tool. The wires in his brain show that even Rick's most defining characteristic, his intellect, can be hijacked and redirected. After this experience, Rick can never go back to his old certainties. He's still brilliant, still dangerous, still the smartest person in most rooms. But now he operates with the knowledge that intelligence alone might not be enough. The controlled Rick proves that even genius has blind spots. Even the smartest person can become someone else's puppet. Evil Rick serves as a warning about what happens when you stop paying attention to who's really in charge. He thought he was the one calling the shots, making the plans, deciding who lives and dies. In reality, he was just executing someone else's program. This version of Rick forces our Rick to become more paranoid, more aware that his autonomy might be under threat. The controlled Rick shows that manipulation can be so complete that the victim never suspects anything. Even when evil Rick was torturing Mortys and killing other Ricks, he genuinely believed these were his own choices. The evil Rick marks the end of Rick's comfortable assumption that his intelligence makes him immune to manipulation. Here's proof that even the most ruthless, most evil version of Rick can be turned into someone else's remote-controlled weapon. But confronting this possibility also makes Rick more determined to maintain his agency. Seeing what happened to evil Rick, how completely his autonomy was stripped away without him even knowing, makes Rick more vigilant about protecting his own free will. The controlled Rick represents everything Rick fears most, losing himself while thinking he's still in control. After seeing those wires in evil Rick's brain, Rick can never again assume that his choices are entirely his own. After realizing he might not be in control of his own mind, Rick enters a world built entirely by himself and still finds nothing but corruption, failure, and lies. If you're enjoying the video so far, don't forget to leave a like. Rick thought he was the smartest person in the universe until he discovered he was just one of thousands. The Council of Ricks shattered his delusion of uniqueness, but it also revealed something darker. What happens when infinite versions of the same genius try to work together? Season 3, Episode 7, The Ricklantis Mix-Up takes us deep inside the Citadel of Ricks, showing us a society built entirely by and for Ricks. But this episode reveals that even when you remove every other variable, Ricks still create the same problems they complain about everywhere else: corruption, inequality, violence, and betrayal. The Council of Ricks represents every type of Rick you can imagine. There's Quantum Rick, Maximums, Rickamus, and dozens of others, each one convinced of their own superiority while participating in a system that proves they're all basically the same. These Ricks formed their government because they were scared of other governments but ended up creating something even worse. What makes this episode brilliant is how it shows that the Council of Ricks operates exactly like every corrupt political system Rick Rick claims to hate. They have elections that mean nothing, police who take bribes, factories that exploit workers, and shadow councils that make the real decisions. The Ricks, who were supposed to be too smart for regular society, ended up recreating all of society's worst aspects. The various council Ricks serve different functions, but they all share the same fundamental flaw. They believe being Rick makes them special while proving they're completely ordinary. Quantum Rick thinks his scientific knowledge makes him fit to govern. Maximum's Rickamus believes his experience gives him wisdom, but they're all just variations on the same theme of intellectual arrogance combined with emotional immaturity. Rick J22 in the Wafer Factory shows us what happens to Ricks who challenge the system. He works for 15 years stamping cookies, watching other Ricks get promoted over him until he finally snaps and kills his supervisor. The factory produces simple Rick wafers by keeping one Rick trapped in a loop of happiness, feeding off his joy to flavor cookies. This represents how the Council of Ricks literally consumes the best parts of themselves to maintain their system. When Rick J22 takes Simple Rick hostage and demands a portal gun to escape, he thinks he's finally taking control of his life. Rick D. Sanchez III shows up pretending to be sympathetic, telling him he's more Rick than the others, offering him freedom and a new life. But it's all a setup. They shoot Rick J22 and plug him into the same machine that was torturing Simple Rick, using his moment of hope and rebellion to flavor their new Freedom Wafer line. This storyline reveals how the Council operates. They don't just suppress rebellion, they commodify it. They turn resistance into a product. Rick J22's genuine anger at being exploited becomes just another flavor of wafer for other Ricks to consume. Meanwhile, Cop Rick and Cop Morty show us how the Council's law enforcement works. Cop Morty has become everything wrong with police corruption. He takes bribes, uses excessive force, and calls other Mortys slurs. But here's the twist. Cop Morty is the one with all the connections and knowledge, while Cop Rick is the naive newcomer who still believes in doing the right thing. When they raid the Mortytown locos, Cop Rick tries to show compassion to a crying Morty, only to get stabbed. Cop Morty consoles him by saying it's okay to put faith in Mortys, just the right ones. Then Cop Morty blows up the building with the suspects inside and lies about what happened. When Cop Rick tries to arrest Big Morty for corruption, Cop Morty kills both Big Morty and tries to kill Cop Rick, forcing Rick to shoot his own partner. This storyline shows how the Council's system corrupts everyone who participates in it. Even the Mortys become enforcers of Rick oppression. Cop Morty has internalized Rick's supremacy so completely that he commits violence against other Mortys to maintain the system. The election subplot reveals the Council's political theater. Candidate Morty runs for president against various Rick candidates, each one representing a different type of political stereotype. When candidate Morty actually starts gaining support by talking about real issues, campaign manager Morty gets nervous and suggests he drop out. But candidate Morty's success leads to his assassination attempt by his own campaign manager, who has been given secret files showing that candidate Morty is actually Evil Morty. The assassination fails. Evil Morty wins the election and immediately executes all the Shadow Council Ricks who thought they were really in charge. Evil Morty's rise to power represents the ultimate corruption of the council system. He used their own democratic processes to gain control, then eliminated everyone who might oppose him. The floating bodies at the end of the episode, campaign manager Morty, investigator Rick, all the Shadow Council members, show that even within a society of supposed geniuses, manipulation and violence determine who really holds power. Season 3, Episode 4, Vindicators 3, The Return of Worldender, shows us a different aspect of Rick's relationship with potential collaborators. The Vindicators are supposed to be heroes, but Rick sees them as pretentious frauds who take themselves too seriously. When drunk Rick creates elaborate death games for them, he's really testing whether they live up to their own hype. The Vindicators fail every challenge because they lack genuine connection to their supposed values. Supernova talks about justice while murdering her own teammates. The team falls apart due to personal drama and ego conflicts. They're just as petty and self-serving as anyone else, but they hide it behind superhero costumes and noble speeches. Both episodes show that Rick's problem with groups runs deeper than just antisocial behavior. Whether it's other Ricks or supposed heroes, every collective Rick encounters reveals the same pattern. High ideals corrupted by personal ambition, power structures that benefit those already in charge, and violence justified by claims of greater good. The Council of Ricks represents the ultimate failure of Rick's worldview. If even infinite versions of the smartest person in the universe can't create a functional society, what hope does anyone else have? But maybe that's exactly Rick's point. All societies are doomed to corruption because they're made up of people, and people are fundamentally selfish and stupid, even when those people happen to be Rick Sanchez. After seeing that even Ricks build corrupt systems, Rick faces something worse: a friend turned enemy who knows how to break him. Rick thought his worst enemy would be some alien emperor or cosmic god. Turns out his nightmare has feathers and used to be his best friend. Season 4, Episode 10, Star Mort Rick Turn of the Jerry throws Rick into the worst fight of his life. Space Beth's war against the bugs leads them all to this massive planet-killing ship. Rick thinks he's gonna rescue everyone and be the hero. Instead, he walks into a room and sees the one thing that can actually break him. Phoenix Person stands there waiting. This used to be Bird Person, Rick's oldest friend, the guy who understood him better than anyone. But the Galactic Federation dug up his corpse, rebuilt him with robot parts, and turned him into their personal Rick-killing machine. Rick tries to be cool about it. Hey, remember me? I killed Tammy for you. But Phoenix Person just gets more pissed. Turns out the Federation messed with his brain so much that he actually loved Tammy. Rick killed the woman Phoenix Person thinks he was supposed to marry. Great job, Rick. This whole fight is basically Rick getting his ass kicked by his own past. Phoenix Person knows exactly how Rick fights because they used to fight together. He knows Rick's tricks, his weapons, his weak spots. The Federation took everything good about their friendship and turned it into the perfect way to hurt Rick. And Phoenix Person is strong, like really strong. He throws Rick through walls, blasts him with lasers, beats the crap out of him while Rick tries to crack jokes or talk his way out of it. Nothing works. For once, Rick faces someone who knows him completely and uses that knowledge to destroy him. The really messed up part is what this fight represents. Rick always pushes people away because he thinks they'll betray him eventually. Well, here's his proof. His best friend literally came back from the dead to murder him. Rick's worst fear about relationships just came true in the most literal way possible. Phoenix Person keeps beating Rick down while throwing their history in his face. Every adventure they had together, every time Rick ran away when things got hard, every time Rick chose being alone over being a good friend. Phoenix Person remembers it all and he's pissed about all of it. Rick starts bleeding everywhere. His robot guts are spilling out while Phoenix Person stomps on his organs. Rick is actually dying here and he knows it. The guy who always has a plan, always has an escape route, always finds a way to win. He's about to get murdered by his best friend. This is Rick's worst nightmare playing out in real time. The person who knew him best, who saw through his lies and still cared about him anyway, has become the thing that's gonna kill him. All of Rick's paranoia about friendship just got proven right in the worst possible way. The only reason Rick survives is because Jerry saves him. Jerry, the guy Rick makes fun of constantly, has to rescue Rick from his own friend. Jerry uses Tammy's dead body like a puppet to distract Phoenix Person long enough for Space Beth to shut him down. But even after they win, even after Rick brings Phoenix Person home hoping to fix him, his friend immediately tries to kill him again. Rick has to shut him down and just sits there in his garage staring at the broken pieces of someone he used to care about. Phoenix Person shows Rick what happens when you spend your whole life expecting people to hurt you. Eventually they do, but maybe it's because you pushed them away so hard that when they came back swinging. The Phoenix Person's Rick is Rick at his most broken. He's facing an enemy who used to be his friend, getting beaten up by someone who knows every one of his secrets. This Rick has to deal with the fact that his biggest fear about relationships, that they always end in betrayal, just became literally true. This version of Rick proves that sometimes the thing that destroys you comes wearing a familiar face. Sometimes your worst enemy is someone who used to love you, and sometimes the person who knows you best is the one who can hurt you most. Phoenix Person is what happens when Rick's emotional damage gets turned into an actual weapon and pointed right back at him. And the scariest part is, Rick probably deserved it. After getting torn apart by a friend who knew him best, Rick faces a different kind of defeat, one where he loses to love, family, and a selfie. After being hurt by his closest friend, Rick faces a tougher fight, losing to his own pride and the family he can't control. Rick thought he was above everyone, especially politicians. Then he met the one person more stubborn than him, the President of the United States. What started as a simple monster hunt turned into a battle that would change Rick forever. Season 3, Episode 10. The Rickchurian Morty date begins with Rick and Morty getting called to handle some alien creature in the White House tunnels. They show up, blast the thing in about 2 seconds, then get bored and go home to play Minecraft. Classic Rick move. Do the job quickly, then ignore everything else. But the president takes this personally. He's been watching them through satellites, and he sees Rick and Morty just chilling at home instead of taking their government work seriously. When he calls them out, Rick basically tells him to go screw himself. The president treats them like employees, but Rick sees himself as doing the president a favor just by showing up. This fight reveals something crucial about Rick's character. He genuinely believes he's too important to be held accountable by anyone. When the president mentions that Rick and Morty break about 1,000 federal laws per day, Rick thinks that's actually pretty cool. He assumes the government just tolerates this because they know Rick is too powerful to arrest. The President Rick emerges during this conflict, the version of Rick who gets into a power struggle with the most powerful powerful person on Earth. This Rick represents Rick's ego at its absolute peak. He believes he's untouchable, that he can insult world leaders and face zero consequences. But then things escalate in ways Rick never expected. When Rick and Morty show up in Brazil to investigate a tiny civilization, the president brings his own team to claim jurisdiction. Rick protests, so the president has them arrested with special restraints made of sanchesium, a fake element the government created just to mess with Rick. The fact that they named a fake element after Rick shows how much he's gotten under their skin, but it also shows Rick's influence has limits. He can break a lot of laws, but he can still get arrested when someone really wants to arrest him. Rick escapes pretty easily because, well, he made up sanchesium and posted about it on Wikipedia, but the president keeps escalating. When Rick solves the tiny civilization problem and even brokers peace between Israel and Palestine just to show off, the president declares war on Rick personally. This leads to an absolutely brutal fight through the White House. Rick kills Secret Service agents with some kind of instant death technology. The president brings out military robots, child soldiers, invisible troops, and even a satellite laser. They destroy huge chunks of the White House while beating each other senseless. The fight gets really personal really fast. Rick threatens to visit the president's mother. The president calls Rick a terrorist. They're both acting like children, but children with access to weapons of mass destruction. During all this chaos, Rick keeps insisting that Morty deserves a selfie with the president. This seems like a weird thing to focus on during a life or death battle, but it represents something deeper. Rick is fighting for Morty's dignity, for his grandson to be treated with respect. The controversial truth this episode reveals is that Rick actually cares more about Morty's feelings than his own ego. He could have just left, could have taken his family to a different dimension where none of this happened. Instead, he chooses to fight the President of the United States over a selfie. When Rick finally wins the fight and forces the president to agree to the selfie, Morty has disappeared. He calls Rick to say he stole the portal gun. The family is hiding from Rick, and he honestly could take or leave the selfie at this point. Rick spent all this time and energy fighting for something Morty never really wanted. This moment breaks Rick in a way that physical violence never could. He realizes he's been projecting his own need for respect onto Morty. The whole fight was about Rick's ego, not Morty's happiness. Rick assumed Morty wanted validation from powerful people because Rick craves that validation himself. Meanwhile, Beth and Jerry get back together after Beth's clone paranoia drives her to Jerry for comfort. The family chooses each other over Rick, and they hide from him because they think he might kill Beth if she's a clone. Rick's own family is afraid of him. Rick swallows his pride and asks the president for help finding his family. He promises to leave the president alone forever if he can just get his family back. This represents a massive shift for Rick. He's admitting he needs help, and he's willing to give up his power games for his relationships. When Rick finds his family, he shows up planning to kill Jerry because he thinks Jerry is the problem. But Beth defends Jerry, and Rick realizes he's lost. Jerry has won simply by being there, by being consistent, by loving Beth unconditionally, while Rick played complicated mind games. Rick makes the hardest choice of his life. He accepts Jerry back into the family. He gives up his position as the dominant force in the household and agrees to be just another family member. This is Rick's version of character growth, and it's painful to watch. The episode ends with Rick disguising himself as fly fishing Rick to make peace with the president. He pretends to be a different Rick who travels between dimensions, offering to help with future threats. Both Rick and the president get to save face while ending their conflict. President Rick represents Rick at a crossroads. He can keep fighting everyone who challenges his authority, or he can choose his family over his ego. The fight with the president forces Rick to realize that his power means nothing if he loses the people he actually cares about. This version of Rick discovers that sometimes winning means admitting you were wrong. Sometimes being the smartest person in the universe means knowing when to stop being smart and start being human. Rick gets his family back, but only by accepting that he can't control them anymore. The real victory here comes from Rick choosing love over power, family over status, and humility over dominance. That's a harder fight than any battle with the president, and it's one Rick almost loses. Rick chooses family over power fighting the president, but after killing Rick Prime, he's left empty and lost, not knowing what to do next. So you finally killed Rick Prime, the guy who murdered your family. Now what? This is where Rick C-137 finds himself after beating Rick Prime to death with his bare hands. The victory tastes like nothing. Empty, hollow. All those years hunting Rick Prime, all that rage, all that purpose, gone in an instant. And there's nothing that fills the void. The ending of Unmortrican shows us something we rarely see from Rick: complete emotional numbness. Evil Morty even calls it out, asks Rick how it feels, expecting some satisfaction. But Rick just stands there covered in Rick Prime's blood, looking like a man who just realized he spent his entire life chasing something that would never actually fix him. The 1,000-yard stare mirrors what Morty went through way back in Season 1, except Rick has decades more baggage and way fewer healthy coping mechanisms. mechanisms. Then Rick fending your mort opens with Rick passed out drunk on the garage floor. This is peak post-revenge depression. The man literally has nothing left to live for. His entire identity was built around hunting Rick Prime, and now that Rick Prime is dead, who is he? Morty tries to cheer him up with those adventure cards, and Rick's response is telling. He flips out completely. This guy who used to live for chaos and adventure suddenly wants to audit everything, call in cosmic entities, prove Morty wrong about technicalities. Why? Because structure and rules feel safe when your whole world just collapsed. Here's the controversial truth nobody wants to admit. Rick was probably happier when he was hunting Rick Prime. At least then he had purpose. At least then his pain meant something. The revenge gave his suffering a direction, a goal, a reason to keep existing. Take that away and what's left? Just a broken old man who destroyed countless lives and relationships in pursuit of killing Rick Prime. Something that ultimately meant nothing. The observer audit becomes this weird metaphor for Rick's mental state. He's obsessing over details, trying to control every narrative, desperately attempting to prove that his adventures with Morty have meaning. But watch how he reacts to the clips. He's defensive, angry, constantly trying to explain away their mistakes. The man is having a full identity crisis in real time. What makes this even more brutal is how Rick treats the whole situation. When the observer starts showing embarrassing clips of the family, Rick just wants it to stop. The guy who used to thrive on chaos and humiliation suddenly wants peace and quiet. That's Trauma Response 101. When you've been through something devastating like finally killing Rick Prime, even normal stress becomes unbearable. The most telling moment comes when Rick admits to Morty that he appreciates what Morty was trying to do with the punch cards. For Rick to acknowledge Morty's emotional intelligence and actually thank him, that's character development born from rock bottom. When you lose everything that defined you, including your lifelong quest to kill Rick Prime, you start noticing the people who stuck around anyway. But here's where it gets interesting. Rick still defaults to control and manipulation. He tricks the observers by pretending to show a defensive clip, then turns their own technology against them. Even in his broken state, Rick's instinct is to be the smartest person in the room. The difference is now it feels desperate rather than confident. He's not showing off his intelligence, he's clinging to it as the only piece of his identity that still works after Rick Prime's death. The episode ends with Rick and Morty agreeing to go on adventures again, but pay attention to how Rick says it. There's no enthusiasm, no manic energy, just resignation, like a man going through the motions because he has literally nothing else to do. The adventure cards represent structure, routine, something to fill the empty hours where he used to be consumed by hunting Rick Prime. This version of Rick is dangerous in a completely different way than before. Rick Prime was dangerous because he was nihilistic and detached. Pre-revenge Rick C-137 was dangerous because he was driven by rage and grief toward Rick Prime. But post-Rick Prime Rick, he's dangerous because he has nothing left to lose and no clear reason to keep existing. That's the kind of person who makes catastrophically bad decisions just to feel something. The scary part is how this emptiness might push Rick toward even worse behavior. When you have no moral center and no driving purpose after killing Rick Prime, what stops you from becoming Rick Prime yourself? Evil Morty warned about this. What happens after Rick kills Rick Prime? Maybe he kills himself next. Or maybe he becomes the very thing he spent his life hunting. Rick C-137's aftermath after killing Rick Prime shows us the lie we tell ourselves about justice and closure. We think if we just get even, if we just make Rick Prime pay, everything will be okay. But revenge never fixes you. It just leaves you empty, wondering what the hell you're supposed to do with the rest of your life when your entire reason for living just died with Rick Prime. After Rick loses all purpose with Rick Prime gone, he struggles to hold on to his true self when his mind starts slipping away. Rick Sanchez loves control. He controls dimensions, he controls people, and most importantly, he controls himself. But what happens when Rick loses control of who he is? Tiny Rick shows us the terrifying answer. When Summer begs Rick to help with a vampire problem at school, Rick initially refuses. The idea of going back to high school disgusts him, but then something changes his mind. Rick decides to transfer his consciousness into a teenage clone of himself, creating Tiny Rick. At first, this seems like the perfect solution. All of Rick's intelligence in a young, energetic body. The transformation happens quickly. Tiny Rick kills the vampire coach with ease, proving his competence. But then the real problem begins. Instead of returning to his old body immediately, Tiny Rick gets seduced by teenage life. He goes to parties, plays guitar, and becomes incredibly popular. The whole school loves him, and for the first time in decades, Rick experiences what it feels like to be genuinely liked without fear. Here's where things get disturbing. Tiny Rick starts forgetting who he really is. The teenage brain begins overriding Rick's adult consciousness, burying his deeper thoughts and memories. Summer notices this first when she sees Tiny Rick's artwork. Desperate messages like, "Help me, Morty and Summer," hidden in what appears to be normal teenage angst. When Tiny Rick performs songs at parties, the lyrics are literal cries for help. "Let me out, what you see is not the same person as me, my life's a lie, I'm not who you're looking at." The episode reveals something profound about identity. Rick's cynicism, his awareness of death, his cosmic perspective, these things that make him miserable also make him who he is. The teenage brain wants to suppress these dark thoughts, creating a wall around them. But without his darkness, Rick becomes hollow. Tiny Rick is popular and happy, but he loses everything that makes Rick himself. Summer realizes the danger while Morty gets distracted by his newfound social status. Jessica finally talks to him because of Tiny Rick's popularity. This creates a fascinating conflict. Summer wants to save Rick, while Morty wants to preserve his own happiness. The episode shows how selfish people can be when their interests conflict with doing the right thing. The crisis peaks when Tiny Rick gets expelled after Summer plants evidence in his locker. But instead of returning to his old body, Tiny Rick turns violent. He tries to destroy Rick's original body permanently, essentially committing murder-suicide. This scene is genuinely frightening because we see Rick completely lost to himself. When Rick finally returns to his original body, he's changed. He immediately goes to his basement and destroys all his other clone bodies from Operation Phoenix. This is significant. Rick abandons his backup plan for immortality. He accepts that his current body and life are what he has, and that trying to escape aging or death only leads to losing himself. The episode works because it asks a simple question. Would you rather be happy or be yourself? Most people would choose happiness, but Rick chooses authenticity. He would rather be miserable and real than happy and fake. This makes Rick both admirable and tragic. Tiny Rick also reveals Rick's deepest fear, losing his identity. Rick can handle physical death, but the idea of becoming someone else terrifies him. The episode suggests that our flaws and pain are not obstacles to overcome, but essential parts of who we are. Without his cynicism and depression, Rick becomes just another teenager. The vampire subplot serves as a perfect parallel. Vampires are creatures that have lost their humanity in exchange for power and immortality. Tiny Rick faces a similar choice. Keep the benefits of youth but lose his essential self. The difference is that Rick chooses to remain human, flaws and all. This episode transforms how we see Rick's character. His depression and nihilism are not just personality quirks, they are core parts of his identity that he will fight to preserve. Tiny Rick proves that even Rick Sanchez has lines he will not cross, and losing himself is where he draws that line. Rick losing himself as Tiny Rick leads directly to him facing his biggest fears and learning how to really care. Rick Sanchez has always been running from pain, from responsibility, from genuine connection. But after 7 seasons of chaos and destruction, something fundamental shifts in Fear No Mort. This episode shows us a Rick who has finally stopped running and learned how to be present for the people who matter most. The fear hole represents the ultimate test of character. When Rick and Morty discover this mysterious pit that forces people to confront their deepest fears, Rick's initial reaction is typical. He walks away. He refuses to engage with anything that might challenge his carefully constructed emotional walls. But when Morty jumps in anyway, Rick follows without hesitation. This simple action reveals everything about how Rick has changed. Inside the fear hole, Morty experiences a nightmare version of reality where Rick reunites with Diane, but slowly wastes away in the process. What makes this sequence devastating is watching Morty realize that his greatest fear involves Rick's happiness potentially meaning his own abandonment. The fake Rick in the fear hole exploits this insecurity, making Morty believe that Rick would choose Diane over him every single time. But the real transformation happens when Morty finally escapes and faces the actual Rick waiting outside. When Morty asks if he's irreplaceable, Rick gives an answer that would have been impossible from earlier versions of himself. Instead of deflecting with sarcasm or cruelty, Rick responds with, "Define irreplaceable," a gentle way of acknowledging Morty's worth without completely abandoning his scientific worldview. This moment captures perfectly how Rick has evolved. He has learned to balance his intellectual honesty with emotional intelligence. Rick could have said, "Yes, you're irreplaceable," to make Morty feel better, but that would have been a lie. He could have said, "No Nobody is irreplaceable to maintain his nihilistic consistency, but that would have been cruel. Instead, he finds a middle ground that validates Morty's feelings while staying true to his own nature. The episode's most powerful symbol comes at the very end. After Morty shares his traumatic experience in the fear hole, Rick quietly returns to the bathroom and places a photo of Morty on the bulletin board, the wall reserved for people who conquered their fears. Rick recognizes that Morty achieved something extraordinary, and he wants to honor that accomplishment. This gesture reveals the depth of Rick's transformation. The old Rick would have mocked the very idea of a fear-conquering wall. He would have dismissed the entire concept as meaningless sentiment. But this Rick understands that meaning comes from the connections we make and the people we choose to celebrate. By placing Morty's photo on that wall, Rick is essentially saying, "This matters because you matter." What makes Rick's evolution so compelling is that he maintains his essential character while fundamentally changing his priorities. He still makes crude jokes and maintains his scientific perspective. He still sees through illusions and refuses to be manipulated by false hope. But now these traits serve a different purpose. They protect and support the people he loves rather than isolating him from them. The Fear Hole episode also shows how Rick has learned to recognize when someone needs help versus when they need space. Throughout Morty's ordeal, Rick waits patiently outside, trusting that Morty can handle the challenge while remaining ready to assist if needed. This represents a massive shift from the Rick who used to drag Morty into dangerous situations without considering the psychological consequences. Rick's relationship with fear itself has also evolved. Earlier seasons showed us a Rick who seemed fearless because he had numbed himself to almost everything. But this Rick acknowledges fear as a natural and sometimes valuable emotion. When Morty begs him not to enter the fear hole himself, Rick listens. He recognizes that some battles are worth avoiding, especially when the cost might be losing the progress he has made. The episode suggests that Rick's greatest achievement has nothing to do with science or interdimensional travel. His real accomplishment is learning how to be present in someone else's life without overwhelming them. He has discovered the delicate balance between caring enough to stay involved and respecting boundaries enough to let others grow. This version of Rick represents something revolutionary in the show's mythology. For the first time, we see a Rick who has processed his trauma enough to function as a positive force in his family's life. He has moved beyond using his intelligence as a weapon and started using it as a tool for understanding and connection. The photo on the bulletin board becomes a promise. Rick is choosing to stay engaged with the messy, complicated work of being someone's grandfather. He has returned from his long journey through grief and revenge with something more valuable than any scientific discovery: the wisdom to recognize what truly matters and the courage to protect it. Now let's talk about how smart is every Rick and Morty character. From Morty nearly destroying the timeline over a crush, to Rick inventing an entire multiverse just to avoid being wrong. This is the full breakdown of how smart every character is in Rick and Morty, ranked from Jerry to smartest. Starting with Jerry Smith. He's never been the smartest person in the room, but he's too oblivious to ever notice that. While everyone else in the Rick and Morty universe struggles with the mind-bending complexities of interdimensional travel, Jerry's biggest challenge is figuring out how to use a Meeseeks box without causing a citywide hostage situation. His life represents one long, unbroken streak of self-sabotage. In a universe where Rick Sanchez can create entire civilizations and Morty has developed survival instincts to navigate cosmic horrors, Jerry is spectacularly and almost impressively incompetent at the most mundane tasks. From the very beginning of Rick and Morty, Jerry Smith was established as the family's weak link. He's known for struggling with employment and failing to connect with his family, but he's also capable of heroism in times of crisis. In fact, he's saved his family on rare occasions. Jerry's nature to give up in tough situations became problematic when he asked a blue humanoid creature to help him improve his golf game. And upon realizing that he was bad at golf, he quit trying to pursue his goals. This could also possibly be the reason why Jerry can't get a job or can't keep a job for a long time, because he always gives up halfway. The Meeseeks were specifically designed to help people with simple tasks. Rick warned the Smith family to keep their tasks simple because if a Meeseeks isn't given a purpose at the beginning of its existence, it seems to default to taking the purpose of the Meeseeks before it. Beth asks her Meeseeks to help her be a more complete woman. Summer wants to become popular at school, but Jerry asks for something more straightforward, taking 2 strokes off his golf game. What should have been the simplest request becomes an existential nightmare that threatens the entire family's safety because being bad at golf and his unwillingness to practice made for an impossible combination. This was the moment when Jerry's fundamental misunderstanding of cause and effect became a life-threatening situation for everyone around him. What follows is one of the most chaotic sequences in Rick and Morty history, and it's all Jerry's fault. However, Jerry struggles to improve at golf despite the coaching from his Meeseeks. Jerry is ready to give up, but his Meeseeks can't stop existing until it completes its task and decides to summon another Meeseeks to help. The situation spirals completely out of control, as Jerry's refusal to acknowledge his own limitations creates a multiplying crisis as Mr. Meeseeks hits the button on the Meeseeks box and another Mr. Meeseeks appears. The beautiful irony here is that Jerry actually admits he sucks, but instead of working to improve, he just accepts it as an immutable fact of the universe. The longer the Meeseeks stay alive, the more sanity they begin to lose. And Jerry, being Jerry, doesn't seem to grasp the urgency of the situation. While Beth and Summer's Meeseeks complete their tasks and disappear within hours, Jerry's incompetence creates what amounts to an interdimensional mental health crisis. When Jerry decides he's had enough and leaves the increasingly desperate Meeseeks to go to dinner with Beth, the situation reaches its most ridiculous point. Jerry goes to dinner with Beth, telling the whining Meeseeks that they are more worried about his golf game than he is. This is peak Jerry. Create a problem, make it worse through negligence, then wash his hands of responsibility when things spiral out of control. The climax was when the Meeseeks stormed the restaurant where Jerry and Beth were dining, driven to complete madness by him. The horde of Mr. Meeseeks descend on the restaurant while Jerry and Beth escape into the restaurant's freezer, and the Mr. Meeseeks begin taking hostages to force him out. The man who couldn't improve his golf swing by 2 strokes has now created a hostage situation. So he does the most Jerry thing ever and asks why he's mediocre, as if it's something that happened to him rather than because of who he is as a person. The resolution comes when Jerry finally demonstrates that his golf swing has improved by using a makeshift setup in the restaurant. Jerry comes out from the freezer and uses a severed pipe and tomato to prove that his swing has improved. The Mr. Meeseeks celebrate and disappear, all except for one stickler Mr. Meeseeks who takes a hostage and asks to see Jerry's short game. But Jerry couldn't quite get it right because there's always one more thing he hasn't considered. The family's reaction tells us everything we need to know about Jerry's place in their world. They went crazy when they couldn't take 2 strokes off Jerry's golf game. He felt terrible, and Rick's dismissal cut straight to the point by saying it's simply factual. Jerry's incompetence is so well established that nearly causing multiple deaths over golf lessons barely registers as unusual. The Meeseeks incident pretty much covers Jerry's role throughout the series. His fundamental problem is that he overthinks simple things while completely missing complex realities. He can intellectualize the concept of relaxation being paradoxical, but he can't grasp that asking magical creatures to fix his golf game might have consequences. This pattern repeats throughout the series. When the Galactic Federation took over Earth and humanity slipped into full-blown dystopia, Jerry Smith saw an opportunity to climb the corporate ladder instead of protecting his family. Instead of asking why the aliens wanted him or what they planned to do with humanity, Jerry leaned into the fantasy that he was finally special. His unemployment becomes a recurring theme that illustrates his approach to problem-solving perfectly. He can never seem to catch a break or a job. However, one theory suggests that it's possible his specific job in the Galactic Federation contributed to his inability to find work on Earth. Essentially, because of Jerry's background in marketing, the Galactic Federation used this to its advantage to create content for the masses. In the episode Something Ricked This Way Comes, Jerry's insecurities lead to helping his son Morty on a science project, to which he stubbornly refuses to concede that Pluto is no longer a planet. This ends up with him and Morty being abducted to Pluto. Jerry's scientific method was, if experts disagree with what makes him feel good, the experts must be wrong.
That's right. It's possible to disagree in science, Morty. Pluto was a planet. Some committee of fancy assholes disagree. I disagree back.
Jerry's defining trait is that he doesn't ask questions because answers might ruin the fantasy. When faced with a talking cat that clearly has disturbing secrets, Jerry didn't panic or call for help. He didn't even ask how or why the cat could speak. He just accepted it and agreed to go on a spontaneous vacation to Florida. Later, when Rick scanned the cat's mind and saw something so horrifying he could barely speak, Jerry didn't want to know. He willingly had the memory wiped because he couldn't handle the discomfort of knowing the truth. This demonstrates what makes Jerry the dumbest character in Rick and Morty. He thinks being chosen means being right. He thinks doing nothing is the safest move. And worst of all, he thinks failure is just bad luck and never his own fault. Jerry consistently chooses comfort over growth, validation over truth, and denial over self-reflection. Jerry's episode with the Meeseeks is one of the show's most perfect character studies that shows exactly how someone can turn a simple request into a life-threatening disaster through sheer incompetence. His estimated IQ, 85. Below average intelligence combined with absolute zero self-awareness and a pathological aversion to learning. Jerry represents the dangerous intersection of stupidity and stubborn confidence. If this is how low the bar starts, just wait till we get to the characters who think cloning themselves makes them emotionally stable. Hit subscribe now if you're buckled in. But his journey from unemployment to cosmic irrelevance is just getting started, because next up we have a character who might actually be smart enough to recognize their own limitations, unlike our poor, oblivious Jerry. Mr. Poopy Butthole. The more you look at him, the more it becomes clear that Mr. Poopy Butthole is a sight for sore eyes. This character exists to react. He pops in, screams something cheerful, gets shot, and then vanishes until the next cameo. But if you string his choices together long enough, it reveals a pattern of the kind of impulsive behavior we can only expect from Rick. Mr. Poopy Butthole operates like someone reading cue cards for the first time, drifting through dangerous situations without understanding the stakes. He survives by accident and collapses the moment anyone asks him to take initiative. His defining characteristic shows his complete inability to plan ahead or learn from catastrophic experiences. Wayne Poopy Butthole, more commonly referred to as Mr. Poopy Butthole and formerly Professor Poopy Butthole, is a longtime family friend of the Smith family and a recurring character in Rick and Morty. He's mostly shown breaking the fourth wall during the show and is the only other character to do this besides Rick and others on certain occasions. He often addresses the audience in post-credit scenes following a season finale, where he talks about what just happened in the episode as well as his personal life before encouraging the audience to tune in for the next season. What makes Mr. Poopy Butthole fascinating is how he processes trauma and crisis. Rather than developing coping mechanisms or learning from experiences, he simply resets his emotional state and soldiers on as if nothing fundamental has changed. His happy-go-lucky personality stays the same throughout the series, suggesting either profound wisdom or complete disconnection from reality. The perfect example of Mr. Poopy Butthole's reactive stupidity comes from the Total Recall episode, where the family faces an invasion of memory-implanting parasites. The Smith household becomes ground zero for distinguishing between real family friends and alien threats who plant false memories. The tension builds as paranoia spreads and family members start killing anyone who seems too good to be true. Beth becomes increasingly suspicious. Rick arms everyone, and the situation escalates toward violence. Mr. Poopy Butthole exists right in the middle of this chaos, cheerful and familiar, but somehow off. You could even assume he's another parasite because he appears too perfectly placed to be coincidental. The setup makes him look like an obvious target for elimination, especially when everyone else is being systematically murdered for being suspicious. During the lockdown, Mr. Poopy Butthole shows no awareness of the danger surrounding him. Rick presses a button on his watch, and all doors and windows in the house are sealed off by blast shields. Instead of recognizing this as a life-threatening situation, Mr. Poopy Butthole treats it like a minor inconvenience. His response to being trapped during a parasite hunt demonstrates how disconnected he really is from reality. While everyone else is getting paranoid, Mr. Poopy Butthole is still obliviously cheerful, while also sharing irrelevant memories and making himself seem even more suspicious. At this point, Beth was convinced that Mr. Poopy Butthole must be a parasite, so she shoots him point blank. Photos become the family's method for determining who's real, and when Beth scrolls through her images, she discovers that Mr. Poopy Butthole isn't in any of the photos. This should have been his moment to explain, to provide evidence, to save himself through quick thinking. Instead, Mr. Poopy Butthole turns the accusation around without understanding that he's making himself look even more suspicious by telling her that she's not in any of his either, essentially confirming Beth's suspicion, so she brings out one of Rick's laser weapons and shoots Mr. Poopy Butthole in the midsection, which throws him over the room onto a wall. The family freaks out as he starts bleeding, proving he wasn't a parasite. This scene shows exactly how Mr. Poopy Butthole operates. He drifts through dangerous situations without understanding the consequences. He had no plan for surviving a parasite hunt, no strategy for proving he's not one of them, and no awareness that being the most suspicious-looking person in the room might get him shot. After the credits, we see Mr. Poopy Butthole recovering inside the hospital. And rather than demanding justice, pressing charges, or even seeking an explanation for why Beth shot him, Mr. Poopy Butthole simply forgives them and moves on. His immediate reaction to trauma shows the reactive nature that defines his entire existence. His entire story arc reveals the fundamental limitation of reactive intelligence. After being absent for several seasons, Mr. Poopy Butthole returns with a cane, a limp, and a family we've never seen before. He talks about his downfall, casually revealing that he lost his job, got addicted to pills, and drove his wife and son away. The weird part is that he blames the audience. No one asked for this update, but he just appears, spills his guts to the camera, and then disappears again. The pattern continues in almost every appearance. In Season 4, he appears as Professor Poopy Butthole in front of a small gathering of college students. They all attack him almost right away, and we see an incredible display of agile martial arts as he dodges punches in slow motion and brutally defeats them all with his cane. His Season 7 appearance shows complete deterioration, though. Mr. Poopy Butthole shows up completely unhinged, openly suicidal, and clinging to whatever scraps of meaning he can find. He takes a job teaching, gets fired, and blames everyone but himself. The fact that he narrates his own misery demonstrates how disconnected he becomes from cause and effect. Mr. Poopy Butthole's sudden selfishness in Season 7 possibly comes from the fact that he's probably the variant from the Parmesan dimension, rather than the same character we've been following. The most telling aspect of his character development shows his complete inability to break destructive cycles. Each appearance follows the same pattern. He arrives cheerfully, gets caught up in circumstances beyond his control, suffers consequences, and then processes the trauma as if it happened to someone else. His relationship with the fourth wall breaking reveals another one of his limitations. Mr. Poopy Butthole often addresses the audience in post-credit scenes, but unlike Rick's sophisticated meta-commentary, his observations are surface level and disconnected from deeper understanding. He means well and suffers genuinely, but lacks the intelligence to protect himself or improve his circumstances. It's almost like watching someone try to navigate a hurricane with an umbrella while being unprepared for the reality he's facing. Mr. Poopy Butthole's estimated IQ, 88, capable of basic social interaction and surprisingly effective in physical confrontations, but completely unable to anticipate consequences or learn from repeated trauma. His reactive intelligence keeps him going, but he's never safe. He's brilliantly incompetent, at least when compared to our next character, who somehow manages to make wrong decisions even when handed the right answers. Beth Smith. Her intelligence exists beyond question. She's one of the smartest people in the family. She's a trained surgeon, a confident leader, and quick to assert dominance in almost any conversation. But intelligence alone doesn't lead to smart decisions. With Beth, her biggest flaw is how she constantly mistakes control for clarity. She doesn't want to understand the situation. She wants to win it. Most of her bad decisions come from that warped priority. Beth processes trauma by repackaging it into pride. Instead of pulling herself out of toxic situations, she digs deeper into them to prove she's strong enough to survive. That might work with horses, but it doesn't work in a family with Rick. Her intellect becomes weaponized to protect her ego rather than improve her life, creating a dangerous combination of high intelligence and complete emotional dysfunction. She's the third antagonist of Rick and Morty, the daughter of Rick C-131, Jerry's wife and Summer and Morty's mother. She also works as a veterinarian at the St. Equus Hospital, specializing in horse surgery, a job she internally feels to be beneath her and is often defensive when her career is compared to human medicine. Several episodes have dealt with Beth's deep dissatisfaction with her life, stemming from her belief that she has settled in her marriage, family, and job. As an adult, she wanted to work as a cardiac surgeon, but that never happened because she went to prom with Jerry and got pregnant with her first child and only daughter, Summer. She may wish she had been able to continue her medical education to become a real doctor, but in reality, Beth has a superiority complex. She believes she is above others as a way of hiding her insecurities. Her genius father's clear preference for her over her idiot husband, as Rick likes to put it, has in turn fed her feelings of superiority, especially towards Jerry. Beth's intelligent stupidity comes from her relationship with therapy and self-reflection for starters. In Pickle Rick, the family attends therapy without Rick, and Beth spends the entire session trying to prove that their dysfunction is sophisticated rather than harmful and just wants to win the session. Things start to escalate as Dr. Wong attempts to address the family's real problems. Beth deflects every observation about her closed-off emotional state, claiming it's better than making your problems other people's problems. When Dr. Wong suggests that Rick and Beth's shared aversion to emotion and vulnerability is at the root of the family's problems, Beth immediately goes on the defensive. Dr. Wong asks simple, leading questions about why Rick turned himself into a pickle to avoid therapy, and Beth just responds with justifications. She rationalizes the matter in order to avoid facing the painful truth that her father lied and proceeds to become hostile, treating the therapy session like a debate she needs to win at all costs. Beth's response tells you everything about who she is. Beth fails to consider her similarities with Rick and gets more defensive of Rick when Dr. Wong points out how Rick uses his intelligence to avoid getting in touch with his emotional side. This exchange shows Beth's fundamental problem. She confuses emotional unavailability with strength. Her intelligence tells her that Rick's behavior is destructive, but her emotional needs override her rational assessment. She chooses to admire Rick's toxic independence because acknowledging his dysfunction would mean confronting her own. When Dr. Wong finishes her analysis of Rick's pattern of using intelligence to justify avoiding emotional work, Rick stays silent and actually processes the feedback. But Beth just ignores the entire session. After they leave, she and Rick mock Dr. Wong and make plans to go drinking, completely ignoring Morty and Summer's advice of returning to therapy. The pattern continues in The ABCs of Beth, where Rick reveals her childhood sociopathic tendencies. Beth's response reveals her intelligence-driven rationalization when she is presented with proof of her unsettling childhood behavior, such as Rick's list of weapons she asked for as a child. Following the therapy session, Beth's reaction shows her complete inability to process criticism constructively. Rather than considering Dr. Wong's insights, she treats the entire experience as validation of her superiority. Her dismissal reveals how she uses her intelligence to maintain her defensive barriers. Beth's response also reveals her basic avoidance of responsibility when Rick gives her the option to clone herself and leave Earth. She agrees but deliberately chooses not to know which version stayed behind because she says it's empowering, that she trusts herself either way. But deep down, she's dodging accountability, because she would be angry at herself for being so cowardly if she knew she stayed, and she would question her parenting if she knew she had left. Not knowing gives her plausible deniability. This decision reveals Beth's intelligence working against her own growth. She's smart enough to recognize the escape route Rick offers, clever enough to structure the arrangement to protect her ego, but too emotionally stunted to make an authentic choice about her life. Beth's pattern of using intelligence to avoid emotional growth creates cascading problems throughout her relationships. Her obsession with not being like her mother leads her to repeat the exact same dysfunctional patterns. She belittles Jerry the same way her mom belittled her dad. She stays in a loveless marriage out of inertia and pride. She drinks to cope, resents her kids, and lashes out when she feels unappreciated, all while denying that anything's wrong. Her relationship with Jerry demonstrates how her intellectual superiority becomes emotional poison. Beth doesn't love Jerry. She's bored by him, frustrated with his mediocrity, and openly disgusted with his lack of courage. But every time she has the chance to leave him for good, she either hesitates or doubles back. She stays because walking away would mean admitting she wasted her youth on the wrong man, that she chose someone safe over someone challenging, that she made a mistake. When they do separate, Beth feels free for a moment but then spirals into an identity crisis. The Space Beth situation reveals the logical endpoint of her avoidance patterns. In A Rick Convenient Mort, we learn that Beth and Space Beth begin a romantic relationship with each other because they're the same person and no one else understands them. Beth is so desperate to be seen, so unwilling to admit she's emotionally isolated, that she literally starts dating herself. She justifies it as self-care, a healthy bond, and a way to feel whole. But what it really does is expose her inability to form authentic connections with others. Even when Rick endangers Morty, destabilizes their household, and reveals everything that makes her feel secure, Beth sticks by him. She defends him, excuses him, places his intellect above his destructiveness, and his approval above her own instincts. Her superiority complex, believing herself at times to be above others as a way of hiding her insecurities, creates a feedback loop where her intelligence reinforces her emotional problems rather than solving them. She confuses control with strength, refuses help because needing it would imply weakness, and surrounds herself with people she can either fix or dominate because equals would threaten her illusion of superiority. All in all, she represents the most tragic kind of wasted potential. Someone brilliant enough to recognize her problems, but too emotionally damaged to fix them. It's like watching a gifted surgeon operate on everyone except herself, using all her skills to maintain the wounds that are slowly killing her. Her intelligence could be her salvation, but she's chosen pride instead. Her estimated IQ, 130, highly intelligent with strong analytical abilities and medical training, but her emotional dysfunction and pathological need for control prevent her from applying that intelligence to her own life. There's a very similar character to her with the same kind of pride, but she owns it, unlike Beth, who isn't willing to question herself. She's a surgeon with abandonment issues and a clone somewhere in orbit, and we're still only halfway up the ladder. Click subscribe before the smarter ones start destroying timelines. Space Beth. Space Beth acts like she escaped all of regular Beth's baggage, but the truth reveals she just repackaged it into aggression. She's sharper in a fight, quicker to act, and more decisive in a crisis. But where regular Beth hides behind control and pride, Space Beth hides behind motion. She solves her problems by outrunning them, blasting them, or pretending they don't exist. For someone who claims to be free, Space Beth spends a lot of time proving she's still stuck in the same psychological loops, only with cooler boots and a bigger gun. Space Beth doesn't just want to be independent, she wants to be defined by it. Every sarcastic jab and smug smile becomes another brick in the wall she's building to avoid the deeper question. If freedom made her happy, why did she come back? Because deep down, Space Beth doesn't want to be separate. She wants to be chosen. Her intelligence gets channeled into elaborate justifications for avoiding emotions that could actually free her, much like Rick. Space Beth is a major character in Rick and Morty who's either the original Beth Smith from Dimension C131 or a clone of her. At the end of the ABCs of Beth, Rick made a clone of Beth with all her memories and, unable to decide whether or not he wanted his daughter in his life, purposefully had their positions shuffled so that he himself would not know which Beth was the clone. By the time of Star-Mort Return of the Jerry, Space Beth has gone on several space adventures to reach the most wanted status in the galaxy. She returns to Earth to murder Rick for lying to her, as well as the other Beth, but Rick makes her see the other Beth has a chip too. She appears to be vengeful of her father, though her hatred seems to have toned down by the end as she returns to live with her earthly counterpart and her family. Space Beth operates like someone whose entire identity revolves around the concept of having made the right choice. She brags about saving galaxies, dismisses Earth life as meaningless, and criticizes Beth for everything from parenting to clothing. But underneath all the confidence lives someone who desperately needs to feel like the better version of Beth. She measures her value against the woman who stayed behind, treating their relationship like a competition she has to keep winning. Space Beth's intelligence-driven self-deception comes from her re-entry into Earth dynamics. In Star-Mort Return of the Jerry, Space Beth gets involved in a battle between the New Galactic Federation and Rick's family with almost no hesitation. She flies straight into chaos, confronts Rick with a gun to his face, and assumes she's being hunted, which was actually based on a handful of assumptions. When Beth, who thinks Rick doesn't want her to return, finds the explosive device in her neck, the episode takes a different turn. Rather than seeking clarification or examining the complexity of the situation, she jumps to the conclusion that she's been betrayed. This reaction shows that she sees confrontation as clarity. Space Beth's approach to family conflict shows the same pattern of just acting on it instead of asking questions. When she learns about the other Beth's similar device, instead of recognizing this as evidence of Rick's impossible position, she treats it as some kind of manipulation that she's got to overcome with force. She follows the same pattern in Bethic Twinstinct when Space Beth returns for Thanksgiving. She makes her return to Earth with the confidence of a rebellious teen who finally moved out and got a haircut just to spite her parents. The build-up shows her systematically working to prove her superiority over regular Beth while desperately seeking validation for her life choices. The climactic moment of Space Beth's emotional dysfunction comes during her romantic involvement with regular Beth. Her relationship with Beth starts to develop after they bond over a bottle of Venusian wine after the dinner. Space Beth encourages Beth to be the kind of person she wants to be and not hold back, pointing out they can tell each other anything. What follows reveals the depth of Space Beth's psychological isolation by literally dating herself because they're the same person and no one else understands them. The beautiful tragedy here shows exactly how Space Beth operates. She cuts out the middleman and dates a version of herself who already knows the script. She tells herself it's love, but Space Beth chose the most emotionally safe partner imaginable and called it freedom. While Space Beth wants to take their relationship seriously, Beth still has feelings for Jerry and wants to stay with her family. Space Beth's response to that showed just how unstable she can get when she's rejected. And so, she becomes territorial, starts insulting Jerry, and pressures Beth to abandon her life. But after Jerry figures out that his wife is having an affair with her alternate self, Space Beth shows her inability to process complex emotional situations. She continues to belittle him throughout Bethic Twinstinct and encourages Beth to leave him permanently, showing no regard for his feelings on their relationship. She then went on to accuse him of being upset that it's about him, calling him a pervert when she finds out he enjoys watching them make out. But then something unexpected happens. She realizes that she's aroused by him, permitting it before having him join in. We all know what happens next. Space Beth's reaction to this resolution demonstrates her fundamental confusion about what she actually wants. Rather than recognizing this as a healthy compromise that allows everyone to get their needs met, she processes it as another victory in her ongoing competition with regular Beth. She can be heard saying she knows what Jerry likes, treating intimacy like another skill to master rather than a connection to experience. The aftermath reveals Space Beth's core problem. She treats discomfort like a threat. When emotional situations become complex or ambiguous, she either freezes or redirects into aggression. She'd rather fire a laser than admit she's lost. Space Beth's pattern of using motion to avoid reflecting creates cascading problems across all her relationships. For someone who constantly criticizes her father, Space Beth spends a suspicious amount of time trying to impress him. She acts detached when Rick doesn't recognize her, shrugging off his indifference like it doesn't sting. But the more time they spend together, the more obvious it becomes that Space Beth wants Rick to validate her decision to leave. She wants him to say she's the real one, or the better one, or the daughter he should have raised. Rick never gives her that validation. He avoids choosing, so Space Beth lashes out in subtler ways. She challenges his logic, competes with his tech, and flaunts her independence while hoping he'll chase her. For all her rebellion, she's still stuck in the same emotional orbit as regular Beth. She claims to be happy with her life and claims to have found purpose, but the moment she's back around her family, all of that starts to fade away. She becomes jealous of Beth's connection with the kids. She becomes territorial about Jerry, and in later episodes, she openly competes for affection and attention because she can't stand the idea of being the other Beth. In reality, she still wants the same things as her clone: to be loved, to be needed, and to matter more than Rick ever let her. She acts like she moved past her trauma, but in reality, she just weaponized it. In Star Mort Rick turn of the Jerry, she immediately assumes the worst about Rick's intentions and treats every situation like a battle to be won rather than a problem to be solved. Her approach to the Galactic Federation demonstrates this pattern perfectly. Rather than seeking diplomatic solutions or understanding the political complexities involved, Space Beth throws herself into rebellion as another form of motion. The longer she avoids self-reflection, the more reckless she becomes. Her adventures grow increasingly Star Wars-y, as Rick puts it, suggesting she's falling into familiar patterns rather than growth. When leaving the family behind in Bethic Twinstinct, she promises to look out for her grandson, but this gesture reveals her fundamental misunderstanding of connection. She wants the emotional benefits of family relationships without the vulnerability that makes them meaningful. Space Beth represents the most dangerous kind of wasted potential of someone brilliant enough to solve complex tactical problems, but too emotionally stunted to recognize that her real enemy is herself. Her intelligence could be her salvation, but she's unwilling to stop running long enough to face herself, and all that intelligence will keep circling the same destructive patterns. Space Beth's estimated IQ, 125, despite having a strong problem-solving ability and adaptive intelligence in emergency situations, she is unable to use this intelligence for personal development. She's trapped emotionally with validation issues, similar to the next character. But she inherited the best parts of both Beth's and can pretty much adapt to any situation. Summer Smith. Beth's firstborn child often gets overlooked in the family hierarchy because she's not a genius, not a scientist, and not traditionally powerful. But she makes up for it with adaptability. When things fall apart, Summer pivots. She plays along, adjusts quickly, and finds her place in the chaos. While she's often the most emotionally grounded person in the room, her judgment tends to collapse the moment Rick gets involved because she too wants his approval. Like her mom, she wants to be useful. And in trying to earn that, she sometimes sacrifices the self-awareness that makes her strong. Summer operates just below genius level but well above average. She's emotionally literate, socially perceptive, and fast on her feet. She picks up new systems quickly, learns from mistakes, and shows more long-term growth than nearly anyone in the show. But her intelligence shines when she's on her own. When she's orbiting someone like Rick, it gets buried under her insecurities, which she inherited from her mother. Although Summer is not as scientifically gifted as her grandfather, she's still shown to be a very smart and nimble teen, at least compared to the rest of her family. But she's also sociopathic and narcissistic, like her grandfather, similar to the way that Morty responds, but only when truly pushed to his limits. Summer, however, seems more readily able to access these elements of her personality when subjected to her grandfather Rick's influence for a relatively short amount of time. Summer has shown consistently that she handles crises better than anyone else in her family. She has street smarts that the others lack, She picks up on social dynamics quickly. She reads rooms and shifts the tone depending on who she's dealing with. And when her back's against the wall, she steps up more confidently than Morty or Rick for that matter. The perfect example of her intelligent crisis management can be seen in The Ricks Must Be Crazy, when Rick and Morty travel inside the car's battery to fix it and leave Summer waiting in the car, instructing it to keep Summer safe. Things take a turn when Rick's car starts using extreme defensive tactics to protect Summer from different situations, which horrifies her, as the car's interpretation of keeping her safe involves brutal harm. In this episode, a man approaches Summer and starts banging on the window, demanding she get out, but the car extends an arm from the back and cuts him into cubes with a laser. Summer's immediate reaction shows her moral compass because she doesn't get amused and gets horrified instead. The situation escalates when more people get involved, leading to a full military standoff. To clarify, Rick's car is fully capable of destroying anything in its path, but when Summer forbid it from causing violence, it didn't do anything. Summer has unique problem-solving abilities when she's under pressure, because she didn't accept the car's violent solutions and negotiated with the AI to come up with less lethal security measures. She actually became the moral center of the entire episode just by staying calm and thinking. This represents her core strength. She becomes the most reasonable person in the room when no one's looking. This demonstrates Summer's unique intelligence. The car creates a peace treaty between humans and telepathic giant spiders that were in an active war in return for guaranteed safety. But when Rick and Morty return, they go for ice cream and Rick starts complaining that his ice cream is full of flies, to which the waitress responds by saying that it's because of the presidential peace treaty. And so, Rick starts to berate Summer for ruining ice cream. This aftermath captures Summer's position in the family. She solves complex problems with creativity and moral integrity, but gets blamed for the consequences that follow. Her intelligence worked flawlessly in the crisis, but she receives no credit for preventing a war or saving countless lives. Summer's pattern of intelligent crisis management followed by approval-seeking creates cascading problems across her relationships. In Rickmancing the Stone, while Morty grieves their parents' divorce, Summer throws herself into a Mad Max-style apocalypse. She takes on a warlord boyfriend, adapts to a kill-or-be-killed society, and thrives. But her confidence comes more from denial than strength. She uses the wasteland to bury her feelings, a lot like Space Beth. She wants to feel big in a place where everything is savage and meaningless. That way, she doesn't have to think about home or the fact that her family just exploded and nobody asked how she's doing. Rick doesn't stop her, but encourages it because he likes when people become extensions of him. Summer's intelligence gets consistently undermined by her need for validation from the worst people. In The ABCs of Beth, she gets into a petty argument with Morty over who Rick likes more, then risks her life just to win the competition. In Big Trouble in Little Sanchez, she helps clone Rick into a younger version of himself without considering what that might unleash. These decisions reveal Summer's fundamental contradiction. She's smart enough to know when she's being used, but in the moment, her need to be seen is stronger than her judgment. She doesn't want control. She wants proof that she matters, that she's more than just the background sibling. Her relationship with Rick demonstrates how her intelligence gets corrupted by his influence. Wet Kuata Mortican Summer shows how Summer does Rick's chores to get what she wants. In the beginning of the episode, she receives an attribute slider as payment for cleaning up his mess. Later on, Summer expresses her disappointment because Morty gets everything for free. Rick's response reveals his manipulative understanding of Summer's psychology. Rick then explains that Morty's a dog and people have cats as their affection is earned. This dynamic keeps Summer trapped in a cycle where her intelligence serves Rick's needs rather than her own development. When Summer leads without Rick's interference, things actually work. She has consistently shown that she handles crises better than anyone else in her family. In episodes like Raising Gazorpazorp and Promortius, she ends up being the one who navigates foreign civilizations, negotiates truces, or gets Morty and Rick out alive. In Raising Gazorpazorp, after being dismissed because of Rick's sexism, Summer is granted the perfect opportunity to prove her capability. Accompanying him on a mission to a matriarchal planet, Summer is able to take charge with Rick being forced to pose as her slave, and she manages to save both their lives when the situation goes south. By integrating into the matriarchal society with ease and knowing how to effectively communicate with the alien women when she and Rick are to be executed, Summer establishes herself as an extremely useful companion for Rick. But these successes get overshadowed by her need for his ongoing approval. Summer's strength comes with a cost. She's always reacting, always adapting to other people's chaos instead of creating her own path. She doesn't initiate as much as she survives. Her intelligence manifests in emotional literacy and social perception that surpasses most of her family. She reads social dynamics quickly, adapts her communication style, and maintains moral clarity under pressure. But these skills get buried under insecurity when she's trying to impress people who don't deserve her effort. Summer Smith's estimated IQ, 115. Above average intelligence with strong emotional and social intelligence, but her need for validation and approval-seeking behavior prevents her from fully utilizing her considerable capabilities. She might survive anything, but that doesn't mean she makes good decisions. And the people above her just rewrite the rules. Tap subscribe if you're ready for the characters who actually break the system. Summer represents the most wasted potential in the Smith family because she's too focused on external validation to develop her abilities. This also applies to the next character, who follows the same patterns. But the difference is he's emotionally dependent on Rick, and that prevents his intelligence from evolving. Morty Smith. Morty is one of television's most compelling character evolutions, who transformed from Rick's helpless sidekick into a genuinely capable partner that's always undermining his own growth through desperate needs for validation and love. Morty started off as the weakest link that was always overwhelmed and barely capable of keeping up with Rick's world. But unlike most characters in the show, Morty evolves. He gets sharper. He questions Rick more. He learns from mistakes, even if the lessons come with permanent trauma. You can chart his growth season by season, and by the time newer episodes roll around, he's no longer the helpless tag-along. He's a partner. Not always a good one, but a partner nonetheless. Still, even as his intelligence rises, Morty stays vulnerable to emotion. He wants to be loved, respected, and understood. He wants people to think he's capable. And when those needs get triggered, his logic collapses. The difference now is, when he fails, it's because he ignores what he already knows. Morty's weakness for emotional validation shows up constantly, but nowhere is it more obvious than in how quickly he falls in love with almost anyone who shows him kindness. In Rick Potion number 9, he asks Rick to help him win Jessica's affection. The potion goes wrong, mutates the entire planet, and eventually leads to the creation of a post-apocalyptic hellscape filled with Croninbergs. Rick and Morty abandon their original dimension altogether. Morty literally has to bury a version of himself in the backyard. You'd think that experience would teach him to stop chasing validation from crushes, but the cycle repeats in the Vat of Acid episode, where Morty uses a reality reset button to perfect romantic encounters, only to end up destroying thousands of lives and timelines just to keep a relationship going. Morty's relationship with Rick is a constant tug-of-war between reverence and resentment. He knows Rick is brilliant, but he also knows Rick is manipulative, selfish, and often emotionally abusive. Morty swings back and forth, idolizing Rick in one moment, rebelling in the next. In the Vat of Acid episode, Morty openly challenges Rick's logic, mocks his methods, and demands respect. Rick retaliates by humiliating Morty with a twisted lesson in consequences. Morty needed to push back, but the mistake was assuming Rick would play fair. Morty forgets that Rick doesn't believe in equal footing, and every time Morty gets close to outgrowing him, Rick knocks him back down. As the series progresses, Morty starts showing flashes of real tactical thinking. He becomes better at assessing danger, planning escapes, and managing high-stakes decisions. In One Crew Over the Cuckoo's Morty, he becomes self-aware enough to deconstruct an entire genre of heist narratives by outthinking every move, seeing through manipulation, and ultimately walking away from the chaos knowing how stupid it all was. Despite everything he's learned, Morty still collapses the moment he feels important. His desire to be special, stronger, smarter, or loved overtakes his logic the moment it's within reach. In a Rick convenient Morty finds himself in an intense relationship with Planetina, a literal elemental superhero. At first, he's happy he's dating someone powerful, someone who validates him. But when Planetina becomes dangerous, Morty defends her blindly. He fights his family, refuses to let go, and even helps her commit crimes. It's the same mistake he made with Jessica, with Unity, with everyone. Morty substitutes emotional connection for critical thinking, and when that connection cracks, the fallout is catastrophic for everyone around him. The tragedy is that Morty knows what he's capable of. He's just not ready to let go of being liked. Morty started around the 95 to 100 IQ range as a nervous, reactive, and slow-to-process character. But by the most recent seasons, he's working closer to 115, maybe even 120 on a good day. He learns, he adapts, and grows in ways other characters don't. Morty Smith's estimated IQ, 95 to 120. Rapidly evolving intelligence with strong pattern recognition and tactical thinking. But emotional dependency and validation seeking consistently undermine his growth and potential. He's not dumb, he's just not free yet. The biggest proof of that comes from Evil Morty, the version of him that fully broke away from Rick, formed his own ideology, and exposed the terrifying truths behind the central finite curve. Evil Morty is what happens when Morty doesn't crave Rick's approval, and that's what we're getting into next. Evil Morty. Morty's alternate self may not be the smartest person in the room, but he's the one who built the room, rigged it, trapped everyone inside it, and walked away without any remorse. He's a very calculated character, and unlike regular Morty, who swings between growth and regression depending on how Rick treats him, Evil Morty doesn't need Rick's approval. In fact, his entire existence is built on rejecting it. Everything about him, from his tone to his tactics, suggests long-term planning. He doesn't monologue unless it serves a purpose. He doesn't get personal unless it gives him leverage. And while we haven't seen the full scope of his endgame yet, the steps we have seen already place him far above every other Morty and most Ricks. Evil Morty represents the ultimate evolution of what happens when a Morty completely breaks free from Rick's psychological control. Where regular Morty still craves validation and struggles with emotional dependency, Evil Morty has achieved something far more dangerous: complete emotional detachment from the systems that define everyone else's existence. Evil Morty's first appearance in Close Rick Counters of the Rick Kind set the tone for who he really is, a version of Morty who's not interested in dominating people, but in manipulating systems. He hides behind a brainwashed evil Rick, stages fake evidence to frame another Rick, and lets the multiverse do the dirty work. While everyone's chasing decoys, Evil Morty blends into the background, writing code that allows him to escape detection. The genius of his initial plan was the misdirection. While every Rick was focused on finding the mastermind, they completely overlooked the possibility that a Morty could be orchestrating everything. Their own opinions became their blind spot, and Evil Morty exploited that perfectly. When Evil Morty returns in the Ricklantis mix-up, he's not an outsider anymore. He's embedded himself in the Citadel's political system as Candidate Morty, who's running for president in a Morty-only election. This time, he outmaneuvered Rick in practically every version of himself. He wins by pretending to be moderate, by pretending to care about the poor, by promising hope in a broken Morty-class system that was designed to be hopeless. But the second he takes power, he executes every opposing faction, including the Ricks who supported him. Evil Morty's campaign was about access, and once he had that access, he pressed a button that everyone else was too afraid to touch. The presidential election revealed that Evil Morty has a terrifying quality about him, which was his ability to understand and manipulate hope itself. He knew exactly what desperate Mortys wanted to hear, delivered it in convincing fashion, then used their trust to gain the power necessary for his real agenda. In Rick Mirai Jack, Evil Morty reveals his greatest achievement. He discovered the existence of the central finite curve, the multiversal firewall that separates universes where Rick is the smartest man from ones where he isn't. He exposed Rick's entire ideology in one move, destroying the story he had built around himself. The genius of it was the motivation. Evil Morty wanted to escape the machine Rick built to protect his own ego and dismantle the lie that Ricks are inevitable and Mortys are disposable. Most Ricks are obsessed with being at the center of the universe, and Evil Morty just wanted out, so he found the means to do so and escape through the central finite curve. This was him choosing to leave the system entirely, while everyone else fights over scraps of power within Rick's system. What makes Evil Morty so dangerous is his emotional control, because he never flinches under pressure, much like Space Beth. He sees other Mortys trying to rebel but still chasing validation. He sees Ricks trying to control everything but falling apart the moment their authority is questioned. Evil Morty stays detached from all of it. He understands what the universe is and doesn't waste time pretending it can be changed from within. That kind of clarity requires more than brains. It requires a total rejection of the roles other characters cling to. Evil Morty stopped being a Morty the moment he realized the game was rigged and never looked back once he escaped. The most unsettling thing about Evil Morty is that we still don't know what he's really after. After crossing into the wider multiverse, he doesn't deliver a victory speech or reveal a master plan. He just walks away, and that means his next move could come from anywhere at any time. Other characters want attention, revenge, or validation. Evil Morty wants freedom, and the only reason we haven't seen him since is because he doesn't need us to. Evil Morty is the rare character who truly transcends the show's power structure. He's not a Morty that's a reflection of Rick's flaws. He's an anomaly that proves intelligence isn't about tech. Evil Morty's estimated IQ, 140 to 145. Exceptional strategic intelligence with perfect emotional control and systems thinking. But his true power comes from his complete rejection of the psychological dependencies that limit everyone else. He hijacked the Citadel, exposed Rick's whole belief system, and walked away without flinching, and he's still not number one. Hit subscribe, because the only person left is the reason this list exists. Evil Morty comes closest in terms of philosophical awareness, but Rick still outclasses him in raw intellect, tech ability, and multiversal dominance. Rick is the ceiling. Everyone else is just figuring out how to survive under it. Rick Sanchez. There's no debate, Rick Sanchez is the smartest character in the multiverse. No one invents faster, improvises better, or understands more about reality than he does. He builds time-freezing crystals out of trash. He upgrades planets like apps. He outwits cosmic gods, time cops, and other versions of himself on a weekly basis. If intelligence were measured purely by processing power, Rick would be off the charts. But intelligence isn't judgment. It's not wisdom. It's not stability. And that's where Rick collapses, over and over again. His mind is unmatched, but his emotional maturity hasn't evolved past a bored teenager. He doesn't grow and alienates everyone who tries to love him. And no matter how often his plans succeed, the results always end up hollow, self-destructive, or worse. He's the smartest man in the universe, and he uses that intelligence to sabotage everything. Rick doesn't want to be understood. He wants to be obeyed. That's why he surrounds himself with weaker versions of himself, less competent Mortys, and family members too traumatized to challenge him. He calls it freedom, but it's all about control. The clearest example of this is the central finite curve, a multiversal filter Rick helped create to isolate realities where he's always the smartest person alive. He did it to avoid ever being questioned, essentially reshaping infinity to protect his ego. And then, once he built that structure, he locked himself inside it and convinced himself it was a throne, but it was a cage. Rick tends to cling to the only parts of it that make him feel superior, which is fear dressed up as brilliance. Rick prides himself on being above sentiment. He treats emotions like viruses that are dangerous if not eliminated. But that philosophy doesn't make him rational. It makes him dangerous. For reference, he transforms himself into a literal pickle, just to avoid therapy in Pickle Rick. Then he survives an entire sewer system using rats and recycled organs, crashes into a government black site, and defeats an entire paramilitary squad just to prove he didn't need help. He risked death, torture, and international conflict rather than face a conversation about his own behavior, which many may categorize as pathology. Rick's problem is that he resents other people for having them. He mocks Morty for caring, manipulates Beth's need for approval, and weaponizes Summer's loyalty, and when anyone gets too close, he either abandons them or pushes them away with cruelty. In his eyes, people are functions. Morty is a buffer against the Council. Beth is a failed clone experiment. Jerry is comic relief. Even Bird Person, his only real friend, gets used as a pawn in Rick's broader story. In The Wedding Squanchers, Rick tries to keep his distance, warns the group not to go to the wedding, and then acts surprised when things go bad. But when Tammy reveals herself as a Galactic Federation agent and kills Bird Person, Rick just runs instead of mourning his only friend. After Mr. Poopy Butthole, of course. Rick has access to infinite timelines, endless resets, and more power than any mortal being should, but he drinks himself unconscious, tortures versions of himself, sabotages peace, and kills gods. Then complains about it later because that's just how he's wired. In Edge of Tomorty, Rick Die Rickpeat, he dies dozens of times across realities, waking up in clone bodies and immediately rejecting each one for being not Rick enough. He can't even tolerate alternate versions of himself because they challenge the illusion that he's the default. In the Rickshank Redemption, he dismantles the Galactic Federation and the Citadel in one move because he's mad about a condiment. He literally ends intergalactic order over Szechuan sauce, and he frames the entire thing as a personal mission. Every time Rick reaches a plateau of influence or peace, he wrecks it, and it's because he hates the feeling of stillness, since chaos keeps him feeling alive. And when it's not there, he creates it. His genius just gives him bigger tools to bury his emotions instead of protecting him from them. In Rick Mirai Jack, we finally see Rick's backstory. His original wife and daughter were murdered by another Rick, and that was when he decided to spend decades building tech, traveling dimensions, and hunting that version down. It's the origin he never shared and the one that explains his obsession with control. But once Rick finds his enemy, he joins him instead of killing him, builds the Citadel, and becomes a part of the same system that caused him pain. This is where Rick's intelligence betrays him most. He knows what hurt him and knows what he became. But instead of stopping the cycle, he reinforces it, spreads it, and becomes the Rick other Rick's fear by choice. He tells himself it's the only way to survive. But the truth is, he doesn't know who he'd be without the pain. So he keeps it close, even when it devours him. Later, when he resurrects Bird Person in Richternull Friendshine of the Spotless Mort, it's not about healing a friendship. It's about fixing a loose end. Evil Morty comes closest in terms of philosophical awareness and strategic independence, but Rick still outclasses him in raw intellect, tech ability, and multiversal dominance, and his IQ is off the charts. Easily 170 or higher, possibly beyond measurable limits. He's an inventor, strategist, physicist, linguist, and universe-hopping tactician with virtually no equal. He outsmarts gods, dismantles civilizations, and rewrites reality like it's nothing. But none of that has made him wise. In fact, the smarter he gets, the more emotionally stunted he becomes. No amount of intelligence can break the cycles of self-destruction he is caught in because of his refusal to process grief, his control issues that undermine trust, and his arrogance that replaces caution. He's proof that being the smartest person in the room means nothing if you can't figure out how to be happy in it. His emotional stunting and self-destructive tendencies turn his gifts into weapons against his own happiness. He built a multiverse that bends to his will, but no amount of power has ever made him whole. Some of these characters evolved, some collapsed, but every single one proved that intelligence alone doesn't mean you make smart choices. Every character in Rick and Morty is fighting their own brain just as much as the world around them. And no matter how high they climb, they all find new ways to fall. Now, 2 hours of Rick's worst ever moments.
Let's get started from the first ever Rick and Morty episode. Rick literally tries to blow up Earth in the pilot episode, like the whole planet, just because he's drunk and bored. The very first episode of Rick and Morty opens with Rick stumbling into Morty's bedroom in the middle of the night, totally wasted, dragging him out of bed for some mystery adventure. They get in Rick's janky homemade spaceship and start flying around through the dark sky. That's when Rick drops the bomb literally. He built a neutrino bomb and wants to use it to wipe out all humans on Earth. His reason? He thinks humanity needs a fresh start. That's it. Rick just decided everyone should die because he felt like it. But wait, it gets worse. He wants to grab Jessica, Morty's crush from math class, and make her and Morty the new Adam and Eve after he kills everyone else. So Rick's planning mass genocide, and also basically planning to kidnap a teenage girl to repopulate the planet with his grandson. The whole time Rick's explaining this insane plan, he's acting like it's completely normal. He's drunk, spilling alcohol everywhere, talking about destroying billions of lives like he's discussing what to have for breakfast. When Morty starts freaking out about Jessica not even knowing he exists, Rick's like, "Don't worry about me trying to hook up with Jessica," completely missing the point that Morty's horrified about the whole murdering everyone part. Rick keeps rambling about how Jessica will be all for you, Morty, and how they should forget the girl altogether when Morty objects. He's treating human extinction like a casual weekend plan that might need some tweaking. The robot voice in the ship casually announces, "Arming neutrino bomb," like it's giving a weather update. Morty finally snaps and tries to grab the steering wheel. They're fighting in a flying death machine, while a world-ending bomb is armed and ready to go. Morty's screaming about not wanting to let Rick ruin the whole world, while Rick's acting like Morty's being dramatic. Rick eventually lands in some desert and tells Morty it was all just a test to make him more assertive. Then he passes out drunk. But here's the thing, the bomb is still armed. You hear the robot voice saying, "Neutrino bomb armed," right before the scene cuts away. So either Rick was lying about it being a test, or his test involved actually arming a weapon that could kill everyone. The episode just moves on, without telling us if the bomb actually goes off or not. This whole scene happens in the first 20 minutes of the entire series. Most shows would build up to something this dark over multiple seasons. The pilot just throws it at you right away and says, this is who Rick is. He's not some misunderstood character who does bad things for good reasons. He's a guy who would rather blow up Earth than deal with his problems. What makes it even crazier is how casual Rick is about it. He's not angry or seeking revenge against humanity. He's just drunk and thought it would be fun to commit genocide. When Morty objects, Rick acts like Morty's being unreasonable. Like wanting to not murder everyone makes Morty the weird one. The episode doesn't treat this as some shocking twist either. It's presented as just another Tuesday for Rick. This is normal behavior for him. By the end of the pilot, Rick's already planning their next adventure, talking about all the science they'll do together. Nobody even mentions the fact that he tried to end the world a few hours earlier. The pilot episode sets the tone for the entire series. Rick is genuinely dangerous. He has the intelligence and technology to destroy civilizations, and he'll use both without thinking twice. The show's telling you that being really smart doesn't make you a good person. Sometimes it just makes you better at being terrible. Most characters in fiction who threaten to destroy the world are villains with elaborate schemes and complex motivations. Rick does it on a whim, while drunk. That's way scarier than any mastermind villain because there's no logic to it, no way to reason with him. He just decides everyone should die and starts pushing buttons. The fact that this happens in the pilot and then gets forgotten shows how normalized Rick's horrible behavior becomes. Fans barely remember that Rick once tried to commit genocide because he's done so many other terrible things since then. That's the real horror, that it barely registers compared to everything else he's done. The pilot was warning us what we were getting into, and somehow we all just accepted it and kept watching. Rick nearly blew up Earth in the pilot, and in the next episode, he causes a dog uprising that almost ends humanity. Rick creates a brain enhancer for the family dog and accidentally starts a robot dog revolution that takes over the entire world. This happens in Lawnmower Dog, only the second episode of the series. Jerry's being a pain about his dog peeing everywhere. So Rick builds him a gadget that almost ends humanity. Jerry's pissed because Snuffles keeps peeing on the carpet and acting like a normal dumb dog. He bugs Rick to make Snuffles smarter, so he'll finally listen to commands. Rick tells Jerry this is a bad idea, but Jerry threatens to ground Morty if Rick doesn't help. Rick goes into his garage and throws together a helmet that makes Snuffles super smart. It works right away. Snuffles starts understanding everything, shaking hands, rolling over, even using the toilet. Jerry thinks he's won because now he has the perfect obedient pet, but the helmet works way too well. Snuffles gets smart enough to realize humans treat dogs like garbage. He starts questioning why he's supposed to be Jerry's property just because he's a dog. Snuffles watches TV documentaries about how humans turned wolves into pets through breeding. He learns about neutering, dog shows, all the ways humans control and humiliate dogs. The more he learns, the angrier he gets about his entire species being enslaved. While this is happening, Rick and Morty are off playing around in people's dreams. They're trying to hack Morty's math teacher's brain to give him better grades. Rick's completely ignoring the super intelligent dog he just created because he's busy with his latest stupid adventure. Snuffles starts upgrading his helmet. He builds robot arms, then a whole robot body. Then he starts talking to other dogs and recruiting them. Each upgrade makes him smarter and more dangerous. He's planning something big. One night, Snuffles shows up in Summer's room wearing a full robot suit. He tells her his slave name was Snuffles, but now he wants to be called Snowball. Then he asks the most terrifying question ever. "Where are my testicles, Summer?" Summer tries to act like everything's fine, but Snuffles isn't having it. He smashes her mirror and starts explaining how humans breed dogs with health problems just for looks. He compares it to breeding humans with deformed legs and putting their kids in shows. The family wakes up the next day as prisoners. Snuffles built an entire army of robot dogs that took over the world overnight. The news is showing dog armies taking over cities. Humans are now in cages while dogs run everything. Jerry tries his old dominance tricks by peeing on the dogs' weapons. He thinks he can still boss them around like before. Instead, Snuffles grabs Jerry's head and shoves his face in the pee, giving him the exact same treatment Jerry used to give him. Rick and Morty finally come home to find humanity enslaved. Rick's like, "Oops," while Jerry's house is now dog headquarters. Snuffles tells Morty he's the only human who was ever nice to him, so he gets to live as Snuffles' pet instead of in a cage. The dogs completely took over human civilization while Rick was playing dream games. They're running factories, commanding armies, making all the decisions. The human military can't fight back because the dogs are too organized and smart. Humanity only survives because Rick tricks Snuffles with dream technology. He puts Snuffles in a fake dream where Morty's dying, and Snuffles has to bankrupt his whole kingdom trying to save him. Other dogs in the dream start asking if humans would do the same for dogs. Snuffles wakes up and realizes conquering Earth will just turn dogs into the same monsters humans are. He decides to take all the smart dogs and leave for another planet where they can build a better society. He says their new world will have mandatory pet insurance. This whole mess happened because Rick built a dangerous device just to shut Jerry up. Rick knew making a dog super intelligent was stupid, but he did it anyway because Jerry was annoying him about Morty's grades. Jerry wanted his dog to stop peeing on carpet. Rick gave him exactly what he asked for, without thinking about what an intelligent dog would do when it realized it was basically a slave. Jerry's stupidity and Rick's carelessness almost got humanity wiped out over pee stains. The worst part is Rick and Morty were completely gone during the actual apocalypse. They were having fun in Dream World while dogs were enslaving their family. When they got back, Rick treated the whole thing like a minor inconvenience. The episode ends with Snuffles saying goodbye to Morty before leaving Earth forever. It's actually sad until you remember this all happened because Rick couldn't say no to Jerry's dumb request. One helmet almost destroyed civilization because Rick doesn't think before he builds things. Rick almost ended humanity with super intelligent dogs, and next he built a theme park inside a homeless man that turned into a national disaster. Rick builds a Jurassic Park-style theme park inside a homeless man named Ruben, then ends up blowing the guy up over America when everything goes wrong. This happens in Anatomy Park. Rick's using a dying homeless person as his personal science experiment while pretending to be charitable. Rick shows up at Christmas with this homeless guy in a Santa outfit named Ruben. He tells Jerry it's just a medical checkup he does once a year to be nice. But Rick's actually built an entire amusement park inside Ruben's body, complete with rides like Spleen Mountain, Bladder Falls, and Pirates of the Pancreas. The whole setup is twisted. Rick found some desperate homeless guy and convinced him to let Rick use his body as a theme park. Ruben's clearly in terrible health, his liver's destroyed, his lungs are full of bacteria, and he's got diseases running wild through his system. But instead of actually helping him, Rick just built attractions around his medical problems. Rick shrinks Morty down and injects him into Ruben's chest to go find Dr. Bloom, who's running the park inside the body. The place is falling apart because all the diseases have escaped containment. There's tuberculosis crawling around the lungs, gonorrhea in the intestines, and bubonic plague being smuggled around by a disgruntled employee named Poncho. While Morty's fighting for his life inside a dying man, Rick's just hanging out in his garage acting like this is totally normal. He doesn't care that Ruben is suffering or that the diseases are literally eating the guy alive from the inside. Rick just wants his theme park to work so he can make money off it. Inside the body, everything's going to hell. The diseases are killing park employees left and right. Alexander gets coughed up and dies when his skin gets peeled off. Roger drowns in literal sewage when a dam bursts in Ruben's colon. Dr. Bloom gets eaten alive by E. coli while trying to operate an escape train. These people are dying horrible deaths because Rick thought it would be fun to build Disneyland inside a sick person. Ruben dies while Morty's still inside him. The tuberculosis, hepatitis, and other diseases kill him. turning him into a corpse while people are still trapped in his body. Rick's reaction is basically, oh well, can't cure death, and keeps working on his plan instead of showing any remorse for getting a homeless man killed through his negligence. Then Rick does something even worse. He takes Ruben's dead body, flies it into space, and uses a growth ray to make the corpse huge like the size of a small country. Suddenly, there's a giant, naked, dead homeless man floating over America, while Rick tries to rescue Morty from inside the nipple. People on the ground are freaking out because there's a massive corpse in the sky. The news is covering it like it's some kind of natural disaster. Kids are looking up and seeing a dead, naked guy blocking out the sun. Reporters are making jokes about his giant feet and other body parts, while families hide indoors. But Rick doesn't care about any of that because he's only focused on his own problems. The news treats it like a weird Christmas miracle, instead of the biological terrorism it actually is. They're calling him the giant naked sky Santa, while parents try to explain to their kids why there's a dead person floating above their house. After Rick gets Morty out through Ruben's nipple, he blows up the corpse with dynamite. The explosion sends blood and chunks of dead homeless guy raining down all over America. Families are getting covered in human remains while trying to go Christmas shopping. It's literally raining body parts because Rick couldn't figure out a better way to clean up his mess. Back at the house, the Smith family is trying to have Christmas dinner, while pieces of Ruben are splattered all over their windows. Blood is streaming down the glass while Jerry's trying to reconcile with his parents. The news is telling people not to worry about the exploding corpse, while children are probably getting traumatized by falling organs. Rick acts like this was just another Tuesday. He doesn't apologize for getting Ruben killed or for traumatizing an entire country with falling body parts. He's already planning the next theme park with Annie, who he immediately shrinks down and injects into Summer's boyfriend, Ethan, without asking permission. Rick literally used a homeless person as disposable entertainment, got him killed, then turned his corpse into a national disaster. Ruben was probably desperate for money or medical help, and Rick took advantage of that to build his stupid amusement park. When it all went wrong, Rick just blew the guy up and moved on to his next victim. The episode treats it like a funny Christmas adventure, but Rick basically committed murder and biological terrorism in the same day. He found the most vulnerable person he could, exploited him for science, got him killed, then traumatized millions of people with his corpse. Rick shows zero empathy for human suffering. Ruben wasn't just some random test subject. He was a person with problems who trusted Rick to help him. Instead, Rick turned him into a theme park, killed him, and used his dead body to terrorize America during Christmas. And when Morty objects to Annie getting shrunk down for the next park, Rick just tells him he dodged a bullet and keeps going with his plans. Rick turned a homeless man into a grotesque theme park and national disaster, and then he casually wiped out an entire alien crew by tricking them into blowing themselves up. But before I tell you about that, subscribe to our channel. Rick tricks a whole crew of alien scammers into blowing themselves up by giving them a fake recipe that causes their ship to explode. This happens in M. Night Shyamalan Aliens. Rick basically commits mass murder through deception and walks away laughing about it. The Zagarians are these alien con artists who've been trying to steal Rick's secrets for years. They're described as the galaxy's most ambitious and least successful con artists. They keep failing because Rick's always one step ahead, but they won't give up trying to outsmart him. This time they trap Rick, Morty, and Jerry in a massive simulation to try stealing the recipe for concentrated dark matter, which is Rick's special fuel for faster space travel. The simulation is basically like a fake world where everything looks normal, but is actually being run by computers on their ship. Rick figures out they're in a simulation pretty quickly, because everything's glitchy and wrong. There's a guy putting a bun between two hot dogs, an old lady walking a cat on a leash, and a Pop-Tart driving a toaster car. Rick knows it's fake but plays along because he's planning something. The aliens keep running multiple simulations within simulations to try tricking Rick. First they make him think he escaped, then they reveal he's still trapped, then they do it again. They're trying to get him confused and desperate enough to give up his secrets. But Rick knew he was in a simulation the whole time. When the aliens finally think they've won, and Rick gives them the recipe, it's completely fake. Rick tells them to mix cesium, plutonic quartz, and bottled water to make concentrated dark matter. The problem is cesium explodes when it touches water. The Zagarians are so excited about finally beating Rick that they immediately start celebrating and mixing the ingredients. Prince Nebulon, their leader, is giving this whole speech about how much he loves his crew and their families while he's literally about to kill them all. When Prince Nebulon pours the water into the mixture, their entire ship explodes. Every single Zagarian on board dies instantly. These aren't just nameless background characters either. The episode showed us Kevin, Stu, Cynthia, and others as individuals with personalities and relationships. Rick watches the explosion from his shuttle, and Jerry asks what happened. Rick just says, "Why don't you ask the smartest people in the universe?" "Oh yeah, you can't. They blew up." Then he starts singing along to the saxophone part of Baker Street like nothing happened. Rick knew exactly what would happen when he gave them that recipe. Cesium is extremely reactive. With water in real life, it causes violent explosions. Rick used basic chemistry knowledge to turn the aliens' own greed against them. He essentially built them a bomb disguised as a recipe. The worst part is Rick's attitude about it. He doesn't show any remorse or even acknowledge that he just killed an entire crew of people. To him, they were just obstacles that needed to be removed. The fact that they were trying to scam him apparently justifies mass murder in his mind. The Zagarians weren't even that bad compared to other Rick and Morty villains. They were incompetent scammers who never actually hurt anyone. Their biggest crime was being annoying and persistent. But Rick decided they deserved to die for trying to steal from him. Rick could have escaped without killing them. He'd already figured out how to get out of their simulations. He could have just left and changed his safe combination like he mentioned. Instead, he chose to wipe them out completely because it was easier and more satisfying. The episode treats it like a clever victory for Rick. He outsmarts the aliens who thought they were smarter than him, and their overconfidence leads to their destruction. But Rick deliberately gave them instructions that would kill them. What makes it even more disturbing is how premeditated it was. Rick had to think through the chemistry, know exactly what would happen when those elements mixed, and then calmly deliver the fake recipe knowing it would kill everyone on the ship. This wasn't a heat-of-the-moment decision or self-defense, it was calculated genocide. The Zagarians even had their own culture and society. They had departments like acquisitions and abductions. They worried about their job performance, and Prince Nebulon was embarrassed about his medical appointments. They were living beings with thoughts, feelings, and relationships. Rick's method of killing them is particularly cruel because he lets them think they've finally won. Prince Nebulon is having the best moment of his life, celebrating with his crew and telling them how much he appreciates them. Rick turned their moment of triumph into their execution. Even worse, Rick does this kind of thing casually throughout the series. He doesn't see other intelligent beings as people worth caring about. If they annoy him or get in his way, he'll eliminate them without thinking twice about it. The post-credits scene shows Rick drunk and paranoid, holding a knife to the real Morty's throat, asking if he's a simulation. Rick's so messed up from constantly dealing with deception that he can't trust reality anymore. But instead of learning to be more careful, he just keeps killing anyone who tries to trick him. This episode shows Rick at his most sociopathic. He commits genocide against an entire species of aliens just because they were trying to steal from him. And the show presents it as a funny ending where the bad guys get what they deserve. The fact that Rick walks away humming Baker Street like he just finished a successful business meeting shows how little these lives meant to him. He just wiped out an entire crew, and he's treating it like a minor inconvenience that got resolved. Rick wiped out an entire alien crew with a fake recipe. And right after that, he nearly got his own family murdered by carelessly handing them a Meeseeks box. Rick leaves his family with a dangerous gadget called a Meeseeks box that nearly gets them all murdered when Jerry can't improve his golf game. This happens in Meeseeks and Destroy. Rick's careless attitude about giving his family potentially lethal technology almost results in a hostage situation and multiple deaths. When Morty complains about their traumatic adventures, Rick makes a bet with him. If Morty can lead a successful adventure, he gets to be in charge every 10th time. If he fails, he has to stop complaining forever. While they're getting ready to leave, the family starts bugging Rick about their problems. Instead of dealing with their issues himself, Rick just tosses them a Meeseeks box and walks away. He explains that pressing the button summons blue creatures called Mr. Meeseeks who exist only to complete one simple task. Once they finish the job, they disappear forever. Rick warns them to keep requests simple because they're not gods, then leaves without any other safety instructions. Summer and Beth immediately ignore Rick's warning and ask for complicated things. Summer wants to be popular at school, and Beth wants to become a more complete woman. Both of their Meeseeks succeed quickly and disappear. But Jerry thinks he's being smart by asking for something simple. He wants to take 2 strokes off his golf game. Jerry's Meeseeks takes him to a golf course and tries teaching him proper technique. But Jerry sucks at golf and can't improve no matter what the Meeseeks does. The problem is Meeseeks can't die until they complete their task, so Jerry's Meeseeks is stuck existing until Jerry gets better. The Meeseek starts panicking because it's been alive for hours, which is torture for creatures that are supposed to exist for minutes. It summons another Meeseeks to help, but Jerry still can't improve. So they summon more Meeseeks, and more, until the house is filled with dozens of increasingly desperate blue creatures. Rick never explained what happens when a Meeseeks can't complete its task. He just said to keep it simple and walked away. He didn't mention that prolonged existence causes Meeseeks to lose their sanity and become violent. This is crucial safety information that Rick completely ignored. The Meeseeks have been alive for 2 days, which is an eternity in their timeline. They're in constant psychological agony from existing longer than they're supposed to. Jerry keeps failing at golf while the Meeseeks multiply and descend into madness around him. Eventually, the original Meeseek snaps and decides there's only one way to permanently remove all strokes from Jerry's golf game by killing him. The other Meeseeks agree, and suddenly Jerry has an army of homicidal blue creatures hunting him down. The Meeseeks storm a restaurant where Jerry and Beth are having dinner. They're armed with weapons and taking hostages, demanding Jerry come out so they can murder him. Jerry and Beth have to hide in a freezer while the Meeseeks terrorize innocent people in the dining room. One Meeseeks grabs a random woman named Samantha and threatens to kill her if Jerry doesn't surrender. Jerry's ready to give up and let them murder him because he feels guilty about the innocent people getting hurt. These creatures exist because of his request, and now they're threatening to kill strangers. Beth has to give Jerry an impromptu golf lesson in the freezer. She helps him with his stance and swing technique while Meeseeks are literally holding people at knife point outside. Jerry finally manages to hit a tomato into a pot, which counts as improvement. Most of the Meeseeks disappear, but one stickler Meeseeks remains because Jerry still hasn't worked on his short game. It grabs Samantha again and puts a knife to her throat. Jerry has to make another shot to save her life, hitting an onion into a coffee cup before the last Meeseeks finally disappears. Rick returns home to find the house destroyed and asks what happened. When they explain about the Meeseeks going crazy, Rick's response is basically, "Not my fault, Jerry's an idiot." He shows zero remorse for nearly getting his family and innocent bystanders killed through his negligence. The episode treats Jerry like the villain for being bad at golf, but Rick's the one who gave them dangerous technology without proper instructions. Rick knew Meeseeks become violent when they can't complete tasks, but he didn't bother warning anyone about this. Rick could have easily prevented the whole disaster by either refusing Jerry's request or explaining the dangers of prolonged Meeseeks' existence. Instead, he just dumped the box on them and left, not caring what might happen while he was gone. Even worse, Rick offers them a Fleaseeks box to clean up the mess, showing he learned nothing from almost getting people killed. Jerry has to be the responsible adult and refuse more of Rick's boxes, while Rick just laughs about his new catchphrase. This episode shows how Rick's casual attitude toward dangerous science puts everyone around him at risk. He treats deadly weapons like party favors and expects other people to deal with the consequences when things go wrong. Rick's negligence nearly resulted in multiple murders, but he acts like it's all Jerry's fault for not being good enough at golf. The worst part is Rick probably knew Jerry would struggle with something physical like golf improvement. Rick could have suggested Jerry ask for something actually simple, but he was too busy making his bet with Morty to care about his family's safety. Rick nearly got his whole family killed with the Meeseeks box, and then he went even further by mutating the entire human race into Croninbergs before abandoning them. Rick turns the entire human population into grotesque body horror monsters called Croninbergs, then abandons his family to jump to a different dimension where this never happened. This happens in Rick Potion 9, where Rick's solution to messing up badly is just to run away and leave everyone else to deal with the consequences. Morty wants a love potion to make Jessica like him at the school dance. Rick warns this is beneath him, but eventually gives Morty a serum made from Vole DNA since Voles mate for life. Right before Morty leaves, he asks if anything could go wrong. Rick says no, then immediately adds, unless she has the flu, and shrugs it off. Jessica has the flu. The love serum piggybacks on the flu virus and goes airborne, infecting everyone at the dance. Soon, the entire school is obsessed with Morty and trying to violently compete for his attention. Teachers, students, everyone starts chasing him around wanting to have sex with him. Rick shows up to rescue Morty and admits he messed up by not considering the flu factor. His solution is another airborne virus made from praying mantis DNA. Since mantises are the opposite of voles, they mate once, then decapitate their partners. Rick thinks this will cancel out the love serum. Instead, everyone becomes mantis-human hybrids who still want to have sex with Morty, but now also want to eat him afterward. The virus spreads globally within hours. The entire world population becomes these mantis creatures that hunt Morty specifically. Rick tries a third serum made from koala, mixed with rattlesnake, chimpanzee, cactus, shark, golden retriever, and just a smidge of dinosaur. When Morty questions how random animal DNA would fix anything, Rick gets defensive and asks if Morty's the scientist or the kid who wanted to get laid. The third serum turns everyone into horrific flesh blobs that Rick calls Croninbergs, after the body horror filmmaker David Croninberg. These creatures are even worse than the mantis people. They're barely recognizable as human and exist in constant pain. Rick has completely destroyed human civilization. The entire species has been mutated beyond recognition because he carelessly gave Morty a dangerous serum without proper testing or warnings. Billions of people are now living nightmares because Rick couldn't be bothered to mention the flu interaction. When Morty demands Rick fix everything, Rick's solution is stunning in its selfishness. He opens a portal to another dimension where a different Rick successfully cured the Croninberg problem, but then died in an explosion. Rick and Morty step through and take the places of their dead alternate selves. Rick explains there are infinite realities, and in a few dozen of them he managed to fix the world. So instead of trying to help the billions of suffering Croninbergs, he just abandons them to find a reality where someone else already solved his problem. The episode shows the original Rick and Morty burying their own corpses in the backyard. Morty is traumatized by seeing his own dead body and realizing they've completely abandoned their family and world. Rick acts like this is no big deal and tells Morty not to think about it. Meanwhile, in the abandoned dimension, Beth, Jerry, and Summer have become post-apocalyptic survivors. They're living in an armored van, fighting off Croninbergs daily and eating them for food. The world is a wasteland because Rick turned everyone into monsters and then left. Rick shows zero remorse for destroying an entire planet. His attitude is basically, oops, my bad, before moving on to the next dimension. He doesn't care about the billions of people suffering in the reality he ruined because he found an easy way out. Rick acts like Morty's partially to blame for asking for the love potion in the first place. He compares it to a date rape drug and calls Morty a creep, deflecting responsibility for his own catastrophic failures as a scientist. Rick had multiple opportunities to prevent this disaster. He could have tested the serum properly, warned Morty about flu interactions, or tried harder to fix the problem instead of just jumping ship. Instead, he chose the laziest possible solution that involved abandoning everyone. The post-credits scene shows Croninberg, Rick, and Morty arriving from a dimension where they accidentally turned everyone into normal humans. This implies the abandoned Croninberg world might get new Rick and Morty inhabitants, but it doesn't undo the damage or help the original family. The episode establishes Rick's ultimate moral failing when his actions cause massive suffering. He just runs away rather than taking responsibility. He has infinite realities to choose from, so he never has to deal with consequences. Rick's treated the destruction of human civilization like a minor inconvenience that's easier to escape than fix. Even worse, Rick brings Morty along without asking if he wants to abandon his family forever. Morty's now stuck in a reality where his parents and sister aren't really his parents and sister, but Rick doesn't care as long as he has his adventure companion. From this point forward in the series, the Rick and Morty we follow aren't even the original ones anymore. They're dimension hoppers who left their real family to die in a monster-infested wasteland. But Rick treats this like just another Tuesday because he's got infinite backup families to choose from. Rick destroyed an entire world by turning humanity into Croninbergs and abandoning it. And then he carelessly bought Morty a sex robot that created a violent alien child. Rick casually buys Morty a sex robot that turns out to be an alien breeding machine, creating a violent half-human baby that grows into an adult in days. This happens in Raising Gazorpazorp, where Rick's careless attitude about dangerous alien technology nearly destroys Morty's life and puts Earth at risk. At an alien pawn shop, Morty asks Rick if he can get a souvenir from their adventures. He points to a robot that looks cool and says he wants something to remember their trips in case Rick ever dies. Rick dismissively agrees and tells the shopkeeper, "My grandson wants the sex robot," without thinking twice about it. Back home, Morty spends all his time in his room with the robot, making his family uncomfortable. Jerry wants to intervene, but Beth tells him not to interfere with Morty's puberty. The robot starts beeping and transforms into a floating metal ball, then gives birth to an infant before turning back into a robot. Rick discovers the robot was designed as a baby maker and that the infant is half Morty's DNA and half alien. He immediately tries to kill the baby, calling it dangerous and saying it could grow to the size of Delaware or eat brains and exhale space aids. The family stops him, and Morty decides to raise the child, naming it Morty Jr. Rick's reaction shows he knew sex robots could be dangerous but didn't bother warning Morty. He just handed over alien technology without any safety briefing or consideration of consequences. Rick treats this like Morty's fault for wanting a souvenir, not his own fault for being reckless. Morty Jr. grows rapidly and shows disturbing violent tendencies from infancy. His first words aren't "dada" but death, damnation, and destruction. When Morty tries to teach him to dance, Morty Jr. says he'd rather dance on the graves of my enemies. The kid is basically a murder machine in a toddler's body. Rick explains that male Gazorpians mature within a day and become one of the most aggressively violent creatures in the universe. This is crucial information that Rick had but never shared when Morty was playing with the robot. Rick knew exactly what kind of dangerous offspring this could produce. The worst part is Rick clearly understood the risks beforehand. When he sees the baby, he immediately recognizes it as half Gazorpian and knows how dangerous that is. He's familiar with Gazorpazorp and their breeding technology, yet he let Morty take the robot home without any warnings about potential reproduction or the violent nature of Gazorpian males. Rick's negligence goes beyond just not reading warning labels. He's supposed to be the smartest man in the universe, yet he repeatedly hands Morty dangerous alien technology without proper safety protocols. This pattern shows Rick doesn't actually care about Morty's well-being, he just wants to avoid being bothered by questions or complaints. Morty tries desperately to control his son's violent impulses by lying that the outside air is poisonous. He confines Morty Jr. to the house and tries to redirect his energy toward dancing and children's shows. But Morty Jr. keeps expressing desires to kill and conquer, making Morty increasingly frustrated and desperate. The situation becomes even more stressful when Jerry and Beth start giving Morty contradictory parenting advice. Jerry thinks Morty should be stricter, while Beth advocates letting the child express himself. Their constant interference makes Morty snap and demand they back off, showing how overwhelmed he is by suddenly becoming a teenage father. Morty's parenting struggles get worse as Morty Jr. ages rapidly. Within hours, The baby becomes a child, then a teenager with violent impulses that grow stronger each day. Morty has to constantly watch his son and redirect his attention away from anything violent, including banning the History Channel, because it was giving Morty Jr. ideas about warfare and conquest. The situation spirals when Morty Jr. grows into a teenager, starts smoking, and demands to go outside. When he discovers Morty lied about the poisonous air, he goes on a rampage through the city. Morty Jr. becomes a kaiju-sized monster, destroying buildings and terrorizing people while Morty chases him in Jerry's car. Rick shows up ready to kill Morty Jr., calling him one of the most violently aggressive creatures in the universe. Morty has to physically protect his son from his own grandfather. The whole crisis could have been avoided if Rick had just told Morty what the robot actually was. The episode also reveals the dark reality of Gazorpazorp society. The female Gazorpians created the sex robots to breed, while keeping themselves separate from the violent males. They take female babies to raise in their underground utopia, but abandon male babies on the surface to become savage warriors. Rick essentially gave Morty a device designed to create disposable cannon fodder. This backstory makes Rick's actions even more irresponsible. He knew about Gazorpazorp's breeding program and the fate of male offspring, yet he let Morty unknowingly participate in this system. Rick's casual attitude toward alien cultures often involves ignoring their darker aspects when it's convenient for him. Morty manages to calm his son down by admitting he's an alien and explaining that they need to channel destructive impulses into creative outlets. Brad Anderson, creator of Marmaduke, randomly shows up to confirm this philosophy works. Morty Jr. decides to become a writer instead of a mass murderer. The post-credits scene shows Morty Jr. as an adult who wrote a best-selling book called My Horrible Father about his traumatic childhood. Morty watches in horror as his son tells a talk show host about being locked in a house with violence and threats of poison gas. Morty's well-intentioned parenting has become a public embarrassment that will tell him forever. Rick's carelessness created a situation where Morty had to become a teenage father to a rapidly aging alien with genocidal tendencies. Morty had no preparation, no warning, and no support from Rick, who spent most of the episode on another planet with Summer, dealing with the consequences of his portal gun breaking. The episode shows how Rick's casual attitude toward dangerous technology puts everyone around him at risk. He treats alien weapons like party favors and expects other people to deal with the consequences. Morty's entire life trajectory changed because Rick couldn't be bothered to read the warning label on a sex robot. Even when the crisis is resolved, Rick shows no remorse or acknowledgement that this was his fault. He just makes jokes about Summer's adventure and moves on to the next situation, leaving Morty to deal with the emotional aftermath of nearly losing his son to violence and having his parenting failures broadcast on national television. The episode demonstrates how Rick's scientific curiosity and interdimensional adventures create real trauma for his family members. Morty went from being a regular teenager to a single father dealing with an extremely dangerous child, all because Rick wanted to avoid the minor inconvenience of saying no to a souvenir request. Rick recklessly saddled Morty with a violent alien child by buying him a sex robot, and then he outdid himself by throwing a reality-breaking interdimensional party. If you're enjoying the video so far, subscribe to our channel. Rick throws an interdimensional party that gets so out of control, it literally teleports the house to another dimension and nearly breaks reality itself. This happens in Ricksy Business, the Season 1 finale where Rick's party gets so chaotic that he has to freeze time to fix everything before Beth and Jerry get home. When Beth and Jerry leave for a Titanic-themed getaway, Beth warns Rick not to mess up the house or she'll end his adventures with Morty. Summer wants to throw her own party to get popular, but Rick decides to throw his own interdimensional rager instead. Both parties happen simultaneously in the same house. Rick invites aliens from across the galaxy, including Birdperson, Squanchy, Gearhead, and even members of the Council of Ricks. The party quickly spirals beyond any normal house party. There are fish creatures swimming in cups of alcohol, a red crocodile eating a bird creature while people watch, and aliens having sex in Beth and Jerry's bed. One alien pukes acid that dissolves a chunk of the mattress. Aberdolf Linkler smashes through a wall and gets into a fight with Brad. People are getting drunk on alien substances and doing things that would be impossible at a normal party. Rick's treating the whole thing like it's no big deal, while Morty freaks out about the damage. The really messed up part is how Rick handles introducing his friends. When Morty tries to get Rick's attention about the chaos, Rick keeps pawning him off on boring aliens like Gearhead, who drones on about the Gear Wars for 20 minutes. Rick's using Morty as a human shield to avoid dealing with his own party guests. Then there's Squanchy asking if he can squanch somewhere, which Rick says is fine. Turns out squanching means masturbating with autoerotic asphyxiation, and Morty walks in on Squanchy doing this in a closet. Rick knew exactly what Squanchy meant, but didn't bother warning anyone about his friend's gross habits. The situation gets completely insane when Morty accidentally knocks over one of Rick's devices while showing Jessica around the garage. The device activates and teleports the entire house to an alien dimension full of giant testicle monsters. Everyone's now stranded on an alien planet where creatures are grabbing party guests and stuffing them into their body cavities. Instead of panicking, Rick just tells everyone, "We'll be fine, let's party," and turns up the music. A guy runs outside excited and immediately gets grabbed by an alien and stuffed into what's basically the creature's genitals. Rick sees this happen and just cranks the music louder to keep the party going. Rick's completely unbothered by the fact that his party just broke the laws of physics and transported everyone to another dimension. To Rick, interdimensional travel and alien abduction are just Tuesday. He cares more about keeping the vibe going than anyone's safety. Rick sends Morty, Nancy, and Aberdolf Linkler to collect crystals that supposedly will get them home. Aberdolf Linkler gets mortally wounded, fighting a two-headed monster to protect them. He dies thinking he redeemed himself in Rick's eyes and that his sacrifice meant something. But when they return, Rick crushes up the crystals and snorts them like drugs. The crystals weren't for going home, they were alien narcotics that Rick wanted to get high on. His eyes turn blue, and he starts an interdimensional rave called the Rick Dance. Everyone copies his moves while he's tripping. Rick admits he could take them home whenever he wanted. He lied about needing the crystals just so he could get drugs, while everyone else risked their lives fighting alien monsters. Aberdolf Linkler died for Rick's drug habit, and Rick doesn't care at all. Morty gets furious and throws the remaining crystals outside, where an alien grabs them and starts doing the Rick Dance. Rick immediately starts begging everyone for more drugs, showing how quickly his good mood disappears when he can't get high. When Morty finally ends the party and kicks everyone out, the house is completely destroyed. There's a giant hole blasted through the wall, furniture is ruined, and the place looks like a war zone. Rick just passes out on the couch like nothing happened, leaving Morty and Summer to figure out how to clean up before their parents get home. The aftermath is brutal for Summer too. She gets rejected by Squanchy for not being squanchy enough for his afterparty. Nancy, who Summer treated like garbage earlier, tells everyone what a horrible person Summer is. All the cool aliens leave without her, and she's stuck with the mess Rick created. Birdperson reveals that Rick's catchphrase, "Wubba lubba dub dub," actually means, "I am in great pain. Please help me," in his language. This gives Morty insight into Rick's psychology. He throws these crazy parties and acts reckless because he's masking deep emotional pain with substances and chaos. Birdperson also points out that Morty could just let the house stay destroyed and be free of Rick forever. For a moment, Morty considers this might be the best thing that ever happened to him, but he realizes he doesn't want to lose Rick despite everything. With Beth and Jerry pulling into the driveway, Morty wakes up Rick and begs him to fix the house. Rick uses a device that freezes time for everyone except them, giving them infinite time to clean up and repair all the damage. They spend what feels like weeks fixing everything, and even having fun together. During the time freeze, Rick actually bonds with his grandkids. They clean together, paint the walls, carve pumpkins and put them on frozen Beth and Jerry's heads, run around town pulling people's pants down, steal a TV from Best Buy, and watch Titanic together. Rick's more relaxed and happy when he's not performing for other people. Rick even admits his new catchphrase is, "I love my grandkids," before immediately taking it back and saying, "Just kidding, my new catchphrase is, I don't give a f." But the fact that he said it at all shows his real feelings underneath all the chaos. The episode shows Rick at his most irresponsible and chaotic. He's willing to risk everyone's safety, lie about important information, and literally break reality just to have a good time. His party didn't just get out of hand, it violated the basic laws of physics and put everyone in mortal danger. But the time freeze ending also shows Rick's genuine care for his family. When Morty really needs help, Rick uses advanced technology to solve the problem. He could have just left them to deal with the consequences, but he chooses to help. Rick's party was simultaneously the coolest and most dangerous event possible, an interdimensional rave that literally transported reality itself. Only Rick could throw a party so wild it required freezing time to clean up. The whole thing shows how Rick's incredible intelligence can create both amazing and terrifying situations depending on his mood. Rick threw a party so reckless it nearly shattered reality, and then he casually sold a weapon to an assassin just to fund a trip to the arcade. Rick casually sells an antimatter gun to an alien assassin named Crombopoulos Michael, just so he can afford an afternoon at a video arcade. This happens in Morty Night Run, where Rick's greed and moral indifference directly enable murder while he acts like Morty's concerns are naive. Rick gets a call about a weapons deal while teaching Morty to drive. He meets Crombopoulos Michael in a parking garage and sells him an antimatter gun for 3,000 flurbos. Michael cheerfully introduces himself as an assassin who kills anyone for money, children, animals, old people, doesn't matter. He hands Morty his business card and says to call if he ever needs anyone murdered. When Morty asks if Rick really sells weapons to killers for money, Rick brushes off the question. He explains he's using the money to go to Blips and Chits, an arcade with games like Roya Life Well Lived. Rick literally funded a murder just so he could play video games for an afternoon. The whole thing is perfectly planned out too. Rick made an appointment, brought the exact weapon requested, and collected payment like any other business transaction. Rick deliberately arms killers as a regular source of income. What makes it extra gross is how friendly Rick and Crombopulos Michael are with each other. They chat like old buddies while discussing murder weapons. Rick calls him his best customer, showing this isn't their first deal. Rick's been enabling this guy's killing spree for who knows how long. Crombopulos Michael is also completely open about being a psychopath. He tells Morty straight up that he has no code of ethics and will kill anyone, anywhere. The guy's practically advertising how dangerous he is, but Rick doesn't care because the money's good. Rick defends himself by saying the universe is complicated, and Morty has a planetary mindset. He acts like selling murder weapons is just normal business that Morty's too innocent to understand. When Morty says it's the same as pulling the trigger himself, Rick dismisses this as shuffling words around to make anything sound bad. Rick's attitude is that Crombopulos Michael will kill people anyway, so selling him weapons doesn't really change anything. He treats assassination like it's an inevitable force of nature, instead of something he's actively participating in. Rick acts like he's just a neutral businessman providing a service, but Rick's logic falls apart when you think about it for 2 seconds. If Michael's so unstoppable, why does he need to buy weapons from Rick? Obviously, having better tools makes him more effective at killing people. Rick's directly making him more dangerous while pretending it doesn't matter. The situation gets worse when Morty tries to stop the assassination and accidentally kills Crombopulos Michael in a ship crash. This saves Fart, the intended target, but creates a massive chase scene with government forces. Lots of innocent civilians die in the crossfire, and Rick blames Morty for all of it. Rick keeps pointing out that none of these people would have died if Morty hadn't interfered with his weapons deal. He's technically right, but completely ignores that he created the situation by arming an assassin in the first place. Rick acts like selling murder weapons is morally neutral while stopping murder is somehow wrong. The whole episode shows Rick's twisted moral logic. He thinks playing video games justifies enabling murder, but saving a life creates too much paperwork. Rick's willing to profit from violence but gets angry when that violence gets complicated or interferes with his plans. What makes it worse is how casual Rick is about the whole thing. He doesn't see Crombopulos Michael as a dangerous killer, he treats him like a regular business partner. Rick's completely detached from the human cost of his weapons dealing because it doesn't affect him personally. Rick also lies to Morty about what they're doing. He claims it's just business stuff and gets defensive when Morty calls it shady. Rick knows what he's doing is wrong but doesn't want to deal with Morty's moral objections, so he tries to hide it until the last second. When the weapons deal gets exposed, Rick doesn't show any remorse about arming a killer. His only complaint is that Morty killed his best customer and ruined his afternoon at the arcade. Rick's more upset about losing money than about the assassination he was facilitating. Rick's defense that Grandpa goes around and does his business in public because Grandpa is completely ridiculous. Meeting assassins in parking garages to sell murder weapons is literally the definition of shady business. But Rick acts like being open about his crimes somehow makes them better. The episode reveals how Rick's intelligence doesn't make him moral. He can build antimatter weapons and understand complex physics, but he uses these abilities to profit from violence. Rick's scientific genius makes him more dangerous, not more ethical. Throughout the chase scene, Rick keeps rubbing it in Morty's face that his moral choice caused all these deaths. But Rick ignores that his immoral choice to arm a killer started the whole chain of events. Rick wants credit for being right about consequences while taking zero responsibility for creating the problem. The weapons dealing also shows Rick's complete disregard for consequences that don't affect him directly. He doesn't care who Michael kills or what damage his weapons cause as long as the money keeps flowing. Rick's only interested in immediate profit and personal convenience. Rick's relationship with Crombopulos Michael also shows his hypocrisy about friendship. He calls Michael his best customer, but doesn't actually care about him as a person. When Michael dies, Rick's only concern is losing the income. Rick treats everyone as disposable, even people who trust him and pay him regularly. The episode also shows how Rick corrupts everything around him. Morty starts the episode innocent and hopeful, but ends up having to murder his new friend Fart to prevent genocide. Rick's weapons deal kicked off a chain of events that forced Morty to become a killer himself. By the end, Rick's proven that he'll enable murder for pocket change and blame others when his decisions cause chaos. He's actively harmful while pretending to be a neutral party. Rick's weapons dealing shows he'll profit from any kind of suffering as long as it benefits him personally. The worst part is Rick acts like Morty's the problem for having moral standards. Rick treats ethics like they're a weakness that gets in the way of making money. He's created a worldview where caring about innocent lives is naive and profiting from murder is just good business sense. Rick armed an alien assassin just to fund his arcade trip, and then he went even darker by joining a planet-wide purge and pushing Morty to start killing too. Rick gleefully participates in a planet-wide murder festival and encourages Morty to embrace his inner rage and start killing people too. This happens in Look Who's Purging Now, where Rick treats mass murder like entertainment and tries to turn Morty into a killer. Rick and Morty crash land on a planet to get windshield wiper fluid. The locals tell them to leave before sundown because that's when the festival begins one night a year where all crime is legal and everyone runs around murdering each other. Rick immediately recognizes this as a purge planet and gets excited to watch the carnage. Instead of leaving like any normal person would, Rick decides to stick around for the show. He flies low over the planet as the purge starts, treating mass murder like a spectator sport. Rick's having a blast watching people get butchered until he sees something particularly gross and throws up. When Morty spots a girl being attacked and demands they save her, Rick only agrees because Morty blackmails him. But the second they land and start fighting off attackers, Rick's attitude completely flips. He goes from reluctant helper to enthusiastic killer in about 2 seconds. Rick starts blasting everyone who comes near them with obvious joy. He's having the time of his life. Rick tells Morty this is awesome and asks if he wants to help kill some people because it's fun and they're totally justified since they're saving a girl. This is classic Rick logic: find the thinnest possible excuse to do whatever he wants and act like it's morally justified. He's not actually concerned about saving anyone. Rick just wanted an excuse to start shooting people, and now he's found one. The situation gets worse when the girl they saved, Arthresia, double-crosses them. She shoots Rick and steals their ship, leaving them stranded on a murder planet. Instead of being pissed about getting betrayed, Rick's main complaint is that his liver got shot. He's more annoyed about the injury than the attempted murder. When more attackers show up, Rick hands Morty a weapon and tells him to start purging. Morty tries to negotiate with "we come in peace," but Rick immediately disintegrates one of the attackers and threatens the rest. Rick's completely in his element now, armed and dangerous, on a planet where violence is encouraged. Throughout their survival thing, Rick keeps trying to get Morty to embrace violence. He tells Morty he needs to harness his repressed rage to survive the night. Rick treats Morty's reluctance to kill as a character flaw that needs fixing, rather than a normal human response to not wanting to murder people. When Rick calls for backup weapons from Earth, he's completely casual about the violence happening around him. While he's on the phone with Summer, giving her technical instructions, Rick's simultaneously fighting off attackers and killing them with whatever's handy. He beats a guy to death with a spoon while complaining that Morty threw him the one thing that can never kill anything. Rick calls for a package that turns out to be high-tech battle suits that make them unstoppable killing machines. The moment Rick gets his suit, he immediately starts slaughtering the mob that confronted them. He's not defending himself anymore, he's just massacring people for fun. Rick congratulates Morty when he finally starts killing people, telling him he's found his inner rage and that this is somehow a good thing. Rick treats Morty's transformation into a killer as character development rather than psychological damage. The worst part is how Rick encourages Morty's violence even when it goes way too far. When Morty starts gunning down people who are hiding and shooting corpses repeatedly, Rick just gently suggests they should go home. He doesn't try to stop Morty's rampage or show any concern about his mental state. When they find Arthresia, and she explains she was trying to overthrow the rich people who force the poor to kill each other, Rick immediately offers to help her murder the wealthy elite. He just wants another excuse to keep killing. Rick takes Arthresia to the mansion, where the rich people are celebrating another successful purge. He explains to them that he has nothing personal against them, but Arthresia is offended by their system and now has power armor to do something about it. Rick's basically providing customer service for a massacre. When Arthresia starts killing the rich people and invites Rick to join in, he initially says the killing has become gratuitous, but when she asks a second time, Rick immediately joins the slaughter. His moral objection lasted about 10 seconds before he decided murder was fun again. Rick and Arthresia end up dancing together over the corpses while Feels Good plays. Rick's treating mass murder like a dance party, celebrating the violence with obvious joy. He compliments Arthresia's moves while standing in a room full of people they just killed. The episode reveals that Morty's violent behavior was caused by a drugged candy bar containing purginol that amplifies violent tendencies. But Rick's violence was entirely his own choice. He had no excuse except that he enjoyed it. What makes this even more messed up is that Rick throws away his candy bar wrapper at the end, which shows it was now purginol-free. This suggests Rick knew about the drug the whole time and deliberately let Morty eat it without warning him. Rick wanted to see what would happen if Morty became violent. Rick's behavior on the Purge planet shows his complete lack of empathy for other people's suffering. He treats murder like entertainment and actively tries to corrupt his grandson. Rick celebrating it and trying to drag Morty down with him. The episode ends with the planet's survivors immediately starting another conflict over food distribution, suggesting they're going to recreate the same cycle of violence. Rick suggested they use food as currency, then just left without caring that his advice would probably lead to more bloodshed. Rick's actions represent his worst tendencies, his love of violence, his manipulation of family members, and his complete disregard for how his actions affect other people's psychological well-being. He turned what should have been a quick pit stop into a massacre and tried to turn his grandson into a killer in the process. Rick turned a pit stop into a massacre with Morty, and then he broke up Beth and Jerry's marriage to get revenge. Rick orchestrates his daughter's divorce as part of a calculated revenge scheme against Jerry for threatening to turn him into the government. This happens in The Rick Shank Redemption, where Rick admits he manipulated events specifically to destroy Jerry's marriage and take control of the family. Rick gets captured by the Galactic Federation at the end of Season 2, but it turns out this was all part of his master plan. While imprisoned, he tricks his interrogators into downloading a virus instead of his portal gun formula, then body hops through various aliens and Ricks to escape and topple two governments simultaneously. The whole time, Rick's family thinks he's gone forever. Earth gets taken over by the Federation, Jerry gets some meaningless government job, and everyone's living under alien rule, eating pills for every meal. Beth loses her job as a horse surgeon because alien medicine is too advanced. When Summer tries to rescue Rick by digging up a portal gun, Rick's already executing his escape plan. He crashes the Citadel of Ricks into the Federation prison, kills most of the Council of Ricks, and destroys the galactic economy by changing the value of their currency from 1 to 0. The Federation collapses instantly when their money becomes worthless. Aliens abandon Earth en masse, and Jerry loses his job again. But Rick's not done. He's been planning something much more personal. After Rick returns home, Jerry finally stands up to him. Jerry gives Beth an ultimatum. It's him or me. This is exactly what Rick was counting on. Beth chooses Rick and kicks Jerry out, leading to their divorce. Once they're alone in the garage, Rick reveals his true motives to Morty. Rick admits he got himself captured on purpose to take revenge on both the Galactic Federation and Jerry for crossing him. Jerry threatened to turn Rick into the government, so Rick made him and the government go away. Rick explains he's replaced them both as the de facto patriarch of your family and your universe. He knew Beth wouldn't accept him back without Morty and Summer, so that's why he rescued them from the Citadel. Rick admits he's taken over the family and that Morty will have to do whatever he says forever. The most chilling part is how Rick describes his plan working perfectly. He says Beth and Summer will take his side because he's a hero now. Rick turned himself into the family's savior by creating the crisis in the first place, then solving it while eliminating Jerry as a side effect. Rick's manipulation goes way deeper than just breaking up a marriage. He orchestrated events so that he's now the undisputed head of the household with no one to challenge his authority. Jerry was the only family member who consistently opposed Rick's influence, so Rick systematically destroyed his life and marriage. The divorce is the whole point. Rick wanted Jerry gone and found the perfect way to make Beth choose Rick over her husband. Rick knew that after saving the family from the Federation, Beth would see him as a hero and Jerry as deadweight. Rick's revenge is surgical in its precision. He makes Jerry hurt himself by forcing him to make an ultimatum he's guaranteed to lose. Jerry demands Beth choose between them at the worst possible moment, right after Rick just saved everyone from alien occupation. What makes this especially twisted is that Rick claims his real motivation is getting McDonald's Szechuan sauce from a 1,998 Mulan promotion. Rick says he's not driven by avenging his dead family, which was a fake memory anyway, but by finding that McNugget sauce. He treats destroying Jerry's marriage like a minor side quest in his sauce-seeking adventure. Rick admits the tragic backstory he showed the Federation agent was fabricated, just another lie to manipulate people. His real driving force is something completely petty and ridiculous, but he'll still destroy lives to get what he wants. The episode ends with Rick ranting maniacally about Szechuan sauce, while Morty lies horrified on the garage floor. Rick says it'll take 9 more seasons and 97 more years to get his sauce, breaking the fourth wall while threatening eternal adventures. Rick's plan shows his complete disregard for his family's emotional well-being. He doesn't care that Beth and Jerry's kids will grow up in a broken home. He doesn't care that he's traumatized Morty by forcing him to witness his grandfather's sociopathy up close. Rick turned his imprisonment into an opportunity to consolidate power and eliminate opposition. He played the long game perfectly, making everyone think he was the victim while he orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. The divorce represents Rick's ultimate victory over Jerry and his complete control over the family. Rick didn't just win, he made Jerry destroy himself, while Beth thanked Rick for being such a great father and grandfather. Rick broke up Beth and Jerry to take control of the family, and then he turned himself into a pickle to dodge therapy and killed people for fun. Rick turns himself into a pickle specifically to avoid going to family therapy, then goes on a killing spree through sewers and a government building when his escape plan backfires. This happens in Pickle Rick, where Rick's petty avoidance of emotional responsibility leads to dozens of deaths. The family has mandatory therapy because Summer was huffing pottery enamel and Morty wet himself in class, both stress responses to their parents' divorce. When Morty finds Rick as a pickle in the garage, Rick claims he did it because he could and acts like it's just a fun science experiment. But Morty spots the real plan immediately. There's a syringe hanging directly above Rick, attached to a timer set to go off exactly when they would leave for therapy. The syringe obviously contains the antidote to turn Rick back human. Rick set up an elaborate Rube Goldberg device to automatically inject himself the moment his family left. Rick denies this completely. claiming the syringe is unrelated to their conversation. But Beth sees right through his lies. She takes the syringe and puts it in her purse, then leaves with the kids. Rick stuck as a pickle with no way to change back. What follows is Rick's most insane adventure yet. He gets knocked outside by a cat, nearly dies in the sun, gets washed into the sewers by rain, and has to survive using nothing but his pickle body and whatever he can scavenge. Rick starts by killing a cockroach and using its brain to control its legs, basically turning the bug into a tiny mech suit. Then he builds elaborate death traps to kill rats, and uses their body parts to create a more advanced exoskeleton. Rick slaughters his way through an entire sewer ecosystem. The violence escalates when Rick emerges from a toilet in what turns out to be a government building. Armed guards immediately start shooting at him, so Rick builds weapons from office supplies and begins systematically murdering everyone in the facility. Rick kills dozens of agents using improvised bombs, laser guns made from staplers and batteries, and various death traps. He's having the time of his life screaming, "Pickle Rick!" while covered in blood and rat guts. The government brings in their best assassin, Jaguar, to stop Rick. But instead of just fighting, Rick and Jaguar end up bonding over their family situations. They team up to escape the building in a helicopter after Rick blows the whole place up. Meanwhile, at therapy, Dr. Wong is trying to get the family to open up about their dysfunction. Beth keeps defending Rick and insisting he's too important to waste time on therapy. Summer and Morty admit the syringe contains anti-pickle serum, but Beth gets increasingly angry and defensive. Dr. Wong explains that the family uses Rick's intelligence to avoid dealing with real emotional problems. She points out that Rick's lying and avoidance behavior is exactly what's damaging the family, but Beth refuses to hear it. Rick finally shows up at the therapy office, battered and covered in blood from his murder spree. Dr. Wong asks him straight up why he lied to his daughter, and Rick admits he did it to avoid therapy because he doesn't respect it. Rick goes on a rant about how therapy is for boring people and agents of averageness. He thinks his intelligence makes him above needing to work on relationships or emotional health. Rick sees therapy as beneath him because he can just invent, transform, create, and destroy when he doesn't like something. Dr. Wong delivers one of the show's most devastating speeches in response. She points out that Rick uses his intelligence to justify his sickness, and that he treats his mind like either an unstoppable force or an inescapable curse because he can't accept that it's actually within his control. She explains that Rick chose to become a pickle, chose to kill all those people, and chose to come to therapy just to belittle her profession. Despite his enormous intelligence, Rick is dripping with rat blood and feces because he literally vegetated himself rather than do basic emotional maintenance. Dr. Wong compares therapy to brushing teeth. It's not an adventure. There's no way to do it wrong enough to die. It's just work that needs to be done. Some people are willing to do the work, while others would rather die than put in effort on relationships. Rick has no comeback to this. For once, someone has completely dismantled his worldview, and he can't argue back. The session ends with Rick getting his antidote and transforming back into a human. But Rick learns absolutely nothing from this experience. He and Beth immediately plan to go drinking instead of scheduling another therapy session. They completely ignore Summer and Morty, asking if they'll ever go back to therapy. The episode shows Rick at his most pathetically avoidant. He literally turned himself into a vegetable and murdered dozens of people rather than spend an hour talking about his feelings. Rick's intelligence becomes a weapon he uses against his own family's well-being. Rick's violence in this episode is particularly disturbing because it's so unnecessary. He could have just gone to therapy, or honestly explained why he didn't want to go. Instead, he chose the most destructive possible path and got people killed for absolutely no reason. The post-credits scene has Rick and Morty tied up in another death trap, but Jaguar saves them. Rick tells Morty, "That's why you don't go to therapy," completely missing the point that therapy might have prevented this whole violent mess in the first place. Rick's pickle transformation represents his ultimate refusal to engage with his family's emotional needs. He'd rather become a literal vegetable and commit mass murder than admit he might need help with relationships. Rick turned himself into a pickle to dodge therapy and killed dozens in the process, and then he got blackout drunk and slaughtered an entire superhero team out of spite. Rick gets blackout drunk and murders an entire superhero team while setting up elaborate death traps for the survivors to navigate. This happens in Vindicators 3, where Rick's petty jealousy and alcoholism lead to multiple deaths and psychological torture. The Vindicators are basically the Avengers, a superhero team that calls Rick and Morty for help when the universe is threatened. But it turns out this is actually the third time they've assembled, and they didn't invite Rick the second time because of personality conflicts. 3 Vindicators died during that mission, and Rick immediately suspects the team killed them. Rick's pissed about being excluded and starts heckling the team during their briefing. He makes fun of their powers, calls Million Ants Turd Man, and mocks Crocubot for being half-cold, unfeeling reptile, half also cold, equally unfeeling machine. Only Noob laughs at Rick's jokes, which Rick appreciates. The mission is to stop World Ender, a cosmic villain who destroys planets. But when they arrive at his base, Rick gets blackout drunk that night and does something terrible. The next morning, everyone finds Rick passed out on the conference table with his pants down, covered in his own diarrhea. When they get to World Ender's lair, they discover he's already dead, brutally murdered with his guts hanging out. Rick killed him while drunk, along with all his minions, whose bodies are arranged in various sex positions because drunk Rick thought it was funny. But Rick's not done. He set up a series of saw-like death traps for the Vindicators to navigate. Rick left video messages for each room, explaining that this is their reckoning and they have to play his games or die. He's basically turned the whole mission into a sadistic psychological experiment. The first room is a matching game where the Vindicators have to pair themselves with Rick's descriptions of them. The twist is that all the descriptions are the same unoriginal, because Rick thinks they're all boring stereotypes. Morty figures this out, but Vance freaks out and tries to escape through the ventilation system, where he gets shot, electrocuted, and bisected by Rick's traps. In the second room, they have to identify a place the Vindicators would never mention. Crokybot confidently picks Dorian 5, but gets crushed to death because it's wrong. The correct answer is Israel, because drunk Rick rants about geopolitics when he's wasted. It's revealed that the Vindicators destroyed Dorian 5 and its entire population to kill a shapeshifter, something Rick could have prevented with a simple detection device. The third room has a basketball challenge, where they need to make 5 three-pointers in 5 minutes, or a neutrino bomb destroys the planet. While Morty defuses the bomb, the remaining Vindicators start arguing about their personal drama. It turns out Supernova cheated on her husband Alan Rails with million ants, and they even had a child together that died because it was half a million ants and half collapsing star. The argument escalates until Alan tries to fight million ants, but Supernova traps them both in a force field. Million ants goes into Alan's mouth and expands his body until he explodes from the inside. Supernova then kills million ants by crushing his queen ant, causing him to fall apart into a mindless swarm. In the final room, Rick asks for the one thing the Vindicators have that he wants. Everyone assumes it's Morty, since the heroes mean so much to him. Morty steps on the platform expecting some heartfelt message, but instead gets taken on a ride where drunk Rick delivers an emotional speech to Noob Noob about how much he appreciates him for laughing at his jokes. Rick completely forgot about Morty and was only thinking about the one person who found him funny. This devastates Morty, who realizes Rick values a janitor's approval more than his own grandson's admiration. Supernova tries to kill Rick and Morty for causing all these deaths, but they're saved when the platform rises to reveal Rick threw a huge party to celebrate killing World Ender. There's a crowd of people, live music from Logic, and Rick's just casually hanging out like nothing happened. Rick acts like it's no big deal that he murdered an entire superhero team. He tells Morty that 20 people try to kill me every week, and he ends up getting high with half of them. Rick's completely indifferent to the carnage he caused while blackout drunk. The episode shows Rick at his most petty and destructive. He couldn't handle being excluded from one mission, so he responded by murdering the villain himself and psychologically torturing the heroes. Rick turned what should have been a team-up into a horror movie where he's the monster. Rick's death traps aren't just about proving the Vindicators are flawed, they're designed to make them destroy each other. He exploits their personal relationships and insecurities to turn them against one another. Rick wants to prove they're as selfish and violent as he is. The worst part is how Rick treats the whole thing like a joke. He set up elaborate death games while blackout drunk, forgot most of what he did, and feels no remorse when people die. Rick's alcoholism doesn't excuse his behavior, it just makes him more dangerous and unpredictable. The episode reveals Rick's massive ego and need for validation. He can't stand that Morty admires other heroes, so he systematically destroys them to prove he's superior. Rick would rather be the only hero in Morty's life than let him have positive role models. Rick's treatment of Noob Noob versus Morty shows his warped priorities. He values someone who laughs at his jokes more than his own family member. Rick's so starved for approval that he'll kill people to eliminate competition for Morty's attention. Rick murdered an entire superhero team while drunk and laughing, and then he sank even lower by feeding Jerry to alien monsters out of spite. Rick deliberately lets Jerry get swallowed and digested by alien creatures as punishment for trying to get him killed. This happens in The Whirly-Durly Conspiracy, where Rick's cruelty toward Jerry reaches disturbing new levels of psychological and physical torture. The episode starts with Rick dragging Jerry out of his apartment naked, claiming it's an important galactic mission. But Rick admits he's only doing this because Morty worried Jerry might kill himself after the divorce. Rick takes Jerry to an intergalactic resort covered by an immortality field, where nobody can die. At the resort, Jerry gets approached by Risotto Groupon, an alien whose kingdom was destroyed by weapons Rick sold to their enemies. Risotto wants Jerry's help assassinating Rick on a roller coaster called the Whirly-Durly, which briefly dips outside the immortality field where Rick can actually be killed. Jerry initially refuses, but after Rick admits he was the main reason Beth divorced him, Jerry agrees to help with the assassination. However, when Rick apologizes for breaking up the marriage while they're on the ride, Jerry has a change of heart and tries to save Rick instead. The assassination attempt fails spectacularly, The roller coaster crashes into the jungle, destroying the resort's immortality field and stranding Rick and Jerry in a dangerous alien wilderness. When Rick realizes Jerry was part of the conspiracy, he's furious but not surprised. Jerry tries to explain himself while being slowly eaten by a massive alien snake. The snake swallows Jerry whole, and Rick just stands there watching, refusing to help. Jerry calls Rick a self-righteous piece of shit who stole his family, which sets Rick off completely. Rick delivers a brutal speech about how Jerry ruined Beth's life by getting her pregnant at prom, ending all her potential. Rick says Beth had options but gave them up because she felt sorry for Jerry. He calls Jerry a predator who acts like prey but actually feeds off other people's attention and pity. Rick explains his twisted philosophy. I survive because I know everything. That snake survives because children wander off, and you survive because people think, oh, this poor piece of shit. He never gets a break. Rick sees Jerry as fundamentally parasitic, living off other people's sympathy. While Jerry's being digested inside the snake, Rick finally kills it and saves him. But this isn't mercy. Rick immediately uses Jerry as bait for an even bigger creature. Rick tells Jerry his confusion will make him wriggle more like an abandoned newborn to attract the monster. Jerry gets swallowed again by a massive alien creature. Rick shoots it with a tranquilizer and attaches control wires to use it as transportation, with Jerry still trapped inside being slowly digested. Rick's treating Jerry like expendable bait while using the creature that ate him as a ride. Later, when Rick gets chemically lobotomized by airport security, Jerry takes revenge by belittling the childlike Rick. But when Risotto shows up to kill them both, Jerry tries to fight him off and accidentally damages the ship's temporal shields. This causes them to experience a psychedelic cosmic consciousness merge where all three characters share each other's souls and memories. They emerge feeling spiritually connected, and Risotto considers forgiving Rick. But the moment Rick's brain chemistry returns to normal, he shoots Risotto dead anyway. Rick's treatment of Jerry throughout this episode is sadistic. He wants to break Jerry psychologically first. Rick forces Jerry to confront his own perceived inadequacies before literally feeding him to monsters. The snake scene is particularly disturbing because Rick could have saved Jerry immediately but chose to let him suffer while delivering a philosophical lecture about why Jerry deserves it. Rick turned Jerry's near-death experience into a teaching moment about Jerry's supposed worthlessness. Using Jerry as bait for the second creature shows Rick's complete dehumanization of him. Rick doesn't see Jerry as a person with feelings, he's just a useful tool for attracting predators. Rick's casual cruelty suggests he enjoys Jerry's helplessness. Rick's speech about Jerry being a predator who acts like prey reveals his complete lack of empathy. Rick can't understand that Jerry might genuinely love Beth, or that his struggles might be real. To Rick, Jerry's entire existence is a manipulative performance designed to exploit others. The episode shows how Rick's intelligence becomes a weapon he uses to justify cruelty. Rick constructs elaborate philosophical frameworks to explain why Jerry deserves suffering, when really he's just angry that Jerry stole Beth by getting her pregnant. Rick's behavior toward Jerry represents his worst impulses, his need to be superior, his inability to accept responsibility for his actions, and his willingness to inflict pain on people he sees as inferior. Rick would rather torture Jerry than examine his own role in the family's dysfunction. Rick fed Jerry to alien monsters to break him down, and then he went after Morty's happiness by forcing him to reabsorb his toxic self. Rick hunts down Morty and forcibly destroys his newfound happiness and confidence by making him reabsorb his toxic self. This happens in Rest and Ricklaxation, where Rick's inability to tolerate Morty's independence leads to the destruction of his grandson's psychological growth. The episode begins with Rick and Morty completely burnt out after a 6-day adventure that nearly killed them both. Rick finally admits they need a vacation and takes Morty to an alien spa. They try a detox machine that supposedly removes all toxicity from users. The machine works by separating people into two versions, their healthy self and their toxic self. Rick and Morty emerge refreshed and happy, while their toxic counterparts get trapped in a wasteland dimension. Healthy Rick becomes genuinely caring and apologetic, while healthy Morty gains massive confidence and self-esteem. For the first time in the series, Morty becomes popular at school. He stands up to Mr. Goldenfold, helps other students with their problems, and even successfully asks Jessica out on a date. Students are drawn to his newfound confidence and positivity. Morty is living his best life, but Rick starts receiving distress calls from their toxic selves, who are trapped and suffering in the detox chamber. Healthy Rick feels obligated to help them because removing his toxicity also removed his ability not to care about accidentally creating life. When Rick tries to force Morty to re-merge with his toxic self, Morty refuses. He's finally happy and confident. Why would he want to go back to being anxious and self-loathing? Rick's response is to literally wrestle Morty into the machine against his will. The plan backfires when a girl named Stacy accidentally gets swapped with their toxic selves, freeing Toxic Rick and Toxic Morty into the real world. Toxic Rick decides that if he can't force Rick to re-merge, he'll just make the entire world toxic instead. Using a moon tower, Toxic Rick broadcasts toxicity across the planet, turning everyone into their worst selves. Churches become orgies, children brutally murder, birthday clowns, and civilization collapses into depravity. Toxic Rick has basically turned Earth into hell. Rick realizes the detox machine worked based on each person's individual definition of toxicity. For Rick, this included his irrational attachments to people, meaning Toxic Rick still cares about Toxic Morty despite claiming not to. Rick exploits this by shooting Toxic Morty with a nanobotic virus that will kill him in 20 minutes. Each shot cuts the time in half. Rick knows Toxic Rick can't let Toxic Morty die, so he'll be forced to re-merge to save him. Toxic Rick holds out as long as he can, but when Toxic Morty is writhing in agony and dying, he finally gives in. Rick and Toxic Rick re-merge, restoring Rick to his normal cynical self and reversing the global toxicity. But Morty flies away with a jetpack rather than re-merge with his toxic self. For 3 weeks, he lives an amazing life in New York as a successful stockbroker with a beautiful girlfriend named Jacqueline. He's healthy, confident, and genuinely happy. Rick tracks Morty down using Jessica as bait. When Morty answers Jessica's call, Rick traces his location and shows up with armed drones. Despite Morty's protests, Rick forcibly injects him with his toxic self, destroying his new life and returning him to his miserable, anxious state. The episode reveals that both Rick and Jessica actually wanted the old Morty back, though they argue about who cared more. Jessica admits she only helped Rick because she missed having someone who loved her so much you never had to love him back. Morty has to break up with Jacqueline, explaining that he wasn't who he said he was. She's heartbroken because confident Morty was her soulmate. Morty gives her the apartment and offers her the drones, but Rick refuses because they turn into a little Voltron robot. The episode ends back at school, with Morty returned to his usual depressed state, listening to Jessica talk about potentially getting back together with Brad. When Rick drags him on another adventure, Jessica stops Morty to say she's glad to have him back, but it's unclear if she means it. Rick's destruction of Morty's happiness is particularly cruel because it was entirely unnecessary. Morty wasn't hurting anyone by being confident and successful. Rick only forced the re-merger because he couldn't stand Morty being independent and happy without him. The episode shows Rick's fundamental selfishness. He claims to care about Morty, but when Morty actually becomes healthy and successful, Rick destroys it. Rick needs Morty to be dependent, anxious, and miserable because that's how Rick maintains control over him. Rick's actions also reveal his hypocrisy about health. But really, Rick just can't tolerate a version of Morty who doesn't need him. Healthy Morty was thriving without Rick's approval. The episode demonstrates how Rick sabotages his family's growth and happiness. Whenever someone starts becoming independent or confident, Rick finds ways to tear them down and make them dependent on him again. Rick's love is conditional on his family's dysfunction. Morty's brief taste of confidence and success makes his return to misery even more tragic. He knows what happiness feels like now, which makes his current state even more painful. Rick has essentially given Morty a glimpse of what his life could be, then stolen it away forever. Rick destroyed Morty's happiness by forcing him back into misery, and then he went even further by erasing Morty's memories to keep him weak and dependent. But before we continue the video, subscribe to our channel. Rick's got a whole basement full of Morty's stolen memories, and it's way worse than you think. In Morty's Mind Blowers, we find out Rick hasn't just been helping Morty forget traumatic experiences. He's been systematically lobotomizing his grandson to keep him stupid and compliant. The episode starts innocently enough. Rick shows Morty this massive underground vault filled with thousands of memory vials. "These are experiences you begged me to remove," Rick says, like he's doing Morty some huge favor. But as they start watching these memories, the real horror becomes clear. Sure, some of them are genuinely messed up experiences Morty wanted erased. There's the time Morty accidentally drove a school counselor to suicide because he thought the guy lived on the moon. It was just a smudge on his telescope. That's the kind of soul-crushing guilt that would mess anyone up. But then you see the other memories. Rick getting basic facts wrong. Morty correcting Rick's grammar when he says, "take it for granted," instead of granted. Rick immediately wipes that memory because his fragile ego can't handle being wrong about anything, even something that trivial. There's memory after memory of Rick being a complete screw-up, killing helpful creatures for no reason, getting planet names mixed up and nearly freezing them to death, abandoning people who saved their lives. All erased, so Morty never learns that his genius grandfather is actually a reckless idiot half the time. Rick's been running the ultimate gaslighting operation. He removes any memory where Morty shows independence, questions Rick's judgment, or witnesses Rick's failures. He's literally editing Morty's personality to keep him as a scared, dependent sidekick. The family trauma stuff gets erased too. Beth choosing Summer's life over Morty's during an alien hostage situation? Gone. The family being cruel to Morty during crisis moments? Deleted. Rick's creating this sanitized version of reality where Morty never builds up resentment or learns to protect himself. Then there's the squirrel incident. Morty discovers squirrels secretly run the world, which forces Rick to relocate them to another dimension. Rick erases this because it proves Rick isn't the smartest being in existence. Can't have Morty knowing there are limits to Grandpa's power. The memory vials are color-coded like some sick filing system. Blue for stuff Morty requested, purple for family dysfunction, red for times Rick looked stupid. Rick's turned psychological abuse into a science. Some memories show Rick forcing Morty into increasingly disturbing situations. Rick makes Morty sexually stimulate an alien during interrogation, then erases Morty's memory when he realizes what happened. Rick tricks Morty into using devices he doesn't understand, then wipes his memory of how they work, ensuring continued dependence. The level of manipulation goes beyond just removing embarrassing moments. Rick has been methodically constructing Morty's entire worldview. Any adventure where they failed because of Rick's arrogance gets rewritten as a success. Anytime Morty showed leadership or problem-solving skills gets deleted. Rick's essentially performing ongoing psychological surgery to prevent Morty from developing any sense of self-worth or competence. The archive reveals memories where Rick deliberately puts Morty in harm's way just to test his theories or satisfy his curiosity. There are experiences where Rick uses Morty as bait, as a test subject, or as collateral damage in his schemes. All of these get erased not to protect Morty from trauma, but to prevent him from recognizing the pattern of abuse. What's particularly insidious is how Rick justifies the memory removal. He frames it as mercy, as protection, as helping Morty cope with the harsh realities of interdimensional travel. But the real purpose is maintaining Rick's image as the brilliant, necessary protector. Rick can't afford to let Morty remember all the times Rick's decisions nearly got them killed. The memory chamber also contains experiences that would have taught Morty valuable life lessons, times when kindness worked better than violence, moments when listening to others led to better outcomes than following Rick's instincts, situations where Morty's empathy solved problems Rick's intellect couldn't handle, all erased because they threaten Rick's narrative about intelligence being the only thing that matters. Rick's system even extends to editing out moments of genuine connection. Anytime Rick showed vulnerability, admitted fault, or expressed real affection gets removed. This prevents Morty from understanding that Rick might actually care about him, which would give Morty leverage in their relationship. Rick prefers to keep their dynamic, adversarial, and dependent rather than genuinely loving. The archive reveals Rick's sophisticated understanding of psychological conditioning. He keeps memories that reinforce Morty's dependency and fear while systematically removing anything that might build confidence or critical thinking skills. Rick has weaponized amnesia to maintain his dominant position. When Morty figures out what's been happening, he goes ballistic and attacks Rick. During the fight, they both get memory wiped and forget who they are entirely. Without context, they start watching random memories and the pure trauma drives them to attempt suicide together. Summer shows up just in time and reveals this has happened before multiple times. Rick's got a whole protocol for when his brainwashing system breaks down. Summer's been helping maintain this cycle of abuse, which makes her complicit in Rick's psychological torture. They get their memories restored and wake up thinking they just dozed off watching TV. Summer mentions this is why they're constantly fighting and behind schedule. Their relationship problems are literally caused by Rick's secret brain surgery. This explains so much about Morty's behavior throughout the series. The constant anxiety, the inability to stand up to Rick, the willingness to follow him into obvious death traps. Rick's been systematically removing any experience that might help Morty grow a backbone or develop critical thinking skills. Rick's rewriting Morty's past. It's the perfect crime because the victim can't even remember being victimized. Morty's trapped in this endless loop where he can never learn from experience because Rick keeps hitting the reset button on his brain. The episode demonstrates how Rick creates artificial amnesia to prevent character growth. By removing formative experiences, Rick keeps Morty in a perpetual state of psychological adolescence. Morty can't mature because Rick constantly resets his emotional development whenever progress threatens Rick's control. The episode shows how Rick maintains control through literal amnesia. Every time Morty starts developing independence or questioning Rick's methods, those thoughts just disappear. Rick's essentially keeping his grandson in a state of perpetual psychological childhood, ensuring he never develops the emotional tools to escape Rick's influence. Rick erased Morty's memories to keep him weak and dependent, and then his neglect created Fruppyland, where a forgotten child grew into a cannibal king. Rick builds Beth a pocket dimension to play in, then forgets about it for decades while her childhood friend Tommy gets trapped inside and turns into a cannibalistic monster king. It's peak Rick solving a parenting problem with science, then ignoring the consequences. The whole thing starts when Beth mentions her missing childhood friend Tommy Lipnip, whose dad is about to be executed for supposedly eating him. Beth used to cope by imagining Tommy was lost in her pretend world, Fruppyland. Rick gets pissy when she calls it make-believe. Turns out he actually built Fruppyland as a real pocket dimension for Beth to play in. If Tommy really disappeared there, he might still be alive, or at least his skeleton might be. So, they go into Fruppyland and immediately discover it's gone completely wrong. The harmless creatures Rick designed have turned violent and are mixed with human DNA. A giant bird rips Rick's arm off, which doesn't seem very childproof. The DNA tests reveal what happened. Tommy survived by breeding with the Fruppyland creatures and then eating his own hybrid babies. He's been doing this for decades to stay alive. Rick's reaction is basically, yeah, that makes sense. He's probably their god king now. And Rick's right. They get captured by Tommy's incest army and brought before King Tommy, who rules over his cannibalistic hybrid children in some medieval nightmare society. Tommy puts on a play showing how Beth pushed him into Fruppyland as kids and then just left him there. Here's the thing: Rick never checked on his dimension. Not once in decades. He built this place. A kid got trapped inside, and Rick just forgot about it. No monitoring system, no safety protocols, no way for Tommy to get out. Rick tries to defend himself by saying Beth was a scary kid who asked for messed up toys. And the list is pretty disturbing: ray guns, mind control devices, poison gum, parent traps. But instead of being an actual parent and addressing this behavior, Rick just built whatever she wanted and stuck her in an isolated dimension. That's Rick's whole parenting strategy. Throw technology at problems instead of dealing with them emotionally. Don't want to supervise your daughter? Build her a private world. Don't want to teach her right from wrong? Just give her whatever toys she asks for. The episode reveals just how disturbing Beth's childhood requests really were. She wanted invisibility, handcuffs, lightning guns, a teddy bear with anatomically correct innards, sound-erasing sneakers, fall-asleep darts, a lie-detecting doll, an indestructible baseball bat, a ladybug-shaped taser, location-tracking stickers, rainbow-colored duct tape, and a pink sentient switchblade. These aren't normal kid toys, they're instruments of control and violence. Any responsible parent would be concerned about why their child wants weapons and surveillance equipment. But Rick just builds them all without question because it's easier than actually parenting. Rick's negligence goes beyond just building dangerous toys. He created an entire isolated dimension and then abandoned all oversight of it. The fact that Fruppyland creatures were supposed to be harmless shows Rick never considered long-term consequences or what might happen if the system broke down. The creatures evolved and mutated over decades without any intervention. They developed violent tendencies, started reproducing with human DNA, and created an entire ecosystem based on cannibalism. This happened because Rick designed a system with no fail-safes or monitoring. Tommy's transformation into a cannibalistic god king is the logical result of Rick's hands-off approach. A child trapped in an isolated environment with no adult supervision or moral guidance naturally became a monster. Rick basically created a Lord of the Flies scenario and then walked away. The Fruppyland disaster shows what happens when Rick's lazy solutions go unchecked. A simple playground became a horror show because Rick couldn't be bothered to maintain it or consider what might go wrong. Tommy became this cannibalistic tyrant because Rick abandoned him there as a child. Decades of psychological trauma and survival horror, all because Rick was too negligent to check if anyone was trapped in his invention. When confronted with Tommy's condition, Rick shows his typical lack of empathy. He treats the whole situation like an interesting scientific problem rather than a human tragedy. Rick's more concerned with being right about his predictions than feeling guilty about Tommy's suffering. Rick's attitude toward Tommy reveals his complete disregard for anyone outside his immediate family. Tommy was just a neighbor kid who got caught up in Rick's parenting failures. Rick feels no responsibility for what happened to him because Tommy doesn't matter to Rick personally. The episode also shows how Rick's relationship with Beth was built on enabling her worst impulses. Instead of teaching her empathy or setting boundaries, Rick just gave her whatever she wanted. This created a cycle where Beth learned to get attention through increasingly extreme requests. Rick's defense that Beth was scary is just another way of avoiding responsibility. Kids act out when they're not getting proper attention or guidance. Beth's violent fantasies were probably a cry for help that Rick ignored by throwing gadgets at the problem. When they find Tommy, Rick wants to just leave him there again rather than take responsibility. It's Beth who goes on a killing spree and presumably murders Tommy to end his suffering. They clone an adult Tommy to save his dad from execution, but that doesn't undo decades of hell. The episode shows how Rick's solutions usually create worse problems. He gave Beth a safe space that wasn't safe, abandoned a kid to become a monster, and showed zero remorse when confronted with the results. Rick built Fruppyland to get Beth out of his hair, not to actually help her. Tommy was just collateral damage in Rick's approach to avoiding real parenting. Rick would rather build elaborate dimensions than spend quality time with his daughter or teach her how to behave. The whole thing could have been prevented if Rick had just checked on his invention occasionally or built in some basic safety features. But that would require Rick to care about the consequences of his actions, which he clearly doesn't. The Fruppyland incident perfectly encapsulates Rick's parenting failures. Brilliant scientific solutions combined with complete emotional negligence, creating disasters that could have been easily prevented with basic human care and attention. Rick abandoned Beth's friend to a nightmare world in Fruppyland, and then he turned a petty selfie argument with the president into a violent White House war. Rick gets into a massive fight with the US president over a selfie, turning the White House into a war zone because his ego can't handle being told no. In The Rick Churian Morty Date, Rick's pettiness reaches absurd levels when he literally battles the leader of the free world over something completely trivial. The episode starts with Rick and Morty getting called to handle some alien creature in the White House tunnels. They quickly dispatch it, but then get bored and go home to play Minecraft instead of properly reporting back. The president sees them slacking off through satellite surveillance and calls them out. This leads to a phone argument where Rick and the president finally hash out their relationship. Rick basically tells the president that when they show up to help, that's the favor, not the other way around. The president counters that America has been letting them break thousands of federal laws without consequences as payment for their world saving. Rick's response is typically arrogant. He suggests the president has never arrested them because it would be impossible and wouldn't go well. The president gets fed up with Rick's attitude and they basically break up, with both sides claiming they never needed each other. But then Rick and Morty show up in Brazil to handle a tiny civilization discovery, and the US military is already there claiming jurisdiction. The president shrinks down to negotiate with the mini-people directly, only to discover Rick and Morty already made peace and solved the crisis. Even worse for the president's ego, Rick and Morty also somehow negotiated a permanent ceasefire between Israel and Palestine while they were at it, giving the president all the credit. His approval rating hits 100%, but instead of being grateful, he's furious that Rick upstaged him. When Rick and Morty show up in the Oval Office afterward, Rick offers to leave forever on one simple condition. Morty gets a selfie with the president. Morty doesn't even want the selfie anymore, but Rick insists on principle. The president refuses, and this is where Rick's ego takes over completely. Rather than just walking away, Rick decides this is the hill he's willing to die on. When Secret Service agents try to arrest them, Rick kills one instantly as a deterrent, then threatens to stay in the Oval Office forever unless he gets the selfie. What follows is an absolutely bonkers fight scene through the entire White House. Rick and the president battle each other with increasingly ridiculous weapons and gadgets. They crash through secret rooms with names like the Kennedy Sex Tunnels, Truman Cocaine Lounge, and McKinley Hooker Dump. The president deploys everything from child soldiers to robot mechs to satellite lasers, trying to take Rick down. Rick responds by killing Secret Service agents left and right while taunting the president about his mommy issues. The whole thing is completely unhinged. Meanwhile, Morty gets fed up with their ridiculous fight and steals Rick's portal gun to go home. When Rick finally beats the president into submission and demands the selfie, Morty's not even there anymore. The whole fight was for nothing. Morty calls Rick to explain that Beth and Jerry got back together and the family is hiding from Rick because Beth thinks she might be a clone. This forces Rick to ask the president for help finding his family, completely undermining his tough guy act. The president's petulant refusal of a simple selfie is pretty childish, but Rick's response is completely disproportionate. He literally murdered federal agents and destroyed parts of the White House over a photo request that his grandson didn't even want. The whole conflict shows how both Rick and the president are insecure narcissists who can't back down from any challenge to their authority. Neither one can afford to lose face, so they escalate a minor disagreement into a full-scale war. Rick's behavior is particularly revealing because it shows how his need to win overrides everything else, including Morty's actual wishes. Rick doesn't care that Morty doesn't want the selfie, it's become about proving Rick can make the president do what he wants. The fight also demonstrates Rick's casual attitude toward violence. He kills multiple people during the battle and shows zero remorse about it. To Rick, other people's lives are just tools for advancing his agenda or proving his superiority. When the dust settles, Rick has to swallow his pride and ask for help, completely negating his victory. The president gets what he wanted all along, Rick needing him for something. Rick's ego trip accomplished nothing except unnecessary destruction and death. The episode ends with Rick disguising himself as a different Rick to repair his relationship with the president, showing he ultimately needs the connection more than his pride. But the damage is already done, and Rick's willingness to murder people over trivial slights shows just how dangerous his unchecked ego really is. Rick turned the White House into a battlefield over a selfie, and then he tormented a lonely man just for using his secret toilet. Rick becomes completely obsessed with hunting down whoever used his secret toilet, then spends massive resources psychologically torturing a sad office worker over bathroom usage. In The Old Man and the Seat, Rick's control issues reach new levels of pettiness when he can't handle someone else sitting where he sits. Rick has this gorgeous secret toilet on an alien planet. It's surrounded by beautiful landscapes, waterfalls, and aurora lights. This is where Rick goes when he needs privacy because he's apparently a shy pooper. The place is like his personal sanctuary where nobody can bother him. But when Rick shows up and finds evidence that someone else used his toilet, he completely loses it. Rick immediately sets up an underground high-tech bunker to analyze every trace of evidence like he's solving a murder case. Rick tracks down sandwich crumbs and starts hunting the toilet user across the galaxy. He threatens alien crime bosses, starts robot wars, and kills random people just to follow the trail. Rick literally causes massive destruction and death because someone took a dump in his special spot. The investigation leads Rick to Tony, this quiet office worker whose wife died. Tony explains he's also shy about using bathrooms and just needed somewhere private. He found Rick's toilet and used it once because he was desperate and thought it was abandoned. Any normal person would be like, okay, just don't do it again. But Rick's response is to threaten Tony with murder. Then Rick decides killing him isn't cruel enough. He wants Tony to suffer. So Rick creates this insane psychological torture system. He rigs the toilet with thousands of holographic recordings of himself that activate whenever Tony tries to use it. These aren't just random insults. Rick specifically programmed them to attack Tony's deepest insecurities. The holograms scream things like, "King shit" on his throne of loneliness, and the saddest piece of garbage in the entire cosmos. Rick studied Tony's psychology just to craft the most hurtful attacks possible. The system even places a mocking crown on Tony's head while insulting him. Rick designed this torture specifically around Tony's loneliness and grief over his dead wife. The recordings attack him for being alone and unwanted, turning his most vulnerable moments into public humiliation. It's psychological warfare over bathroom usage. When Tony comes back anyway because he still needs to use the toilet, Rick escalates to physical violence. He builds a giant robot version of himself and literally sits on Tony, trying to crush him for defying the psychological torture. Then Rick traps Tony in a fake heaven simulation where he's reunited with his dead wife. But even this apparent kindness is actually more torture. Rick designed it to make Tony feel guilty for wanting basic bathroom privacy instead of spending eternity with his wife. The whole elaborate system shows Rick's complete inability to share anything with anyone. He'd rather spend enormous time and resources creating torture devices than just accept that someone else might occasionally need to use a toilet. Rick's reaction reveals his massive control issues. He can't tolerate the idea that his private space isn't completely under his dominion. Someone using his toilet feels like a personal violation that demands maximum punishment. The episode shows Rick's trademark response to any challenge: overwhelming technological retaliation. Instead of just talking to Tony or putting up a sign, Rick creates an entire torture infrastructure. Rick always chooses the most complicated, cruel solution possible. Tony's situation is genuinely sympathetic. He's a lonely guy dealing with grief who just needed a clean bathroom. Rick's toilet looked abandoned on an empty planet. Tony wasn't trying to disrespect anyone, he was just meeting a basic human need. But Rick can't see Tony as a person with legitimate needs. To Rick, Tony is just an obstacle to his perfect bathroom experience. Rick's empathy is so underdeveloped that he can't understand why someone might need privacy for basic bodily functions. Rick's torture system also reveals his deep understanding of human psychology, which makes his cruelty even worse. Rick knows exactly how to hurt people because he studies their weaknesses. He uses his intelligence specifically to maximize suffering. The toilet obsession connects to Rick's broader issues with vulnerability. Using the bathroom is one of the few times even Rick has to be defenseless. Someone else using his toilet feels like they witnessed him in a weak moment, even though they never actually saw him. Rick's need to punish Tony is really about protecting his own emotional barriers. Rick can't handle any reminder that he has basic human needs like everyone else. The toilet represents his last refuge from having to interact with other people. When Tony dies in an unrelated skiing accident, Rick actually feels guilty enough to attend the funeral. He gives Tony's father money and tries to comfort him, showing Rick did develop some connection to Tony despite the torture. But Rick still can't admit he cared about Tony or that his behavior was wrong. When Tony's father says it's hard losing a friend, Rick angrily denies they were friends. Rick would rather maintain his cruel image than acknowledge any human feeling. The episode ends with Rick using his own toilet system, triggering all the cruel holograms he created to torture Tony. Rick sits in the rain while his own recordings mock him as the saddest piece of garbage in the cosmos. Rick's torture device becomes his own punishment. This ending shows the self-defeating nature of Rick's cruelty. By refusing to show basic human decency to Tony, Rick ended up creating a system that torments himself. Rick's inability to connect with others ultimately leaves him alone with his own viciousness. The toilet episode perfectly captures Rick's character, brilliant enough to create elaborate technological solutions, but too emotionally stunted to just be decent to another person. Rick would rather engineer complex torture than show simple kindness. Rick tortured a man for using his toilet, and then he caused a snake time travel war that wiped out their whole species. Rick accidentally creates a massive time travel paradox by giving an entire snake civilization the technology to mess with causality, leading to interdimensional chaos and requiring time cops to fix the mess. In Rattlestar Rick Lactica, what starts as a simple snake bite spirals into Rick having to teach an alien species how to destroy themselves through temporal warfare. The whole disaster begins when Morty gets bitten by a space snake during a routine adventure. Rick warns Morty to stay in the ship while he fixes a flat tire, but Morty ignores him and gets attacked by a snake astronaut. After killing the snake and getting cured of its venom, Morty feels terrible about potentially dooming an entire civilization. Rick's scan of the snake planet reveals they're actually pretty advanced. 19 billion snakes divided into thousands of nations, all on the brink of war because of racism. Rick finds this hilarious and wants to leave, but Morty can't handle the guilt of possibly being responsible for their extinction. So Morty does what Morty always does. He tries to fix things without thinking it through. He buys a pet snake named Slippy, disguises her as the dead astronaut, and sends her to the snake planet as a returning hero. Morty thinks this will give the snakes hope and prevent their civilization from collapsing. But Rick immediately explains why this is catastrophically stupid. Instead of just having a normal dark age for a few generations, Morty's intervention proves to the snakes that there's something bigger and scarier out there to unite against. This motivates them to rapidly develop advanced technology, including time travel, specifically to hunt down and kill Morty. Soon, snake robots and time-traveling snakes start appearing in the Smith house, all trying to assassinate Morty. Rick has to fight them off while explaining how Morty's help actually made everything infinitely worse. The episode shows the snake planet's future, where 17 billion snakes die in wars, followed by a Terminator-style conflict between snakes and machines. The surviving snakes eventually win because Morty somehow becomes their savior in that timeline, creating a weird bootstrap paradox. Rick realizes they need to get ahead of this mess, so he and Morty travel to the snake planet during the early stages of their time travel development. But when they reach the facility building the time machine, Rick discovers it's nowhere near complete. This forces Rick to take drastic action. He decides to give the snakes time travel himself, but do it in a way that will cause them to destroy themselves. Future Rick and Morty show up with snake costumes and a book of time travel instructions written in snake language. Rick's plan is to let snake time travel eat its own tail by giving them the technology so early and crudely that they'll mess up their own timeline beyond repair. And that's exactly what happens. The snakes immediately start using time travel to fix their history. First, they save Snake Abraham Lincoln from assassination, but this creates a timeline where snake Nazis take over. Then different factions of time-traveling snakes start fighting each other across multiple time periods. The chaos escalates until Snake Hitler's bathroom becomes a battleground for dozens of time-traveling snakes from different eras, all trying to kill or protect him simultaneously. The whole thing becomes completely unmanageable. Eventually, interdimensional time cops have to intervene. They travel back to the very beginning of snake evolution and kill the first snake to use tools, thereby preventing snake civilization from ever developing. All the attacking snakes disappear, and the ones still on Earth start eating their own tails in an Ouroboros pattern. Rick's solution is characteristically extreme. Rather than find a surgical fix for the time travel problem, he just arranges for the entire snake species to be retroactively prevented from existing. It's like using a nuclear bomb to kill a spider. The episode perfectly shows Rick's approach to problem solving. When Morty's well-meaning interference creates a disaster, Rick's response is to make it exponentially worse in a calculated way that will ultimately resolve itself. Rick would rather commit genocide against an entire species than deal with ongoing time travel complications. Rick's willingness to give snakes time travel technology, knowing it will destroy them, reveals his complete lack of empathy for alien life. He treats the snake civilization like a science experiment, manipulating their development to serve his convenience, rather than considering their right to exist. The Snake War also demonstrates the dangers of Rick's casual attitude toward advanced technology. Rick hands out universe-altering inventions without considering the consequences, then has to engineer elaborate solutions when things go wrong. Morty's role in the disaster shows how his compassion, while admirable, often makes situations worse because he doesn't understand the bigger picture. Morty's attempt to help the snakes directly leads to the deaths of billions more snakes than would have died naturally. The episode ends with Rick ripping up one of Morty's adventure cards, showing how seriously he takes the consequences of Morty's meddling. Rick usually lets Morty learn from his mistakes, but the snake incident was so catastrophic that Rick removes one of Morty's few sources of agency. The time travel mechanics create a stable loop where future Rick and Morty have to go back and ensure the events that led to their intervention in the first place. Rick even punches Morty in the eye to complete the causality loop, showing his dedication to maintaining temporal consistency even in small details. Rick's handling of the snake crisis reveals his fundamental approach to problem solving. Escalate conflicts until they become someone else's problem or destroy themselves. Rather than find diplomatic solutions or accept responsibility for the chaos, Rick just makes it worse until external forces have to clean up the mess. Rick making the snakes destroy themselves with time travel leads straight into him wiping out the Glorzos with Morty's harmonica. Rick wipes out an entire alien species with Morty's harmonica because it's easier than just escaping normally. In Primordius, Rick finds out the aliens explode when they hear bad music, so he broadcasts it across their whole planet and kills everyone. The episode starts with Rick and Morty waking up with facehugger parasites on them. These aliens called Glorzos had been controlling their bodies. Rick kills both parasites right away, but then they see the aliens built a whole city while they were unconscious. The Glorzos are actually pretty advanced. They made technology, art, even social media. Morty's parasite was some famous leader, while Rick's was making angry YouTube videos. The aliens were planning to shoot eggs at Earth to spread their species. Rick and Morty try sneaking out by wearing the dead parasites as disguises, but they get caught. So they go on this massive killing spree through the alien city, blowing stuff up and having a great time. Rick even jokes about doing a Pearl Harbor attack on some towers. But they accidentally leave Summer behind when they escape. When they come back to get her, Summer has become the queen of all the Glorzos. She convinced them to stop their normal life cycle of laying eggs and dying, and instead build a real civilization. Summer explains that she avoided getting a facehugger by stabbing it with a toothpick. Then she used the fact that these aliens only live 30 minutes to completely change their culture. She turned them into a society where they didn't have to die just to reproduce. The Glorzos seem pretty nice, actually. They built a whole civilization in hours and were grateful to Summer for showing them a better way to live. They weren't evil just following their biology until Summer gave them options. When the aliens figure out Rick, Morty, and Summer are trying to escape together, they arrest them. Summer's escape plan is getting them sentenced to death by car, obviously fake so they can just drive away. But the aliens catch on that it's a trick and try to stop them. That's when Rick discovers Morty's terrible harmonica playing makes the Glorzos explode and die. Instead of just using this to create a distraction and escape, Rick decides to kill them all. He hooks Morty's harmonica up to the ship's speakers and broadcasts it across the entire planet. Every single Glorzo bursts into flames and dies screaming. This genocide is completely unnecessary. The aliens weren't really threatening them anymore, they just didn't want them to leave. Rick could have used the harmonica for a few seconds to escape, but instead he chose to exterminate their entire species. Rick shows zero guilt about committing genocide. He treats it like a fun game, joking with Morty while aliens die horribly around them. Rick doesn't even think about sparing civilians or finding a way that doesn't involve mass murder. The episode makes it clear Rick and Morty are the bad guys here. The writer said they're the villains in this story. They destroyed a civilization that was actually getting better and learning to improve. Summer's horrified by what they did, which makes sense. She spent time with these aliens, helped them build their society, and watched them grow as people. Rick just casually murdered all of them because it was convenient. The Glorzos had moved beyond being parasites thanks to Summer. They were making art, technology, and culture. They had relationships and personalities. Rick wiped out all that progress in seconds because he didn't want to deal with them. What makes this genocide even worse is that the Glorzos were actively trying to become better. Summer had introduced them to concepts of personal growth and social progress. They were learning to value individual lives over just biological imperatives. The aliens had developed their own political systems, with some supporting Summer's progressive ideas, while others remained more traditional. Rick's parasite had become a conservative commentator, making YouTube videos, while Morty's was a reformist leader. They had genuine political discourse and debate. Rick also shows his typical pattern of escalation. When faced with any obstacle, Rick immediately jumps to the most extreme solution possible. He could have used the harmonica weakness to stun a few guards and slip away quietly, but Rick's ego demands maximum destruction. The genocide also reveals Rick's complete inability to see alien species as equals. Throughout the series, Rick consistently treats non-human life as expendable. Whether it's destroying entire planets or wiping out civilizations, Rick never considers that aliens might have the same right to exist as humans. Rick's casual attitude toward the massacre is particularly disturbing. He doesn't even pause to consider the moral implications of what he's doing. The moment Rick discovers an effective weapon, he uses it to maximum capacity without any thought for collateral damage or unnecessary killing. The episode also shows how Rick's influence corrupts Morty. Initially, Morty seems uncomfortable with the violence, but by the end, he's actively participating in the genocide and joking about it with Rick. Rick's sociopathic behavior gradually normalizes extreme violence for Morty. Rick's genocide shows his fundamental selfishness. He'd rather commit mass murder than deal with even minor inconvenience. The Glorzos weren't trying to hurt anyone, they just wanted to prevent their escaped prisoners from leaving. Rick's response is to kill every member of their species. The Glorzo massacre is one of Rick's most pointless acts of violence. Unlike other episodes where Rick fights actually evil enemies, here he destroys a civilization that was trying to become better. Rick committed genocide against a species that was learning to value life. After killing the Glorzos without remorse, Rick shifts to tormenting Morty with the fake reset button. Rick tricks Morty into thinking he's getting a video game-style reset device, but actually makes him live through months of experiences including love, loss, and cannibalism, just to teach him not to criticize Rick's plans. In the Vat of Acid episode, Rick creates an elaborate psychological torture scheme disguised as a fun invention. The episode starts with Rick and Morty on a simple trade mission. Rick's backup plan involves jumping into a fake acid vat he prepared complete with air hoses and fake bones. When the deal goes bad, they use the vat trick successfully, but Morty complains it was a stupid plan. This leads to a huge fight where Morty calls out Rick for always rejecting his ideas. Morty specifically mentions wanting a device that lets you save a point in time like a video game, so you can try things and reset if they go wrong. Rick dismisses this as something he saw on Futurama. Rick gets so angry at Morty's criticism that he decides to teach him a lesson. He pretends to fail at making the device, then shoots Morty and reveals he actually built it perfectly. Rick tells Morty to go have fun with what he thinks is a consequence-free reset button. Morty goes crazy with the device. He pulls down his teacher's pants, talks to Jessica, avoids embarrassing moments, and basically lives without any fear of consequences. He's having the time of his life thinking he can just reset anything that goes wrong. One day, Morty activates the device before approaching a girl at a coffee shop. They hit it off and start dating. What follows is months of genuine relationship development. They fall in love, go through ups and downs, break up and get back together, and become stronger than ever. The relationship culminates in a vacation together where their plane crashes in the mountains. Morty and his girlfriend get stranded with 2 other survivors and have to resort to cannibalism to stay alive. Morty treks across the mountains to find his backpack with the reset device in it. Even though Morty finds the device, he chooses not to use it. He's grown too much as a person and genuinely loves his girlfriend. Instead, he calls for rescue with his frostbitten hands. They both end up in the hospital but recover fully and are happier than ever at their welcome home party. Then Jerry accidentally grabs the device thinking it's a TV remote and hits the reset button. Morty suddenly finds himself back at the coffee shop before he ever met his girlfriend. When he tries approaching her again, she pepper sprays him, and he accidentally creates a new save point, trapping him in that moment. Devastated that months of genuine love and growth have been erased, Morty throws himself to gorillas at the zoo multiple times out of despair. He finally goes to Rick, completely broken, saying he wants to face consequences instead of running from them. That's when Rick reveals the horrible truth. The device was never actually a reset button. Morty wasn't going back in time at all. Instead, Rick was sending Morty's consciousness into alternate dimensions, where slightly different versions of events played out. Every time Morty reset, Rick had to kill the alternate version of Morty in that dimension. Rick shows Morty footage of all the alternate Mortys dying to make room for him. Morty has essentially been committing serial murder of himself across multiple dimensions. Every funny moment, every retry with Jessica, every small reset, all of it required killing another version of himself. Rick explains this was never about time travel, which he doesn't believe in. It was about splitting probable selves and moving Morty between nearly identical realities. Rick calls it the prestige. Morty has been unknowingly prestiging himself over and over. The revelation destroys Morty psychologically. All those months with his girlfriend were real, he really lived them, really loved her, really went through trauma and growth. But now he's trapped in a dimension where none of it happened and she doesn't know him. Rick merges all the probable realities back together, which creates a massive, angry mob outside their house. Apparently, alternate Morty's actions across dimensions have made him public enemy number 1. There are protesters from every conceivable group. Me Too activists, the ACLU, Gamergate supporters, even Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. Rick forces Morty to jump in the original fake acid vat to die and escape the mob. As Morty hides in the fake acid, he watches his girlfriend from the plane crash dimension arrive at the house, only to leave in tears, thinking he's dead. The whole elaborate torture scheme was Rick's response to Morty criticizing his acid vat plan. Rick put Morty through months of real experiences, genuine love, trauma, and loss, just to prove the point that his ideas are worth listening to. Rick's final lesson is, don't ever make fun of me again, ever. The entire psychological torture was just Rick's massive ego unable to handle criticism from a teenager. The episode reveals how far Rick will go to maintain his image as an infallible genius. Rather than just admit his acid vat was a mediocre backup plan, Rick created an incredibly cruel scheme that gave Morty real love just to rip it away from him. Rick's device represents his fundamental cruelty toward Morty. He could have just built a normal reset device, but instead chose to make Morty unknowingly commit murder while experiencing genuine emotional growth that would be stolen from him. The torture also shows Rick's complete disregard for Morty's emotional well-being. Rick watched Morty fall in love, survive trauma, and grow as a person, knowing the whole time it would be taken away. Rick felt no guilt about destroying months of Morty's happiness. By the end, Morty has lost a genuine relationship, committed serial murder across dimensions, and learned that his grandfather will psychologically torture him for months just to avoid admitting a mistake. Rick's lesson is about absolute submission to his authority. After breaking Morty with a fake reset button and months of cruel psychological torture, Rick moves on to abandoning hundreds of alien children he helped create in Childrick of Mort. Rick fathers hundreds of alien children with a sentient planet, helps build their civilization, then ditches them when things get complicated and threatens to blow them up if they come after him. In Childrick of Mort, Rick's commitment issues reach cosmic levels when he can't handle being a dad to an entire species. The episode starts with the family going on a camping trip when Rick gets a call from an ex saying she's pregnant. Beth forces Rick to take responsibility, But it turns out Rick's ex is literally a planet named Gaia, who's about to give birth to her first sentient species. Rick initially tries to blow off the whole situation, claiming the kids probably aren't his and that evolution will take care of them. But when Beth insists on helping, Rick gets involved in building their society. He and Beth work together, creating complex systems to develop the civilization, routing different personality types through various career paths to make them space-ready. Rick actually seems to enjoy the project at first. He's working with Beth, building something impressive, and taking credit for raising a whole species. The little aliens even call him Papa, and seem to genuinely love him. Rick appears proud of what they've accomplished together. But then, a godlike being named Reggie shows up claiming to be the real father. Gaia admits she made a mistake and doesn't actually know who the dad is. Instead of stepping aside gracefully, Rick gets competitive and wants to fight for custody. The thing is, Reggie doesn't actually want to raise the kids either. He just wants to traumatize them with fear and abandonment to teach them about divine power. Rick and Reggie get into a massive brawl that destroys most of the city and kills tons of the aliens Rick helped create. During the fight, Rick basically admits he doesn't really care about the kids. When Reggie offers to let him keep the city he built with Beth, Rick is willing to abandon the children entirely. Rick's more interested in preserving his engineering project than protecting the lives he helped create. After Morty and Summer accidentally kill Reggie by crashing their spaceship through his head, Gaia gets furious that her mate is dead. She forms a volcano and kills most of the remaining civilization with lava. Rick, Morty, and Summer rescue Beth, Jerry, and just a few survivors before escaping. As they're leaving, Rick casually mentions he put a tracker and bomb on the survivors' ship. If his alien children ever come looking for him or seeking revenge, he'll just blow them up remotely. Rick's already planning to murder his own kids if they become inconvenient. Rick shows zero emotional attachment to the hundreds of children he helped raise. He doesn't feel guilty about abandoning them or sad about the ones who died. To Rick, they were just an interesting science project that got out of hand. The episode reveals Rick's complete inability to form genuine parental bonds. Even when he spends time building a civilization and the kids clearly love him, Rick feels nothing back. He can't see them as real people deserving of protection and care. Rick's abandonment of his alien children parallels his treatment of Beth. He helped create both, but then disappeared when actual parenting was required. Rick only engages with his offspring when it's convenient or intellectually stimulating for him. The tracker and bomb show Rick's paranoid assumption that everyone will eventually turn against him. Rather than trust that his children might remember him fondly, Rick immediately prepares to kill them. Rick can't imagine anyone genuinely loving him without ulterior motives. Rick's behavior also demonstrates his territorial nature. He was willing to fight a god for custody rights, but only because he couldn't stand losing to someone else. The moment Rick realized he could walk away without losing face, he abandoned the kids completely. The episode shows how Rick's narcissism prevents him from being a real parent. He enjoyed the admiration and respect that came with building a civilization, but had no interest in the actual responsibility of caring for dependents. Rick wants the glory of creation without the burden of nurturing. When Beth calls Rick out for abandoning his children like he abandoned her, Rick shows no remorse or self-reflection. He treats it like an unavoidable personality quirk, rather than a moral failing that hurts people he should care about. Rick's final threat to kill his children if they seek him out reveals his fundamental cruelty. Rather than deal with potential future complications, Rick chooses preemptive violence. He'd rather commit infanticide than risk having to be accountable to his offspring. The Childrick episode perfectly captures Rick's approach to relationships: intense involvement followed by complete abandonment when things require genuine emotional investment or long-term commitment. After ditching his alien kids, Rick makes things worse by cloning Beth and refusing to know which one is real. Rick clones Beth, deliberately mixes up which one is real, then erases his own memory because he's too much of a coward to deal with his choice. In Star Mort Rick Turn of the Jerry, Rick creates the ultimate identity crisis for his daughter and then just shrugs about it. The episode reveals Rick actually went through with cloning Beth. One version became a space rebel fighting aliens, while the other stayed home and got back together with Jerry. Both Beths think the other one is fake, which messes with their heads big time. Space Beth shows up pissed off about having a bomb in her neck. Rick tries to play it cool, but she's not buying his excuses. Meanwhile, Earth Beth starts freaking out when she sees news reports about her space version doing badass rebel stuff. When the Galactic Federation comes after Space Beth, both versions get captured. They immediately start fighting over who's the real one. Space Beth calls Earth Beth naive and attractive, while Earth Beth shoots back with jaded and hot. After they escape, Rick acts like he can fix everything by showing them a memory of which Beth is real. He pulls out this vial like it's some big revelation that'll solve all their problems. But both Beths tell him to shove it. They've figured out he's garbage either way. So Rick watches the memory alone, and it shows exactly how pathetic he really is. When Beth originally asked him to choose whether she should stay or leave, she specifically told him to make the decision for her. She wanted to know what Rick actually wanted. Rick made a clone and copied Beth's memories into it. But here's the kicker. He then deliberately turned his back and had a machine randomly switch the containers around. Rick purposely made it so he'd never know which Beth was which. Rick couldn't handle making a real choice, so he rigged it so he'd never have to face the consequences. He wanted both a space daughter and a home daughter without having to admit he liked one better than the other. This is pure Rick cowardice. When forced to make an actual parental decision, Rick just noped out completely. He'd rather live in confusion than risk feeling guilty about picking wrong. The randomization shows Rick can't commit to anything, even which version of his own daughter he wants around. Rick needed both options, so he'd never have to feel bad about his choice. Then, Rick erased his memory of the whole thing, which makes it even worse. He not only avoided the choice, but forgot he avoided it. Rick wanted to pretend he never chickened out in the first place. The bomb in Space Beth's neck shows Rick's paranoid control issues. He couldn't just let her go, he needed a way to kill her if she came back and made his life complicated. Rick would literally murder his daughter rather than deal with messy emotions. Both Beths end up completely screwed over by Rick's selfishness. Space Beth spent years thinking she was real, only to find out Rick doesn't even know. Earth Beth discovered her whole life might be fake, and Rick doesn't care enough to remember. Rick's casual attitude is the worst part. He treats this like just another weird adventure, instead of completely destroying his daughter's sense of identity. Rick messed with Beth's entire reality and then forgot about it. Both Beths refuse to watch Rick's stupid memory because they've realized it doesn't matter. Rick is a terrible father to both versions, so who cares which one is real? Rick only wants to know because he's curious, not because he actually cares about them. The episode ends with Rick sitting alone, realizing he's a terrible father while both Beths want nothing to do with him. His emotional cowardice finally drove away the person he supposedly loves most. The randomization also shows Rick's complete disrespect for Beth's choice. She specifically asked him to decide, trusting him with one of the biggest decisions of her life. Rick's response was to dodge responsibility and then forget he ever had it. When both Beths call Rick a piece of garbage either way, they've finally seen through his manipulation. It doesn't matter which one is real because Rick has failed both of them equally. His refusal to choose hurt them both. Rick's handling of the Beth situation shows his approach to all relationships. Use technology to avoid emotional responsibility, then forget about it when things get messy. Rick would rather clone his problems than actually solve them. The whole thing reveals Rick's fundamental inability to be a real parent. Making hard choices and living with the consequences is what parenting is about. Rick just wanted the fun parts without any of the actual responsibility. After refusing to choose which Beth is real, Rick then causes chaos by turning America into mutant turkeys. Rick's turkey trick goes wrong when the wrong bird gets the president's DNA, creating a mutant turkey president who turns all of America's turkeys into a monster army. In Thanksploitation Spectacular, Rick's usual pardon scam becomes a national disaster. Rick and Morty break into government buildings looking for treasure and accidentally destroy a bunch of monuments. To get out of trouble, Rick does his usual thing, turns into a turkey to trick the president into giving him a pardon on Thanksgiving. But the president is ready this time. He turns Marines into tracking chips so Rick can't blend in. The president even becomes a turkey himself to fight Rick during the ceremony. During their turkey brawl, Rick knocks out the president's tracking chip and a random turkey swallows it. The Marines grab the wrong bird and inject it with presidential DNA, creating this gross turkey human thing that thinks it's the real president. The turkey president immediately starts messing everything up. He makes giant turkey monster guards, sells off states for money, and begins turning every turkey in America into super soldiers. Some get as big as buildings. Congress loves the turkey president because he keeps paying them. When the real president tries to stop him, Congress votes to keep the turkey in charge instead. The turkey president basically bought the whole government. Things get crazy when the turkey president launches the Washington Monument into space with a device that can transform all American turkeys at once. Rick and Morty have to fly up there to stop it, while the president fights his turkey copy. The episode reveals America's real history is totally fake. Turns out ancient aliens that look like pilgrims and Native Americans came to Earth to fight turkey dinosaurs that were eating humans. These aliens have been sleeping under Washington, D.C. ever since. The real president wakes up the aliens to fight the turkey army. They easily destroy the mutant turkeys, but only after the things nearly took over the country. Rick acts like this whole mess is no big deal, even though his stupid plan almost led to America being ruled by a mutant turkey dictator. He just wanted to avoid getting in trouble for breaking stuff. The turkey president's takeover shows how easily politicians can be bought off. Congress ditched the real president the second someone offered them more money. Rick's turkey scheme is typical. Rick used crazy science to solve personal problems without thinking about what might go wrong. His need to avoid consequences for his actions creates an even bigger disaster. The transformation process itself is disturbing to watch. When Marines get turned into turkeys, they're forced to swallow tracking pills and get injected with turkey DNA. One Marine named Coop has to leave his pregnant wife Mary Lou to become a turkey soldier. The whole thing is presented like military duty, but it's actually body horror. Rick's casual attitude towards species transformation shows his complete disregard for biological integrity. He's done the turkey trick so many times that he treats it like changing clothes. Rick doesn't care about the psychological trauma of becoming a different species. The turkey president's reign reveals how fragile American democracy really is. Within hours of taking power, he's selling states and creating a military force loyal only to him. The fact that Congress goes along with it shows how easily the system can be corrupted with enough bribes. The turkey army becomes increasingly monstrous as the episode progresses. What starts as simple turkey-human hybrids evolves into giant monsters that can destroy buildings. The turkey president keeps pushing the genetic modifications further and further. Rick's involvement in creating this disaster is typical of his character. He causes massive problems through reckless behavior, then acts like it's someone else's job to fix them. Rick never takes responsibility for the consequences of his actions. The episode also shows the president's own ego problems. Instead of just arresting Rick, he gets drawn into this elaborate cat-and-mouse game because he can't stand being outsmarted. Both Rick and the president are too proud to back down. The Marines turned into turkeys suffer long-term psychological damage. In the post-credits scene, Coop has PTSD and starts pecking at blueberries in a grocery store while his wife cries. The transformation left him permanently traumatized, but society refuses to pay for his health care. The alien reveal at the end completely rewrites American history. Everything people believed about the founding of the country was a lie, designed to cover up the real story of alien intervention. The Pilgrims and Native Americans were actually extraterrestrial allies fighting turkey monsters. Rick's destruction of the Washington Monument with the same laser that started the whole mess shows his pattern of solving problems by causing bigger problems. Instead of carefully disabling the turkey transformation device, he just blows everything up. The turkey president's final act is trying to explode himself to kill the real president, showing that even fake leaders would rather destroy everything than lose power. This mirrors real-world political behavior where leaders choose chaos over admitting defeat. The episode ends with the president telling Morty to feel thankful, despite learning that American exceptionalism is built on lies. This suggests that patriotism requires willful ignorance of uncomfortable truths. Rick's turkey disaster represents his fundamental selfishness. He'd rather risk national catastrophe than face consequences for his actions. The fact that he's done this multiple times shows he never learns from his mistakes. After causing chaos with mutant turkeys, Rick ruins Unity's life by dragging them back into toxic partying. Rick completely ruins what might be the only healthy relationship he's ever had when he meets up with Unity, this hive mind creature that used to date him. Through pure selfishness and manipulation, Rick turns Unity from a responsible leader running an entire planet into a drunk mess who has to abandon everything just to get away from him. So Unity had actually gotten their life together after breaking up with Rick. This hive mind controls a whole alien planet and made it into what they think is paradise. No wars, no crime, everyone's got jobs and healthcare. Unity's literally running hospitals and keeping millions of people alive. They tell Rick they don't do drugs anymore because why would you need to escape reality when you've made it perfect? Unity found purpose in actually helping people, instead of just partying all the time. But Rick can't stand that Unity moved on without him. The second he sees Unity has changed, Rick starts trying to drag them back down to his level. He acts like Unity's growth is boring and starts pressuring them to party like they used to. When Unity says no, Rick spots some alien materials and realizes he can make drugs out of them. Even though Unity clearly doesn't want to, Rick guilts them with all this, "Come on, it's for old times manipulation bullshit." The moment Unity gives in, everything goes to hell. Rick pushes them into crazier and crazier stuff, massive orgies with thousands of people, dangerous stunts, getting completely wasted. Unity gets so drunk they start losing control of their population. People snap back to their normal personalities and immediately start a race war over what their nipples look like. Citizens who lived peacefully for years suddenly remember they hate each other and start killing people in the streets. Unity's trying to run critical systems while completely hammered. They admit they're too drunk to fly helicopters or operate the hospitals, keeping everyone alive. This hive mind that used to perfectly coordinate millions of lives can barely talk straight. Rick sees all this chaos happening and just tells Unity to keep partying. When Morty and Summer point out that people are literally dying, Rick tells them to shut up and mind their own business. The worst part is when Morty and Summer directly call Rick out for being toxic. Instead of taking any responsibility, Rick gets nasty and defensive. He calls Summer a hyper-emotional, needy little human and says he can tolerate his family but doesn't actually give a crap about them. He tells Unity his grandkids are just jealous losers who want to make Unity weaker. Rick's actively trying to cut Unity off from anyone who might help them see how messed up this relationship is. Unity finally realizes what's really going on. They write these heartbreaking goodbye letters explaining that they're attracted to Rick for the same reason they can't be with him. Rick never changes, and being around him makes Unity lose who they are completely. Unity writes that Rick's actually better at taking over people than they are. He changes everyone around him without even trying, but he can't change himself at all. Unity sees that Rick's self-destructive behavior always ends up destroying everyone who cares about him. The fallout is brutal for everyone. Unity abandons the planet they spent years building, leaving millions of confused people and destroyed infrastructure behind. Rick gets so depressed he builds a death ray in his garage and almost kills himself, only surviving because he passes out drunk before it fires. An entire civilization gets screwed over because Rick couldn't handle his ex being happy without him. Rick's behavior here shows exactly how selfish he really is. He couldn't stand that Unity found meaning and happiness after leaving him, so he systematically destroyed everything they built. Rick didn't want Unity back because he loved them. He wanted to prove Unity couldn't actually grow or change. When Unity chose being healthy over Rick's chaos, Rick took it personally and decided to burn it all down. What makes this even worse is how Rick uses his intelligence to be manipulative. He knows exactly how to push Unity's buttons because they used to date. Rick's not just being randomly destructive, he's weaponizing personal knowledge against someone who trusted him. He creates powerful drugs and uses emotional manipulation because he understands Unity's psychology. Unity leaving Rick creates consequences that last for the whole series. They're one of the few people who successfully escape Rick's orbit by recognizing how toxic he is. Unity's letters basically give a complete psychological breakdown of why relationships with Rick always fail. The episode shows that Rick's smart and charismatic, which makes him attractive, but his complete inability to grow makes him poison to anyone who gets close. The whole disaster could have been avoided if Rick just respected that Unity had changed and moved on. Instead, Rick chose his own nostalgia and need for chaos over Unity's well-being and millions of people's safety. Rick literally destroyed a functioning civilization because he couldn't handle his ex doing better without him. That's some next-level petty and destructive behavior, even for Rick.
And at last, we have 2 hours of disturbing Rick and Morty episodes.
Evil Morty is literally the most terrifying character in Rick and Morty, and I'm going to tell you exactly why. This guy spent years planning the biggest escape in multiverse history, and nobody saw it coming. He's essentially the only Morty who looked at his life and said, "Wait a minute, this is all nonsense," and then decided to destroy everything. I need to walk you through his whole story because when you see all 3 episodes together, it's actually insane how smart this guy was. We're talking about close Rick counters of the Rick kind, the Ricklantis mix-up, and Rick Mirai Jack. Each episode shows you a different part of his plan, and honestly, it's kind of scary how well he played everyone. So, back in Season 1, there's this evil Rick going around killing other Ricks. The council thinks it's our Rick doing it, so they arrest him and drag him to the Citadel. Already weird, right? Like, these are supposed to be the smartest people in existence, but they're so paranoid, they need a whole fortress city just to feel safe. But here's where it gets really messed up. This evil Rick has this dome covered in tortured Mortys. I'm talking hundreds of them, all strapped to the outside getting stabbed by machines constantly. The pain is so bad it creates this psychic field that hides him from other Ricks. One Morty can hide a Rick, but hundreds of Mortys screaming in agony? That's basically invisible to Rick detection. Our Rick figures out what's happening and you know what he's most upset about? The bad craftsmanship. Not the torture, not the suffering, but the fact that you could do the same thing with way fewer Mortys. That should tell you everything about how Ricks think. When they finally find evil Rick, turns out he's not even really evil. He's got tech in his brain controlling him like a puppet. The real mastermind was hiding right there with all the other Mortys, acting scared and helpless. Evil Morty just blended in, wearing this fake eye patch to hide his transmitter. At the end, he walks away with everyone else, takes off the eye patch, crushes the transmitter, done. Nobody suspects anything because who would ever think a Morty could outsmart a Rick? The whole council was so sure they were superior that they couldn't imagine getting played by their own sidekicks. Years go by and everyone forgets about evil Morty. The Citadel rebuilds after Rick trashes most of the council, and they decide to try democracy. Multiple Rick candidates are running for president with their boring Rick policies. Then this random Morty decides to run too. The news anchors think it's hilarious. They're calling him adorable, making jokes about his little Morty suit, acting like it's some cute publicity stunt. Nobody takes him seriously at all. But evil Morty gets something they don't. Democracy is just another way to control people when they don't know what they're really voting for. He starts giving these speeches about unity and ending the divide between Ricks and Mortys. Talks about how the real enemy is the people keeping everyone divided. And you know what? His speeches actually make sense. He points out that Rick factory workers make way less than their bosses, even though they're literally identical with the same IQ. He talks about how Mortys get trained from birth to be sidekicks, and how the whole education system is designed to keep them submissive. While he's campaigning, there's all these other stories happening that seem random, but they're actually connected. This factory worker, Rick, gets passed over for promotion and loses it, takes hostages trying to get off the Citadel. These cop partners, one Rick, one Morty, dealing with corruption in the slums. 4 young Mortys looking for some mythical portal to escape their fate. Every single story shows the same thing. The Citadel is broken. It chews people up and spits them out. Ricks are stuck in dead-end jobs. Mortys get treated like garbage. Everyone's miserable, but nobody knows why. During the debate, evil Morty gives this amazing speech. While the Rick candidates are cracking jokes and talking policy, he speaks directly to everyone's pain. Says the real division is between people who want the Citadel divided and everyone else. It works. He wins by a landslide. Suddenly, this adorable Morty is running the most powerful organization in existence. But the second he takes office, everything changes. First thing he does is invite the Shadow Council to a meeting. These are the Ricks who've been really running things behind the scenes forever. They think they're gonna explain to the new Morty president how things actually work. Instead, evil Morty asks them one question. Does he really speak for everyone here? When they raise their hands to agree with their leader, he snaps his fingers. Armed guards shoot every Rick who raised their hand. Just like that. Leaves 2 survivors who are too scared to do anything but nod along. That's when you realize what he really is. He doesn't want reform or unity. He spent years learning the system, finding its weak spots, getting into position to destroy it from inside. By the time we get to Rick Mirai Jack, evil Morty's been president for a while, and he's ready for the final phase. But he needs something specific first. Rick C-137's brain scan. Our Rick knows stuff about the Citadel's dimensional drive that evil Morty needs for his weapon. So he sets a trap. Makes sure Morty gets that aging serum that turns him 40. Knows Rick will bring him to the Citadel to fix it. Everything's planned out. When they arrive, the Citadel looks totally different. Bright, clean, like a theme park instead of the dystopia it used to be. There's mascots and happy propaganda everywhere. Looks like evil Morty actually made things better. But underneath, something horrible is happening. Deformed Mortys are crawling out of sewers talking about death and destruction. When cops shoot one, he screams about how the Citadel is a weapon of mass destruction before they kill him. Evil Morty invites Rick to dinner and drops the truth. He's been using everyone as slave labor to make portal fluid while he prepares to break the central finite curve. That's the barrier keeping all realities limited to ones where Rick is the smartest person alive. During dinner, he does something that changes everything. Uses a brain scanner on Morty to show him the real truth about Rick and Morty relationships. Turns out most Ricks manipulate Jerry and Beth into getting together so they'll have grandsons to use as human shields. There's this whole industry making Mortys. Clone factories, brainwashing facilities, replacement services for when Mortys die on adventures. The Rick and Morty thing is a designed system of exploitation. When Morty sees this, he's destroyed. Everything he thought was special about his relationship with Rick is fake. He's livestock, bred to make Rick's life easier. But evil Morty's not done. He activates his real weapon. The entire Citadel is now a massive drill to punch through the central finite curve. Every portal gun in the city gets hacked, so instead of escape routes, they lead to death traps. Blender dimensions, flamethrowers, monsters. Thousands of Ricks and Mortys die trying to run. The city tears itself apart as his drill powers up. He's using everyone's life force to fuel the weapon. Even their backup clones get redirected to become battery power for the machine. As everything collapses, evil Morty flies his little spaceship toward the hole he tore in reality. He just wants out. Sees that every Morty who stays loyal to Rick is trapped in endless abuse disguised as adventure. Rick and Morty barely escape on a chunk of the city. They watch the Citadel explode, knowing thousands just died to power one Morty's jailbreak. And evil Morty succeeds completely. He breaks through the central finite curve into the infinite multiverse where Rick isn't automatically the smartest person around. Destroys the Citadel, kills most of its population, proves the whole Rick and Morty relationship was engineered. But here's the really messed up part. Evil Morty might be right about everything. The central finite curve was basically a playpen, built around an infinite baby. Every Rick across infinite realities, stuck in the same behavior patterns, every Morty bred to enable it. Think about what that means for our Rick and Morty. Their adventures, their relationship, even Morty's family existing, it was all manipulated by Ricks. The show we've been watching is actually an abusive relationship disguised as comedy. Evil Morty saw through all that, realized the only way to win was to stop playing entirely. Didn't want to fix the system or make it better. Wanted to escape completely and find out what exists beyond the artificial limits placed on reality. The scariest part is he says every Morty who gets tired of Rick's behavior is evil Morty too. Says sooner or later, everyone inside the central finite curve reaches his conclusion. The system breaks people, and the only choice is accepting it or escaping it. When he steps through that golden portal into space beyond the curve, he's escaping the basic structure of reality that kept Rick at the center of everything. Years of planning the biggest prison break in history, and he actually pulled it off. Now that there's a hole in the central finite curve, who knows how many other Mortys might decide they've had enough of being sidekicks? Evil Morty proved escape is possible, and that might be his most dangerous legacy. Looking back at everything, evil Morty was never really evil in the normal sense. He was desperate, saw a rigged game, and decided to flip the table instead of playing by rules designed to make him lose. Whether that makes him villain or hero depends on how you feel about the thousands who died for his freedom. The thing that really gets me is how methodical evil Morty was about everything. Like in that first episode, he didn't just randomly pick evil Rick to control. He specifically chose someone who would be believable as a Rick gone rogue. Evil Rick had the right personality, the right backstory, the right motivations. Evil Morty studied the psychology of Ricks so well that he could predict exactly how they'd react to each situation. When Evil Rick was torturing all those Mortys on his dome, that was also a test. Evil Morty was seeing how the council would respond to mass Morty suffering. Would they be horrified by the torture or just annoyed by the inefficiency? Turns out it was the second one. That told him everything he needed to know about Rick morality. And think about the timing of his presidential campaign. He didn't run right after the Evil Rick incident when security would be tight. He waited years for everyone to get comfortable again. Let the Citadel rebuild. Let democracy become normal. let people forget that a Morty had ever been a threat. Then he swooped in when their guard was down. His campaign strategy was brilliant too. He didn't promise things that sounded too good to be true. He didn't attack the Ricks directly. Instead, he focused on unity and bringing people together, made himself seem harmless and idealistic, classic political manipulation, but nobody expected it from a Morty. During his presidency, he had to maintain that facade while secretly preparing his weapon. Can you imagine how hard that must have been? Sitting through boring meetings, cutting ribbons, doing photo ops with sick Mortys, all while planning mass murder. The guy had incredible self-control. And the way he handled the Shadow Council meeting shows you how much he understood power dynamics. He didn't waste time arguing with them or trying to convince them. He just asked one simple question that forced them to reveal their loyalty, then eliminated them immediately. No speeches, no dramatic reveals, just efficient execution. The deformed Mortys crawling out of the sewers weren't random either. Those were probably the ones who figured out what was happening and tried to warn people. Evil Morty let a few escape on purpose so they could spread fear and chaos right before his final move. Psychological warfare. When he trapped Rick and Morty at dinner, he had everything perfectly planned. The brain scanner hidden in the table, the restraints in the chairs, the force field protecting him. But he also had backup plans. Multiple elite guards, portal gun hacks, the whole city turned into a death trap. He knew Rick would try to escape, and he was ready for every possible move. The brain scan he did on Morty was probably the cruelest part. He could have just taken what he needed from Rick and left, but he wanted Morty to understand the truth about his existence. Wanted him to feel the same betrayal that evil Morty had felt. That's when you realize this was also about revenge. The factory scenes where Simple Rick gets used to flavor cookies are basically a preview of what evil Morty discovered about all Rick and Morty relationships. Simple Rick thinks he's remembering his daughter's birthday, but he's actually trapped in a loop while his brain chemicals get harvested. Sound familiar? That's exactly what happens to Mortys. They think they're having adventures, but they're actually just making Rick's life easier while their loyalty gets exploited. When evil Morty finally activated his weapon, every single system in the Citadel had been modified for his plan. The portal guns, the dimensional drive, the Operation Phoenix clones, even the city's basic infrastructure. He'd been working on this for years, probably from the moment he became president, maybe even from the moment he first controlled evil Rick. The most disturbing part is how he used everyone's survival instincts against them. The more they tried to escape, the more power they fed into his weapon. Their desperation literally fueled their own destruction. That takes a special kind of twisted genius to design. His escape ship was probably built in secret using Citadel resources. While everyone thought he was governing, he was actually constructing his getaway vehicle. The golden portal gun he used at the end was probably custom-made too. Everything about his escape was planned down to the last detail. When he finally broke through the central finite curve, he didn't look back, didn't gloat, didn't make a speech, didn't try to justify what he'd done. Just stepped through that portal and disappeared into infinite possibilities. That's the mark of someone who's completely committed to their choice. But here's what really scares me about the whole thing. Evil Morty succeeded because he was willing to do what other Mortys weren't. He was willing to kill innocent people, manipulate democracy, destroy entire civilizations. He became the monster he was fighting against, just in a different direction. Now every Morty in the remaining multiverse knows that escape is possible, but they also know the price. How many other Mortys are going to look at evil Morty's example and think, maybe genocide is worth it for freedom? How many are going to decide that their Rick deserves to die along with everyone else who enables the system? The central finite curve might be broken, but the psychological damage evil Morty caused could last forever. He proved that Mortys can be just as ruthless as Ricks when they put their minds to it. That's a terrifying precedent to set. But one thing's certain, evil Morty changed everything. The Rick and Morty universe will never be the same, and every Morty still stuck inside the central finite curve now knows escape is possible. They just have to be willing to pay the price. Now let's move to every version of Rick ranked by power. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. After watching Rick get cloned about 50 times and seeing most of those clones die horribly, I figured out something that nobody talks about. Not all Ricks are the same. Some are basically gods, others can't tie their shoes without blowing up a planet. Rick C-137 acts like every Rick is equally smart, but the episodes show there's actually a huge gap between different versions of him. It's pretty wild when you really think about it. In Mortyplicity, Rick makes decoy families to protect himself from his enemies. Sounds smart until the decoys start making their own decoys. Then those decoys make more decoys. Suddenly, you've got this whole mess of fake Ricks killing each other, and each generation gets progressively worse at being Rick. The first decoys were actually pretty decent. They had his memories, his attitude, most of his brains. But as you go down the chain, things get weird fast. You've got the Wooden family who were surprisingly organized and tactical about the whole murder spree thing. Then way down at the bottom, you've got Scarecrow Rick, who's basically just wearing other people's skin and has completely lost the plot. That's something interesting about intelligence. It's not just about being smart, it's about making good choices under pressure. Scarecrow Rick had Rick's confidence but lacked his actual problem-solving skills. He shows what happens when you get the attitude without the ability to back it up. Here's where it gets really interesting though. The decoy cascade reveals something most people miss. Each generation get more desperate. The Wooden family weren't just trying to survive the decoy war. They were trying to prove they deserved to exist. That desperation makes them predictable, and ultimately gets them killed. The higher-tier decoys actually showed remarkable creativity in their survival strategies. Some went into hiding and built elaborate defenses. Others tried to form alliances with different decoy families. A few even attempted to break the cycle by refusing to participate in the violence altogether. What's really fascinating is that the most successful decoys weren't necessarily the ones with the best technology or the most accurate Rick memories. They were the ones who could adapt their strategies based on new information. The Wooden family lasted as long as they did because they learned from watching other decoys get eliminated. This reveals something crucial about Rick's intelligence. It's not just raw processing power or scientific knowledge. The Wooden decoys had access to most of Rick's technical skills, but they lacked his psychological flexibility. They could build death rays, but they couldn't think outside conventional warfare tactics. Rick C-137 never has to prove anything to anyone. He just does what he wants and deals with the consequences. Other Ricks are constantly justifying their existence, which is a fatal weakness. They'll always pick the option that makes them feel legitimate, even when it's clearly the wrong move. The decoy families that survived longest were the ones who could accept uncertainty about their own identity. They didn't waste mental energy worrying about whether they were real enough. They just focused on staying alive and achieving their goals. Rick-dependent spray shows us something different but equally important about Rick's power level. The guy accidentally turns horse reproductive material into world-ending monsters that threaten all of humanity. Most scientists would call that a career-ending mistake. For Rick, it's Tuesday morning before coffee. But here's what separates him from weaker Ricks. Instead of panicking and trying to science his way out of the problem, he adapts. The guy fixes the situation by marrying a horse princess and ending a centuries-long war between species. That's the ability to think outside conventional solutions. Any other Rick would have built some elaborate device or tried to reverse the process scientifically. Our Rick uses politics and weird interspecies romance. That flexibility is what separates top-tier Ricks from the wannabes. Lower-level Ricks think every problem needs a scientific solution. Rick C-137 will use whatever actually works. Think about the CHUD situation specifically. Rick accidentally gets someone pregnant, and suddenly there's peace between warring factions. That's rolling with complete chaos and somehow making it work in your favor. Most Ricks would never put themselves in that position because it requires admitting you don't control everything. But Rick's willingness to embrace randomness and work with it instead of against it is exactly what makes him more powerful than his alternates. The really clever part is how Rick turns his mistakes into advantages. The giant sperm monsters weren't part of any plan, but Rick immediately starts thinking about how to use the situation to his benefit. Weaker Ricks get stuck trying to undo their errors instead of leveraging them. This suggests that Rick's power is about being able to process failure, learn from mistakes, and adjust your approach without getting emotionally attached to any particular method. Most Ricks get stuck using the same solutions over and over because they worked once. Edge of Morty gives us the clearest power ranking because we literally watch alternate Ricks replace him when he dies. Every single replacement has some fatal flaw that proves they're inferior to the original. Fascist Rick is too obsessed with politics. Wasp Rick is too nice and empathetic. They all know deep down they're not the real Rick, which tells you something about Rick's intelligence being objectively measurable. The Death Crystal subplot is key here. Rick refuses to use them because he knows predictability is weakness. The crystals show you a path to the death you want, but following that path makes you predictable to enemies. Weak Ricks plan obsessively for survival. Strong Ricks adapt to whatever actually happens. That confidence in his ability to handle unknown situations is what separates Rick from basically everyone else. He doesn't need to know what's coming because he trusts himself to deal with it when it arrives. The replacement Ricks all showed some form of anxiety about the future or attachment to specific outcomes. The replacement Ricks in Edge of Morty all had different approaches to being a grandfather. Some were more controlling, others were more distant, a few tried to be friendlier than the original, but none of them could maintain the specific balance that Rick C-137 has with his family. They either cared too much and became vulnerable, or cared too little and lost the family's cooperation. Rick's ability to stay connected but not dependent seems to be a rare skill among his alternates. This emotional calibration is actually a form of intelligence that most people don't recognize. A Rick Convenient Mort demonstrates emotional control as a form of power. While Morty completely falls apart over his relationship with Planetina, Rick stays detached and functional. When Summer breaks his rules about staying emotionally unattached and their whole adventure starts falling apart, Rick immediately cuts ties with Daphne before it gets worse. That emotional discipline is what most other Ricks completely lack. They get attached to people or outcomes, and it makes them vulnerable. Rick C-137 has learned to care about his family while still maintaining the distance he needs to make rational decisions. The Wine Dimensions subplot actually demonstrates this principle on a larger scale. Rick sends Morty to get wine, knowing that interdimensional travel often causes unintended consequences. But instead of trying to prevent all possible problems, Rick just deals with whatever actually happens. This approach seems wasteful when you focus on the civilizations that get affected, but from a strategic perspective, it's incredibly efficient. Rick gets what he needs without spending time on elaborate planning for scenarios that might never occur. Most Ricks would spend months developing safety protocols and miss opportunities. But here's something interesting about this whole power dynamic. Rick seems to have created this gap intentionally. By choosing not to help other versions of himself and actively competing with them, he maintains his advantage. Every time another Rick struggles, it reinforces his approach. That's pretty strategic when you think about it, but it's also brilliant from a competitive standpoint. He's actively making them weaker by denying them resources and support. It's like being in a race where you're also creating obstacles for the other runners. What makes this ranking system so brutal is that most Ricks think they're near the top when they're actually way lower on the hierarchy. The decoys all genuinely believe they're the real Rick until someone proves them wrong. That self-deception probably gets most alternate Ricks killed in situations where they overestimate their abilities. The toxic Rick from Rest and Ricklaxation actually helps illustrate this point. When all of Rick's positive traits were removed, what remained was also rigid thinking and emotional instability. The toxic version couldn't adapt because he was too invested in proving he was right about everything. Meanwhile, the healthy Rick became too detached and lost his motivation to solve complex problems. This suggests that Rick's power comes from maintaining tension between opposing psychological forces rather than resolving that tension in either direction. Rick C-137 stays dominant because he never assumes he's the smartest person around, even when he usually is. He plans for the possibility that someone might be better than him and always has backup plans. Other Ricks get overconfident and make stupid mistakes that get them killed. The really fascinating part is how this affects Rick's relationship with other versions of himself. Most Ricks seem to view their alternates as either competition or resources to be exploited. But Rick C-137 treats them more like interesting experiments that he can learn from. When he encounters other Ricks who are more specialized in certain areas, he doesn't try to compete with them directly. Instead, he observes their methods and incorporates useful techniques into his own approach. This willingness to learn from others, even versions of himself, gives him advantages that more prideful Ricks miss. The power ranking also reveals something about how intelligence scales in extreme situations. Regular smart people hit a ceiling where additional intelligence doesn't provide proportional benefits. But at Rick's level, small differences in capability can have massive consequences. A slightly less adaptable Rick might survive most situations but fail catastrophically when facing a truly unpredictable opponent. A Rick who's marginally more attached to his ego might make one crucial mistake that gets his entire family killed. The margins between different power levels become razor thin at the top. This creates a strange situation where Rick has to constantly evolve his methods to stay ahead of other versions of himself who are also learning and adapting. It's like an arms race where all the participants share the same basic personality and knowledge base. The decoy cascade illustrates this perfectly. Each generation of decoys had to develop new strategies because the old ones stopped working. But eventually, they ran out of psychological flexibility and started repeating patterns that made them vulnerable. Rick C-137 seems to have avoided this trap by maintaining his curiosity and willingness to experiment. While other Ricks become more set in their ways over time, he keeps trying new approaches, even when his current methods are working fine. The really scary thing, though, is that Rick might not even be the strongest Rick in existence. We've only seen a tiny fraction of infinite possible Ricks. There could be versions out there that make our Rick look like he's still in elementary school. Maybe there's a Rick who completely removed his emotions and operates with pure logic, or one who's so far ahead technologically that he doesn't need to fight anyone anymore because he's transcended conflict entirely. There might be Ricks who have figured out how to manipulate reality itself instead of just building devices. Some of those hypothetical Ricks might have solved the psychological problems that still trip up Rick C-137. Maybe there's a version who figured out how to care about his family without any emotional vulnerability, or a Rick who can predict chaos instead of just adapting to it. The fact that Rick C-137 still struggles with daily problems and gets surprised by things suggests he hasn't reached peak Rick power. He's just the best version we've encountered so far. The power ranking system we see in these episodes might be the bottom tier of an even bigger hierarchy we haven't discovered yet. Most Ricks are smart enough to be dangerous to everyone around them. Only a few are smart enough to be truly unstoppable forces. But somewhere out there in the infinite multiverse, there might be Ricks who make unstoppable look like child's play. And honestly, that possibility is what keeps Rick C-137 moving forward. He knows there's always someone potentially better than him, which is why he never stops trying to improve his own capabilities. The moment he decides he's reached the top is the moment a stronger Rick shows up to prove him wrong. The power ranking between Ricks is about adaptability, emotional control, willingness to embrace chaos, and the psychological strength to keep functioning when everything goes wrong. Rick C-137 excels in all these areas, but he's probably not perfect at any of them. That imperfection might actually be his greatest strength. Perfect Ricks would be predictable. Rick C-137's flaws and inconsistencies make him harder to counter, which keeps him ahead of more perfect versions of himself who are easier to outmaneuver. Maybe that's the real secret to his power ranking. It's not that he's objectively smarter than every other Rick, it's that he's better at staying mentally flexible as he accumulates experience. Most highly intelligent people become more rigid over time because they learn what works and stick with it. But Rick operates in situations where what worked yesterday might get you killed tomorrow. His environment rewards psychological adaptability over raw intellectual horsepower. That's why some of the dumber Ricks who stayed flexible outlasted smarter ones who became predictable. The ranking system these episodes reveal is about psychological resilience, adaptability, and the ability to function effectively while maintaining contradictory mental states simultaneously. Rick just happens to be unusually good at all of these things. In the end, ranking Ricks by power reveals something pretty complex about intelligence and capability. The strongest Rick is the one who can balance competing demands, adapt to chaos, and maintain psychological flexibility while everyone else gets stuck in patterns that eventually get them killed. Now let's talk about the Lost universe where Rick died. Rick treats entire universes like rental cars. He breaks them, abandons them, and moves on without looking back. But what happens to the realities he leaves behind? These episodes show us something pretty disturbing about how Rick operates and what it means for the families he ditches. The whole thing starts when Rick makes Morty a love potion that goes horribly wrong. Classic Rick move, right? Morty wants Jessica to fall for him, so Rick whips up some chemical that makes anyone who smells it obsessed with Morty. Sounds simple enough until Jessica has the flu and the potion goes airborne. Within hours, the entire planet is infected. Every person on Earth except Rick and Morty is trying to seduce and then eat Morty. The love potion mixed with flu symptoms created this weird mating ritual where people wanted to reproduce with Morty and then kill him afterward. Rick's solution? Make another serum based on praying mantis DNA, because mantises are the opposite of the voles he used originally. Obviously, that makes everything worse. Now, instead of love-crazed humans, Earth is populated by horrifying flesh monsters called Croninbergs. These things are basically walking nightmares with multiple limbs, eyes everywhere, and an insatiable hunger for violence. The entire human race has been transformed into abominations. Rick's response to this global catastrophe is basically, whoops, my bad. He doesn't try to fix it or save anyone. He just tells Morty they need to find a reality where they solve the problem, but then died shortly after. That way they can slip into their dead counterparts' lives and nobody will know the difference. They literally bury their own corpses in the backyard and take over their lives. Morty is traumatized by this, but Rick treats it like changing clothes. He's done this before, and he'll do it again. The scary part is how casual he is about abandoning an entire planet full of people who trusted him. But here's what really gets me. In the reality they left behind, Jerry and Beth become these amazing survivors. Without Rick around to make them feel stupid and worthless, they actually step up. Jerry becomes this tough warrior wielding crowbars and shotguns. Beth discovers she's incredibly capable in crisis situations. They work together as a team and genuinely seem happier despite living in a monster apocalypse. Summer straight up says the family is better off without Rick. She admits they're finally happy now that he's gone. That's a pretty harsh judgment, but when you think about it, she's probably right. Rick's presence in their lives causes constant chaos and makes everyone feel inadequate. The abandoned Smith family learns to thrive in their Croninberg world. They become these tough survivors who actually care about each other. Meanwhile, the real Rick and Morty slip back into a normal life where nobody knows what happened. Rick gets all the benefits of having a family without dealing with the consequences of his actions. Now here's where it gets really interesting. Think about what this means for all the other versions of the Smith family across the multiverse. How many times has Rick done this exact thing? How many realities are out there where families had to rebuild their entire lives because Rick showed up, destroyed everything, and then vanished? The crazy part is that each abandoned family probably has their own unique survival story. Some might become warriors like Jerry and Beth did. Others might find completely different ways to adapt. Maybe some families discover hidden talents or strengths they never knew they had when Rick wasn't around to overshadow them. Rick acts like he's doing these families a favor by being their patriarch, but the evidence suggests they're better off without him. The abandoned realities keep functioning and even thriving after he leaves. That suggests Rick isn't actually as necessary as he pretends to be. Rest and Ricklaxation shows us a different kind of abandonment. Rick and Morty go through this detox process that removes their toxic traits. The problem is, the machine doesn't know what's actually toxic versus what they think is toxic, so it creates these separate beings made of all their worst qualities. The toxic versions get trapped in this wasteland inside the machine. Toxic Rick is pure ego and cruelty without any of the intelligence that makes regular Rick functional. Toxic Morty is just pure self-loathing and anxiety. They're suffering constantly in this prison Rick accidentally created. Meanwhile, the detoxed versions are living their best lives. Rick becomes this polite, reasonable person who apologizes for being rude. Morty turns into this confident guy who can talk to anyone and becomes successful at everything, but they're missing crucial parts of their personalities. The healthy Morty starts dating this woman named Stacy and becomes a stockbroker. He's successful but completely emotionally detached. When Rick tracks him down, Morty has become this sociopathic businessman who doesn't care about anyone. He literally tells Jessica he doesn't need her love because he's not sick enough to want it anymore. Here's the twisted part though. The episode reveals that Rick's toxic traits include things like his attachment to Morty and his sense of responsibility. Without those toxic qualities, he becomes someone who can casually shoot Morty multiple times to force the toxic versions to cooperate. The toxins are what make them human, basically. This raises some wild questions about what it means to be healthy versus toxic. Rick's love for his family is technically a toxic trait according to the machine, but it's also what makes him care about their welfare. The detoxed version doesn't have that emotional investment, which makes him more effective but also more dangerous. The toxic versions represent all the pain and dysfunction that comes with caring about people. They're miserable, but they're also more human in some ways. The detoxed versions are successful and confident, but they've lost the messy emotional connections that give life meaning. Mort Dinner. Rick Andre gives us the most complex example of Rick abandoning realities. Morty gets trapped in this Narnia-like dimension where time moves faster. He keeps trying to get wine for Rick's dinner with his nemesis Mr. Nimbus, but every time he goes through the portal, decades pass in the wine dimension. At first, Morty just wants to complete his simple task, but each time he returns, he's caused massive changes in this other world. The people there start worshipping him as some kind of prophet or demon depending on their perspective. Entire civilizations rise and fall around Morty's brief visits. What's really heartbreaking is watching how these civilizations develop around Morty's appearances. They build religions, prepare for his return, create entire cultures based on brief encounters with him. Some see him as a savior, others as a destroyer, but to Morty, he's just trying to get some wine for dinner. The people in the wine dimension have rich, complex lives that span generations. They fall in love, have children, build societies, create art, but all of it gets swept away by Morty's casual visits. Their entire existence revolves around someone who barely notices they exist. By the end, Morty has accidentally destroyed multiple generations of this civilization. There's this character who gets frozen in time for what feels like eternity, experiencing the loneliness of infinite existence. She gains this cosmic perspective on how meaningless individual lives are in the grand scheme of things. The really messed up part is that Rick knows this kind of thing happens. He's aware that his casual use of interdimensional technology destroys lives and entire civilizations. But he does it anyway because his immediate needs are more important than the suffering he causes. Each time Rick abandons a universe, he leaves behind people who have to deal with the consequences of his actions. The Croninberg reality, the toxic wasteland, the wine dimension, they're all populated with beings who are suffering because Rick was too selfish or careless to clean up his messes. What makes this really disturbing is that Rick is probably the only person who could fix these problems. He has the intelligence and technology to help these abandoned universes. But he chooses not to because it's easier to just move on to a new reality where the problems don't exist. Think about the practical implications of this. Rick has access to infinite realities, which means he can literally afford to be as careless as he wants. Made a mistake? Just hop to a universe where you didn't make that mistake. Destroyed a civilization? Find one where they're still alive. It's the ultimate safety net, but it only works for Rick. The abandoned realities also raise questions about identity and continuity. If Rick can just replace himself with another version who made better choices, what does that say about personal responsibility? Is he the same person as the Rick who destroyed the Croninberg world, or is that a different guy entirely? From Rick's perspective, these are just course corrections. He messed up, found a reality where he didn't mess up, and continued with his life. No harm, no foul. But that perspective only works if you don't consider the abandoned realities to be real in the same way. The show seems to suggest that all these realities are equally valid and important. The abandoned families are real people living real lives in worlds that Rick destroyed and forgot about. That makes Rick's behavior pretty monstrous when you really think about it. But Rick keeps inserting himself into new versions of his family because he's addicted to being needed. He creates problems that only he can solve, then acts like a hero for solving them. It's this sick cycle where he generates chaos just so he can be the smartest person in the room. The Lost universes are proof that Rick's adventures aren't actually as consequence-free as he pretends. Every decision he makes ruins lives on a massive scale. He's destroying entire realities and abandoning them when things get complicated. The fact that he can do this infinitely means there's probably countless versions of these abandoned realities scattered across the multiverse. Entire universes where Rick showed up, destroyed everything, and left. Each one populated by people who trusted him and got screwed over for it. Maybe the most disturbing part is that Rick probably doesn't even remember most of them. These universe-ending catastrophes are just Tuesday for him. But for the people living in those realities, it's the most important thing that ever happened to them. They're still dealing with the aftermath, while Rick has moved on to ruining someone else's life. The abandoned universes also make the abandoned realities kind of hopeful in a weird way. These are stories about people finding strength they didn't know they had when everything went wrong. They're about families pulling together in crisis and discovering they're more capable than they realized. Maybe that's the real message here. Rick thinks he's essential to his family's survival, but the abandoned realities prove he's not. People are resilient and adaptable. They can overcome almost anything, even having their entire universe transformed into a nightmare wasteland. The Lost universes where Rick died, whether literally or figuratively, show us what the world looks like without him. And honestly, it looks pretty good. Now we'll talk about the dark truth about Croninberg Earth. But before I tell you about that, subscribe to our channel. Rick abandoning entire realities is probably the most messed up thing about the whole show, and Croninberg Earth is the perfect example of how he treats universes like they're disposable. What happened there should keep you up at night if you really think about it. So Rick makes this love potion for Morty because the kid wants Jessica to notice him. Pretty standard grandfather helping grandson stuff, right? Except Rick being Rick, he doesn't test it properly or think about what could go wrong. The potion works too well and spreads like wildfire when it goes airborne because Jessica has the flu. Within hours, literally every human on the planet is infected. They all want Morty in this twisted way where they're trying to seduce him and then eat him afterward. It's this horrifying mix of love and cannibalism that shows just how dangerous Rick's casual approach to science really is. Rick's brilliant solution? Make another serum to fix the first one, because that always works out great. He uses praying mantis DNA thinking it'll counteract the Vole DNA from the original potion. Instead, he transforms every single human being into grotesque flesh monsters called Croninbergs. Croninbergs are conscious beings trapped in horrific mutated bodies. They have multiple limbs growing out of random places, eyes scattered across their flesh, and this constant hunger for violence. Every person on Earth became one of these things because Rick couldn't be bothered to think through his science experiment. But here's the really disturbing part. Rick doesn't even try to fix what he did. His solution is to find a reality where they solved the Croninberg problem, but then died shortly after. That way, they can just slip into their dead counterparts' lives and pretend nothing happened. Think about what that means for the Smith family they left behind. Jerry, Beth, and Summer had to watch their entire world transform into a nightmare. Everyone they knew, every friend, neighbor, co-worker turned into a flesh monster overnight. Their entire civilization collapsed because Rick wanted to help his grandson get a date. And then Rick and Morty just vanished. One day they're there trying to fix the problem, the next day they're gone forever. The family has no idea what happened to them. For all they know, Rick and Morty got eaten by Croninbergs or died trying to find a cure. They probably spent months hoping they'd come back, but something interesting happens in that abandoned reality. Without Rick around to make them feel worthless and incompetent, the Smith family actually becomes amazing. Jerry transforms from this pathetic loser into a legitimate badass. He's wielding crowbars and shotguns, making tactical decisions, keeping his family alive in a world full of monsters. Beth discovers she's incredibly capable in crisis situations. She becomes this tough survivor who can handle extreme stress and make life or death decisions. Summer adapts to the new reality and becomes resourceful in ways she never had to be before. The abandoned Smith family thrive. They work together as a team, support each other through trauma, and actually seem genuinely happy despite living in literal hell. Summer even says they're better off without Rick, which is a pretty harsh judgment but probably accurate. Mortyplicity shows us this pattern repeats constantly. Rick creates decoy families to protect himself from enemies, but some of those decoys don't know they're decoys. They think they're the real family and they're just trying to live normal lives. When the decoy war starts and they all start killing each other, Rick doesn't care about the innocent decoys who get caught in the crossfire. These decoy families have real relationships and emotions. They care about each other. They have inside jokes and shared memories. But Rick treats them like they're worthless because they're not the real family. He watches them get systematically hunted down and murdered without lifting a finger to help. What makes this especially twisted is that some of the decoys are probably better people than the originals. They have all the same personalities and relationships, but without some of Rick's worst influences. Maybe some decoy Ricks are actually decent grandfathers who don't constantly endanger their families. Edge of Morty takes this concept even further. When Rick dies and gets replaced by alternate versions of himself, we see that most of these replacement Ricks are actually worse than the original. They're more violent, more selfish, less competent at keeping the family safe. But that raises some uncomfortable questions about which Rick deserves to be the real one. If Rick C-137 dies and gets replaced by a Rick who treats the family better, isn't that actually an improvement? The family wouldn't know the difference, and they might be happier with a kinder version of their grandfather. The dark truth about Croninberg Earth is that it proves Rick's presence in his family's life might actually be harmful. The abandoned Smiths became stronger, more united, and happier after he left. They learned to solve problems together instead of relying on Rick to fix everything with science. Rick acts like he's protecting his family and taking them on amazing adventures, but the evidence suggests they're better off without him. Every time he abandons a reality, that reality finds a way to function and even improve without his interference. The ethical nightmare here is that Rick has infinite realities to choose from, which means he never has to face consequences for his actions. Made a mistake? Just hop to a universe where you didn't make that mistake. Destroyed a civilization? Find one where they're still alive. But the people in the abandoned realities don't have that luxury. They're stuck dealing with whatever catastrophe Rick caused. The Croninberg Smith family had to rebuild their entire lives around surviving in a monster apocalypse because Rick was careless with a love potion. And here's what really gets me. Rick probably doesn't even remember most of the realities he's abandoned. These universe-ending disasters are just Tuesday for him. But for the people living in those realities, it's the most important thing that ever happened to them. The abandoned families are still out there somewhere in the infinite multiverse. The Croninberg Smiths are probably still fighting monsters and growing stronger as a family unit. The decoy families who survived the war are still trying to figure out why everyone they knew suddenly started killing each other. Rick treats these realities like they're not real or important, but the show suggests they're just as valid as any other universe. These are real people living real lives in worlds that Rick casually destroyed and forgot about. What makes Croninberg Earth especially disturbing is that it was completely preventable. Rick had the knowledge and ability to make a safe love potion. He just couldn't be bothered to do it right. His laziness and arrogance directly caused the suffering of billions of people. The abandoned realities also raise questions about identity and responsibility. Is Rick C-137 the same person as the Rick who created the Croninberg apocalypse? If he can just replace himself with a version who made better choices, does that absolve him of guilt for his past mistakes? From Rick's perspective, these are just course corrections. He messed up, found a reality where he didn't mess up, and continued with his life. No harm, no foul, right? But that perspective only works if you don't consider the abandoned realities to be real in the same way. And that's exactly how Rick thinks about it. To him, there's only one reality that matters, the one he's currently living in. Everything else is just background noise. The show challenges that perspective by showing us what happens in the abandoned realities after Rick leaves. These are full of people who have to live with the consequences of his actions. Maybe the most hopeful part of Croninberg Earth is that it shows people can overcome almost anything. The Smith family didn't just survive the apocalypse, they found strength and unity they never had before. They discovered they were more capable and resilient than they realized, but that hope comes at a terrible cost. They had to lose everything, including Rick and Morty, to discover their own potential. And somewhere in another reality, Rick is still making the same mistakes with a different version of the same family. The dark truth about Croninberg Earth is that he's probably done it countless times before, and will do it again. Because when you have infinite realities to choose from, why take responsibility for your mistakes when you can just run away and start over? The ethical nightmare of treating realities as disposable is about what it does to Rick himself. When actions don't have permanent consequences, when you can always undo your mistakes by finding a better timeline, what incentive do you have to grow as a person or learn from your errors? Rick's ability to abandon realities has made him emotionally stunted and morally bankrupt. He never has to face the full weight of his actions because he can always escape to a world where those actions didn't happen. But the people he leaves behind don't have that luxury. They have to live with what Rick did to them for the rest of their lives. The psychological impact on the abandoned families is something the show barely touches on, but it's probably the most disturbing aspect of this whole thing. Imagine being Summer in the Croninberg reality. One day, you're a normal teenager worried about school and boys. The next day, literally everyone you've ever known has been transformed into a flesh monster because your grandpa made a love potion. Your friends, your teachers, your first crush, that barista you had a crush on, all of them are now grotesque creatures trying to kill you. Every familiar face in your life has been replaced by a nightmare. The trauma from that level of loss would break most people, but Summer and her family had to push through it just to survive. And then there's the psychological warfare aspect that Rick probably never considered. In Mortyplicity, we see how the decoy families react when they start getting hunted. These families genuinely believe they're real, which means they experience real terror when they're being systematically murdered by other versions of themselves. Imagine being a decoy Jerry who thinks he's the real Jerry. You're just trying to live your normal life when suddenly other versions of your family start showing up and trying to kill you. You have no idea why this is happening or who you can trust. Some of the decoy families probably spent their final moments thinking their own family members had gone insane. The decoy families that survived the war are probably dealing with severe trust issues now. How do you go back to normal family life when you've seen other versions of yourself commit murder? How do you look at your spouse and kids and not wonder if they might be decoys too? Rick created an entire population of people with identical trauma, multiple Smith families all dealing with the same impossible situation but completely isolated from each other. They can't even talk to therapists about it because no therapist would believe their story. What's really twisted is that Rick probably has the technology to help these abandoned realities if he wanted to. He could develop a cure for the Croninberg virus, or provide therapy for the decoy families dealing with interdimensional PTSD. But he doesn't because helping them would require admitting he was wrong. Rick's ego is so massive that he can't acknowledge the suffering he's caused. If he went back to fix the Croninberg world, he'd have to face Jerry and Beth and admit that his science experiment destroyed their entire civilization. He'd rather pretend they don't exist than deal with that level of accountability. There's also the question of whether Rick's replacements in abandoned realities are even the same person. When Rick dies in Edge of Tomorrow and gets replaced by alternate versions, the family doesn't notice the difference. But those replacement Ricks have different memories and experiences. The replacement Rick didn't create the Croninberg apocalypse, but he's benefiting from the original Rick's decision to abandon that reality. He gets to live in a nice, normal world while another version of his family is still fighting monsters in a wasteland. That seems pretty unfair when you think about it. The abandoned realities also reveal something dark about the multiverse itself. If there are infinite versions of every person, does individual suffering actually matter? Rick seems to think it doesn't, because there's always another version of everyone living a better life somewhere else. But that logic falls apart when you consider that each version is a complete person with their own consciousness and experiences. The Croninberg Jerry is a unique individual who has lived through trauma that regular Jerry never experienced. His pain is real, even if there are infinite other Jerrys who never went through it. Rick uses the infinity of the multiverse as an excuse to avoid moral responsibility. He can always point to a reality where things worked out better and pretend that somehow balances out the realities where he caused massive suffering. But math doesn't work like that when you're talking about conscious beings. The most chilling part is that Rick probably isn't even the worst version of himself out there. If there are infinite Ricks, there are definitely versions who are more cruel, more careless, more willing to sacrifice entire realities for minor conveniences. The multiverse is probably littered with realities that various Ricks have destroyed and abandoned. Some of those abandoned realities probably never recovered like the Croninberg Smiths did. Maybe some families just gave up and died. Maybe some went insane from the trauma. Maybe some turned into monsters themselves just to survive in the worlds Rick created. The really scary thought is that this could happen to our Rick's family at any time. If he ever makes a mistake big enough, he might just abandon them too and find a replacement family in a reality where he didn't mess up. They would never know they'd been replaced by better versions of themselves. Rick's casual attitude toward abandonment has created a multiverse full of trauma and suffering that he refuses to acknowledge. Every abandoned reality is a monument to his selfishness and inability to take responsibility for his actions. And the worst part is, he's probably going to keep doing it, because why would he stop when there are always more realities to ruin? Now let's talk about what the portal gun really means. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Rick's portal gun first appears in the pilot when he drags Morty out of bed for a surprise that turns out to be dropping a neutrino bomb on Earth. But here's the thing that everyone misses. Rick only feels comfortable threatening to destroy the entire planet because he knows he can just hop to another dimension if things go wrong. The portal gun gives him the power to treat every world as disposable. When Morty fights him for control of the ship and they crash in the desert, Rick reveals something crucial. He tells Morty the whole bomb thing was just a test to make him more assertive. But then, he immediately falls asleep, leaving a neutrino bomb armed and ready to explode. Rick literally forgot he was about to destroy Earth because to him, consequences don't exist anymore. The portal gun has broken Rick's ability to care about outcomes because he can always just portal away from any problem. In the pilot, we see him casually send Morty through interdimensional customs with mega seeds shoved up his butt. When security catches them, Rick just starts shooting and tells Morty to run because he knows they can escape to another dimension. The Wedding Squanchers shows us what happens when Rick finally can't just portal away from his problems. When Tammy reveals she's a Federation agent and kills Bird Person, Rick is trapped. His portal gun is useless because the entire galaxy is hunting him now. For the first time in years, Rick has to face real consequences. The wedding scene is heartbreaking because you can see Rick genuinely trying to be a good friend. He makes a toast about opening himself up to others and loving Tammy because Bird Person loves her. But the portal gun has made him so used to escaping that he never learned how to actually deal with betrayal or loss. When Jerry suggests turning Rick in to get their normal life back, Rick makes the ultimate sacrifice. He turns himself in, calling the Federation and pretending to be Jerry. But even this noble gesture is tainted by the portal gun. Rick tells the agent, "I love sucking big sweaty boners and licking disgusting furry testicle sacks," because he can't resist trolling even when he's sacrificing himself. The really tragic part is that Rick's family gets exactly what Jerry wanted. They go back to Earth and get normal jobs under Federation rule. Jerry is happy taking antidepressants and working his assigned job. But the cost is Rick sitting alone in a space prison, completely cut off from the infinite multiverse he used to command. Rick-ternal Friendshine reveals the deeper psychological damage the portal gun has caused. When Rick goes into Bird Person's mind to save him, we see memories of their friendship that show Rick has always been this way. Even as a young man, Rick was telling Bird Person that nothing matters because infinite realities exist. The memory version of young Rick is horrified when he meets old Rick. He realizes that his philosophy of nothing matters will eventually turn him into someone who abandons his dying friend rather than endure a little emotional pain. The portal gun didn't create Rick's nihilism, but it made it possible for him to live that way without consequences. In Bird Person's memories, Rick explains that he could take them to universes where they won the war, lost the war, or never fought at all equally real, all equally meaningless. This is the curse of infinite choice. When you can experience every possible outcome, no single outcome has any value. Young Rick asks old Rick why he helped in the war if nothing matters. Old Rick says, "Because I respect you, and I wanted you to know you could respect me." But then he immediately contradicts himself by saying the relationship doesn't matter to him. The portal gun has made Rick incapable of admitting he cares about anything because caring makes you vulnerable. The most disturbing part is when young Rick asks if he'll eventually become old Rick. Old Rick basically tells him yes, this is his future. The portal gun will slowly erode his ability to form genuine connections until he becomes a lonely, bitter old man who pushes away everyone who tries to love him. When Rick saves Bird Person from his suicidal thoughts, he has to confront the fact that he knew about Bird Person's daughter but chose not to tell him. The portal gun gave Rick the option to just find a different Bird Person who wasn't dealing with grief, so he didn't bother helping his actual friend process his trauma. Bird Person calls Rick out on this. He points out that Rick only revealed the daughter's existence when it was necessary to save himself. The portal gun has taught Rick to treat even his closest friends as replaceable, which destroys any possibility of real intimacy. The portal gun represents ultimate freedom, but it's the kind of freedom that makes life meaningless. When you can do anything, nothing feels worth doing. When you can go anywhere, nowhere feels like home. When you can replace anyone, no one feels irreplaceable. Rick's portal gun is basically a metaphor for how modern technology and endless options can make us less happy instead of more happy. When you have infinite choices on Netflix, you spend more time browsing than watching. When you have infinite dating options on apps, you spend more time swiping than connecting. When Rick has infinite realities to choose from, he spends more time escaping than living. The really twisted part is that Rick has become addicted to this lifestyle. In Rick-ternal Friendshine, when young Rick asks if he wants to do awesome stuff that matters, old Rick says no. The portal gun has conditioned him to prefer meaningless adventures over meaningful relationships because relationships require you to stay in one place and deal with problems. But the episodes also show us that Rick is capable of real love and sacrifice when the portal gun can't save him. When he's trapped and can't escape, he chooses to save his family by turning himself in. When Bird Person is dying and Rick can't just find a replacement, he risks his life to save his friend's mind. The portal gun has given Rick the power to avoid every difficult emotion and challenging situation. But avoiding difficulty is what prevents growth. Rick has infinite intelligence and infinite possibilities, but he's emotionally stunted because he never has to work through anything. The worst part is that Rick knows this. He understands that the portal gun has ruined him, but he's too addicted to the escape it provides. In the pilot, he drunkenly threatens to destroy Earth just to test Morty. In The Wedding Squanchers, he watches his best friend die because he can't commit to staying in one reality long enough to build proper defenses. The portal gun has made Rick the most powerful person in the multiverse and simultaneously the most powerless. He can go anywhere but belongs nowhere. He can do anything but nothing matters to him. He can replace everyone but connect with no one. Every time Rick pulls out that portal gun, he's choosing isolation over connection, escape over growth, and freedom over love. The green glow of the portal is showing us the light of every bridge Rick burns when he chooses to run instead of stay and fight for what matters. The portal gun is Rick's greatest invention and his greatest mistake. It gave him everything he thought he wanted and destroyed everything he actually needed. That's the real curse of infinite choice. Sometimes having every option means choosing nothing at all. And the saddest part is that Rick keeps using it anyway, because facing one reality is harder than escaping to infinite ones. The portal gun has made him the smartest man in the universe and the loneliest person alive. That's what ultimate power really costs, everything that makes life worth living. But there's an even deeper layer to this curse that most people miss. The portal gun has fundamentally broken Rick's relationship with time and consequences. In the pilot, when Rick is explaining the mega seeds to Morty, he casually mentions going to a future dimension to get leg healing serum. He spent so much time in that advanced dimension that his portal gun ran out of charge, but he talks about it like it was just a fun vacation. Think about what that means. Rick abandoned his family for who knows how long to party with younger women in a future dimension, and he treats it like a funny story. The portal gun lets him escape the normal flow of time and responsibility. When Jerry suggests putting Rick in a nursing home, Rick acts like the idea is ridiculous because he builds robots for fun. But the truth is, Rick's intelligence has become meaningless because the portal gun removes all stakes from his inventions. If he builds something that accidentally destroys Earth, he just hops to a reality where he didn't make that mistake. The Mega Seeds subplot shows how the portal gun has corrupted even Rick's relationship with Morty. Rick doesn't tell Morty that the seeds will make him temporarily smart and then cause brain damage. He just uses Morty as a smuggling device and deals with the consequences later. When Morty has a seizure from the seeds wearing off, Rick isn't concerned about permanent damage because he could always find a dimension with a Morty who didn't get brain damage. The most disturbing implication is in Rick's final monologue to the unconscious Morty. He talks about all the adventures they'll go on, but he also says, "The world is full of idiots that don't understand what's important and they'll tear us apart, Morty." The portal gun has taught Rick that the only relationship worth maintaining is with someone who depends on him completely. The Wedding Squanchers reveals how the portal gun has affected Rick's ability to plan for the future. When the Federation surrounds the wedding, Rick is completely unprepared. He's so used to being able to escape any situation that he never developed proper defensive strategies. Squanchy has to sacrifice himself to give them time to escape, and even then, Rick barely makes it out. The scene where Rick calls the Federation pretending to be Jerry is heartbreaking because it shows Rick finally accepting consequences. But even his sacrifice is tainted by the portal gun's influence. He can't just turn himself in with dignity. He has to make crude jokes because he's never learned how to process serious emotions without deflecting. When the family returns to Earth under Federation rule, Jerry is genuinely happy with their new life. He has a job, he's taking prescribed medication, and everything is structured for him. But Beth and the kids are miserable because they've seen what's possible with the portal gun. The device has ruined their ability to be satisfied with a normal life. The Federation's control over Earth is actually a mirror of what the portal gun does to Rick. Both remove the need to make difficult choices or face uncertainty. Jerry loves the Federation because it takes away his anxiety about the future, just like Rick loves the portal gun because it removes consequences from his actions. Rickternal Friendshine shows us the evolutionary process of how the portal gun corrupts Rick's psychology. Young Rick is idealistic and wants to fight for causes that matter. But when old Rick tells him about infinite realities where they won, lost, or never fought, it plants the seed of nihilism that will eventually consume him. The memory of Rick explaining infinite realities to Birdperson is crucial because it shows Rick actively spreading his portal gun philosophy. He's convincing his friends that nothing matters because other versions exist. This is how the portal gun becomes a psychological virus that infects everyone around Rick. When young Rick asks why old Rick helped in the war if nothing matters, old Rick's answer reveals the portal gun's true curse. He says, "Because I respect you, and I wanted you to know you could respect me." But then he immediately adds that the relationship isn't worth his integrity. The portal gun has taught Rick to value respect over love, because respect doesn't require commitment. The Battle of Blood Ridge memory shows Rick and Birdperson at their closest, fighting side by side and saving each other's lives. But even in this moment of genuine connection, Rick is already talking about how he could show Birdperson the same battle in different universes. He can't just experience the moment without contextualizing it within infinite possibilities. Birdperson's rejection of Rick's offer to travel the multiverse is the moment their friendship starts dying. Rick offers Birdperson everything he thinks is valuable infinite adventures, freedom from consequences, the power to see all possible outcomes. But Birdperson chooses to stay and continue fighting for his home reality, and Rick can't understand why anyone would choose meaning over freedom. The portal gun has created a fundamental incompatibility between Rick and everyone else. Normal people form attachments to specific places, people, and experiences. But Rick sees everything as interchangeable because he knows infinite versions exist. When Birdperson dies, Rick could theoretically find a dimension with a living bird person, but it wouldn't be the same person who shared those specific memories. When Rick goes into bird person's mind to save him, he's finally forced to confront what the portal gun has cost him. He sees memories of their friendship from bird person's perspective and realizes that his best friend saw him as someone who had already given up on genuine connection. The young Rick memory asking if he'll become old Rick is really asking if the portal gun will eventually destroy his capacity for love. The revelation about bird person's daughter shows how the portal gun has warped Rick's moral reasoning. Rick knew about the child, but didn't tell bird person because it was easier to just avoid the complication. The portal gun taught Rick that problems are meant to be escaped, not solved. So he applies this logic even to his closest relationships. Bird person's accusation that Rick only revealed the daughter's existence to save himself cuts to the heart of the portal gun's corruption. Rick has become incapable of doing the right thing unless it also serves his immediate interests. The device that was supposed to give him infinite freedom has made him infinitely selfish. The most tragic aspect of the portal gun's curse is that it prevents Rick from learning from his mistakes. Every time he ruins a relationship or destroys a world, he can just portal to a reality where it didn't happen. This means he never develops the emotional skills needed to repair damage or prevent future problems. Normal people learn empathy and responsibility through consequences. When you hurt someone and can't escape, you have to figure out how to make amends. When you make a mistake and can't undo it, you have to learn better judgment. But the portal gun has removed these learning opportunities from Rick's life, leaving him emotionally stunted despite his vast intelligence. The portal gun represents the ultimate privilege, the ability to opt out of any situation that becomes uncomfortable. And like all privileges, it corrupts the person who wields it. Rick has become incapable of genuine relationships because he's never forced to work through difficult periods or make sacrifices for others. In the end, the portal gun is his greatest addiction. He keeps using it even though he knows it's destroying everything he claims to care about. Because the alternative, staying in one reality and dealing with problems like a normal person, feels impossible after so many years of infinite escape routes. The green glow of the portal is the light of a prison that Rick built for himself, one portal at a time. Now let's break down every time Rick has shown. He loves Morty, but don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Rick spends most of his time acting like Morty is just a human shield with legs. But if you actually watch what he does instead of listening to his mouth, you'll catch these little moments where he drops the whole "I don't care about anything" act. These episodes basically prove that Rick loves Morty way more than he'll ever say out loud. Look, Rick's whole thing is pretending he doesn't give a crap about anyone because caring makes you weak, right? But every time Morty gets in real trouble, Rick throws that philosophy right out the window. He'll risk everything for this kid he supposedly just keeps around to hide his brainwaves. Me Seeks and Destroy starts with Rick being his usual jerk self. Morty just had to kill what looked like his family, and he's literally puking in the corner. And Rick makes some dumb joke about tuna. Classic Rick move. But then Morty gets fed up and challenges Rick to let him run an adventure for once. Here's where it gets interesting. Rick could easily just say no or sabotage Morty from the start. But he doesn't. He actually gives Morty a real shot at leading. When they end up in that cheesy fantasy village with the giant in the clouds, Rick holds back from taking over even when things start going sideways. Morty wants to play hero and climb the giant's castle, and Rick just goes along with it. Sure, he complains the whole time, but he's still there. He could portal them out any second, but he lets Morty have his moment. That's already pretty weird for Rick. But the real moment happens in that weird stair tavern. Rick is just sitting there playing cards, probably planning how he's gonna mock Morty's adventure later. Then Morty comes out of the bathroom looking completely messed up, and right after him comes Mr. Jellybean all beaten up and angry. Rick doesn't need anyone to spell it out for him. He takes one look at both of them and immediately knows what went down in that bathroom. And you know what he does? He doesn't interrogate Morty or make him explain what happened. He doesn't even bring it up. Instead, Rick suddenly gets all generous and suggests they use his gambling money to pay for a ride and give the rest to the villagers. This is Rick we're talking about, the guy who charges his own family for portal travel. But now he's playing Santa Claus because he knows Morty needs to feel like something good came out of this nightmare. When they portal home and Rick sees Mr. Jellybean getting carried around like some beloved king, he opens another portal just to blast that creep into pieces. Rick risks blowing his cover to a whole village just to make sure that thing can never hurt another kid. He doesn't even tell Morty he did it. That's love, dude. Violent, messed up Rick-style love. But love all the same. Rick saw someone hurt his grandson, and he made sure they could never do it again. No questions, no speeches, just action. Get Swifty shows Rick's protective side in a totally different way. When those giant heads show up wanting Earth to perform or die, Rick doesn't have to bring Morty along. There's no scientific reason the kid needs to be at the Pentagon or Area 51. Rick could handle this alone. But he brings Morty anyway because when the world might be ending, Rick wants to keep his grandson close. Think about it. If Rick really saw Morty as just some disposable sidekick, he'd stash him somewhere safe and deal with the crisis solo. Instead, he drags Morty along to what could be humanity's last performance. When Morty gets pissed off and steals the portal gun to find his family, Rick totally panics. Because Morty is lost somewhere in the multiverse and Rick can't protect him. Rick actually tries to grab Morty before he jumps through that portal, which is not something you do for someone you don't care about. The whole time Morty is gone, Rick is struggling. His song sucks, he's clearly distracted, and even Ice-T can tell something's wrong. But the second Morty shows up during their performance, everything clicks. The Cromulans literally start cheering just because Morty appeared on stage. Rick could have easily taken all the credit for saving Earth. He's got the ego for it. But instead, he makes sure Morty gets recognized too. When they're celebrating, Rick includes Morty in everything, like they're actual partners instead of just grandfather and sidekick. The Vat of Acid episode is probably the most twisted example of Rick showing love, but it's also the clearest one. When Morty calls the acid vat idea stupid and challenges Rick's intelligence, Rick could have just ignored him or made fun of him. Instead, he spends however long creating this insanely complex reality-splitting device just because Morty wanted it. Rick claims he doesn't do time travel because it's beneath him, but he basically creates something way more complicated just to give Morty his save point thing. Rick will bend his own rules if it makes Morty happy, even when he's also trying to teach him a lesson. But here's the thing nobody talks about. When Morty starts using the device and turns into this reckless person who doesn't care about consequences, Rick gets genuinely disturbed. He's not just annoyed that his lesson backfired, he's actually worried about what Morty is becoming. Rick watches Morty turn into someone cruel and careless, and you can see it bothers him. This is a guy who claims nothing matters, but watching his grandson lose his humanity clearly affects him. Rick starts questioning his own philosophy because he doesn't like what he sees when Morty adopts it. When Rick finally reveals that Morty has been killing alternate versions of himself every time he reset, he's not gloating about being right. He seems genuinely sad about it. Rick tells Morty about living without consequences and asks, "What am I living for?" He's basically admitting that watching Morty become heartless made him question his own choices. The most telling part comes at the end when that whole mob is after Morty. Rick could portal them away or blast everyone with some sci-fi weapon. Instead, he uses the acid vat to save Morty, the exact same idea he spent the entire episode mocking. Rick saves his grandson using Morty's original plan, which is basically Rick's way of saying, "You were right and I was wrong." For Rick, that might as well be a love confession written in skywriting. What makes all this even more heartbreaking is that Rick never explains himself. He doesn't give emotional speeches or talk about his feelings. He just acts, then pretends like it was no big deal. Rick's love language is protection and validation, but he delivers it in the most roundabout way possible. Think about how Rick treats everyone else versus how he treats Morty. Jerry gets constant insults and put-downs. Beth gets manipulation and emotional distance. Summer gets ignored half the time, but Morty gets Rick's attention, protection, and weird twisted lessons that are supposed to help him survive. Rick's cruelty toward Morty usually comes from a place of care he can't express properly. When he's mean to Morty, he's trying to prepare him for a universe that will be even worse. When he puts Morty in dangerous situations, it's because he believes Morty can handle them and needs to learn how. The whole relationship is tragic because Rick's love is real, but it's completely damaged by his own issues. Rick knows that caring about people causes pain, so he tries to make Morty emotionally tough by being harsh to him first. It's messed up logic, but it comes from wanting to protect Morty from getting hurt by the universe. Rick sees Morty as the one genuinely good thing in his life, which is why he's so desperate to keep him around and so angry when Morty challenges him. Rick's whole sense of self-worth is tied up in being the smartest guy around, but Morty makes him want to be better than just smart. Morty makes Rick want to be worthy of love, even though Rick has no clue how to handle that. Here's the really messed up part. Rick's love often looks like control and manipulation because he thinks he knows what's best for Morty. Rick will hurt Morty if he thinks it'll make him stronger later. That's not healthy love, but it's still love. Rick would rather be the bad guy in Morty's story than let the universe be even worse to him. But those moments when Rick drops the act completely shooting Mr. Jellybean, panicking when Morty disappears, using the acid vat idea, those show us who Rick really is under all that damage. He's just a grandfather who loves his grandson more than anything but has no idea how to show it without screwing it up. Rick might be the smartest person in the universe, but when it comes to emotions, he's completely lost. All he knows is protect and provide, even when his methods are questionable. These episodes prove that Rick would burn down entire realities to keep Morty safe. He just can't say, "I love you," like a normal person. The saddest part is, Morty probably doesn't realize how much Rick cares because Rick is so bad at showing it in healthy ways. But if you watch what Rick does instead of listening to what he says, the love is obvious. Rick just doesn't know how to care about someone without destroying himself in the process. Every time Rick risks his life, his reputation, or his ego for Morty, he's basically screaming, "I love you," in the only language he knows. Too bad Morty doesn't speak that language yet. There's another layer to this whole thing that makes it even more complicated. Rick's love for Morty is probably the most selfish and unselfish thing about him at the same time. On one hand, Rick genuinely wants to protect Morty and help him grow stronger. On the other hand, Rick also needs Morty around because Morty is the only person who makes Rick feel like he matters. Think about Rick's life before Morty started going on adventures with him. Rick was this bitter old man living in the garage, building random inventions that nobody cared about. His daughter barely tolerated him, his son-in-law hated him, and Summer treated him like furniture. Then Morty starts coming along on these crazy trips, and suddenly Rick has someone who depends on him. Morty makes Rick feel important again. When Morty gets scared, he looks to Rick for protection. When they're in trouble, Morty trusts Rick to get them out. When the world is ending, Morty believes Rick can save it. For someone who spent years feeling useless and unwanted, having Morty's faith means everything. But here's where it gets weird. Rick's need to be needed by Morty sometimes conflicts with his desire to protect Morty. Rick will put Morty in dangerous situations partly because dangerous situations are where Rick gets to shine as the hero. Rick creates problems so he can solve them and prove his worth to Morty. The Acid Vat episode is a perfect example of this. Rick didn't have to create that elaborate reality-splitting device. He could have just admitted the acid vat was a decent backup plan and moved on. But Rick's ego couldn't handle Morty thinking he wasn't smart enough to make it work. So Rick created this incredibly complex solution to prove he could do anything Morty imagined. The twisted part is that Rick's demonstration ended up hurting Morty way more than just admitting the vat was okay would have. Rick's need to prove himself to Morty literally caused Morty to become a mass murderer of alternate selves. Rick's love for Morty and his need for Morty's admiration created the exact opposite of what he wanted. You can see this pattern in other episodes too. Rick will take Morty on adventures that are way more dangerous than they need to be, because Rick wants to impress him. Rick wants Morty to see him as this amazing scientist who can handle anything. But those same adventures traumatize Morty and make him question whether Rick actually cares about his safety. There's also the question of whether Rick's protection of Morty is really about Morty or about Rick's own guilt and trauma. Rick has lost people before. We know he had a different version of his family that got killed, and he's probably lost friends and partners across multiple dimensions. Maybe Rick's desperate need to protect Morty comes from his terror of losing someone else he cares about. When Rick shoots Mr. Jellybean, he's not just protecting Morty from that specific threat. He's protecting Morty from the kind of universe Rick knows exists, where bad things happen to good people for no reason. Rick can't fix the whole universe, but he can make sure that particular monster never hurts anyone again. The same thing happens when Rick panics about Morty being lost in the multiverse during the Cromulon crisis. Rick has seen what's out there in other dimensions. He knows there are infinite versions of reality where terrible things happen to infinite versions of Morty. The idea of his Morty being stuck in one of those realities probably terrifies Rick more than anything else. Rick's love for Morty is also tied up with his own self-hatred. Rick thinks he's a terrible person who ruins everything he touches. So, when he starts caring about Morty, Rick becomes convinced that being around him will eventually destroy Morty too. That's why Rick is constantly testing Morty and putting him through harsh experiences. Rick is trying to make Morty strong enough to survive being loved by Rick. This creates this horrible cycle where Rick hurts Morty to protect him from the pain Rick thinks he'll inevitably cause. Rick believes that if he doesn't toughen Morty up now, Rick will accidentally destroy him later. It's like Rick is trying to inoculate Morty against Rick's own toxicity by giving him small doses of it. The really messed up thing is that Rick's approach kind of works, but not in the way he intended. Morty does become stronger and more capable over time. He learns to stand up to Rick, make his own decisions, and survive in dangerous situations. But he also becomes more cynical, more willing to use violence, and less trusting of other people. Rick is accidentally creating a version of Morty who can survive in Rick's universe, but who might not be able to live happily in the normal world anymore. Morty is becoming more like Rick, which is probably the last thing Rick actually wants, but the only outcome his methods could produce. And here's the thing that really gets to me about their relationship. Despite all the dysfunction and manipulation and trauma, there are these moments of genuine connection between them. When they're performing Get Swifty together, they're actually having fun. When Rick uses the acid vat to save Morty, there's this look of understanding between them. Now, when they work together to solve problems, they're genuinely good partners. Rick and Morty both know their relationship is messed up, but they also know they need each other. Rick needs someone who still believes he can be a hero, and Morty needs someone who makes him feel special and important. They're both getting something vital from this relationship, even though it's also slowly destroying them. Maybe that's what love looks like when you're damaged enough. You hurt the person you care about because you don't know any other way to connect. You push them away while desperately trying to pull them closer. You try to prepare them for a cruel world by being cruel to them first. Rick's love for Morty is real. And in a universe as chaotic and meaningless as the one they live in, maybe having someone who would burn down reality to protect you is worth all the therapy you'll need later. Now let's talk about the mystery of Doofus Rick. Doofus Rick might actually be the smartest Rick in the entire multiverse, and the other Ricks hate him because he figured out something they're all too damaged to understand. While every other Rick is obsessed with being the most intelligent person in the room, Doofus Rick discovered that intelligence without kindness is basically worthless. The Council of Ricks treats Doofus Rick like he's some kind of embarrassment to their whole species. They call him the worst Rick of all, make jokes about him eating poop, and constantly exclude him from their activities. But here's the thing that's really weird about their reaction. If Doofus Rick was actually just stupid, why would they care so much about him? Think about it. The other Ricks encounter all kinds of idiots across the multiverse every day. Jerry exists in most of their dimensions, and they barely acknowledge him most of the time. But Doofus Rick gets under their skin in a way that suggests he's threatening something fundamental about their worldview. When Doofus Rick shows up at the Smith house, he immediately does something no other Rick would ever do. He asks Jerry about his job, and then acts genuinely interested in the answer. Not sarcastic interest, not condescending interest, but real curiosity about what Jerry does for a living. That's completely alien behavior for a Rick. The other Ricks are so disturbed by this that they can't help but interfere. They tell Jerry that Doofus Rick eats poop, which is probably just a lie they made up because they can't stand watching him be nice to someone. The idea of a Rick showing genuine respect to Jerry is so offensive to them that they have to sabotage it. But Jerry sees right through their garbage. When Doofus Rick starts talking about advertising like it's this noble profession where you help people figure out what to buy, Jerry initially thinks he's being sarcastic. Every other Rick in his life has mocked his career choices. But Doofus Rick means every word he says. The bond they form is pretty incredible when you really think about it. Here's Jerry, who spends his entire life being told he's worthless by his own father-in-law, suddenly meeting a version of that same person who thinks he's amazing. And Doofus Rick gets to experience what it's like to have someone appreciate him for who he is, instead of constantly comparing him to other versions of himself. When they're in the garage making those ovenless brownies together, Doofus Rick is using his scientific genius to make Jerry happy. Every other Rick uses their intelligence to prove how much smarter they are than everyone else. Doofus Rick uses his to improve someone else's day. That's a completely different approach to being a genius. The scene with Jerry's coin collection is where you really see what makes Doofus Rick special. Jerry shows him these R2-D2 coins that everyone makes fun of him for buying, and Doofus Rick doesn't dismiss them or mock Jerry's choice. Instead, he tells Jerry that the coins have value because Jerry likes them, and that's what matters. That might sound simple, but it's actually a pretty profound philosophy. Doofus Rick understands that value doesn't come from external validation or objective measurements. Things matter because people care about them, not because they meet some universal standard of importance. Every other Rick would have used that moment to prove their intellectual superiority. They would have explained why the coins are a bad investment or made fun of Jerry for being sentimental about Star Wars merchandise. Doofus Rick validates Jerry's choice and helps him feel good about something that brings him joy. The really heartbreaking part comes when Jerry asks how long Doofus Rick is staying, and Doofus Rick says until they find his Rick. Jerry immediately responds that he already found his Rick, meaning Doofus Rick. In that moment, Jerry realizes he's been living with the wrong version of his father-in-law this whole time. When the other Ricks come to take Doofus Rick away, Jerry actually suggests getting rid of regular Rick and keeping Doofus Rick instead. Jerry, who usually goes along with whatever everyone else wants, is ready to commit murder to keep the one Rick who treats him with respect. Doofus Rick has to be the mature one in that situation. He tells Jerry it wouldn't work and that they both need to return to their regular lives. But the fact that Jerry was willing to fight for their friendship shows how much it meant to both of them. The other Rick's hatred of Doofus Rick becomes even more obvious when they mock Jerry for hanging out with Doofus Rick like it's the most pathetic thing imaginable. They can't understand why anyone would choose to spend time with him, which says way more about their own emotional limitations than it does about Doofus Rick's worth. Here's what I think is really going on with Doofus Rick. He represents what Rick could be if he wasn't completely consumed by his own trauma and ego. All Ricks have the same basic intelligence, but most of them use it as a weapon to hurt people or a shield to keep people away. Doofus Rick uses his intelligence to connect with others and make their lives better. The other Ricks call him the worst Rick because he violates their fundamental belief system. They've all decided that caring about people makes you weak and that intelligence gives you the right to look down on everyone else. Doofus Rick proves them wrong just by existing. Maybe Doofus Rick comes from a dimension where his family didn't get killed, so he never developed all that trauma and bitterness that drives the other Ricks. Or maybe he went through the same pain, but chose to respond differently. Either way, he shows that being a Rick doesn't automatically mean being a sociopath. The fact that Doofus Rick never had kids of his own but still ended up caring for Eric Stoltz's mask Morty also says something important about his character. He took responsibility for a Morty that nobody else wanted because he understands that love isn't about genetic connection or personal benefit. When Jerry punches the wall after Doofus Rick leaves, he's not just sad about losing a friend. He's grieving for the relationship he could have had with his actual father-in-law if Rick wasn't so damaged. Doofus Rick showed Jerry what it would feel like to be respected and valued by someone that brilliant, and now he has to go back to being treated like garbage. The mystery of Doofus Rick is why the other Ricks are so threatened by his approach that they have to constantly put him down and exclude him from their group. I think it's because Doofus Rick represents a path they all chose not to take. Every time they see him being kind and genuine, they're reminded of who they could have been if they hadn't let their trauma turn them into monsters. Doofus Rick is living proof that intelligence and compassion can coexist, which makes their own cruelty look like a choice rather than an inevitability. The saddest part is that the Council probably has dozens of Doofus Ricks from different dimensions, and they probably treat them all the same way. There could be entire realities full of kind, brilliant Ricks who use their gifts to help people, but the Council only values the ones who are as broken and bitter as they are. Doofus Rick threatens their entire worldview because he's achieved something they all claim is impossible. He's genuinely happy. He's not drinking himself into oblivion or constantly running from his problems or hurting the people around him. He figured out how to be a genius without being miserable, which is apparently the one thing other Ricks can't handle. Maybe calling him Doofus Rick is their way of protecting themselves from having to admit they've been doing everything wrong. If they acknowledge that his approach actually works better than theirs, they'd have to face the fact that they've been choosing to be terrible people this whole time. In the end, Doofus Rick represents hope. He proves that trauma doesn't have to define you and that intelligence can be a gift rather than a curse. The other Ricks hate him for it, but Jerry loves him for it. And honestly, that tells you everything you need to know about who's actually got their priorities straight. Now let's compare Beth and Space Beth and find out who's the real clone. Remember to subscribe to our channel. Rick pulled off the ultimate mind game by erasing his own memory of which Beth is real and which one is the clone. This might be the smartest and most twisted thing Rick has ever done, because it forces everyone to confront the uncomfortable truth that identity might not be as solid as we think it is. The whole thing starts in The ABCs of Beth, when Beth finds out about Fruppyland and realizes her childhood friend Tommy survived there by basically becoming a cannibal god king. But the real revelation comes when Beth starts questioning whether Rick was a good father for locking her in that place as a kid. Rick responds to Beth's criticism the way he always does, by giving her exactly what she thinks she wants. Beth feels trapped by her family and wonders what her life would have been like if she'd followed her dreams of becoming a space adventurer. So Rick offers to make her a clone that can stay home with the family while she goes off to have adventures. The genius of Rick's setup is that it creates this perfect psychological trap. Beth has always felt like she sacrificed her potential to be a mother and wife. She's spent years resenting Jerry and wondering what could have been. Rick offers her a way to have both lives simultaneously, but the catch is that only one version gets to feel like the real Beth. When we see Beth in Fruipyland, she's already showing signs of the kind of person who could abandon her family for adventure. She gets excited about the violence and chaos, she dismisses Rick's safety measures, and she shows genuine enthusiasm for the dangerous creatures they encounter. This is someone who's been suppressing her darker impulses for years. The moment Beth sees Tommy's kingdom, she's both horrified and fascinated. She's looking at a version of herself that chose power over responsibility, violence over restraint, and self-interest over family. It's everything she's ever fantasized about during her worst moments with Jerry and the kids. Rick's offer to clone her comes right after this revelation. He's essentially saying, "You want to be like Tommy? Fine, but I'll give you a way to do it without destroying your family." It's Rick at his most manipulative and most caring simultaneously. By the time we get to Star Mort Rick Turn of the Jerry, Space Beth has become everything regular Beth fantasized about being. She's a legendary rebel leader, she's confident and dangerous, she's living a life of constant adventure and excitement. But she's also isolated, paranoid, and haunted by the possibility that she's not real. The bomb in Space Beth's neck is the perfect symbol of Rick's twisted love. He claims it's just a tracker, but Space Beth is convinced it's designed to kill her if she gets too close to her original life. Whether Rick is lying or telling the truth doesn't matter, the bomb represents the barrier between the two lives Beth could have lived. When Space Beth returns to Earth, she's not just looking for answers about the bomb. She's looking for validation that her choice was the right one. She wants to prove that she's the real Beth by showing how much more accomplished and interesting she's become compared to her domestic counterpart. But regular Beth has her own accomplishments to defend. She's raised 2 children, maintained a marriage, built a career, and kept a family together through multiple crises. She's chosen stability and responsibility over adventure, and she needs to believe that choice was valuable and authentic. The confrontation between the two Beths is really an argument between 2 different life philosophies. Space Beth represents the belief that authentic living requires pursuing your dreams regardless of the cost to others. Regular Beth represents the belief that authentic living means accepting responsibility for the people who depend on you. Both Beths are convinced that the other one made the wrong choice. Space Beth sees regular Beth as someone who gave up and settled for mediocrity. Regular Beth sees Space Beth as someone who abandoned her family for selfish thrills. They're both partially right and completely wrong. The psychological warfare between them reveals how much they both doubt their own choices. Space Beth keeps emphasizing how exciting and important her rebellion work is, but she also admits she came back to kill Rick, which suggests she's not as satisfied with her new life as she pretends. Rick's memory erasure becomes the ultimate trump card in this psychological battle. By admitting he doesn't know which one is the clone, he's essentially telling both Beths that their fears might be justified. Either one of them could be the fake, which means either one of them could be living a lie. But Rick's amnesia also reveals something important about his relationship with both daughters. If he truly didn't care which one was real, he wouldn't have bothered erasing his memory. The fact that he went to such lengths to forget suggests that he knew the knowledge would be too painful or too tempting to use against one of them. Rick's decision to forget is also a rare moment of genuine fairness from someone who usually plays favorites. By not knowing which Beth is which, he's forced to treat them both as equally legitimate. He can't use the clone status as a weapon in arguments or as an excuse to care less about one of them. When both Beths refuse to look at the memory, they're making the most mature decision either of them has ever made. They're choosing to define themselves by their actions and choices rather than by their origin story. They're rejecting Rick's framework entirely and deciding that the question itself is irrelevant. This rejection is also a form of rebellion against Rick's control. By refusing to care about the answer, they're telling him that his elaborate mind game doesn't matter to them anymore. They've moved beyond needing his validation or his categories of real and fake. The clone mystery also functions as a metaphor for the broader question of whether anyone is really authentic. How much of our personality comes from our genetics, our upbringing, our choices, or our circumstances? If you could change any of those factors, would you still be the same person? Both Beths have been shaped by their experiences since the split. Space Beth has become more confident and ruthless through her adventures. Regular Beth has become more patient and nurturing through raising her children. They've grown in different directions, which means they're not even the same person anymore, regardless of which one started as the clone. The philosophical implications get even weirder when you consider that Rick himself has been replaced multiple times. The Rick in these episodes might not be the same Rick who created the original clone. If Rick can be swapped out and still be considered continuous, then the distinction between original and copy becomes completely meaningless. Rick's casual attitude toward his own replaceability suggests that he's already resolved this question for himself. He doesn't worry about whether he's the original Rick because he knows that his identity comes from his memories and personality, not from some metaphysical essence that can't be copied. The bomb subplot adds another layer of manipulation to the whole situation. Whether it's a tracker or a weapon, it serves the same psychological function. It makes Space Beth feel like she's living on borrowed time. This urgency drives her back to Earth and forces the confrontation that Rick probably wanted all along. Jerry's role in the whole situation is particularly pathetic. When he asks which Beth is his, both Beths immediately shut him down. He's so focused on ownership and possession that he can't see that both women have grown beyond being defined by their relationship to him. Summer and Morty's reaction to having two mothers is much healthier. They immediately embrace the situation and see it as a benefit rather than a problem. They don't care which one is the original because they're getting twice as much parental attention and support. The kids' attitude toward the clone mystery shows how artificial the whole dilemma really is. They love both versions of their mother and don't see any reason to choose between them. Their acceptance highlights how much the adults are overthinking the situation. When Rick finally admits he's a terrible father, it's one of the few moments of genuine self-awareness we get from him. He understands that his manipulation and control have caused most of the family's problems, but he still can't resist pulling strings and creating elaborate scenarios. The ending where Rick keeps the memory device but doesn't use it is perfect ambiguous Rick behavior. He might genuinely be committed to treating both Beths equally, or he might be saving the information for future manipulation. With Rick, noble gestures and selfish scheming often look identical. The fact that both Beths end up working together against the Galactic Federation suggests that the clone question really is irrelevant. They can function as partners and allies without needing to resolve their origin story. Their cooperation proves that they're both capable of growth and change. Both Beths represent different aspects of Rick's personality. Space Beth embodies his adventurous, rebellious side that values freedom above all else. Regular Beth embodies his protective, nurturing side that actually cares about maintaining relationships with the people he loves. By creating two versions of his daughter, Rick is essentially splitting himself in half and seeing which version he prefers. The fact that he erases his memory of which is which suggests that he couldn't choose between these two aspects of himself either. Rick's memory erasure might be the most honest thing he's ever done because it acknowledges that both choices are equally valid. By refusing to judge which Beth made the right decision, he's admitting that there might not be a right decision in this situation. The clone mystery will probably never be definitively resolved, and that's the point. Both Beths have moved on from caring about it. They're both living their lives, making their own choices, and being their own people. The origin story has become irrelevant because the present reality is all that matters. Now we'll cover every type of Jerry across the multiverse. Jerry Smith is the multiverse's designated punching bag, and these episodes prove that no matter what reality you visit, Jerry will always find a way to be the most pathetic person in the room. Even when the universe gives him everything he could possibly want, he still manages to be Jerry about it. The Rickshank Redemption shows us Jerry at his absolute peak, and it's still depressing as hell. The Galactic Federation has taken over Earth, and somehow this is the best thing that's ever happened to Jerry's life. He's getting promoted every week at a job he doesn't understand, making a six-figure income in pills, and finally feeling successful for the first time in his existence. But here's the thing that makes Jerry so perfectly. Jerry, he has no idea what he actually does for work. He just shows up somewhere, does nothing, and gets rewarded for it. The Federation basically created the perfect job for someone with zero skills or ambition. They're paying him to exist, which is honestly the only job Jerry is qualified for. Jerry is so excited about his meaningless promotions that he doesn't care about the fact that his entire planet has been enslaved by alien bugs. His family is miserable, human civilization has ended, and Jerry is just happy that someone finally thinks he's worth something. It's the most Jerry response possible to the apocalypse. When Summer starts talking about rescuing Rick, Jerry immediately gets defensive about his new lifestyle. He doesn't want Rick to come back because Rick's return would mean Jerry goes back to being the family loser instead of the Federation's favorite pet human. Jerry would rather live under alien occupation than deal with Rick making fun of him. The scene where Jerry is bragging about his success while his family eats pills for dinner perfectly captures everything wrong with Jerry's priorities. He's so desperate for validation that he'll take it from literal space Nazis as long as they make him feel important. Jerry doesn't care about freedom or dignity. He just wants someone to tell him he's doing a good job. But then Rick destroys the Galactic Federation by changing one number in their economic system, and Jerry's perfect little fantasy world collapses instantly. All his promotions and achievements disappear because they were never real to begin with. Jerry was just a pet that the aliens kept around for entertainment. The really sad part is that Jerry doesn't learn anything from this experience. He doesn't realize that his success was meaningless or that he was being used. He just goes back to being regular Jerry. But now, with the added trauma of knowing what it feels like to think you matter. The Rick, Chury, and Morty date gives us a completely different Jerry situation, but somehow he's still the same loser. In this episode, Jerry actually wins Beth back by being genuine and honest about their relationship. He helps her figure out whether she's a clone by reminding her of a specific memory they shared, and it's actually kind of sweet. But even Jerry's moment of triumph is undercut by the fact that it only works because Beth might be a clone who was programmed to love him. Jerry doesn't win Beth back through personal growth or by becoming a better person. He wins her back because Rick may have literally designed a version of Beth that would find Jerry tolerable. The memory Jerry uses to prove Beth is real is about a date where he was too nervous to hold her hand because his palms were sweaty. It's such a Jerry story. He was so anxious about a simple romantic gesture that he ended up making it weird and awkward. But Beth finds this endearing, which suggests she really might be the clone. Jerry's relationship with Beth throughout these episodes shows how he functions as the multiverse's designated failure. In the Rickshank Rickdemption, Beth is ready to divorce him the second Rick comes back. In the Rick Churian Morty date, she only stays with him after Rick basically gives his blessing. Jerry can never win Beth on his own merits. He only gets her when external circumstances make him the least bad option. The President-Jerry dynamic in these episodes is fascinating because it shows how Jerry reacts when he encounters someone who's actually competent. Jerry immediately gets intimidated by the president's authority and starts trying to suck up to him. Even when the president is clearly in the wrong, Jerry can't stand up to him because Jerry has no backbone. When Rick and the president are fighting over a selfie, Jerry just stands there being useless. He can't mediate the conflict or provide any meaningful input because Jerry has never had an original thought in his life. He's just a bystander watching more important people fight about things he doesn't understand. The fact that Jerry ends up back with Beth at the end of the Rick Churian Morty date feels like the universe playing a cruel joke on everyone involved. Jerry didn't earn Beth back through character development or by proving he deserved another chance. He got her back because she was having an identity crisis and needed someone familiar to anchor her to reality. Jerry's role as the cosmic loser is so consistent across realities that it almost seems intentional. In the Croninberg world, Jerry becomes a badass survivor, but that's only because Rick abandoned that dimension. Jerry can only succeed when Rick isn't around to make him look pathetic by comparison. The multiverse seems to have infinite variations of Rick and Morty, but Jerry is always basically the same: unemployed, insecure, needy, and completely dependent on other people for validation. Even when circumstances change dramatically, Jerry's fundamental Jerry-ness remains constant. Jerry's desperate need for approval makes him the perfect target for manipulation. The Galactic Federation used him by giving him meaningless jobs and fake achievements. Rick uses him by threatening him into compliance. Beth uses him as an emotional security blanket. Everyone sees Jerry as a tool rather than a person. But here's the really messed up part. Jerry is happy to be used as long as it makes him feel important. He doesn't want respect or genuine love. He just wants someone to pat him on the head and tell him he's doing okay. Jerry has such low self-esteem that he'll accept any form of attention, even if it's obviously fake. The episodes show how Jerry's incompetence creates problems for everyone around him. When Rick is in prison, Jerry's contentment with Federation rule makes it harder for the family to resist. When Rick is fighting the president, Jerry's inability to take a stand makes the conflict worse. Jerry actively makes things worse by being himself. Jerry represents everything Rick hates about conventional society: the desire for security over adventure, validation over truth, comfort over growth. Jerry is the embodiment of mediocrity, and his existence reminds Rick that most people are content to be ordinary. The tragedy of Jerry is that he's probably happier than anyone else in his family, but only because his expectations are so low. Jerry doesn't need to be the smartest person in the universe or go on incredible adventures. He just wants to feel like he belongs somewhere, which is actually kind of reasonable. But the show treats Jerry's modest desires as pathetic because they represent settling for less than what's possible. Jerry could theoretically improve himself and become more capable, but he chooses to stay in his comfort zone and rely on others. From Rick's perspective, Jerry's willingness to accept mediocrity is almost morally offensive. The multiverse contains infinite possibilities, but Jerry manages to be disappointing in every single one. That's almost an achievement in itself, being so consistently pathetic that even infinite variation can't produce a version of Jerry worth respecting. Jerry's story across these episodes is about the absurdity of finding meaning in meaningless systems. The Galactic Federation, human government, marriage, family, they're all just structures that people use to feel important. Jerry is the ultimate system-dependent person, which makes him both pitiable and contemptible. In the end, Jerry gets what he wants. Beth chooses him over Rick, the family stays together, and he gets to feel like the man of the house. But these victories feel hollow, because we know Jerry didn't earn them through personal growth or heroic actions. He won by default, which is the most Jerry way to win anything. The cosmic joke is that Jerry's role as the multiverse's loser is actually essential to everyone else's story. Rick needs Jerry to feel superior to someone. Beth needs Jerry to feel needed. The kids need Jerry to have a cautionary example of what not to become. Jerry's failure makes everyone else's success more meaningful. Maybe that's Jerry's true purpose in the multiverse: not to succeed, but to fail so spectacularly that it makes everyone else appreciate their own lives. Jerry is the cosmic control group, the baseline of mediocrity that makes everyone else's achievements feel significant. And honestly, that might be the most important job of all. That's it for today's video. If you enjoyed our content, subscribe to our channel for more. You know how Rick always says time travel is too dangerous and refuses to do it? A Wrinkle in Time shows us exactly why he's so scared of it. This episode is basically Rick learning the hard way that some things are just too risky, even for someone as smart as him. So here's how the whole mess started. Rick decided to freeze time for 6 months just so they could clean up after a party without dealing with Jerry and Beth being mad about the trashed house. I mean, that's such a Rick move, using world-ending technology just to avoid an awkward conversation with his family. For half a year, Rick, Morty, and Summer have been chilling in frozen time, cleaning up and basically treating Jerry and Beth like living furniture. They've been vacuuming around them and everything. It's pretty messed up when you think about it, but also kind of hilarious in that dark Rick and Morty way. When Rick finally unfreezes time, he gives them this warning about how their personal time needs to stabilize first. He tells them not to touch Jerry or Beth, or they'll shatter into countless theoretical shards. Right there, Rick's basically admitting that even he can't fully control this stuff. That should have been everyone's first clue that maybe this wasn't such a great idea. Things start going wrong when Summer and Morty get into an argument about who was responsible for Mr. Benson falling off the roof. Their uncertainty about what actually happened creates what Rick calls a feedback loop of uncertainty that literally breaks reality in half. Suddenly, there are two versions of each of them just standing there. Rick realizes immediately how bad this is. He explains that they're not even in a timeline anymore. They're stuck in some weird space between realities with floating cats and impossible physics everywhere. They broke time so badly that they're existing in pure possibility where nothing is certain anymore. The floating Schrodinger's cats are actually a perfect touch. These cats exist in quantum superposition, both alive and dead at the same time until someone observes them. Rick, Morty, and Summer have basically become like those cats, trapped between different states because their argument broke the fundamental rules of reality. Rick tries to fix everything with a time crystal, but the kids keep arguing and making things worse. Every time they disagree about something or express uncertainty, reality splits again. Pretty soon, there are 4 versions of them, then 8, then more, all existing in these fractured timelines at the same time. Everything goes completely off the rails when the different Ricks start trying to kill each other. Each Rick assumes the other versions are going to betray him, so he tries to eliminate them first. This just creates more timeline fractures because now even Rick is uncertain about his own actions and motivations. When all the Ricks are fighting and everyone's panicking, Morty actually knocks out Rick with a fire extinguisher. It's one of those rare moments where Morty takes charge, but it also shows how Rick's own trust issues and paranoia made the whole situation way worse than it needed to be. Then this 4th-dimensional testicle monster shows up to help them out. He's from a higher dimension where time works differently, and even he's shocked by how badly they screwed things up. He tells them they broke time twice, which apparently makes their problem exponentially worse. The testicle monster gives them these collars that should sync their timelines back together, but Rick immediately starts questioning whether this guy is trying to trick them. Rick can't trust anyone, even someone who's genuinely trying to help, because his default setting is assuming everyone's out to get him. When the testicle monster mentions that the time crystal was stolen and he's taking them to time prison, Rick decides he'd rather fight his way out than face the consequences. Instead of trying to negotiate or cooperate, Rick goes straight to his usual solution: violence and chaos. Rick tricks the testicle monster and steals his weapon, but the weapon turns out to be a living creature that immediately runs into the street and gets hit by a car. So now they've accidentally killed Chris, the gun creature, and the testicle monster is even more upset with them. In desperation, Rick tells Summer and Morty to take off their time-stabilizing collars. He's literally choosing to make the time fracture problem worse rather than go to prison. Rick would rather risk destroying all of reality than face the consequences of his actions, which really says something about his character. With the collars off, reality starts splitting again, but this time Rick does it on purpose. He becomes deliberately uncertain about everything, causing time to fracture into dozens of different timelines. This creates enough chaos for them to overwhelm the testicle monster, but it also makes the fundamental problem much worse. By the end, there are 64 different timelines all splitting and merging in complete chaos. Most of the Ricks and Mortys are dying or just disappearing as reality falls apart around them. Only one timeline survives when Rick 30 manages to fix Morty's collar and stabilize their existence. The episode ends with Rick admitting that one version of himself had to sacrifice his life to save Morty. Rick 30 watched 63 other versions of himself die or disappear, and he knows their survival was basically just luck. That's gotta be pretty traumatic, even for someone as emotionally detached as Rick. The really crazy part is that Rick almost lost everything: his family, himself, possibly all of reality, just because he didn't want to clean up after a party and deal with Jerry being annoying about it. He risked literally everything to avoid a conversation about house damage. This episode explains why Rick consistently refuses to do time travel in other situations. He's seen firsthand how easily time stuff can spiral completely out of control and threaten everything he actually cares about. Even with Rick's incredible intelligence, time travel just has too many variables he can't control. The experience also shows Rick how his own psychological issues make time problems way worse. His paranoia, his inability to trust people, and his habit of choosing violence over cooperation all contributed to turning what should have been a technical problem into an existential crisis. After a wrinkle in time, Rick becomes much more careful about anything involving time. He'll happily use portal guns to hop between dimensions, but he consistently avoids messing with time itself. This episode taught him that some technologies are just too dangerous, even for him. The episode also shows why Rick usually prefers working alone or just with Morty. Having multiple people involved in dangerous science increases the chance of disagreement and uncertainty, which can be catastrophic when time manipulation is involved. Rick learned that collaboration makes time travel exponentially riskier. The fact that Rick needed help from a higher dimensional being to fix the problem shows that time manipulation is beyond even his capabilities. Rick is used to being the smartest person around, But time travel puts him in situations where his intelligence alone isn't enough to guarantee success. The testicle monster's casual mention of time prison suggests that time travel violations are taken seriously by interdimensional authorities. This implies beings much more advanced than him consider time manipulation dangerous. Rick's traumatic experience with timeline fractures also explains his general reluctance to let other people use his technology. He knows that even small mistakes can have massive consequences, and time-related mistakes are the absolute worst. Rick learned that some kinds of science are too dangerous to share with anyone. The episode shows that Rick's fear of time travel is genuine fear, based on actually experiencing how close he came to losing everything. Rick has faced all kinds of cosmic horrors and interdimensional threats, but nothing scared him as much as watching reality tear itself apart because of uncertainty. Rick's refusal to do time travel is one of the few times he shows real wisdom and restraint. He learned that some power is too dangerous to use, no matter how smart you are or how good your intentions might be. For Rick, time travel just isn't worth the risk, and A Wrinkle in Time shows us exactly why he feels that way. Now let's break down every Rick who betrayed their Mortys. Remember to subscribe to our channel if you're enjoying our content. You know how Rick always acts like he's doing everything for Morty's own good? The Ricklantis mix-up shows us what happens when you take that attitude and spread it across an entire society. This episode is basically a horror story about how Ricks systematically betray, exploit, and destroy their Mortys while convincing themselves they're the good guys. The Citadel of Ricks was supposed to be this amazing place where infinite versions of Rick and Morty could live together in harmony. After our Rick destroyed the Council of Ricks, they rebuilt it as a democracy where everyone gets a voice. Sounds great on paper, right? But this episode shows us that the whole system is built on Ricks treating Mortys like property, and some Ricks have gotten really creative about betraying their trust. Throughout the episode, we see different levels of Rick betrayal happening everywhere. You've got the obvious stuff like Ricks literally farming other Ricks for their happy memories to make cookies. But then you've got subtler betrayals like Teacher Rick programming Mortys to worship their future Ricks, or the news anchors making fun of candidate Morty for even trying to participate in politics. Every Rick on the Citadel has bought into this idea that Mortys exist to serve them. The most disturbing part is how casual it all feels. When Rick J22 goes on his rampage at the Simple Rick's factory, nobody questions why they're torturing a Rick for cookie flavoring. The SWAT team treats him like a terrorist for objecting to literal brain farming. The factory owner Rick D. Sanchez III gives this whole speech about freedom and Rick solidarity, then immediately shoots Rick J22 in the head and hooks him up to the same torture machine. That betrayal hits different because Rick D. Sanchez III makes Rick J22 believe he's being saved. He walks him down the assembly line while all the other worker Ricks cheer, talking about how they're going to his new life. Rick J22 is crying tears of joy because he thinks he's finally free. Then boom, bullet to the head, straight back into the machine. The factory owner literally weaponized hope to make the betrayal more brutal. But the Rick betrayals go way beyond just lying to other Ricks. The whole education system is designed to betray Mortys from childhood. Teacher Rick spends his days training Mortys to be perfect sidekicks who never question anything. When Slick acts up in class, Teacher Rick immediately brings up how many of his previous Ricks died, using trauma to shame him into compliance. The school exists to break Morty's spirits so they'll never fight back. Even the Mortys who try to work within the system get betrayed. Candidate Morty runs for president with genuine intentions to help his people. He gives this amazing speech about unity and fighting real injustice instead of each other. The crowd loves him, he wins the election, and for a moment it looks like maybe things can change. Then we find out he's actually evil Morty, and he immediately starts murdering everyone who supported the old system. The cops are another level of betrayal entirely. Cop Morty started out as an idealistic police officer who wanted to help his community, but the system corrupted him into becoming everything he originally fought against. He's taking bribes from Big Morty, killing suspects to cover his tracks, and treating other Mortys like animals. When his partner Cop Rick tries to do the right thing, Cop Morty kills him too. The system turned a good Morty into a monster who betrays his own kind. The really sick part is how Cop Morty justifies it all. He tells Cop Rick that Mortys are naturally violent and need to be controlled. He's internalized all the Rick propaganda about Morty inferiority so completely that he can't see how he's been manipulated. Every time he hurts another Morty, he tells himself it's necessary to maintain order. The Citadel brainwashes Mortys into exploiting each other. Big Morty represents another kind of betrayal. He's figured out how to gain power within the system by becoming everything Ricks expect Mortys to be: crude, violent, and obsessed with immediate gratification. He runs prostitution rings and drug operations, feeding off the desperation of Mortys, who have nowhere else to turn. Big Morty betrays his own people by profiting from their suffering while keeping them dependent on him. The 4 student Mortys looking for the wishing portal show us the ultimate betrayal. These kids are so desperate to escape their predetermined roles that they're willing to risk everything for a chance at a better life. When Slick throws himself into the portal, he's making the ultimate sacrifice because he believes his wish for change might come true. Instead, the wishing portal is just a garbage chute. The Citadel built a fake hope machine specifically to trick desperate Mortys into killing themselves. That's the most evil Rick betrayal in the whole episode. Some Rick architect looked at all these suffering Mortys and thought, you know what would be funny? Let's build them a fake escape route and watch them throw themselves away. They turned Morty desperation into entertainment. They convinced generations of Mortys that if they just sacrifice enough, their dreams might come true, knowing the whole time it was a lie. The Shadow Council of Ricks represents the final layer of betrayal. These are the Ricks who convinced everyone else to participate in democracy while secretly controlling everything behind the scenes. When President Morty wins the election, Garment District Rick immediately tells him that it doesn't matter who sits in the president's chair because Ricks will always be in charge. He's not even trying to hide the fact that the entire democratic process was a sham, designed to make Mortys feel like they have a voice. But here's where evil Morty's rebellion makes perfect sense. He didn't become evil because he was born that way. He became evil because he saw through all the lies and realized that playing nice would never work. Every Rick who ever betrayed a Morty created the conditions that made evil Morty possible. They taught him that power is the only thing that matters and that anyone who trusts the system is a fool. When evil Morty executes the Shadow Council, he's being logical. These Ricks spent decades betraying Mortys while pretending to care about democracy and freedom. Evil Morty just decided to stop pretending that negotiation was possible. He looked at the system that turned Cop Morty into a killer, that tricked Slick into committing suicide, that tortured Rick J22 for entertainment, and decided it all had to burn. The really disturbing part is how evil Morty uses the same manipulation tactics that Ricks use, just more effectively. He runs a fake campaign talking about unity while secretly planning mass murder. He manipulates campaign manager Morty into becoming an assassin by feeding him selective information. When the assassination fails, he has his own campaign manager killed to cover his tracks. Evil Morty learned from the best. He just applied Rick tactics to a larger scale. The episode ends with dozens of dead Ricks and Mortys floating in space around the Citadel. These are the result of systematic betrayal finally reaching its logical conclusion. Every Rick who ever lied to a Morty, every teacher who broke a student's spirit, every cop who took a bribe, every businessman who profited from suffering, they all contributed to creating the monster that destroyed them. The most chilling part is that evil Morty's speech during his campaign was completely genuine. He really did see the problems with their society and wanted to fix them, but the system was so corrupt that the only way to create change was through mass murder. The Rick's betrayals were so complete that they eliminated every peaceful path to reform. Our Rick's reaction at the end is telling too. He's celebrating his adventure in Atlantis while completely ignoring what happened at the Citadel. Even when Morty asks about it directly, Rick dismisses it as having no bearing on their lives. He knows that acknowledging the Citadel means confronting his own patterns of betrayal, so he chooses willful ignorance instead. The episode shows us that Rick betrayal is systematic. Every Rick who treats their Morty as disposable, every Rick who lies about caring while pursuing their own agenda, every Rick who uses their intelligence to manipulate rather than help, they're all part of a culture that makes evil Mortys inevitable. The Citadel didn't create evil Mortys through accident, they created them through betrayal, cruelty, and the arrogant belief that their intelligence gives them the right to control other people's lives. The Ricklantis mix-up is really a story about how betrayal becomes normalized in a society built on inequality. When the smart people convince themselves that everyone else exists to serve them, they create the conditions for their own destruction. Evil Morty is the natural consequence of a system built on lies, exploitation, and the fundamental betrayal of trust between Ricks and Mortys. Now let's move on to every world that Rick has destroyed. You know how Rick always acts like he's this brilliant scientist who can solve any problem? Well, these 3 episodes show us the flip side of that genius. Rick has literally destroyed entire worlds, and he treats it like breaking a coffee mug. What's crazy about Rick is how normal world-ending disasters have become for him. Most people feel terrible if they accidentally step on an ant. Rick has wiped out billions of lives and just moves on to the next adventure like nothing happened. The whole mess in Rick Potion number 9 starts with something totally innocent. Morty wants to ask Jessica to dance. Rick whips up a love potion using chemicals from voles, these little rodents that mate for life. Sounds simple enough, right? But Jessica has the flu. So when Morty uses the potion on her, it becomes airborne and spreads to everyone at the dance. Suddenly, literally everyone on Earth is obsessed with Morty and wants to have sex with him. We're talking about the entire human population becoming these creepy, lovesick stalkers chasing after a 14-year-old kid. Rick's first fix involves using praying mantis DNA, because mantises are supposedly the opposite of voles. They mate once and then kill their partner. But Rick's biology knowledge isn't as good as he thinks because this just makes everyone want to have sex with Morty and then eat him. So now the whole planet is full of cannibalistic sex monsters. When that doesn't work, Rick throws together DNA from koalas, rattlesnakes, chimpanzees, cactuses, sharks, golden retrievers, and dinosaurs. When Morty points out that this makes no sense, Rick gets all defensive and says, "What, you want me to show you my math?" He's basically admitting he has no idea what he's doing and is just mixing random stuff together. The result? Every human on Earth gets turned into these disgusting Croninberg monsters, twisted blobs of flesh with multiple faces and limbs sticking out everywhere. Rick has literally transformed 7 billion people into living nightmares. But here's the really wild part. Instead of trying to fix this disaster, Rick just decides to abandon that entire reality and hop over to a dimension where he solved the problem but then died in an accident. They can just replace their dead alternate selves and pretend nothing happened. The scene where Rick and Morty are burying their own corpses in the backyard is genuinely unsettling. Rick's giving Morty this casual lecture about infinite realities while they're literally disposing of their own dead bodies. When Morty asks about the world they left behind, Rick just says, "Don't think about it," which is basically his answer to everything. Meanwhile, back in the Croninberg world, Jerry, Beth, and Summer are living in this post-apocalyptic wasteland fighting monsters just to survive. But they're actually happier as a family. Because Rick isn't around to mess things up, Jerry's become this confident warrior. Beth actually respects him, and Summer feels secure. Rick leaving was the best thing that ever happened to them, even though his presence destroyed their entire world. Children of Mort shows Rick destroying things on a more personal level. He gets this call from Gaia, who's apparently a sentient planet that Rick had sex with. She's giving birth to thousands of his children, and they're all screaming, "I am," because that's what happens when you combine Rick's DNA with anything. You get beings who are obsessed with themselves. Beth wants to help raise these kids, so she and Rick build this whole civilization from scratch. They set up schools, job programs, social systems, basically playing God with thousands of lives. The kids grow up super fast and develop their own society. But then this other god shows up claiming to be the real father. He's like a discount Zeus who criticizes Rick and Beth's parenting style, saying they made the kids soft and empty inside, and their city is a monument to nothing. He wants to give the children faith and purpose instead of Rick's cold scientific approach. Rick's response to being criticized as a parent? He immediately starts a fight with an actual god. They have this massive battle that destroys most of the city, while the children they're supposedly fighting over are getting killed by falling buildings. Neither of them seems to care that their ego match is literally murdering their kids. The fight ends when Summer and Morty accidentally crash a spaceship into the god's head, killing him instantly. So now thousands of Rick's children are orphans, their civilization is in ruins, and Rick's reaction is to make jokes about cleaning god guts off the buildings. When Gaia kicks Rick out for causing all this destruction, Rick acts like she's being unreasonable. He tells her, "I'm the guy that showed up," as if showing up gives him permission to destroy everything. Rick genuinely thinks his participation entitles him to cause unlimited damage. Rick-dependent spray might be Rick's most embarrassing world-ending disaster. The whole thing starts because Morty's been using a horse breeding machine at Beth's hospital for, personal purposes. Rick accidentally turns Morty's sperm into giant monsters by exposing them to interdimensional energy. But he doesn't know where the sperm came from because Morty's too embarrassed to tell him. When Rick asks if there's anything he should know about the sperm, Morty panics and lies. This means Rick has to solve the crisis with completely wrong information, thinking they're dealing with alien invaders instead of his grandson's DNA. The giant sperm monsters start attacking cities, building weapons, and organizing military campaigns. The president calls Rick to fix it, and Rick's plan is just to nuke everything in the Grand Canyon. But when they get there, the sperm have gotten smarter. They're using tools and working together. The government's backup plan is to create a giant human egg to attract all the sperm to one place. But they use Summer's egg without knowing the sperm belongs to her brother, which means they're about to create a giant incest baby that could end the world. The president keeps making jokes while accidentally setting up an even worse disaster. By the time Morty admits the truth, it's too late to stop anything. Rick has to team up with underground cannibalistic horse people to fight the sperm army, but Summer's egg gets launched into space anyway and creates a giant space baby that threatens astronauts. What makes all this so disturbing is Rick's attitude. He never shows real remorse or tries to learn from these disasters. When the love potion goes wrong, he blames Morty for not mentioning Jessica's flu. When his god fight destroys his children's city, he acts like Gaia's being unfair for kicking him out. When the sperm crisis threatens humanity, he focuses on avoiding embarrassment instead of preventing catastrophe. Rick has this whole philosophy about infinite realities that lets him avoid responsibility for anything. Every time he destroys a world, he can point to some other reality where things worked out and act like the destroyed world doesn't matter. He's turned mass destruction into math where individual suffering becomes meaningless. The scary part is how this attitude spreads to everyone around Rick. Morty starts making jokes while burying their own corpses. The president treats the sperm crisis like comedy, even while people are dying. Jerry starts parroting Rick's cynical ideas about love being just chemicals. Rick destroys people's ability to care about destruction. He spreads this infection of apathy that makes everyone treat world-ending disasters like minor inconveniences. Even when people try to hold him accountable, he either escapes to another reality or manipulates the situation until everyone forgets why they were angry. You can see Rick getting more casual about these disasters over time. In Rick Potion number 9, he seems slightly bothered before deciding to abandon the Croninberg world. In Children of Mort, he treats his children's destroyed civilization like a minor setback. In Rick-dependent Spray, he's cracking jokes while the crisis is still happening. Rick's developed this whole system for dealing with apocalyptic disasters. Deny responsibility, blame someone else, make jokes to deflect criticism, and if all else fails, just portal away to somewhere else. He's turned world-ending catastrophes into routine maintenance. But the most disturbing part is how this affects his family. Every time Rick causes a disaster, he forces his family to either help cover it up or abandon people they care about. Morty has to leave behind the Croninberg world where his original family is fighting to survive. Beth has to watch her planet children become orphans because of Rick's ego. Summer has to live knowing there's a giant incest baby in space because of her grandfather's experiments. Rick's casual attitude toward destruction affects his family's ability to form healthy relationships with anything. How can you get attached to your community when grandpa might turn everyone into monsters? How can you invest in relationships when you might have to abandon your entire reality? These episodes show that Rick has completely separated himself from the consequences of his actions. He treats entire civilizations like disposable experiments in his personal laboratory. The scariest part is how normal this has become to everyone around him. The really messed up thing is that Rick's world-destroying habit has created this whole ecosystem of enablers around him. Take the president in Rick-dependent spray. Instead of being horrified that Rick accidentally created giant sperm monsters, he's making jokes about space dicks and coming up with ridiculous names like Skeet Boogans. The leader of the free world is treating an extinction-level event like a comedy roast. Even worse, Rick's family has learned to normalize his destructive behavior. When Beth finds out about the Croninberg world in later episodes, she doesn't freak out about Rick abandoning billions of mutant people to die. She's more concerned about whether she herself might be a clone. Summer and Morty have gotten so used to Rick's disasters that they barely react when entire civilizations get wiped out during their adventures. The Croninberg episode is especially dark when you think about what Rick and Morty left behind. Jerry, Beth, and Summer are living in this post-apocalyptic hellscape, but they've actually become better people because of it. Jerry's no longer the pathetic loser everyone made fun of. He's this confident warrior protecting his family. Beth respects him for the first time in years. Summer feels loved and secure in ways she never did before. Rick's presence in their lives was so toxic that even living in a world full of flesh monsters was an improvement. The family Rick abandoned became stronger, happier, and more united than the family he stayed with. That says something pretty disturbing about Rick's impact on the people around him. What makes Rick's casual attitude toward destruction even more disturbing is how he's trained everyone to think like him. In the Croninberg reality, there's a version of Rick and Morty who are also Croninberg monsters. At the end of the episode, we see them talking about how they genetically Croninberged world beyond repair and turned everyone into regular, normal people. Even the monster versions of themselves have adopted Rick's twisted logic where mass transformation is just another day at the office. The planet children in Childrick of Mort represent something even sadder, Rick's complete inability to be a parent without causing massive destruction. Beth gets so invested in building this civilization because she sees it as a chance to do parenting, right? To create something meaningful with her father? For a brief moment, it looks like Rick might actually care about being a good father and grandfather. But Rick can't handle any criticism of his parenting style, even from another godlike being. The moment someone suggests that maybe turning children into efficient workers isn't the best approach to child rearing, Rick's ego kicks in, and he has to prove he's the alpha. The fight that destroys the children's city happens literally over their heads while they're trying to live their lives. The saddest part is watching those planet children build their society only to see it get demolished because their father figures can't have an adult conversation about parenting styles. Rick creates life just to destroy it because he can't stand being told he's wrong about anything. Rick-dependent spray shows us how Rick's destructive habits have gotten so routine that he just manages disasters instead of preventing them. When the giant sperms start attacking, Rick's not horrified that his grandson's DNA has become a world-threatening monster. He's annoyed that he has to deal with it, and embarrassed that the situation makes him look bad. The whole Chud subplot in that episode is Rick at his most manipulative. He lies to an entire underground civilization, pretends to fall in love with their princess, and convinces them to go to war just to clean up his mess. Then when it's over, he abandons his new wife and their instantly born child without a second thought. Rick uses entire species as disposable resources to solve problems he created. But maybe the most disturbing aspect of Rick's world-destroying pattern is how it's affected his relationship with science itself. Rick talks about being a scientist, but real scientists are supposed to learn from their mistakes and try to minimize harm. Rick treats science like a toy. If an experiment goes wrong and kills billions of people, oh well, there are infinite realities where it worked out fine. Rick has turned the scientific method into a game where consequences don't matter because he can always find a reality where his hypothesis was correct. He's just playing with forces he doesn't fully understand and letting other people deal with the fallout. The portal gun has made Rick into the universe's worst scientist because it's removed all accountability from his work. A normal scientist who accidentally created Croninberg monsters would spend the rest of their life trying to fix that mistake. Rick just hops to a dimension where he didn't screw up and calls it a day. This is why Rick's world-destroying habit is so much worse than just being a mad scientist who makes mistakes. Rick has systematically removed himself from any responsibility for the consequences of his actions. He's created this perfect system where he gets all the fun of playing with dangerous science and none of the obligation to clean up his messes. The really terrifying implication is that there are probably hundreds of other realities where Rick has caused similar disasters and just moved on. The 3 episodes we see are just the ones that happen to affect the Rick we're following. There could be dozens of Croninberg worlds, hundreds of destroyed planet children civilizations, and countless other species that got wiped out because Rick was having a bad day. Rick has destroyed so many worlds that it's just another day at work for him. He's got procedures, jokes, and philosophical justifications for why it doesn't matter. He's turned world-ending disasters into paperwork, and that casual cruelty might be more terrifying than any monster he's ever created. That's all for today. If you enjoyed our video, make sure to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one.